752 oh, I'm reading the wrong thing. I thought that was liked. I'm like, how the hell are we sitting at 752 likes right now? That scared the shit out of me. I was gonna say, I'm gonna say, damn, y'all don't like us no more. Yeah, let's keep getting the likes up. If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. Of course, if you are a nerd, the guest box is open. Um, let's try to have some good conversations tonight. Continue to keep the learning going because that's why we're here. J Rock, why are you in my request? Like like what are you doing? What's up to the YouTubers? Shout out to everybody over there. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Sophia,
Hello.
hi. How are
I'm
you?
26, by the way, before you ask for my age.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Are you a
No
believer?
problem.
Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I am a believer.
Okay. And which topic did you come up to discuss?
Um, the first one.
Okay. What are your thoughts on that?
Me personally, sometimes I do, from my own personal experience, I do believe that being a Christian sometimes can be a little bit harder. And and I'll start off with this. So in Nigeria, before so for those of you who don't know, like outside of America, like outside of the USA, there are Christianity is actually illegal. If you are caught being Christian, you can get thrown in prison. You can be unalived, things like that. I know recently in Nigeria, there was at least 40 individuals who were unalived just for being Christian.
Are you in Nigeria?
No, I'm not in Nigeria,
Yeah,
but
like we know about the Christians that were unalive because
okay,
they were in the Islamic State. Like, but that why would you talk about something that doesn't affect you?
because it does affect me.
How does that affect you?
Let me tell you how it affects me. So the stuff that's going on around, it's prophecy.
No, it's not.
Everything that's happening right now, you have your belief. I have my own personal belief. This
But
is
yeah,
my personal
but this
belief.
isn't. Give me just a second. This isn't factual information, right? There are Islamic countries, right? Predominantly Islamic countries that have laws, just like in the Bible. Rome had laws, right? Rome had laws that said that no one could start a new religion without permission from the state. And the early Christians did that. They broke the law. And then, even when they broke the law and started forming their code, Rome told them that they could still have their religion, but they had to pay alms to the Roman gods. And some of them refused to even do that. They refused to follow the law. And so
There's only one
when
God.
hold on, that's not Christian persecution. That's not prophecy. You're
Okay.
not being persecuted for your beliefs. They went into an Islamic ran area, knowing they were doing that, knowing what they were facing. Nobody came after them because they were Christian.
Okay. So I'm gonna say this. In America, right? There's different religions, right? Everybody knows this. There's different there's different religions, correct? All right.
Mm-hmm.
So why is it that the main religion that is mocked in America, the main person that is mocked in America is Jesus Christ,
Because
who is the
Jesus gets
Son
on
of
our
God?
nerves. Because y'all get on our nerves and y'all won't let us live our lives and stop putting y'all's religion on us. You won't stop trying to vote with your beliefs so that everybody else can have their life outside of your belief. Like, honestly, if Christians would keep their beliefs to themselves, stop trying to tell everybody that Jesus told y'all to save everybody's soul, then nobody would mock Jesus. Like, if Jesus just belonged to you, if Jesus was literally just a individual relationship that you didn't have to go out and proselytize, then nobody would mock Jesus. And
Mm.
Jesus being mocked, again, that ain't making life hard for you. Like, you're not being ostracized from your family. You're not losing jobs because you don't believe in a God.
I think the Christians in North Korea and China would disagree with you.
You ain't in North Korea.
That I understand that.
You's in
I
America.
understand that, but you know what?
But the fact that you got to go all the way to a different country to talk about your persecution is hilarious, because you can't even face the fact that you're not being persecuted where you are as a Christian. But talk about your journey as a Christian. Why you gotta like ride somebody else's back? Like, as a Christian, you are not persecuted. It is harder to be a non-believer in this society than it is to be a believer. Talk about America. You don't live in North Korea. You don't live in Nigeria. You don't live in China.
Okay, I understand that. I completely understand that. But I'm being calm right now.
I don't care. That's that shit I'm talking about. Like, just because you're being calm, because you've been trained to be calm, doesn't mean that I have to be.
Baby, I wasn't trained to be calm.
Well, then I don't know why you talking about it.
On her baby.
Because I'm actually being calm. And
Okay, good. You want a cookie? You want me to clap? Do you want me to clap my hands for you? Like,
No.
where are you bringing attention to that?
No, because I'm trying not to disrespect you.
I'm not. Did I disrespect you? I'm not. How does a tone of voice disrespect somebody?
You're interrupting me.
This is my stage. Like, you do realize that, right?
That's
Like, this
understandable.
is my stage.
That's understandable. but
Okay,
if
so
you're- if you're-
the problem with believers here in America is y'all think that y'all can tone police. You think that you police everybody. Your Jesus
And I'm
left
trying to
when
police
your
you.
Jesus came up back up off the cross, and he said, "Go and make disciples of all the world." Y'all said, "Oh, y'all put your citizenship crosses on your shoulders," and then went around and thought that you could police everybody. How you carry yourself, what you think about yourself, how comfortable you are in yourself, that's you. Stop trying to put your limited beliefs, your limited understandings on everybody else. You're not comfortable raising your voice? Okay. That's you. I don't know why y'all don't get that. Like, for some odd reason, y'all think everybody in the world wants to live like you. I personally can't stand the way that y'all try to police everybody else's life, and then you barely even got your life in check.
I'm not trying to police your life. You're right. I don't have my life all the way in check.
Like, you definitely was up here trying to police my tone.
No,
Yes.
I was just you're asking.
You're very animated. All right? Like, I'm very calm. You don't remember saying that?
Because I'm actually, yeah, no, I did say that. I am very calm.
Okay, and what? Was I supposed to give you a cookie for that?
No, I'm not asking for no cookie.
So
But
why did you announce it?
Because it's the fact that I'm trying to talk and you're talking over me, and I
That's
understand.
not what it is. What does you being calm have to do with me talking over you?
Because I could disrespect you the same way that you're
That's not
disrespecting me.
disrespectful if it's my stage, Sophia. Do you not understand that?
No, you won't. Not on here.
No, I
Not in
understand
front
it's
of
your
me.
stage. I understand it's your stage. I just, if you're trying to have a conversation or you're trying to understand other people,
You
because
literally came up here and talked about North Korea, China, and Nigeria, and you don't live in either of those countries to talk about Christian persecution.
you're
And
very.
when I stated just and what you here's the thing about believers. Y'all pay attention to what other people do, and you don't pay attention to yourself, because you just got ready to interrupt me even though you wasn't sure if I was done. Y'all, you point out everybody else's flaws because your Jesus told you that it is your responsibility in his absence to save everybody. And because you don't see your Jesus actually coming back and saving people, you feel like you have to. So you got your eyes set on everybody else but
Puerto
yourself.
Rican. Somebody think I'm white.
You see
I'm
what you
Puerto
just did?
Don't think about
you see
the
what
comments.
do you
Don't
see
think
what you
about the
just
comments.
did? How are the comments more important than what I'm saying to you. And then you, in the middle of me talking to you, you start talking to the fucking comments while you are telling me that I'm being disrespectful for talking over you as the host. While you sit there and lie and say that it's about me talking over you when it's really about me raising my voice because you don't know how to articulate that I feel uncomfortable with Thinker and being animated and raising her voice, because you don't know how to communicate as an adult, because you've been told and preached to and told to act like a child, to be like a child, to think like a child. And then the rest of us got to fucking deal with that shit because y'all don't know how to articulate what it exactly is that you're feeling because you've been told that your emotions are bad. You don't have anything to say now?
I have a lot to say. I don't, this whole entire, even you like getting upset just because I'm talking about other places, like that to me proves my point.
It's a waste of my motherfucking time. You don't live in North Korea. Neither do I. And what's happening in North Korea does not affect you.
Yes, it does, because that's
No,
exactly
the fuck it doesn't.
Okay. I see that this conversation is not going to go nowhere, so I'm done. God bless you. I will be.
Fuck you too. Bye.
Girl, get off my stage. I said it for you.
How the fuck she gonna say being in North Korea, like what's happening in North Korea affects her as a Christian? You can't even talk about the persecution that you're going through as a Christian in America. You gotta ride somebody else's motherfucking persecution train to feel persecuted. Make that shit make sense. You don't even have your own persecution stories, and you want me to sit here and listen to you talk about what somebody else going through and what somebody else feeling? Get the fuck off my stage.
I was going to ask her, well, since you seem to want to talk about that, can you tell me what denominational Christianity they teach over there? I bet she couldn't have told me.
And Lord, like here's the crazy thing. That's the second time a believer done came up here and talked about those Christians that got executed by the Islamic Defense State. Like, what y'all do? Y'all go and type Christian persecution, and then y'all see the first thing that pop up on Google. You're like, there we go, we being persecuted. Like, what? Like, y'all do realize that Islam has been executing Christians for like fucking centuries. Like, y'all realize that, right? This isn't prophecy. This isn't something new. Hi, Easy Bear. Hi, Easy Bear. Are you up here on accident?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, no worries. I take
Sorry
you down.
about that.
That's okay. Have a good one.
You too.
All right. That shit is crazy. That irritates me. That irritates
But
me.
nothing that's happening in the Congo affects her, though.
No, she didn't even mention the Congo.
I peeped it.
Like, that shit is crazy. If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, if you're not scared of your emotions, the guest box is open. What's up, Yehoshua? What happened? Oh, she came up here to defend her belief at saying that it's harder to be a Christian than to be a non-believer because North Korea and what's happening in North Korea is prophecy about her and her future persecution. Like, that, even that within itself is selfish as fuck. Like, what's happening to people in North Korea who want to be able to practice religious freedom ain't got shit to do with you and your fucking kink for future Christian persecution. Like, you even made that shit about yourself. Westernized Christians are the most selfish, narcissistic ass people that I've ever. They make everything about them. Somebody else's fucking suffering is about their future of Jesus Christ. Hey, sweetie pie, how are you?
Hi, big sister.
How you doing?
I'm good. I feel like Theo right now because every day I want to come up, but I'm managing my impulse control. And I just want to say the first time I came up, like I was so lost because it was just the beginning of my deconstruction process. And I asked you like for help groups to help me through the process. But I just want to let people know that's going through the process that just sit here. You don't have to understand the Bible. And I got overwhelmed initially because you knew the Bible so well, and I thought I needed to know that to go through my deconstruction process. Now I know I don't need to know it. You doing it for me. I hated the Bible as a child, and I still hate it now. Like nothing, and the way my brain works is too overwhelming. And so for those of you that are in the comments, just know we don't have to do it. If you don't believe it, just don't believe it. Don't feel like you have to know as much as thinker, because when I first came here, I felt like that's what I needed to do to deconstruct. And now I know I can just sit in the comments and learn. And that's just it. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, sweetie pie.
Okay, love you.
Love you too.
Okay, bye.
Bye bye. She's sweet. W Sweetie Pie in the chat. She's always gifting out subs. If you got a free sub within the last 30 days, chances are that was Sweetie Pie or Gargar or Barnabas. Because they are always sending out subs. I appreciate you so much. All right, y'all. We are 27 minutes into the stream. We have about 300 people in the room, another 30 on YouTube. Let's continue to tap the screen, get the diamonds. TikTok loves diamonds and roses, heart me's, popular bracelets, whatever we got to do to make sure that we hit that FYP within the first hour. Appreciate y'all. Welcome to my hello. Welcome to my world.
Hello, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you? Are you in Nashville?
Say it again?
Are you in Nashville?
No, I'm in New York.
Oh, okay. Your at the bottom, at the end of your username, it says "Welcome to my world 615." That's why I asked.
Oh yeah. I just wanted to ask the panel a question, for the
Well,
topic.
I don't necessarily allow
Okay,
open
sorry.
questions. That's okay. If you come on stage, you do have to pick one of the topics and start a discussion. But first, I do need to know your age for TikTok purposes, and if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing, or if you are an atheist.
I'm 32. I'm a believer.
All right. And what topic does your question fall under on this board?
Just wondering, I don't know. It's just after all that shit, how are they even still together?
I wasn't even getting ready to ask him how or who's still together. Like, I'm not, like, I don't, what? Yeah, I wasn't even getting ready to ask Jacob. I wasn't finna ask.
I'm lost.
And we gonna stay lost. we gonna stay lost on that island right there. I don't even give a fuck to read that map. Yeah.
That is weird. Weird.
That, well, if you think about it, what do we expect?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Nothing surprises me, really.
Yeah. Susie? Hello, Susie? I think some of them are being dropped in here because a live ended or something. I have no idea. Punk. Oh, I'm just a fan. I'm
Hey,
just a
how are
fan
you?
of punk rock. I'm good. How are you? What can I call you? Your name is like really long.
My name's Keith. You can just call me Keith.
Keith. Hi. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please? And let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, please.
So I'm 37, and I don't qualify for those three positions. I am a Christian, though.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible?
No, because I don't think there is a God of the Bible. I think the Bible is full of contradictions. I think there's many different interpretations of the God of the Bible, but I am a Christian.
Is Jesus in the Bible?
Jesus is in the Bible, yes.
Okay.
You should know that.
So that's the Jesus that you believe in?
Which one? Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John all
the one in the Bible.
propose different ideas of
It's actually
who
six.
Jesus was.
There's actually 6 different Jesuses in the Bible, but the
I
Jesus
would
that you
agree
believe
with
in.
you. Yes,
I'm sorry.
yeah, 100%.
I'm sorry.
We're on the same page.
Hey. You don't have to talk while I'm talking.
I'm agreeing with you.
It doesn't matter if you're agreeing with me, right? What I'm asking you is one of the Jesuses that you believe in one of those in the Bible?
No, not any specific Jesus, because they're all different Jesuses.
Okay. All right. So then you don't qualify for this conversation, okay? I can't talk to you about a Jesus that you've made up in your head. Okay?
Don't make line Christian. I am a Methodist. Are you familiar with the Methodist Church?
I am familiar with Methodist, but listen to.
Okay, then you would know the Wesleyan tradition.
Listen to my criteria for being on my stage. You either have to be a current believer in the Jesus that is in that book, okay, or the God, however you identify it. You don't have to call yourself a Christian, or you can call yourself a Christian. You have to be one of those. You either have to be deconstructing from that God or that idea, or you have to be an atheist. Anything else, I'm not interested in talking to. So you don't fit those 3. So you don't fit the criteria for the conversations that I'm trying to have.
I fit the Jesus book.
You sat there and told me, I'd asked you a million different ways if the Jesus you believe in was in that book.
You realize the whole book.
But you said no. Do you remember that? Do you remember your answer was no?
Do you not know what Methodism is?
I don't give a damn. Yes, I know what it is, but that's not what I asked you.
What is it?
I asked
Tell me
you.
what it is.
I asked you if the Jesus you believed in was in that book, and you said, "Well, there's 4." I said, "No, there's 6." Is he one of those? No. So you don't fit the criteria. Now you want to whine because of the bullshit ass game you tried to play with me about that question? Huh? Like if you'd have just came up here and act like you had some fucking sense, if you'd have just came up here, answered the question, act like you had some sense, we'd be in a conversation by now. But you want to play. You want to play with that fucking question. So you don't fit the criteria.
You know what Methodism?
Fuck you! Y'all motherfuckers think y'all finna come in here and play with me. Y'all got the game fucked all the way up.
He thought.
Wow.
Kay Gibson, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. How old are you?
I am.
Are you getting ready to lie?
No,
Are you looking
I'm
for my
19.
age criteria?
I'm 19. I'm not gonna lie to you.
All right. Thank you. I'm gonna drop you down. Have a good night. Okay.
All right. You too.
All right. Goodness gracious. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. It's a rocky start, but we only 34 minutes in. It's Monday. I was going to say it's Tuesday, but it's still Monday. We only 34 minutes into the live. I think we're going to make it. If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, if you're an atheist, the guest box is open. Don't be scared. come up here, act like you got some sense with some respect. It'll be a respectful conversation. It is very active. I agree, so. I agree. What's up, Cray Trey?
Hello, everyone. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. I'm Deconstruction, as you know, and I'm just wishing you a very good night tonight. That you don't have any of the insanity you had with Christina today on her live, and with that last guy Keith. And for your topic, Christianity is a cult that worship men and white supremacies. I think Christina Live really touched on that today because it truly does. It's all about white supremacy and worshiping men. And I just wanted to thank you all for the good work you're doing. I'll continue to follow you because I'm learning something each day from you and the others in your community. You have a strong community that help us so much. I don't think you realize how much help you're giving a lot of us who didn't have the answer to things, and you're helping us on our journey to deconstruction. So I just want to say thank you in your panel tonight, Nellie and Celine. Thank you. And the other ones who are not here that I wish I can say hi to, but they're not here tonight. But thank you very much. And I will continue to listen to you and follow you.
You're welcome. Thank you so much, Cray Trey. I appreciate you.
No problem. Thank you.
All right. Have a good night.
Yeah, thank you.
Ray.
Oh, that was so sweet.
I can't get the box to open. Can you, Selena?
Yeah, hold on.
Oh, I gotta check. Dudette said her mod powers were not working yesterday.
Yeah, mine does that from time to time.
I got it open now.
TikTok. Okay.
It finally opened. Was it taking forever for yours to open too?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, I think it's going slow. Which means if hers is going slow, also y'all please TikTok shop it up like something's happening. Yeah. Is it Micah? Hold on, I can see. Micah?
Yes.
Hi, how are you?
Good, and you?
I'm doing good. What is your age for TikTok purposes, please?
26.
And are you a believer? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
Deconstructing.
All right. And what topic did you come up to discuss?
Christianity is a occult that worships a man that worships a man supremacy culture.
That worships a man in supremacy culture?
Yes.
Hold on, give me just a second. Why is Dudette's like he doesn't even have Dudette as a mod?
Can you
hold on, can you mute for just 1 second for me, please? How the fuck? No, yes it is. Okay, I was getting ready to say what? No, yes, I forgot she changed her profile picture to this fucking Bart Simpson thing. I was gonna say I was looking for her other PFP, but no, she's on there. I don't know why her mod powers aren't working. I don't know. I was gonna say, who the fuck? Okay, sorry, Micah. Go ahead. What are your thoughts on the topic that you chose?
I do believe. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I do believe that Christianity is a occult because sometimes Christians can take their beliefs too far. If I'm making any sense.
Yeah, you make a lot of sense, and I agree. Do you have like an example when you say they can take their beliefs too far?
Well, yes, about sorry, I don't mean to be nervous. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Don't apologize.
It's all right. Just
But
you know.
yeah, they can take their beliefs to the extremes, like the LGBTQAI plus community if they don't agree with their lifestyle. And you know,
But I can give you like, can I help you out?
yes.
For example, today I sat on and watched a little bit of Joyful Apostate's live. If you don't know who Joyful is, make sure that you give Joyful Apostate a follow. He was doing a live about LGBTQIA, and he had a Christian on the panel, and the back of his live said, "What's wrong with this?" And the Christian on the panel was saying that people who are LGBTQI deserve to burn in hell. And Joyful asked him, like, would you call that love to say that I need to burn? And the Christian wouldn't answer whether it was loving or not. He just kept saying, I'm just doing what the Bible said, because the Bible said that you deserve to burn. And I was thinking to myself, as you know, the Christian refused. He kept deflecting from whether it was loving or not, to say to another human that you deserve to burn because of how you love. And it's very cult-like behavior, because they just believe what they are told. Like he kept repeating, it's what God said, it's what the Bible said. And knowing, and here, like recently, we ourselves learned that the book doesn't say shit like that, right?
Yes,
But
absolutely.
and so he's repeating what another person told him and taking it as law. And that's very cult like behavior, because somebody can say to you, hey, homosexuality is wrong. You say, okay, thank you for letting me know that. I'm going to do my own research. But they don't do that. They don't do their own research. They don't ask questions. And that's very cult like.
Yes, I do agree. That's very cult-like behavior, and that's wrong to say that LGBTQ community is going to hell for their lifestyle, because love is love, and
Yeah.
if I'm making any sense,
Yeah, no, you make a lot of sense. Have you been on the stage before, Micah?
Yes, I have.
Okay, now I'm remembering you. You still nervous after the last time we talked?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know.
You did good the last time you were on stage. Just take a deep breath.
Okay.
Yeah. And just talk like we're friends. Like we had a long talk the last time.
Okay.
So, yeah.
But yeah, no, like it's wrong to say that who is a Christian to judge about lifestyle of their different lifestyles,
Yeah, like why do they get to be the default?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Like if they don't have anybody breathing down their neck about who they marry, about who they date, about them going on podcasts, and God gave them the grace to be called bitch and hoe by their husband, and then to iron their husband's side chicks, iron their husband's clothes to go to his side chick. Like if nobody is standing over you and beating you in the head about that shit, right? Then you shouldn't be in nobody else's business about who they date.
I agree.
As long as it's consensual and the people are of age.
Yes. Yeah. But I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I was going to ask if you have anything else you want to say.
I want to address the third prompt. What can I'm sorry.
Number 4, what convinced you of the truth of God, Jesus, of Christianity?
Yes.
Go ahead.
What I think convinced me is, I guess family. who convinced me,
Ooh, that's the most honest question I've ever heard, Micah.
because you know, we, you know, we we are not born Christians. We're actually born, atheists.
Mm-hmm.
We were
Yeah.
not born with a with a cross on our necks and a Bible in our hands, and we were not born to go to church and get baptized. That was, forced upon us. If I'm making,
You're making a lot of sense, yeah. But like with you being as young as you are and you being able to be honest and say it was family that convinced me, I don't expect any adult older than you that is a believer to come up here and be that damn honest.
you really?
Mm-mm. That is the most honest question, the honest answer that I think I'll get from that.
Thank you.
You're
Because,
welcome.
you know, before, Christianity, we were born atheists, we wasn't taught, God and, you know, all this other stuff that was forced upon us by our families.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. And it's become traditional and it's just the thing that you do because it's family. Right? And there's no expectation for it to actually do anything. It's
And
just
and especially in black households, we were we were programmed heavily to believe in that. If I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
no, I didn't say anything.
You know, yeah. So
I agree. I think you're very very intelligent and you should have more confidence in yourself. You know,
I'm sorry.
no, don't apologize. Don't apologize. You're a very intelligent young person, and I think that you should know that and be more confident in your abilities. To think and articulate. Just be yourself.
Can I tell you what? I don't know if you guys have time for stories. The reason why I said family program, family. I'm sorry. Can I go back to that fourth? I'm sorry.
No, yeah, go ahead. Hold on, give me just a second. Hey y'all, remember don't mute people unless they are typing in all caps or threatening, like using, um, like any of the isms. I know believers get on our nerves in the comments, but one of the rules in here is that we don't mute or block because they're annoying. So please, y'all, please keep that in mind, okay? Go ahead, Micah.
But I'm sorry. Okay. But yeah, the reason why I say that our family is the reason why we believe that we are programmed to believe in God and Jesus is because of slavery, the the trauma, you know.
Yeah. They believe that this God got us through slavery, which the belief in the God, our ancestors did lean heavily on it, um, and they did believe that the God was going to eventually set them free. But like it, we understand now as we learn, like we have more information available to us, and so there's no excuse. Like we don't necessarily need it the way that our ancestors did, right? Some people use it
Yes.
to like fill in the gaps for things that feel bigger than them, and that that's understandable. But for it to be forced on us as if we have to claim it because our ancestors did, that's not acceptable.
Yeah. Well, can I share you a story
Yeah.
with my
Mm-hmm.
opinion?
Yeah.
Well, believe it or not, before I before I wasn't Christian before, when I was a little, but up until I got in my late, well, how old am I? 26, 27, no, 26, 25. I was 16 when I got baptized, me and my siblings, and something in the back of my mind that said, so my family, my parents called up the pastor, and they said that, oh, you and your siblings are getting baptized. And I was like, what? Baptized? And it's like, I didn't want to get baptized. And I just kept saying, I just don't want to get baptized. And my parents, they said, Micah, why don't you want to get baptized? And I just kept coming up with excuses, because I just didn't want to get baptized. And my parents said to me, Micah, this is for you and your siblings need to get baptized. And I said, why? And he said, it's for the you just need it. And I said, why? And he said, and they just said, you need it to save your souls and being, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut everyone off. I don't mean to
It's okay.
bring.
You were saying like you didn't want to get baptized, and they were telling you that you have to.
Yes, I didn't want to get baptized, and they was telling me, and my dad said that, because to save your souls and to be up so that way you can live life through God. And I said, what? And I said, and my dad said, and I said, why do I gotta live through life through him? And he said, just do it. And he said, don't you know that God is a jealous God? And I'm gonna say this was this was I and when I was little, my mom said that because we was coming home from Sunday service, I think it was, when I was little. This was back when me and my family, when we did go to church. And you know how Lent, the holiday Lent, where you give up stuff because God gave up his soul, because and I said, this was back when I think I was like 7 or 8, I think it was, but I could be wrong, but I don't know. Well, I could be wrong, This was back when I was like real little. And I said, why do and my sibling, one of my siblings asked my mom, they said, what is the meaning? What is Lent? And she said, that's the day, that's where you give up your, where you give up, your the stuff that you normally do, that you enjoy doing for God, because he gave up his life. He sacrificed his life for our sins, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the day where you give up the stuff that you like, like eating, drinking, all this other that stuff, right? Because God gave up his life for us, right? And I said, and she said, one of my siblings asked my mom, they said, what is Lent? And my mom was like, that's the day where you give up your stuff, like, because God gave up his life for you to be here. And I said, and I kind of looked at her bizarre, and I said, I'm not gonna give up anything. And she
You
said,
said that at like 7 or 8?
yeah, no,
Wow.
yeah. And I said, I'm not gonna give up anything. And she said, God gave up his life for you. Kind of like, how dare you,
I swear, you Christians in the comments make me fucking sick.
I'm sorry.
Not you, baby. Not you. Y'all know who the fuck I'm talking to. Like the shit that y'all are typing right now. Like, and then y'all motherfuckers, like, one of y'all is in the box. Like, y'all motherfuckers, like, one of y'all got the word discernment in your fucking bios. I don't give a fuck what you are, J-Rock. Like, the stuff that y'all are typing, y'all make me fucking sick.
Are they typing it about me?
No, no.
Okay.
No, go ahead, keep going.
And she just sort of said, because we was driving, I think it was from church, and I said, why do we need to give up our stuff? And she said, because God gave up his life. He sacrificed his life for our sins. And it's just like, she just, and I said, I'm not going to give up anything. Because it's like, why do I have to give up anything for, okay, God gave up his life for me. And it's like, what does that have to do with me? In my mind.
Yeah, it's like I didn't ask him to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, like, what type of God has to make humans that he has to die for? He fucking made them.
Right.
Right?
Yes.
And then you want to blame me because you made a bad product? And then you kept making that same bad product? Like, you saw the flaw. Like, if you saw the flaw with the first two and you ain't changed the mode, then you destroyed the whole motherfucking line and you still didn't change the mode. And then you decided to kill yourself and that didn't fix it and you're still whining. Like,
Yeah.
what the fuck they got to do with me?
But here's my thing. It's just like, if God gave up his life for us, then why do we need to give up the stuff that we like for him? And I know and I know Christians are gonna be like, well, he gave up his life for you. Okay, what does that have to do with me?
You just said something. If God gave up his life for us, why do I have to give up my life for him?
I'm sorry.
That makes so much sense.
Did it? It did?
Yes. And you said this at 7?
Yes, 7 years old.
Damn.
I kind of said it. I was like, I'm not gonna give up anything. And she said, God gave up his life for you, and you're not gonna give up anything for him. That's disrespectful. And
Why does he want you to? That's the good question.
right, like, here's my whole thing. Like, if he gave up his life for me, right? Then why should I return the favor? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to be disrespectful or anything like that, but it just bothers me, you know.
It's not, and the thing is that you asking a question doesn't make you disrespectful. That's a part of the indoctrination that Christianity teaches you, and it puts that feeling of shame of to be an inquirer, right? Like you're
Yeah.
not being disrespectful because you ask a very logical question. Just because you decided to kill yourself for your own creation doesn't mean that I have to be willing to do the same for you. I didn't ask you to create me.
Yeah. And you know what else that I can't stand when Christians say is that I never understood this factor. You know how they say God what's that term? Shoot. God is your father. He's your father. And I always questioned that as a bizarre thing. You know, it's just like I have parents, you know. I got two parents, a mom and a dad, physically, that I can see, you know. They can do stuff for me, right?
Right.
How can I don't know, worship somebody that I can't see, you know? If that makes any sense, you know.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And that's again, that's logical, and you have every right to ask that question.
Like I never understood that if you have two parents, right?
Hmm.
A mom and a dad, right? So you mean to tell me that God was in the room when my parents was doing the deed? Like, how does imagine a kid, imagine you a grown adult telling a kid that God is your father, and imagine that kid going and telling another kid that says going and telling another group of kids that I have three parents. You know, those kids are gonna look at that kid and say, was there some like was there like a third party involved? You know what I'm saying? They would look at them like, okay, there's like a third party involved. Like what?
Yeah. I
Like
always ask, what did he stick his hands in the mama's stomach and like form the baby? Like
for
what?
real?
Like what did he do? Because we know how babies are formed.
Yeah. And it's just like I already have a father, you know, that's living and breathing, and no disrespect to those who are not living and breathing, you know, but I have a dad, you know,
Hmm.
a parent that can do stuff for me, that I can see and talk to physically, you know.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I have two parents, not one, but two. That's just it, you know.
Absolutely. I agree with you, Micah. And I think that it's, you're like, again, like you're a very intelligent young person. And for you to be thinking that way at 7 years old, it just proves what we talked about yesterday with the video with, man, I can't remember that lady's name, spiritual something, spiritual atheist, I think is her name. Um, and she was saying that it's a specific type of person that has a specific type of brain makeup that will end up asking these types of questions and deconstructing from this
Yeah.
indoctrination of Christianity. And the fact that you were thinking that at 7 years old, like, why do I have to give up my life just because Jesus gave up his life for me? How do I have another father? Like, my father is right here. Like, I got a dad right here that I can see. Why are you telling me that this person, this third person, is my father? You know, those are the type of questions that kids normally ask. And then there's some adult in their life that usually tries to stump out that, curiosity in them. But you kept asking questions and continue to ask questions. You're still pretty young. Continue to ask questions and look for your answers. I
Yeah.
think that you're a very smart young person.
Thank you. But it's just like, yeah, I was a, you know, I'm still a Christian, but I'm deconstructing, Do you,
Mm-hmm.
I think when a family member of mine passed away, what was that? I had two family members of mine that passed away. One was in 2023 and the one was of last year. So that what really drove me to deconstruct. Like I said before, I I used to I believed in this stuff. Like I was heavily believing in it, and I think when I had suffered a huge traumatic loss with my family members, I think that's what really awoken my deconstructing. If
Yeah, that makes sense too, because it you start questioning things like, I don't know what happened with your family member, but a traumatic event like that can definitely make you
yeah,
question, especially if you were praying and expecting the
yeah,
God to actually be and do what you were promised that it could be and do for you.
yeah, I used to pray and everything, and like it just I had two family members of mine that I've lost.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, thank you. It bothered me, and you know I just have so many questions. Like, why would Jesus and why would God take away my family member? Why would God take away both of my family members? The one people that I love so much. And I hate this with a passion. And I know I'm not supposed and I'm not I know I'm not supposed to say the word hate, but I hate when somebody says, God wanted them home. God wanted his angels home. And I'm like, really? Really? You really gonna say that to me while I'm grieving right now? It just bothered me. Yes, I get that, God wanted my family members home, but I needed them here. This is their home on earth with me,
Yeah.
on earth with their family members, the one that can take care of them, love them, do everything for them. You know? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring the mood. Hey, what are you doing? The mood down. I'm sorry.
No, you didn't bring the mood down. I was listening to you and I was thinking, I was processing a thought, like when Christians say that God wanted to, bring somebody home. It's like it's like he's creating humans to give to other humans temporarily, right? Like,
Yes.
to love, right? To get used to, and
Yeah.
then he snatches them away whenever he wants. Like for what? Like, what's the purpose of creating humans, giving them life, getting allowing them to get attached to other humans, right? Through
Yeah.
love, right?
Yes.
Expectations of long life together, and then saying, oh, he just decided to bring them home, and like for there is no reason given, like there's no cause given, and one would have to think that they believe that a God is creating these humans, and like they are some astronauts from another planet who came here to do a thing, and then they had to leave. For that to be their logical response is, oh, he just wanted to call his angel home. Like, did he have an errand?
Yeah, like
for them to run.
like that's
Like, why
just
is that the answer?
to me. I feel
Like,
like that's a very I wouldn't say disrespectful thing to say, but it's just it kind of comes like it just I don't know. Maybe it just I'm just looking at it from a different standpoint. If
it just doesn't make sense to me for that to be the response, because it's like, why is he creating humans in the first place then?
yeah,
And and if he knows that he's creating humans that are only going to be here for a time, that are going to go through you know some traumatic shit just for him to bring them back home, and then why can't he just bring them back home in a more peaceful way? Like, why does he need to bring people back home using violence?
yeah,
Using sicknesses to have them in pain for months at a time, and then the process of them dying, they're still in pain because they got to wait for you to snatch them out of their body. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me for that to even be a God, like a loving God. Like, they believe their God is a loving God, and the just even that alone just
and you
not loving.
and you know what else I can't stand when believers say God is a jealous God. What does he have to be jealous of? Us humans having a to like think for ourselves, for us to wake up from his controlling slumber.
Yeah, I don't. I, he's jealous he's jealous of humans.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. But the box is starting to fill up, Micah. I appreciate you for coming up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take up any of you guys' time. I just
Oh, no,
wanted
it's
to
okay.
get something to get this off my chest and
No, look, I don't want you to keep apologizing when you come up here. So the next time you come up here, you don't have to apologize, okay?
okay.
Okay. It was a great conversation. You share some really good points on stage, so be very proud of yourself for that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I hope you have a great rest of the night, okay?
You too. You keep doing what you're doing. Keep your foot on these
Thank you.
believers' necks, and everyone, you guys do the same, okay?
All right. Thank you so much,
Thank you,
Mike.
Micah.
All right, Mike.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
You too. I'll be in the comment section cheering you guys on.
Okay.
Let me down,
I
please.
got you. I got you. Every time she come up here, she is so sweet.
Every single time.
Yeah, she's right.
Dream? Let's see. They're still connecting on my end, so I don't think they're in the box. If you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, if you're an atheist, the guest box is open. Hey, Grana. Hey, Grana, how are you?
I'm pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing good.
That last guest was so cool. That's a smart young lady.
Yeah, she's amazing.
Yeah, only thing is if you keep having her come up, she's gonna end up taking all your tips.
What topic did you come up to discuss, Karina?
The one, it's harder to be a non-believer than a believer in today's society.
Okay, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I well, first of all, yesterday was the first day I was able to admit that I'm not a believer anymore.
Stop it, Greta.
Yeah, on Joel's
Stop
live, so I
it.
finally admitted it.
What? Oh my
Yeah.
gosh. How did it feel?
It felt like a weight off my shoulders, really. I thought it was going to be really stressful, but it was hard to say, but once I said it, I was just like, whoa, this just, that bondage they talk about, it felt like it was just gone. Like,
Yeah. Well, congratulations for the weight being lifted. It's
yeah,
been a long time coming.
it
It's been a
has, it
long,
has.
yeah, but
But
there is no rush on that. But I'm glad
yeah,
that you.
been a
Yeah.
Christian for so many years, so.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's interesting because being being a Christian, yet I was always known as the liberal Christian. So it drove me nuts because people would make assumptions just hearing I'm a Christian. They assumed I was a Republican. They assumed I was against LGBTQ+. They assumed that I prayed a certain number of hours a day. They assumed I did this. They assumed I did that. And I'm like, I really don't do any of that. Like, that's not how I celebrate my faith. And so now I'm just like, wow, all that stuff, I don't have to worry about anymore. People aren't going to make these assumptions about me just because I'm a Christian.
Nope. Now they're going to make other assumptions about you because you're not.
Now, right, exactly. But I think I can handle those more, if that makes sense, because I'm not trying to, the biggest thing is I was always trying to like defend my faith, like, no, I am a Christian, even though I don't believe, or I do believe these things. I really am. I really am. And now, if you're not a Christian, like what's there to defend? Just your beliefs, or just your, like what you believe in, because of you want to be a good person and you believe that that's the right way to think of things, instead of having to be like, no, I'm this or I'm that. Like, no, I believe this because I believe it's right. Period.
Yeah. And I think that's the most important thing, right? It's when you do have to fight for humanity, it's because you believe it's right, not because you believe that, a God wants you to do it so that you can go to heaven, or so that you don't go to hell, or so that you don't get punished, or here on earth, or so that you get blessed with a better job or a bigger house or a husband or a wife. Yeah.
Right. And if you think that, it's kind of ridiculous because it doesn't happen that way. But like, I've never been the one to believe that I did this because I wanted to go to heaven. I was more the type of, well, I do this, and then if I end up in heaven, that's kind of like the bonus. But I never was like, I'm doing this because I want to go to heaven. And I'd actually have Christians get mad at me for that. I'd be like, no, I know you're lying. You do it because heaven is the goal. Okay, if you say so. Like, so it's just weird how a lot of Christians think that you have to agree with them to be a Christian.
Yeah, they think the whole world has to see things their way. And
Mm-hmm.
so, but as a non-believer, now, like, have you told your family?
Well, I don't talk to my parents anymore. And I called my brother, but I called him like right before I went online. But we had a good talk about just the fallacy we grew up with. And I suggested him read the book Christ Before Jesus, because I really enjoyed that. And it was just taught me a lot. And he was surprised that I suggested that book when I told him what it was about. He's like, okay, I'll go read that. So,
Is he a Christian too, or?
no,
Oh, okay.
hasn't been for a long time. He's part of the LGBTQ plus community. So he's been rejected by my folks for years and years and years. So,
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
yeah, it's just sad. It's weird because I just don't understand it.
Yeah, but as a non-believer, walking away from that after being, raised in that, as a child, and then seeing how your parents excommunicated your brother because he's gay, it it can be difficult, but I think the it might be a little bit easier for you since your brother isn't Christian, and so you have somebody that you can talk to and
Right.
not feel so alone.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Because he deconstructed as well. So, and he's
that's
not
good.
gay. He's just a part of the community.
Oh,
So,
okay.
not that it matters, but just in case I don't
No,
want
it
to
does.
someone.
I want to. Yeah, that I did assume, so I apologize.
Oh, that's okay. I just I don't want someone to think I was lying.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just like actually feeling more content tonight. And I just wanted to share that, and that I know I'll get feedback for this, but I think that for me, it's actually going to be easier because most of my friends are non-Christian anyway. So
Oh, okay. Yeah. So it'll be a little bit easier for you.
yeah.
All right. Did you have anything else, Garna?
No, I just wanted to share that with you, and hope you have a great night.
Thank you. Same to you, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
All right. Have a good night.
You too.
W. Grana in the chat. It's been a long time coming. There is Queen Lala. Hey, Lala. How are you feeling? Are you feeling all right?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
How y'all doing?
We're doing okay. We started off rocky, but I think we're gonna be okay. We're an hour and 21 minutes into the show. Still around 300 people in the live, 100,000 likes. So we coming along.
Okay. Well, let's go then. Hey, y'all. Let's get these likes up.
Did you just wake up?
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's
did.
why librarian. She's still waking up. She said you sound tired.
I did. I'm sorry, y'all.
All right, y'all. If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. There were a few believers in the guest request when Micah was on stage. If you are still in here, go ahead and request, because I do want to talk to you. Like the things like let me see how I can say this. Christians will claim, and I'm not all Christians, so the ones that come in here will claim that they have some superpower to be loving, right? And the one scripture that Christians always talk about is, well, Jesus said, love your neighbor as you love yourself. But I swear, y'all are some of the least unloving people I have ever come across. And it's like y'all don't have the ability to slow the fuck down and just like see somebody else, just like experience somebody else. And then y'all say shit that is like, it's just I don't even have the fucking words for the shit that y'all were typing in my comments. And y'all want people to look at y'all as if y'all are the fucking example for how to be. Like, y'all just talk. That's why, like, literally the only thing I could think, like, when I think about the shit that y'all say and how much it don't match the shit that y'all do, y'all are just like a bag of words to me. Like, you literally have like debased yourself to just a bag of words.
Totally right.
Davy boy, how are you? Oh wow. Okay. Y'all, the YouTube stream is low. The no, like, we're at 4,000. I'm gonna tell y'all something. I don't like doing the let's get the likes out. Like, I promise you I don't like doing that. But I am noticing that the YouTube views are low. Normally we at about 70 or somewhere almost close to 100 views on YouTube. We're stuck around 300 here. And I don't know what it is. Like, I don't know if it's the likes. I don't know. I don't know what's changed. But let's continue to, and I know y'all be tapping the screen. I fucking know y'all do. And I hate asking y'all to keep reminding y'all to keep tapping the screen. But I don't want to have to do a restart. I really don't. So yeah. Let's see if we can. I don't want to do a restart store. I swear, I don't want to. I don't want to. Let's see if we can nurse it.
Are you guys looking for like someone who's like opposes your views? Because
No, no,
I'm
no,
with your view. Oh,
no. We're just trying
okay.
to figure out. The algorithm has seemed to change, have changed. And so just trying to figure out what we can do to nurse it. That's all.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're on YouTube, make sure that you hit the smash the like
Smash the
button.
likes.
Yeah. There's 50 people watching. There's only 2 likes on the YouTube stream. Go ahead and like the stream. Hit the notification button. Share the stream out. Help bring more people into the room. Get the chat popping on that side. And then on this side so that we can get more people pushed out to the FYP. Y'all are doing the damn thing in here. We're at 100,000 likes. Just
Sweet.
keep doing what y'all doing in here.
Sweet.
Chico, hey, how are you?
Hey, good. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Good. Yeah. So I wanted to join because I grew up in a Christian household, and I feel so guilty for even joining this own live and questioning my own religion. And I think I just wanted to like have someone to tell me it's okay to question your own religion because of like my own upbringing, I guess. And like I'm questioning religion as a whole, and like religion separates all of us. And like I got to the point where like, what is the way to heaven? What is the way to, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
yeah, but you're still like you're an atheist though, right? Or a spiritual or something, I can't remember.
Oh no, no. I'm like so I'm like I'm growing towards more being an atheist, but I feel guilty for even being an atheist, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
Which
Yeah.
is one of the reasons why I say it's harder to be a non-believer than it
Mm-hmm.
is to be a believer in society.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of believers will say that um, if somebody makes a joke about, Sky Daddy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or if somebody hosts the Deconstruction Live, they feel like that's persecution on them. But in reality, they're not. They're choosing to not hear what
Yeah.
non-believers are saying about the questioning process of this belief,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, how hard it is to say, hey, I have questions, or hey, I don't believe. And that's why I say it's harder for a person to be a non-believer.
Yeah, because I also work for hospice, so like I've seen a lot of people like transition over to like I don't know, quote unquote, the next life. And like like for instance, like just one example, like I remember taking care of one patient who was like looking at like the ceiling and like pointing and like just like redirecting my like view, and like he's like, there's someone there and this and that. Um that part made me like believe that there is something out there, or is it like a scientific thing? I don't know. It just I'm like questioning my own religion. Is I don't know if that makes sense.
Like, what is it that you are saying that you see before they pass away in
Yeah, yeah.
hospice? Like, I've
So like
seen 2
I
people pass away
yeah.
in
So like
hospice.
yeah, yeah. So like a patient is like transitioning over to like the next life, and then
Hmm.
they start like pointing at like the ceiling, or like they start seeing things, and like I'm like, what are you seeing? And like things I can't even see. So like it kind of makes me wonder, like as a atheist, like is there something out there that I can't see that these patients are seeing?
Yeah, but
Is
that
it
doesn't happen with every hospice patient, right?
no?
Like
Yeah.
yeah, so I saw
Hmm.
my grandmother pass
Hmm.
away
Yeah.
while she was on hospice,
Hmm.
and and she just went peacefully,
Yeah.
right? My cousin just passed away on hospice, and right before she passed away, like right before she ended up like going into like a
Hmm.
coma, she
Yeah.
was sitting up and she was eating a piece of shrimp, and she just said, "Oh, she said, I'm checking out," and then she just fell back, and
Yeah.
yeah, like
No. So is it because like as humans we feel vulnerable in that moment, or is it because it's a religious thing?
I don't know. I think everybody has a different experience, right,
Hmm.
based on what they believe.
Hmm.
Because I don't think that our brains can actually conceptualize anything outside of the knowledge that we have fed it,
Hmm.
right? Like we're not gonna imagine or see ourselves meeting Krishna if we
Yeah.
haven't studied anything about Krishna,
Hmm.
you know.
I don't know. I just. I don't know, again, it's like maybe it's like a personal experience, but just working for hospice, when I see people like transitioning over, it makes you question everything.
Have you
I'm
worked
like,
with hospice patients of different religions?
yes. So also like for instance a lot of like patients wait till they let go when their whole family is in the room, and like a lot of patients again don't wait, like they rather wait for them to like leave the room so they can like transition over. So it's kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of like it's like a
Oh, that's what my
sign.
cousin did. My auntie went to the
Yeah.
bathroom and she left. She died
And
while
she
my
left,
auntie
right?
was in the bathroom. Yeah.
And yeah, so it's kind of like, was that meant to be, or is it because it
I think
just
it just
how life
happens that
is?
way.
It
Like it,
just
yeah,
yeah.
but that to me isn't doesn't have anything to do with religion though.
Well, no, well, yeah, that's true, but it's like more like spirituality, I
No,
guess.
I don't think it has
No,
anything to do with anything spiritual. Like
well, because I
that's
meant like a lot.
human.
Yeah, so like I meant a lot of family members are like, oh yeah, see, he waited for me to like transition over because I was there. Like
Yeah, but what does
it's
that
like
have to do with a god or is anything spiritual though?
yes. So that's my question: is it vulnerability or is it religion?
It's neither. Like
Mm-hmm.
we don't know what the person is thinking, right? While
Yeah.
they're laying there about to
Mm-hmm.
die.
Yeah.
Um and it could just very well be that they didn't want to go while their mom was sitting in the room with them,
Yes,
right?
but it makes that mom feel. It makes that
I'm
mom
sorry.
feel good.
Can you not cut me off?
Sorry. Sorry.
Thank you.
I'm
Thank
sorry. Yeah.
you. What I was saying is like if we got to keep in mind that these are humans. These aren't avatars. These aren't ghosts. Laying on the bed about to die. These
Mm-hmm.
are humans who've had lives with the other
Mm-hmm.
humans that are in the room with them. Helping them to transition over, and that they still have all of their emotions, right?
Mm-hmm.
We don't know what they're feeling. We don't know what they're thinking. We don't know if they're scared or if they're sad. Like we don't know. And if they decide to go when
Mm-hmm.
the person that they're worried about leaving behind the most has left the room, and they see that as an opportunity for them to let go, then
Mm-hmm.
that's just a decision, right? That person has made. I don't think that necessarily has to be classified as spiritual. It's definitely not religious because it doesn't have anything, you know, pertaining to a god. Like it doesn't point to a god or anything. But I also don't see why that needs to be categorized as anything spiritual. Like to me, it's a human thing.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Oh no, well, there's people out there, like I've seen like family members who like believe that like the reason why that person waited, or like that loved one waited for them to like transition over is because they came to visit them. So like it's kind of like, I don't know how to explain it. So like it makes that person or that family member or like that person who like has their own beliefs makes them feel good about themselves in a way. So is it religion or is it because you're being vulnerable at that moment because it
I
makes
guess
you feel good?
I think I've
Hmm.
already answered like the whole thing about like religion. I don't see religion in this process.
Hmm. But
Like
then
what's religious about it?
yeah, so there's people that like believe that like that's God made that choice for that person to pass while I was there, and I saw like my loved one pass away because they believe that like they were there in that moment. You know what I mean?
But that's something that like for example, if a
Mm-hmm.
person mom passes away, right? And
Mm-hmm.
then that child says God did that and let her pass away while I was here. That's
Mm-hmm.
that person, right? Deciding what a God did. Like that
Mm-hmm.
person don't know why that they're just assigning that. I don't see how that's proven of a God. Like
Yeah, because they view that as like a religion thing though. Because like again, we're talking about God in general. It was God. It was the
yeah,
Holy Spirit. It was the
but that's
angels
a
who like.
human saying that's a human adding an answer to some shit they don't know. Like they're
Yes.
just making up stuff.
Okay. So yes. So thank you, host. So like that was my argument. So we can agree. That was my argument. So
Oh,
I
okay.
agree with you. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like we
Yeah.
do that. Like we do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
We don't know why things happen the way they happen, and
Yes.
we say, "Oh, this happened because," like, what was I watching today? There was a guy, um, who might have been having a stroke, but he made a video and he said that he was standing in the kitchen and all of a sudden
Mm-hmm.
his body got warm, his hands got tight, and his head got locked up. Like,
Mm-hmm.
and he ended up in his mind going to
Mm-hmm.
some meeting on another planet, and there were people in the boardroom, and they were talking, and he said hello, and then all of a sudden he was back in his body. Then he said he
Mm-hmm.
looked at his dog, and his dog asked his dog, "Did you see that?" And he said the dog just kept
Yes.
staring at him. Then he
Yeah.
said all of a sudden it happened again. His hand froze up, his head got, went straight up and locked. And he said, this time I was in a big boardroom,
Mm-hmm.
and they were, he heard the voices saying, this one right here is awake, and this one right here
Mm-hmm.
is really powerful, and blah, blah, blah. He was like, I got the feeling that I was in like this really important, meeting. And just the language that he was using,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like words like important and powerful, and he was applying those words to himself as to say that some aliens beamed him up mentally, like consciously, to these boardrooms to let him know that humanity was waking up and humanity was ascending, and he was so important that he had to be in this fucking meeting. And I'm like, it sounds like he's having a stroke. And then I opened the comments, and there's another comment that says, hey, this is exactly what happened to me when I had my stroke. Right. But the answers that this person had given himself for what he was feeling was that he was important and he was chosen and he had to be in some alien meeting. Right. Instead of thinking that there's something, this is a health issue, let me go get this checked out. Nope. All of a sudden I'm chosen. I'm important. I need to know, there's some secret information that I need to know for humanity.
Definitely agree. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that we do that same thing when we deal with death, and
Yeah.
when we're
So
grieving.
yeah. So like we can agree that like it's more like a personal experience than like a spiritual feeling. So like, for instance, like let's say you like lost a loved one, and then you go out and like you see a rainbow in the sky, and then you're like, oh, that's him or her like speaking to me. That's a sign because you're feeling vulnerable at that moment. But
Yeah.
like, yeah. So yeah, that was my argument. So is it vulnerability or is it spirituality? And yeah, yeah. Sorry.
But people call. I don't see why vulnerability can't be called spirituality. Like
No, I get that.
spirituality is
Yeah.
such a vague term, right? That
Hmm.
it could be almost anything. Like, a lot of people define spirituality in different ways, and so it could very well be vulnerability,
Hmm.
um, classified as something spiritual for that
Yeah.
person. But at the end of the day, it's still at the root of it, at the crux of it, it's still the human, right? Creating their
Exactly.
own answers for things that are
Yes.
unknown.
Yes. 100% agree. Well,
Yeah.
thanks for having me up, host.
You're welcome, Chico. Thank you. Have
Yeah.
a good one.
Yeah, you too, my friend. Take care.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye bye. I don't know. Have y'all seen that video of the guy in the kitchen saying that he was like his consciousness was beamed up?
No, I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
Hmm.
He calls it the Council of Light or something. Yeah,
The
he calls
Council
it
of
the
Heaven.
yeah, like he was beamed up to the Council of Light, and he heard a meeting that says they're awakening. Um, and he was like, "Oh, he says one of the people in the room was like, this one is too strong for us." like, oh my gosh. He said here. One of them say, "Why is he here?" And I was like, "Yeah, that's
Hmm.
yeah,
I never seen that.
it's going viral right now." Um, Kim, hi, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes? Let me
60.
know. Okay, are you a believer in the God of the Christian Bible? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
Uh, I believe there's something that created us. My deal was more I wanted to talk about the cult angle.
Okay, go ahead.
So I was raised in a cult, and I think what a lot of people, I was born into a cult, let's put it that way. And I was blanket trained at 6 months old. Does anybody know what that is?
Wait, is this cult about Christianity? Like
Oh,
the topic
yes.
is Christianity is a cult?
Yeah.
Okay, no.
So blanket training is when you're about 6 months old, they put you on a blanket as a baby, and they take a favorite item that you have and put it just off the blanket. And when you go to reach for the item, they spank you. And
What?
yes. And so what happens is they're training you to be quiet and still while you're in church.
Holy shit!
So I wanted to kind of link that in with why so many people like if they're born into
Swear, I
Christianity,
would kick a motherfucker if I saw them do that to a baby.
they have, that's why I think they struggle later on in life, because you are taught from an early age before you have the cognitive ability to make a reasoning. That's why so many people struggle with if they're Christian or if they want to get out of the church, because in our church it was threatened that basically children were nothing and we had to earn our right into heaven. And if you didn't earn your right, you would be thrown into this burning lake of fire. So imagine the emotional image of that flashing in a child's mind, that if you don't do everything perfect or right, you're gonna burn and you'll never see your family again. And so I think I'm trying to educate the people who struggle with identifying what they want. It's because it's a body sensation that has been created in your body through kind of like trauma. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. But like it's yeah, it's straight abuse.
Right. And so I think that's like when your last guest was asking, what is Christianity, what is spiritual and what is religion I think so many people struggle with those
Oh,
questions because they,
he wasn't asking what is spiritual, what is religion. He was asking something completely different. He was asking if they're transitioning, how a person transitions, would I classify it as religion or spiritual?
oh, okay. I just think that a lot of people struggle with that because there's been so many, you're afraid to pick wrong. Does that, when it's a fear-based Christian religion, that there's this vengeful God, I think so many people have a trouble with picking because they're afraid they're going to pick wrong.
I do think that does exist, but I think what we see on this stage is that people are they're seeing that they don't necessarily agree with what Christianity is and what Christianity has done as a religion, and they're having difficulty articulating who they are now and still in this God as they continue to hang on to the God, but they don't necessarily like what religion has become,
Right.
or what the religion has become, and so they're struggling on how to identify what they do believe and who they are in this God.
Yes. So, but I still think like so many of it was put into as children, and so yes, they can't. They know they don't know what to trust. In other words, that's kind of what I'm feeling. They know what was taught to them, but they don't know how to articulate because Christianity tells you it's all or nothing. It's you can't pick and choose, correct?
I mean that. Not really. Like, with there being 45,000 different denominations, like they're all vying for each other's members.
Well, they're all saying they're
So
the right
I'm sorry.
one.
Hello. That doesn't matter, but they don't tell you that you can't choose a different denomination, right? All what they do teach is that Jesus is the only right one. They don't tell you. They don't tell you that there's only one right denomination. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So yes, you have to pick Jesus, but each church you go to will tell you that theirs is the right one.
Yeah, they will tell you that, but they don't. They don't. Like if you don't be Baptist, right? Like there's no punishment for you. You know, switching from being Baptist and then going to Kojic. But if you say that you don't believe in Jesus at all, then there's more of a ostracism to do that than it is to become non-denominational.
Absolutely. I've been bullied nonstop by people who just think Jesus is the only answer. And, when you don't know, it does kind of create turmoil in you, I feel, because it feels like they're forcing you to give them an answer. So they're putting judgment on you. And I think it does create fear in some people because you don't know what to believe and what not to believe.
I mean, it definitely does create judgment. Like that's the issue, right? And that's why some people a majority of people just believe because it's easier to do that than to deal with being ostracized and judged.
Correct.
And yeah.
Correct. But anyway, that was just my perspective on the cult issue is that it creates a lot of trauma, I feel, in people. And I think that's why you just see so many people struggle with religion. I just believe it's, they just shove it down your throat.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's all I wanted to come at with the angle. But thanks for having me up.
You're welcome, Kim. Thank you. I hope you have a good night.
You too.
That shit is crazy that there are people out here beating
Wild.
babies. Like what the fuck? Like, how come CPS don't get involved in that shit? Like CPS out here taking babies away because the mom wants to breastfeed instead of bottle feeding. But there are people out here blanket training babies and whooping babies. Like what the fuck? I swear I would kick a motherfucker down. Like if I saw somebody do that to a baby. Like the fuck?
You and me both. Mm-mm. I can't. I don't even want to think about that.
Some fuck shit.
Not no baby. I can't.
Speakeasy for kids. How are you? Speakeasy? And then on top of that, they setting them up. Like they put in the toy in front of them, and then when they logically do what babies do, they punish
You
them.
hit them. Yeah. Can you imagine? All they want to do is play.
There ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way. Monica.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, baby. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to come up, honey, but I just thank y'all so much for everything y'all do.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Y'all have a good night.
Thank you. You too.
Okay, bye-bye.
Mowing the tuxedo. Mowgli the tuxedo.
Mowgli.
Mowgli. Oh
Yeah.
goodness. Hi. Huh.
That
How are you?
cartoon.
Yeah.
How are you?
Good. A bit nervous. It's my first live, but I've watched you for like a good bit, and so I'm like kind of like in between of like hardcore believer and then like deconstructing. And it's like a little bit of a scary process for me. And I wanted to talk about the Christianity as a cult a bit.
Okay. Can I get your age?
Oh yeah, 33.
Okay. All right. And what are your thoughts on that?
Well, you know, my sister actually mentioned it to me, saying that she thought that I was in a cult, and I was like, "Why? Why do you think that?" And it's because like one story I have is when she wanted to go to the lake and you know, have a good day, fun day. It was nice out, but it was that time where they had the solar eclipse. And I was like freaking out because everybody was saying it was a portal opening and all the demons were going to come out and get me. So I was like scared to go outside. I was like a shut in, and she like dragged me to the lake and was like, "Come on, you're acting like, what is wrong with you?" You know, and like, but it just gets to you with all the fear mongering that everybody spreads around on social media, and through like some preachers do it too. But it's just really hard and difficult to kind of manage to feel like, well, if I stop, then I'm going to burn. And I'm like the only believer in my family. And everyone else is like, you know, and then it's like, I don't know what to think. I just like, and I watch, I've watched Justin's live. I've watched Sarah's, and it's like all the stories, like, and what it's like, it's just, I guess I'll stop there for a second.
Thank you for sharing that with me, and that's very traumatizing, and I can understand, you know, why you would feel the way that you feel. When you said that like everybody in your family are non-believers, so is it just you and your sister that are believers, or
My sister's not. It's just me.
she's not?
Mm-mm. Okay. Yeah, she kind of leans more towards like the Hinduism stuff and spirituality. And it's like, you know, Christianity is like, oh, like she does yoga, and it's like, oh, yoga's demonic and this and that. And like, she's like, well, yoga makes me like super happy and free and this and that. And it's like, and then it's like Christianity tells you to think like everything's demonic, basically. Like TV shows that you watch, like it could even be like a cartoon like SpongeBob, and I have a tattoo of SpongeBob on my arm. And then I go to church, and like people like sometimes look at me and like whisper because of my tattoos, and it's like like I feel so uncomfortable when I go. And
But why do you want to be around? Like, first off, I want to know who told you that yoga was demonic. Like, did you get that from social media, from TikTok?
mm-hmm.
Okay, and then did you when you saw that TikTok video, which I saw also, did you do any research to figure out like why is this person saying that yoga is demonic?
Not why they were saying it, but like I've seen like, well, they say like it opens up doors, like demonic doors, to because of the way they are standing and like holding a certain form. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't, but
Like what door?
I
Like
know.
to me, it's almost as if like Christians believe that they are some fucking avatars or something. Like they don't actually think that they are human. And they have more expectation for demons to be able to open doors and get into their human body than they do an angel from their God or their God, right? And like
Yeah,
to live in complete fear all the time, like
it's
it's almost like
stressful.
you're being made to fear your own shadow,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Oh yeah, it's super stressful. Very
Yeah, but
stressful.
but it's not your pastor isn't telling you this stuff, it's social media that's telling you this stuff.
Yeah, and well, my one pastor, like before I moved, he was saying like that we all had I don't know if I can say this word on here, but we had to be martyrs to enter into the kingdom of heaven, and he said the kingdom of heaven was he said it was what was the word he used? A violent heaven. And I was like, what? A violent heaven?
How did you get out of that?
I just left. I
As soon
went to
as
a
he
different
said that,
church.
as soon as he said, I would have left. As soon as he said the word martyr, my ass would have been gone.
Yeah, I was like, and a violent heaven. And I'm like, how? Well,
He
we
wouldn't have
gotta
even
be
got the chance to get to
fighters.
violent heaven. As soon as he said something about martyr, my ass would have left. But yeah, that's insane.
Yeah.
But okay, so right now where you are, you're stuck between being a hardcore believer. So I'm gonna ask this question, the last question of you. Like I don't usually ask questions of the pick a topic for the guest, and I know you chose Christianity as a cult, but because you answered and said you're stuck between hardcore
Mm-hmm.
believing and deconstructing, and then the experiences that you've shared with me, I want to know what is convincing you of that, this God is true, or that Jesus or Christianity is true. Is it specifically the idea of hell that's keeping you there, that's
That,
convincing you?
and, I have prayed before, and like the prayer would be answered, or at least I think it would be, but like, I would ask my sister and she'd be like, well, I mean, and kind of give like a reasonable answer, but like, I don't know. It's just kind of,
Because it
it's,
sounds like the fear is what convinced you that Jesus is real, or that
yeah,
any of the, like, do you read the Bible?
yeah, I do. Yeah, I'd say I'm like middle knowledgeable of it.
Okay, and when you are reading the Bible, what convinces you that what you're reading is true?
Well, you have a couple eyewitness accounts of the resurrection. You have all the witnesses of him and his ministry, the 3 years that he did. And like, I do believe some of the miracles like that they say he's done. And
But what's convincing you that it's true though? Like there aren't any eyewitness accounts in the book, but with you believing that their eyewitness accounts. These are stories that were written over 2,500 years ago, right? About people that lived thousands of years ago. Knowing the way life was then, the lack of resources to preserve, information. As you're reading the text today, thinking that these are eyewitness accounts, like what about what they're saying convinces you that this is truth?
I don't know. I guess it's just, man, I don't know.
It sounds like the fear, like the main thing that I hear is, your fear of going to hell.
Yeah, it's
And
major.
yeah, and it's like when you read the text, are you like, what is your goal in reading the text?
Trying to understand it and but some of it's like confusing to me, like with the commandments, and like there's this, I took a couple courses in college on the Bible, and like I had to write a paper on one story in first or second Kings, about I think her name was Jael in the tent in the
She killed Sisera.
And I'm like, how is that justice? Like, I thought you're not supposed to do that. And I wrote that in my paper. And he's like, he didn't say anything, but
You said this was in what, college? You went to seminary school?
No, just they had like some Bible courses in college.
Okay. And so you wrote in the paper, how is this justice that Jael could have sex with Sisera, ride him, and then nail his head to the floor while she's riding him?
Right.
and then your professor, what did he say about that?
He said, I understand, like, it's just, I understand your perspective, or blah, 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 that kind of thing. He seemed kind of like he was just kind of, he didn't really seem like a believer, but just kind of a professor of the, text.
Yeah. Your family are not believers, and so you see how they are living with not being believers, and with not being riddled with this anxiety and fear of hell. What is it about their lives, and you don't have to tell their business, but what is it about their lives, if you look at them and you see them at, living their life as a non-believer with no fear of hell, that makes you say, okay, I'm on the right path and they're not? Like their lack of fear of hell is not right, but yours is.
Well, like my dad is an alcoholic, and they say drunkards don't get into heaven.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So we can stop there. So like what's happening is, like, you see that your family are non-believers, and then like you're looking at it like, oh, he's a non-believer, that's why he's an alcoholic, that's why he's not worried about going to hell. Is that the train of thought?
Yeah.
And is everybody in your family has something along the lines, not necessarily alcoholism or addiction or anything, but does everybody in your family that is a non-believer, do they have that train of is that train of thought as well? Like, oh, this person has this, that's because they're a non-believer, that's why they don't fear going to hell. They have this, I don't have that. Like, is it that with everybody that's a non-believer in your family?
Just my dad, and then my sister's more like, oh, like, kind of hippie-ish. So she's like, free spirit and love the world, that kind of thing. And see, like, Christians always say, oh, you're not supposed to have love for the world because the world was made for Satan.
Yeah, I was going to say, so with your sister, she has the yoga thing. So, like, you're able to, like, look at her and go, oh, she, has let demons in. She can't, you know what I'm saying? It's almost as if you're kind of, I don't know how to put this, but it's like you as the Christian, as the believer, you hold on to your belief because of this fear of hell, and then you look at the people in your life who don't have this fear of hell, who are non-believers, but you're able to associate their non-belief to something that a Christian has told you that is a sin. Does that make sense? And it's like you can't see the freedom, the lack of anxiety around that fear of hell in their lives because of that. And it is, unfortunate. Alcoholism is a disease, and it can destroy lives. But like looking at your sister, and seeing how cheery and peaceful, like the way you describe her, right? If I were to compare you and your sister's state of mind when it comes to feeling safe inside of your body, right, on any given day inside of your mind, who do you think would be the most peaceful in their mind, you or your sister?
Definitely my sister.
And that's because she doesn't have this fear of burning, this fear of making decisions and making the wrong decision because she's going to burn and go to hell when she dies.
Yep.
And you think that that's what a God wants for you? Is for you to live with this piercing anxiety, even when you are, like, you're not doing anything that your sister isn't doing, except for yoga isn't demonic, but like you're not out here chasing people down with F-150 trucks trying to run them off the road, are you?
No.
You ain't harboring food, on purpose and dangling it in front of unhoused people on the street saying, look what I got, and then
right.
and running off. Like, so like there's no, like, for you to be living with this anxiety, it doesn't make sense.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't. And like I would pray the rosary every night to save my family.
And do you feel like that's helping?
Well, they still doing what they're doing.
How long have you been praying for them?
Close to a year.
Along, like, with the prayers, and you don't have to tell me what they were. Have you been implementing anything to try to help yourself, like as far as whatever it is that you need done outside of the prayer?
No.
The reason why I asked is because, like, I told y'all that my daughter was in a car accident, and people calling and checking on them today, right? But not necessarily called. Let me that's okay, they're fine. But not even called. It's text messages. Hey girl, just checking on the girls, how they doing? Let them know I'm praying for them. And I'm like, okay, they're doing fine. Their soreness is gone, blah blah blah. And the whole time I'm thinking to myself, like, one, they have a phone number. Y'all know their phone numbers.
Yeah.
Why are you texting me to check on them? And then two, you praying for them, but you can't call them and ask them how they're doing after this car accident.
Yeah, I feel like people just like throw that phrase out, like, just like, yeah, I'll pray for you, and then they really don't.
Yeah, but I believe this person is praying for them. But also, pick up the phone and call.
Yeah.
Right? I think the easier thing to do is to call their name out in a prayer so they can say, oh, I do love you. I call your name out in prayer every day. It's harder to pick up the phone and call. Right? It's harder to actually to show up, right? And be the thing that person needs, be the support that person needs to make whatever change it is that, people are praying to a God and asking a God to magically do.
Right.
Yeah, like I think when you're reading the Bible and you're reading about hell, have you ever studied what hell and where the concept of that came from?
Yeah, I think it wasn't like, I think even the church fathers didn't believe it, but then you have preachers saying that he taught about hell more than any other topic.
Your preacher did?
Philip Anthony Mitchell.
That was your preacher?
No. I just
Oh, okay.
watched him, but my other preacher was just local. But I watched him online.
You done got indoctrinated by Philip Anthony Mitchell.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. I would, do some studying about like where the concept of hell came from. Yeah. And like you're right, the early church fathers did not have this belief in like this rapture and this eternal fire. Some of them went back and forth about whether it was eternal or whether it was just the devil that would be thrown in it. It's a Christian theological concept that developed over time from theologians' interpretation of what the scripture says and what Jesus actually meant. And the reality is that a lot of people have this anxiety for nothing, because even the Jesus in the book wasn't saying what preachers preach on Sunday morning about hellfire and brimstone.
Yeah,
But even if that is the case too, though, like let's say the book did say that, there's instead of adopting this type of anxiety and taking somebody else's word for it, it makes more sense for you to, do the research yourself and make sure that you understand what you're being told, so that you are not riddled with anxiety due to misinformation or due to a lack of information. Because it's almost like you've chosen to adopt this, then do what would be the healthier thing for you, and it is to seek out answers, right? Like, for example, do you date or are you married?
I have a boyfriend.
Okay. If you felt in your guts that your boyfriend was cheating on you, or if somebody came to you and said that your boyfriend was cheating on you, are you just gonna automatically believe them, start crying and booing, and like, are you gonna find out for yourself whether what you're feeling or whether what that person said to you is true?
Yeah, I'd want to find out like what happened.
You want to find out what happened, or you want to find out if it's true?
If it's true, yeah.
And that's the same thing that I would say, like with this, because like if you're not gonna automatically believe somebody when they come to you and tell you that you're being cheated on, and you're going to research and you're going to inquire, you're going to go to him, you're going to look at phone records, whatever it is that you can, to try to find out if that actually is the case, then do that same thing for yourself. When they tell you that you're going to burn to hell after you die, the logical thing, first thing, is to ask, who the fuck knows that? Like, who the hell has gone, who has died and come back who has actually been able to prophesy to you something that a God said, right? That you can trust that humans actually have that capability.
Right.
You know, um, like just start like asking yourself these logical questions, right, about what it is that you believe, and then see if you can kind of release some of that anxiety that you're feeling about the fear of hell.
Right. Will do.
Yeah. Did you have anything else?
No, but you helped me a great deal, and I hope it's okay if I kind of just like lurk in the comments.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Well, thank you so much.
You're so welcome. I hope you have a good night.
You too.
And good luck.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
All right, bye. Can you drop me?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay.
Hello.
Hey, Theo.
Yes.
What's up with you?
Yeah, today I wanted to talk about the first topic since uh it's harder to be a non-believer than a believer in today's society because in a sense there are not a lot of non-believers in the world. There is majority of us are Christians, and then it's hard to find these type of peoples these types of people in a community. For example, if you pull 100 people from for example, let's say America, so that would mean there is a greater chance that if you ask them, they would say that they are a Christian or other religion, but only a small percentage would be non-believers. And in the Philippines, mostly everyone in the Philippines is Catholic or Christian, thanks to the Spaniards. And then it's hard to find help from non-believers in the society, unless of course I go to social media, or going to TikTok just to go to this live, because in the Philippines a lot of the people here are Christians, and even the schools here promote Christianity. And then in the other sense we were taught about religion early on. Yeah.
Um, yeah. So, are you saying that it's harder to be a believer or a non-believer in the Philippines? I'm sorry, I didn't catch this.
It's harder to be a non-believer because you have many you can try to ask the people here about certain Bible verses, and some of them will say that they haven't read the Bible fully. And well, it's hard to be a non-believer here since the people here might be angry at you for questioning their beliefs.
So like when you're asking as a non-believer, if you ask a believer about their Bible verse, are you asking them because you really want to know, or
Yeah, I would
like
I, I would ask about specific Bible verses just to get information. And um to be quite frank, I asked one of my uncle about the Bible, and he said he hasn't read the Bible fully yet. So that would be a deficit if I tried asking my religious family members about it, and they said they haven't read fully the Bible. So it's hard to be a non-believer based on that. If you try to ask believers these questions about the Bible, they will either say don't question the Bible, or I haven't read the Bible.
how does that make it hard for you to be a non-believer though?
Because there are the resources, there's so little, aside from being a believer. In the believer, we have the Bible, the churches, the pastors. churches, the pastors, and it's internationally available. And for believers, it's actually pretty easy for them to give out sources that states exist this that the Bible is accessible to everyone, while us non-believers, we have to ask other people and even hope that they are non-believers, or do lives like this just to reach out to those who want to deconstruct or become atheists. Sadly, there's not a lot of non-believers who are preaching in some sort of sense that they are many, unlike the believers who have a lot of people inside of them that it's generally disturbing.
So you're talking about like not having a community. Like it's harder being a non-believer because you don't have the community that believers have. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, yeah, you actually
So,
pointed out that
or like if you wanted to, if you wanted to deconstruct and you had questions, it's harder to become a non-believer because you
yeah,
can't
but
actually ask questions. Is that what you're saying?
in some cases they don't want you asking questions about the Bible, and then the only way for me to ask this question is coming to social media, and I can't rely on my religious family members about the Bible, since they haven't read fully the Bible. And I'm uh, I'm studying the Bible as of today.
Right. I get that. And you're like the deconstruction part. That's what you're saying. Like it's harder for you um to deconstruct. Uh, yeah, because I don't know. I thought he was a non-believer. Are you a believer or a non-believer? Also,
I'm deconstructing as soon
I
as
said also Theo.
yes, I am deconstructing from Catholicism, ever since I read about certain Bible verses, and questioning the Bible in general. Like in Romans it is said that in Romans we need to follow authority, but what if the authority is abusive? So that would mean we have to disrespect authority just because they're abusive, and we need to stand against abusive authority. It says to blindly follow authority. That doesn't make sense. In the Bible it said that. And of course, there are other Bible verses like humiliation as punishment, flooding the earth just because it has become sinful. Even eyewitnesses account of Jesus being resurrected. There are a lot of places where we have seen him. There's a lot of eyewitnesses account, and then they force that down to us, as that's why it's hard to be a non-believer, because you can generate the believers, they want you to shut down your curiosity. That's why it's hard to be a non-believer today, because a lot of people are Christians, and they will literally shut down curiosity, as I have said a lot of times.
yeah. I agree. That questioning the Bible and the beliefs of the Christians tend to to shut that down. When I'm that question when I said, and that is a part of it being hard, because it kind of sounds like you're not necessarily talking about a non-believer, but more so talking about someone who is curious or who is questioning right now, right? That's because that can happen with a person whether they are a believer or not, right? A believer can ask a question to another believer, who be a pastor, a mother, or whatever, and that curiosity is shut down. But and that can also happen to a person who is considering deconstructing, right? Who are in the process of deconstructing. But like when that question is saying it's harder to be a non-believer, this is speaking of somebody who is an atheist or who has said, I do not believe that there is a God, or I do not believe the shit that's in this book, right? And they live that their life as a non-believer. It's I think it's harder to be that person and to be that person openly than it is to be a believer who's even questioning what it is that they currently believe in. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. That as well. You're gonna get bashful people and hateful people like some Christians who came up here. It just shows that also as a non-believer, trying to impose views about this and that, and we have people who definitely reject those that in the Bible. I mean, it's hard to preach about something that has been taught thousands of years. That's why for non-believers, it's generalized for non-believers that they know more about the Bible than Christians. So that would mean as well it would be harder to, like I said, it would be hard for us non-believers to
But like you keep calling yourself a non-believer, but you said that you're not a non-believer earlier. Like, are you a non-believer or are you a believer who's
I'm
questioning?
deconstructing.
Okay,
I'm
so you're
I'm
not quite a
deconstructing.
non-believer,
Yeah.
right? Okay. Yeah, so like you haven't lived as a non-believer yet.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out a lot of things from the Bible, and even in the church, they were like political. Some of the things that our pastor in church said are political, like make the right choices, make the even about authority, and yeah, that.
Are you let me ask you a question, Theo. Are you afraid? And I know like you're 18, so I don't want to pressure you. And for those of you in the comments that don't know, Theo is the only 18-year-old allowed on this stage. Um, are you afraid of becoming a full blown non believer? Like becoming an atheist or saying that you don't believe?
Well, because there would be that would I mean I'm afraid of hell, and even meeting God. I am afraid of meeting God because my life is, imperfect enough.
Okay. And so you're still hanging on to the fear of hell as well?
Yeah, I mean, who wants to suffer for all eternity, and I mean that's already a sign of not very loving God, and I mean that was the first thing that entered my mind that made me want to stop believing. I mean, slowly stop believing in God.
You said that was the thing that made you want to stop believing, but it's also the thing that's keeping you believing at
Yeah,
the same
it's
time.
kind of both. It's kind of both because if we don't know if God is real, and the only way we're gonna meet him is if we die. He isn't gonna appear to us anytime soon, and if God appeared, revelations will come true, which
But
is I don't want that to be true.
and so the easier thing for you to do is to believe.
Well, that would be as well, but I got curious. I got curious. I started to doubt. And here we are, trying to make sense of what actually is in the Bible, and shaking my beliefs about God.
Hmm. Um, if you so you say you don't know if the God is real. That alone, right? If you couple that with your 18 years of experience living, and out of 18 years of you being alive, you say you don't know if God is real. You've known me for probably a month now, 2 months. Yeah, and you don't really know me, but you've been in this space for probably about 2 months. If someone says, "Hey, have you heard of Thinker?" Would you say, "I don't know if Thinker is real," or "I don't know if I've ever heard of Thinker," or would you be able to say, "Yep, I know Thinker. I've heard of Thinker"? Are you there, Theo?
Yes.
Are you in class?
No, I'm not in class. I'm just at home.
Oh, did
Yeah,
you hear
but
my did
all
you hear my question?
please repeat that again.
So you've you've been alive for 18 years, right? And so
Yes.
during this 18 years of your life, you still are at the place where you say, "I don't know if God is real," right? And I want you to hold that thought. And then think about the fact that you've been in this space for 2 months, right? And you've talked to me off and on damn near every day for 2 months. If someone came to you and said, "Hey, have you heard of that TikToker named Thinker? Like, do you know if there's a person on TikTok named Thinker?" Like, would your answer be, "I don't know if I've heard of Thinker. Or I don't know if Thinker is real"? Like, what would be your response?
I would say that you are existential and that you are living somewhere off in the world doing these lives. That would be the most detailed answer I can give.
And then they say, "Well, how do you know? How do you know, Theo?"
I would just show your TikTok account to them, and that's proof enough that you exist.
But how do showing my TikTok account doesn't prove that you know me?
I would also state my experiences unless, of course, they
There we go.
they don't that
Hold on. Listen to that word you just said. Say it again. You would do what?
I would definitely tell my experiences with this with
There you
her.
go. Yeah. And so the fact that with you saying, "I don't know if God is real," and the reason why that's coming out of your mouth is because you don't have the experience, right? You don't have any experiences um, from the God for you to know that the God is real. And you're saying, "Oh, I'll find out when I die." But after you've lived the majority of your life in fear of this hell, and you won't know until you die whether or not the anxiety that you're holding um, is worth it.
That would be the case since there would be a lot of guilt coming around this world, and then the anxiety is what some people hold as, I mean, even I get anxious about something that hasn't even happened yet.
I'm sorry, say that again.
We get anxious about things that haven't even happened yet.
Yeah, but how is that serving you?
um I don't know. I'm still confused about whether or not the hell is real, because the society that not doing good in all your life makes you suffer for all eternity. I mean, that is very damning, and very concerning for all humans that are here, even you, Miss Tinker. I mean, also, hell hell as described is a place of suffer and torture for all eternity, and then have even having anxiety about that is even concerning
Uh,
because
Theo, hold on for a second. So, do you see, um, what do you? Let me ask you a question. What do you consider suffering?
suffering, the mental one, the mental suffering, physical suffering, torture, yeah, that's
Yeah,
suffering.
describe what is suffering to you. Describe
For
that.
example, we have trauma from war. That's mental suffering. We have physical torture by beating up people with either weapons or by hand. That's one element of physical suffering. I don't know if there's spiritual suffering like in Kung Fu Panda where there is a spirit realm. Unless we have spiritual torture somewhere. I don't know.
And so, these are the type of torturing that you think hell would be. This is the type of suffering that you think would go on for all of eternity in hell.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's all about suffering. They say it's all about suffering. So, well, just the two things come to mind. That would be it.
And so, do you see any of this happening on the earth today?
Yes.
And what's the difference?
There's no difference. We still have suffering even today. We have children with cancer. We have presidents arguing with each other. We even had two wars. I mean three wars in the earth. We had I don't know if I can say his name. The Jewish persecution. The Jeffrey. Wait, I don't know if I can say his name. Dahmer. We have dictators like Ferdinand Marcos Sr. We have human rights violation. We have Russia attacking Ukraine. We have a lot.
Okay, and so it's suffering here on earth, right? And does that bring you the anxiety that you feel if you were to go to hell and face the same type of suffering for eternity?
Well, I would be anxious today since we don't know what will happen tomorrow or even the next year.
I mean, I'm
And
asking, like, do you live in anxiety, the type of anxiety that you have for, like, the fear that you have of going to hell, right? And experiencing mental suffering and physical suffering and spiritual suffering for all of eternity. Do you live in that same type of fear um, today when you see it around you?
yes, sometimes I'm even scared what would happen if America continues trying to take over more land.
And what do you do to soothe yourself here while
I
you see
I,
the suffering here? Like, what do you do?
I just focus on myself and my drawings. I just focus on my studies and I just bond with my family to diminish that anxiety.
And when you're bonding with your family, does your family talk about hell with you?
No.
Okay. And so then when you start getting these thoughts about this, the fear of hell, as you are researching and trying to learn more about this God and, decide for yourself whether this God is real, um, when you have those thoughts about this eternal hell, can you not do for yourself what you do now as you live in the world where these types of suffering are still prevalent around you, right? The self soothing that you do now to deal with that, can you not do that when the thoughts of this eternal hell um, come up?
Yeah, I can do that. I can not think about hell. I mean, even being at school and learning stuff, it makes me think that, hey, this is way better being stressed about something that may or may not exist. I mean, even so, my mind when I focus on something, I focus solely on that for now, and some of my other thoughts go away when I focus on something.
Yeah, and while you're in the questioning phase, right? Um, and then the more that you learn, right, as you are around the community, and you are you ask questions, right, and more information comes to you, and you learn more about where these stories came from, where the idea of hell came from, where this story of this rapture came from. um then eventually you'll be able to work through that anxiety, that fear of the unknown, right? You'll allow your mind to be able to rationalize and reason with itself, so that you can let go of that fear of suffering, or for eternity. Because it sounds like to me, you don't necessarily think that hell is fire. Is that it? Like, you think it's like mental struggling or something?
Yeah, I mean, if you in my case earlier, I said that it would be suffering as mental or physical. I mean, but if
Like,
I
do you
if
think hell is a lake of fire?
no, hell is not fiery, and there is this Netflix show Lucifer, where hell is described as pain by guilt, by you get tortured by guilt. For example, if you die if you have a lot of sins, and then they will pick the one that most haunted
Oh,
us the
you talking about
most,
the
and we
scene
will
where
read.
he was in that constant loop, and
Yes, that.
yeah, and you're afraid of that happening to you.
Well, it's either I mean, I don't know much about hell more, and these descriptions, they sound very horrifying.
And these are humans thinking of these things, though, right? Like, you realize that. Like,
Yeah,
these are human
yeah,
imaginations, because
yeah.
humans, like, we don't know what happens when we die. We don't even know if there is a hell. We don't even know, like, this idea of conscience continuing on after the physical body dies. Which, this is why I asked the question, like, if believers actually think that their brain has anything to do with their thoughts, right? Has anything to do with their eyesight, right? The things that they see, um, their memories. Like, it's almost as if, as believers or even spiritual, um, they forget that the reason why they have dreams or visions or memories, or is because they have a brain, a functioning brain that is very complex, that allows these things to take place. And so, when that brain dies, because it is physical, flesh, just like the body, it will no longer have the neurons or the neurotransmitters or anything to give thought, right? To give eyesight, for dreams, for memories, right? For visions. So, the idea that hell could be a place for consciousness to continue without a brain, it logically makes absolutely no sense to me. And then there'll be people who say, well, I had a near death experience, and I was here, and I saw this angel, and then I saw hell, or I saw heaven. And it doesn't connect or track that if they can remember this near death experience, they can remember where they were, then the brain never died. Right? So that they were never in a hell. They were never in a heaven. Their brain never died, and their brain continued to create visions and dreams. you know? And so the idea that there's going to be consciousness after the physical matter of the brain dies does not logically make any sense to me whatsoever, for that to even be something that's going to be tortured. Does that make sense?
Well, that would make sense. I mean, the idea of a consciousness that would really explain a lot, since the brain is what keeps us alive and what makes us think. I think it's also the brain spinning these beliefs around our head. I mean, even so that these beliefs have been around for like centuries. Is like a brain passing its belief to another person. That's how it worked. Even though even the idea of hell was a thought process at first, and then the idea of hell the idea of hell being where, or heaven where consciousness continues, that is actually a great point, since we don't know if the soul is real, if the soul actually holds our consciousness alongside the mind. Because there is one thing my theology teacher taught me. It was that the soul might either exist, the soul exists with the mind. There are three stages: the soul, the mind, and the consciousness, which either works together. And there are theories about that, whether we only have the mind, we only have the soul, or we
What's
only
the
have,
difference between the soul and the mind?
in a sense, the mind holds the beliefs, the mind holds the rational thinking process, while the soul is our vessel with God.
No, the vessel is your flesh. Your, like, that doesn't make sense, right? Like the vessel is something that you put something in, right? So that would have to be your flesh. I don't see the difference when I talk to believers. I don't see the difference between the soul and the mind.
Because they don't have the knowledge about it. I mean, even me, I don't know how to describe the soul, unless, of course, I I do a quick Google search, and then the search would say that the soul is the vessel of the identity and of oneself.
So describe that. Describe what you just
Um,
said, that the soul is the identity of oneself, the vessel of the identity of oneself. So basically, that
but
what they're saying is that the soul holds your personality, right? It holds who you are, right? That's your personality. Is that it,
But
right?
it contradicts what science has to say about it. I mean, even we see in Disney movie that our personality is shaped by our brain. I mean, that's more logical than either a soul, since I never even saw a soul being released out of a dead person's body, unless, of course, I count TV shows where they have these things, that they have this CGI effect, that the soul comes out of the body. But for me, though, the most logical thing would be the brain holds the identity other than the soul, because logic clearly stated and researched that the brain holds every identity we have, even trauma, even our personalities. Our brain holds all of that.
What is the show where the little P character would be inside of a machine? He's like, it's time to take over the world. What show is that, y'all? It's not Ren and Stimpy, is it? Does anybody know? Um, Same thing we do every day. Stimpy, is that? Oh my God, am I mixing two different cartoons? Pinky and the Brain. Thank you. So, the brain, right, wanted to take over the world. Like he would always get into like a machine's like a little. Is it Pinky in the Brain? The little green thing? Why can't I? Hold on. Oh shit! Why the fuck do I remember this motherfucker being green? He was white. Wait, wasn't he green? I don't remember. But do y'all remember the episode where he got inside of a machine, and to make himself bigger? Invader Zim. Okay, thank you. But do y'all remember when he got inside the machine to make himself bigger and so that he could pull off one of his plans to take over the world? Y'all remember that show, that episode? And I think about that when believers try to explain the fucking soul, and that they literally like the brain is literally the soul to believers in that show, like in Pinky and the Brain. I think that's how believers think their soul is inside of their bodies, like this little bitty thing that actually has hopes and dreams, and it's driving the flesh while it's here on earth. That's what I think. And the fact that they are trying to see if the body loses weight, or like when a person dies, it's like they think that there is this light or this entity inside of our human body that's driving the avatar. Does that make sense, Theo?
Well, yeah, but there's also a fact that when an animal dies, I don't see something coming out of the animal, and then I was like, wait, why is not there nothing coming out of the animal body, the dead animal's body?
Right. Which makes sense, right? Because like when you're trying to describe this soul, and you're trying to say that the soul is different than the mind, and that the soul is the personality or the identity of the person, or it houses the identity of the person, which means that you've added a third component, right? And then that soul is what would go into the body, right? Am I correct? So you believe that there is a body. I mean, you believe that, there's a body, there's a mind, and that mind is somewhere. I don't know. I guess that's where it would be in the brain. The soul is another vessel that's housing your personality, which has nothing to do with your mind and your brain. That's what you're being taught, right?
Yeah, I mean, I just did a Google search in one of your lives before, and I was given that answer by Google, and that
I'm asking you. You said your Theo. You
yeah,
said that your theology teacher, right, said that you have a mind, a soul, and a body, correct?
yes,
Okay. And the soul, right, is separate from the mind, right?
well, to reiterate that, there are three theories that there is a soul, a mind, and the body. The soul and the mind, the soul doesn't exist. The mind exists. The mind does not exist. The mind does not exist, but the soul does. The soul does exist, but the mind does not exist. The soul does not exist, but the mind exists.
Your is your mind your brain, Theo?
Yes.
Okay. So your mind is your brain, and you're saying the mind exists, but the soul does not exist. Did I hear you correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if you know that the soul doesn't exist, what is it that you think is going to be tortured for eternity? I'm confused.
Um, no. Because the mind actually makes us do things, and since we are going to die anyway, our brains are going to rot in the ground.
No, Theo, what do you think is going to be tortured? Like, what has you scared? Like, what's going to be tortured if there's no soul, right? Then if the mind is the brain and there is no soul, then what's left to be tortured for eternity?
Nothing.
So then what is it that you're afraid of then?
I'm just the fact that if it's real, then I would just keep on worrying, unless if it's not and we float away into nothingness, then there is no reason to be anxious.
But if what would float away into nothingness? If your brain dies, so does your mind. And then, like you said, there is no soul. So what would be floating away into nothingness? Like
Our thoughts disappear into the air, and then a little,
what?
and then we don't live anymore, so there would not.
That's just death, though, Theo. That's
Yes.
death, right? The brain, when you die, the brain will stop working.
Yeah, and that that would be what I mean by floating away into nothingness. Unless, of course,
That's
unless
not
of course,
floating away. That's not that like you're using like mythological, not mythological. What word am I looking for? Metaphysical language. That's not floating away into nothing. That's just death. Like if when something dies, it is no longer moving. There's no floating happening. There's no dissolving happening either. That's just death, right?
yes, yes, that's just that. As our eyes close, we don't get to live anymore, and our brain stops, the heart stops, everything stops. But well, I don't know, since I haven't died yet and I haven't experienced that. We can't ask the dead people about that, since they're already dead. If they went to heaven or hell, none of them came back.
Right. So why? What? Why? So if you know that there's not a soul, like those were your words, there's not a soul. The soul doesn't exist. You know that the brain dies when the body dies. It stops working. It decays. Um, and then you said yourself that the mind is the brain. So if the mind is the brain and the brain decays, so does the mind. There are no thoughts to float. There are no soul to burn. What is it like what's left for there to be tortured or suffer after you die? There's nothing left.
There would be nothing. Nothing is left to be used for even torture.
Right. So why hang on to that fear if you already know that like there isn't anything to be tortured? Like the idea of hell, it has a lot of earthly elements to it and human elements to it, right? The idea of pain and suffering. Like, did you feel pain before you were born? Do you remember feeling any pain before you were born?
No, I
No,
didn't.
because you didn't
I
have a
didn't.
brain, right? You didn't have your neurotransmitters in your brain were not developed enough for you to even, or your pain receptors, like to send messages to your brain to even let you know that you were in pain, right? Did you know that you were floating on a in space anywhere? That you were, uh, I guess I don't know, on another planet somewhere or something?
Yeah, and also at birth, I can't even fathom God just, reaching out inside a woman and giving a soul to the baby that's being
No,
formed.
also, I mean, Theo,
Even
stay on track. Stay on track. Like, do you have memories of you floating in space in like dark holes or some shit before you were
no,
born? And it's
no.
because you don't. It's because you did not have a physical brain, right? Like you didn't have the physical brain with the neurotransmitters, with the amygdala, with the prefrontal cortex, with all of that that creates these experiences for you, right? You didn't have a physical body with the pain receptors, right? That told your brain that you were feeling pain, right?
Yeah, I was even. I mean, it's true for all that we all began as reproductive cells.
Yeah, and so the description of hell and the suffering, right, is very earth-like and human-like. The gnashing of teeth, right? The burning for eternity. Like even fire itself um is an earthly element, right? Suffering, right, is a earthly thing. I guess something that happens on earth that humans cause. Does that make sense? Like it's a very human idea and not a well thought out one at that.
Well, that would make sense since does even the even I mean does the Bible even talk about hell?
The Bible does mention hell, yeah.
There's also something that makes sense with that saying that every that the Bible is made out of human views, and then even hell was mentioned, so that would be a human concept. And even TV shows that show hell is a human concept. What? Wait. Uh, uh?
Do you want me to put you back in the comments so you can read the comments, Theo?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
really do need to
You
to
gotta address the fuck the Pope comment.
wait,
Hmm?
guys. Don't disrespect the Pope. He was
Also,
higher.
Theo. No, you know the rules of the
Yes,
stage, right?
yes,
I'm gonna move you to the comments so that you can
yes.
uh take up for your Pope, and then you come back later, okay?
Okay.
Okay. All right. Y'all gonna break Theo's brain talking about the Pope in the comments. Theo said, "What?" It's like, oh no. Uh, Mrs. Coffee, are you in the box on purpose? I don't think Papa Purpose is in there on purpose. This person is on teacup. All right. If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, if you're an atheist, the guest box is open, y'all. Miss Coffee, are you in the box on purpose? Oh, okay. I think Theo, you have to understand that not everybody reverences the Pope the way that you do. I don't necessarily understand how people who believe in a God can put so much emphasis on another human that claims that they represent that God. Um, you know, the Pope has passed away. I'm not gonna give more credence to his death than I would my own grandmother. I mean, he is a human who has died. He did live a long life, a long, good life at that. You know, I'm not. You know, I don't know. I don't know why people expect me to to just be like I don't. Hey, he did. Jamal, how are you?
I'm good.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm a believer.
How old are you?
16.
Are you looking to? Okay, so I have to drop you. Okay, have a good night. You're welcome, Theo. Like I don't know. And then like the whole funeral procession thing, like it's gonna be a whole spectacle. The amount of money that's gonna be spent on, you know, laying him to rest. You know, when there's, you know, people that are hungry. Not to mention the fact that they just paid billions of dollars to settle child SA cases, and then they, you know, pleaded with the Supreme Court to be able to handle their own child SA cases. Like, asking me to honor that shit, I just don't. I don't. Yeah, no. If you are a believer, if you are a deconstructive, if you're an atheist, the guest box is open. The topics for those of you that may have trouble reading the screen is it's harder to be a non-believer than a believer in society today. I often hear believers talk about how hard it is to be a believer and that people are just choosing to be non-believers because we just want to sin. And they think that it's easier to just not believe because it's just so freaking hard to be a believer. I don't think it's hard to be a believer at all, because you guys just excuse away everything anyway. And so it's easier to be a believer because it's more taboo to say that you don't believe in a God because of your fear of the God, and your fear of hell, or no matter how you describe hell. Hell could be fire. Hell could be separation from your God. Hell could be mental torment. Hell could be hell on earth. However you describe that hell, it's easier for you to say that you believe in the God, period, than it is for you to not. Jesus' sacrifice mirrors pagan and political rituals of power. We just had the Easter holiday, and I don't think a lot of believers realize that Jesus was sacrificed in a very Roman way. The parading through the town, the crown of thorns on his head, the trial that he had, like it was very Roman, and not necessarily the Jewish style sacrifices. And then it matches political rituals that we see in society today with white supremacy. And so like celebrating Easter is like celebrating the day Emmett Till was freaking lynched. Christianity is a cult that worships men in supremacy culture. Y'all know how I feel about that. Christianity celebrates the phallus because of the patriarchy and male domination, and of course supremacy of a specific group of people in a specific gender. And then I do want to know for believers what convinced you the truth of God, Jesus, or Christianity. And that question can be for those that are deconstructing as well, or is now an atheist. Like, what convinced you at the time that you were a believer? What convinced you that it was true? And then you can talk about, you know, the moment that you realized that the thing that convinced you no longer convinced you. So those are the 4 topics. If you have something to add to that, the guest box is open. Please keep in mind that this is a research live and we are here to learn, and to grow in our thought process. This is not the live to come up and just bash Christians. I'm not interested in that type of conversation. In fact, if you are an atheist, please keep that in mind. Jay Renan, hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please?
Yes, I'm 22.
Okay. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
Yes, I'm a Christian.
All right. And what topic did you come up to discuss? Give me just a second. This woman has a Netflix Christian version. Your whole fucking religion is Netflix. Like, did you miss the part where your Holy Ghost showed up on Netflix in the movie Deliverance? Like, did you miss that? Like, your Holy Ghost is going to get an Emmy for that performance. Like, how are they going to ship the Emmy to heaven? Like, answer that question for me. All right. I'm sorry. What topic did you choose?
The first one.
Okay.
What are your thoughts? Is it harder? I think it really is subjective on the environment. I think here in America it's easier to be a Christian because, it's very promoted, and yeah, I do admit it was brought here not in the best way, actually in the most horrific way, and I do agree in a sense that it's easier, but it's also subjective in a sense that it depends
how
on the
is it subjective? Like, do you get called demons for not believing? I mean, for being a believer?
I think if I carry that mindset right here, obviously it's easier. But let's say,
do people call you a demon for being a believer?
No, of course.
No, you don't. You don't get called a demon for being a believer. But
exactly,
like, you know how many times a night I get called a demon. As a matter of fact, just 5 seconds ago was the last time I was called a demon.
I agree. It's harder to be a non-believer in a very theistic society because we do more like in a moral way. America is very shaped by Christian fundamentalism, but in other cultures where Christianity isn't the norm, I do believe it's more difficult to be a Christian. Like I said,
I'm not talking about other cultures. That's why I said it in today's society, like this society in America.
In America,
I don't live in. I'm not a Christian. I'm not deconstructing from Christianity on the continent. I'm not deconstructing from Christianity in North Korea. Like, why would I talk about an experience that I don't have? Neither do y'all. Like, y'all don't live in North Korea. You don't live in China. You don't live in Nigeria, right? You got to talk about what you know.
Well, the thing is, I do know, right? Not because out of my own experience.
I'm talking about experience. I'm not talking about something that you read. Like, it does not affect you what people go through in North Korea. How does what Christians go through in North Korea affect you?
It's not about North Korea, right? I wouldn't say specifically North Korea, but I'm an
other country.
I'm an Orthodox Christian, so most of
what country do you live in? What country do you live in?
I live in America, but
what countries have you? Hold on, what countries have you lived in?
I haven't only lived in America.
All right, and so how does someone else's persecution in their country affect you?
Well, you got to see it, right? We're a community of people, even if we are in different countries as Christians, especially as Orthodox.
How does it affect you when you say experience-wise, right? I said talk about what you know, not about what you've read, right? Not about what you've heard. Talk about what you know, what you have lived. How does other Christians' experiences in their countries affect you?
Because my parish, right? My personal parish, their families are connected to the old country, right? They have family in the old country who are suffering because of their religion.
And how does that affect you, Jay? How does that affect your walk as a Christian?
Life, like as a walk as a Christian?
Yes.
Because it makes me realize that what I have is community with my people.
What people? What
my
people,
Christian
Jay?
people. My Christian
people. How many times have you contacted the people in the other countries to check on them, Jay? How many times have you called them or wrote them a letter or sent them some money since they're suffering, since they're your community?
I try to do what I can.
How come you got to try to write a letter, Jay?
Because I'm not rich.
You got to be rich to write a letter, Jay? You got hold on, Jay. You don't have a pencil and a piece of paper. You don't have
You're being
you
very
can't you
Why you're very
no
hostile?
because no, I'm being disingenuous when you're calling these people your community and saying that their
Oh my
persecution affects
God.
you when
We
you
are
can't
Orthodox
even write a
Christians.
letter just to say, hey, brother or sister in Christ, I
If
hear
you
you're over there
understand
getting your
Orthodox,
heads chopped off. I hear you're over there being starved. I just want to drop you a little love letter. Like,
I
y'all
think
make excuses.
I
Hold on,
think
no,
we could
y'all want to
both be
care. No.
bold.
Listen, no, because what I'm not gonna let y'all do, right, is BS me. I'm not gonna let y'all bullshit
I'm not
me.
playing a
Yeah,
victim. What are you
yeah.
talking
I
about?
don't. I didn't listen. If you're talking to the comments, I will drop you to the comments if you need to talk to them.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
if you want to talk to me, then you gonna talk to me, right? And then wait to address the comments. Which one do you want to do?
You can finish what you're gonna say. I won't talk to the comments.
Okay. What I'm not gonna do, Jay, is allow myself to be bullshitted. Okay.
Hmm.
If you are calling these people your community and you are saying that it affects you because you realize that these people are your community, yet you tell me that a simple letter from a 10-cent piece of notebook paper. Actually, in school we could get 12 pieces of notebook paper for 10 cents when they had the school bookstore. Like you can't afford to take a piece of stationery paper and a pen, right, and send a note, give $1 to a GoFundMe, anything, right? You like in your excuse is that you don't have the resources or that you're not wealthy, but these are your people and you're struggling with them. It's bullshit. Their persecution does not affect your personal walk with Christ. The only thing that it does is that it does allow you to self-persecute. It allows you to victimize yourself as a Christian. You can use their stories to say, see, Christians are persecuted while you live in your comfortable life, while you live in your comfortableness, worshiping your God. I don't want to hear you talk about somebody else's experience. I just talk to me about yours.
Like I said, I'm speaking. Obviously, yes, I
I
agree with
don't want to hear you talk about
you.
what other Christians
I'm
go
gonna
through in
drop
another
because you're not
country
letting me
if
speak,
you've
and
never lived in
I'm trying to
those
be
countries.
respectful. I'm trying to be
Listen,
respectful.
I'm telling, I'm setting the boundaries. If you can't talk about your own experiences of you being persecuted, good, go. This is the second Christian tonight. I don't want to hear you talk about what North Korea goes through if you've never lived in North Korea. If you've never lived in Nigeria as a Christian, don't come up here and talk to me about their experiences. And what that tells me is you've never been persecuted. And you don't want to be honest about that shit. I'm not going to let you bullshit me.
Hello?
Oh my God. How old are you?
I'm 21.
Are you sure with a name like that?
Yeah, May 19th, 2003. I just have a question about
I don't answer questions. If you come on stage, you have to pick a topic, and you have to either be a Christian, like a believer in this God, someone deconstructing, or an atheist.
Yeah, I'm deconstructing. I'm in the Discord.
Okay. What's your name in the Discord? What Discord are you in?
Oh, I forgot, but I was referred to you by I don't
You're
know the
not in
name.
my Discord because my
Deconstruction.
Discord is not free.
Yeah,
You aren't in mine.
it's another one that like sends your alert lives. It's the guy who wears the headphones, but
That's not my Discord. My Discord is not free.
I thought
You
you.
have to pay to be a part of my Discord.
Yeah.
And I don't show that you are a subscriber.
Yeah, no, I'm not in your Discord, but I'm in a Discord that sends out your like live notifications.
You are in Justin Deconstruction's Discord?
Yeah. I just have a question because I recently deconstructed out of it, and like there's still like I think psychological
Which topic?
Oh, it's not one I can drop if you're sticking to this topic. I didn't want to be disrespectful.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
in.
that's the rules of this live. Like, I don't answer questions from the chat. Only a subscriber can come up and ask an off topic question. That's what I was trying to explain to you. If you come on stage, even if you're deconstructing, you have to pick a topic unless you are a subscriber.
Okay, yeah. I'm sorry then. I don't want to disrespect your live. My fault.
Okay. That's okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Simply here, shut the fuck up. Like, obviously you are offended by me, but you know what I've never done, simply here, is that I've never gone there. I've never gone to where you are to simply just listen to your ass. But here you are. If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. Y'all could be offended all you fucking want to, that I'm not going to let you bullshit me. Y'all can go mind fuck somebody else. I don't think, maybe his question didn't have anything to do with any other topics on the board. But yeah, I am not a deconstruction guru. I'm not a therapist. There's a group of people who can come up here and talk to me about stuff, and they know who they are, and they have nerd badges. But I'm not trying to be anybody's religious leader. I don't give advice. Like, these are just conversations that, like, both of us are gaining information from these conversations. Like, it's just an opportunity for us all to critically think about some stuff. That's what these conversations are for. Just please keep that in mind. I think because of religion, a lot of people feel like they need a leader. It's scary to be responsible for your own thoughts, and when we're so used to having people do the thinking for us, and then we can blame other people for their thoughts being wrong. Well, you must think wrong too, Savina, because you're here listening to my wrong thoughts instead of sleeping peacefully because Jesus gave you joy. Like, you should be asleep so that you can see Jesus in the morning so he can come and wake you up. But you're here listening to my wrong thoughts in the middle of the night. Hey, Black Atheist Rants, how are you?
Hey, Thinker, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
I see you going off.
I just can't stand, like, when people say stupid shit like that. Like, goodness gracious.
I didn't know if you was only taking like Christians or
No, atheists can come up as long as you have to pick one of the topics on the screen and start a conversation within one of those topics.
I like the first one.
Okay, go ahead. What are your thoughts? Before you do that, y'all make sure y'all give Black Atheist Rants a follow. If you don't, they shouted out the live a couple of times. Make sure that y'all are following them also on YouTube. It's Black Atheist Rants on YouTube too, right?
Yeah, Black Atheist Rants on YouTube too.
Yeah, make sure that y'all give them a follow. Go ahead. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
So it says it's harder to be a non-believer than a believer in today's society. My thoughts on that is, I think it's harder to be a believer in, like, the reason why I say that is because everything that you believe, as time goes on, it comes like more and more evidence to the contrary is coming out. Like, we live in a society where people are not just taking the answer that was accepted 2,000 years ago. Everybody's looking for, a new way to do things. There's revolutions. You know what I'm saying? It's like At one point, people believed that when when you were sick, you were being controlled by demons. We know for a fact that is not the case anymore. So you can't believe that. Or they say, well, the earth was created in 7 days. We know, or 6 days. We know for a fact that is not true. So you can't believe that. Or they say the Noah's Ark. That is not. That's not even possible. And it's like we don't. So it's like a lot of the things that they believe. A quick 2 hour genuine research, like if you take just 3 hours to genuinely research some of this stuff, there's no way you can believe it. And so I would add to the first one and say, it's harder to be a believer if you are not dishonest and if you are not selfish. If you are dishonest, disingenuous, and selfish, you can still be a believer in today's society because you just dismiss everything. Like if you believe God loves all of us, there's no way you can look around you and say that. There's no way you can think a God, whichever God you believe in, there's no way you can think that God cares about any of us unless you're selfish and closed-minded and only looking at yourself. There's no way you can go outside your door and be like, God loves all of us. He's protecting us. No, that's not true. There's no way you can genuinely, like, unless you're just naive or gullible or ignorant or you don't know. But even it's like a lot of the stuff that a lot of the things that they believe can be disproven, has been disproven, is not true. So it's like you can I guess you can be a believer if you're like, if you don't care, if you don't care if what you believe is true or not, I would say it's easier to be a believer. Because the only way being a believer would be hard for you is if you're honest and you care, or if you're not naive or if you're not gullible. I mean, if the only way it could be, yes, the only way it could be harder is if you either don't know, you don't care, and you just selfish. That's it. Because there's nothing they could say that cannot be debunked, disproven, or rejected. Nothing. That's not a claim we can't refute. Literally. And it's like people get on stage and debate this stuff, but the debate is just us giving. We're giving. What's the word I want to use? We're literally giving. That's not the word I want to use. We're giving fantasy a platform by even actually debating them. They're not our equals, and that don't mean that. I mean, like religion is these God beliefs is not equal to, scientific discovery and people actually going out and verifying and testing things. It's not the same. So it does not even deserve the debate because they've proven nothing. So I would say you would either have to be one of the sheeple or you would have to not care to be a believer in today's society. There's no way around that.
I agree with you that I don't like debating people about whether the God is real. To me, it's one of the most wasteful debates ever.
Yes.
But I talk about the things that people believe because that's what, like, they hold those beliefs in their hearts, they hold those beliefs in their minds, and those beliefs turn into actions, right? They go out into society, they engage with other humans based on what they believe about society and what they believe about how that person lives their life and how that person presents themselves, right? They vote. That way they teach their children based on their beliefs. And if they're in positions of leadership, whether they are a teacher, whether they are, a manager at a store or a CEO, they lead with those beliefs in the forefront, and that shapes the world that we live in today. And so I focus more so on that. But we have to bring in the Bible, which was used to form the things that they believe, right, in order to show the illogicalness in a lot of that, or to show the inhumane injustice in the things that shaped what they are, what they believe in, what they're willing to justify, right? Which in turn is the violence that we see in the world today. There is a Christian in the comments right now, like as you were talking about the suffering in the world, she put a laugh emoji in there, right? The stuff like that, points like that, are funny to them because they think that it's not their problem. It's not their burden to bear because it isn't them. It doesn't become something that they think that people should give a damn about until it becomes them. And it's the individualism, right? It's how they are able to do it. They appealing to them with logic and facts and data for people like that won't work because one, they've individualized themselves and they've told themselves that the personal experiences that they have or told themselves that they've had with this God, that's all that matters. You can't tell me Jesus didn't do this for me. You can't tell me Jesus didn't walk through my wall. I know what I saw. Right. I don't know. I can't answer for why he ain't stopping pastors from touching children. I know he helped me get my car when I wasn't supposed to get one with my 32% interest rate. You know what I'm saying? Like that's all they see. That's why they can put laugh emojis in the comments.
I think that they're you know, they they ask us, where do we, you know, when they find out you're not a Christian or you don't believe in their God, they ask you questions that they think they have a right to ask. They'll ask you, well, where do you get your morals from? But it's like, you don't even have to have morals to be religious. You could just, it's not about how you treat human.
They focus on the dumbest shit. Like they don't, like literally 32% is a lie. They can only go as high as 29%. That's the shit you call out as a lie? You see what I'm saying? They focus on the dumbest shit in defense of their God. I don't care if you're a Christian or not. Like you couldn't fucking hear the exaggeration in that. The fuck? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you good. You good. You good. But they are I just think they're desensitized. Like they don't, you know, they're numb to human experience. I just think that, and they talk about a personal relationship, and I make jokes about it. I'm like, I don't want a personal God. I wouldn't want a personal God. I need a God that I could, you know, that could help other people. It's not about just me. I don't care. Like even when I was a Christian, I never prayed for me. Oh, I want something. No, I always pray for everyone else. And it's like, even when no God was answering these prayers because this God don't exist, even when no prayers was getting answered, even when I believed, I would still pray for other people. And it would bother me when those prayers didn't get answered because I'm like, I've never prayed for anything selfish. I've never prayed for a new car or a new home or none of that. I've always prayed for other groups of people, my family, my friends, the people around me. And it's like, I'm not a, you know, I don't think I'm better than these people. I don't think I'm smarter or I'm a rocket science. This is not rocket science. You just gotta care about others. And if you care about others, it's like, how could you? You know what I'm saying?
I do think that I think allow myself to think better than most Christians. And
I
I'm
see
not
what you're
gonna
saying.
down.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm not gonna
Well,
downplay
I think
myself.
what I meant is like they have the ability to think to do exactly what I'm doing because this is not something that's like this is not like rocket science. That's what I meant to say. Like when I say I'm not better than them, I'm saying like what I'm doing in my head and what I'm doing with my emotion is not rocket science. All of us do this. It's just they throw it out the window when it comes to God. So when I say I'm not, I see what you're saying. Yeah, yeah. Because I do think like there is a better way of thinking than what they have in their head. There is.
And it's just to think. It's just to allow
That's it.
yourself to think.
Yes.
That's it,
Yes.
right? And not ignore logic,
Yes.
right? But they will. There is this thing that they do, and sometimes I think they cannot help it, right? Because of their indoctrination and their fear. Some of them are riddled with fear, and they've been trained or taught that if they question this God, that something bad's going to happen to them, their children, their mom, their dad. They're going to lose their job. They're going to lose their house. They're going to start living in poverty. Like Jesus is going to punish them just for questioning him, right? And then they have the fear of hell or the fear of missing out on heaven, and so they literally can't think. Like they don't even know how to work their way through all of that to allow themselves to think. And so there's this thing that they do, this negotiation process when they meet a fact or a logical point, they fight against it. Right? They literally go into defense mode and they fight the point, and they decide to lie to themselves, and they decide to lie to everybody else in order to protect themselves from whatever punishment they think will come to them if they engage with that logical point. And so for some of them, it's a defense mechanism.
Because you get punished for thought crime.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's crazy to even think about.
That's why I say it's harder, right, to be a non-believer, because you have to be willing to even fight through that. You have to be willing to take the chance and be like, you know what, fuck this. I'm finna bust through this logical point and I'm finna work through it. It takes courage to do that because of the indoctrination. The easier thing to do is to turn back. The easier thing to do is to lie to ourselves, right? To protect ourselves from what we don't know, from what we fear.
Some of them, I just think they can't be reached. But like I use, I look at my example, like, or like how I deconverted. It took me a day. I know most people ain't like that, but there are some that we can reach. There are some that the information and the knowledge can help them, and it's some that just it's nothing we can do. But like for people that like had I met you, like if I was a Christian right now and I was the exact same way I was, and I met you, or like if that old me met you now, I would have it would have been instant like it was back then. And for some of us that do care about logic and reason, we drop it at the door.
And see, that's the crazy thing. Like that, you're a lot stronger than I am, because I didn't just drop it when I, had the questions about whether this shit was logical. And I told you I was a Christian for 28 years. Even when I started my deconstruction, I tried to hang on to the God. I didn't. It took me a minute to even say that I wasn't Christian, to say that I didn't believe in God, to say that I didn't believe in Jesus, and it took me even longer to say that I was atheist, that I didn't believe in any of it.
They had me knee deep. I was going to a Baptist church in a private Catholic school.
Wow.
And so, and my grandmother, she used to cook for the church. So you know what that means. We at the church every day because she was always cooking. And so I never heard of nothing else. I was in Chicago. I never heard of nothing else. I'm like, dang, like there was no atheists and all this, you know, thinking outside the box, asking questions. No, we didn't do that. We didn't do that at all.
Mm-mm. I
Yeah.
remember when I first started the live, the amount of black people that would come up and cuss me out and tell me that I was leading black people astray and this is our God, and saying like I never heard black people ask the type of questions that you're asking, and like I would get tagged by black Christians and say, you black atheists, come and have a conversation with me, and I was wondering like, why are they putting black in front of it? Like I never even thought about the fact that atheists had to have, like, it had to be a black atheist. You know what I'm saying?
But
And
see,
then I started to realize, like, damn, like, it really is taboo in our community for a black person to outwardly say they don't believe in this damn God. They don't believe, you know, that Jesus Christ is. It's a thing that you just don't do in the black community.
yeah. When I first became an atheist, I actually went to YouTube and typed in black atheist, and nobody black popped up.
Yeah, like
It was the very first video I when I typed it in on YouTube, the very first video that pops up, it still pops up today. Well, it don't pop up now because I'm on there. But it was a video of Matt Dillahunty talking to a black person about it. And they wasn't even there with him. So it's like nothing came up. And I had to scroll all the way to the bottom just to get like a 5-minute clip or something. So I said, no, that ain't the way to go. And I'm like, well, when people start waking up, they gonna need something or a place to call home or somewhere to come. So I said, you just take the mantle and do it yourself. You know, you sometimes it's a clip in a Marvel movie where like Thanos was like, I'm gonna do it myself. He went in the little room and got the gauntlet. That's how I felt. Like I'm gonna do it. I just do it. When nobody do it, I do it. And then a lot of the stuff that you do find is like they got a black atheist on another platform, or like they just went on like somebody else's show, but it's like they don't really have their own like channel where they saying the same thing. And so I was like, well, you know, somebody got to do it. And somebody with the, and I used to talk about this stuff for hours on end. No YouTube involved. So I was like, I might as well.
shit, I had questions.
Man,
Like,
look.
I saw a video of Rhea. Rhea went viral for asking the question, if the oppressor and the oppressor praying to the same God, which prayer is getting answered. And I was so shocked to see that video going viral, and she was a black woman. And I said, holy shit. I said, she thinks like me. And so I saw an opportunity, and I sent her a DM, and I was like, hey, you don't know me. I said, I see you know Breezy. And I said, but would you want to go live with me tonight? I said, I think like you. I don't believe in God, but I got questions. And she was like, what time do you want to do it? I said, 8:00. She was like, okay. And we've been doing the lives ever since. And our very first live, I asked the question that had been riddling me for a long time. Like, if the Israelites had this God with them, right? They saw all the miracles that Moses did, right? They had all the blessings, yet they kept going and worshiping other gods. Like, why the fuck did the Israelites keep going to worship other gods if they had the one true only good God with them? And they actually saw the miracles. Like, that was the question that I wanted to know. I wanted to understand how that even made logical sense.
Yeah. Well, see, from what I've been doing some research on that too, and from what I found, they were really polytheistic at first. They had multiple gods, and so the Bible is like that's their I call it mythology. I don't give it no reverence. I don't look at it like it's not spiritual. It's not none of that. It's mythology. They came up with their stories,
right,
to rationalize what happened to them, because their God, they had this main God, Yahweh, that was their main God, and then they God let the Babylonians, It let the Babylonians take over. It's like, how do we rationalize that? Well, this is God's punishment for us having multiple gods in the pantheon. So we just gonna he's not just our God. He's gonna become this one true God now, and we shouldn't worship no other gods but him. That's where they come from. And it's like the narrative in the Bible does not line up with what the actual history showed. That's why we tell people the Bible ain't history. These are not historical accounts. They're just writing up stories because it don't line up with the history. Talking about some in the beginning. No, Yahweh. I found a video on YouTube and the dude was talking about like in the beginning Yahweh wasn't even the Israelites' God. That was somebody else's God that they just adopted.
Yeah. Like,
So we gotta throw out the whole book of Genesis. Well, if you throw out Genesis, you gotta throw out Exodus. If you throw out Exodus, you gotta throw out Deuteronomy. You gotta throw the whole book away because it ain't true. It didn't happen.
Yep.
If I put the name thinker in the book, just because your name in the book, that don't mean what I said you did happen just because your name exists. You know? It's like, no. The Bible, and we got black people saying this, we the Jews. This our history. Lord.
The interesting thing, like today, there was a guy on Christina's live. Like every time we talk to one of the Black Hebrew Israelites, they always from the tribe of Judah. Like there were 13 tribes and 12 that they talk about. But like out of all the tribes, for some odd reason, they always are from the tribe of Judah. And I asked the guy today, I was like, how the fuck do you know that you're from the tribe of Judah when Judah's entire line is presented in like a 13-year span? Like he even had grandkids. Like I'm gonna say 20 years maybe. He even had grandkids in that time. Like there's no his timeline in this book isn't even realistic. Like his youngest child had to become a father at like 7 or 8 years old in order for any of that shit to even be true. And it had to be a granddaddy at like 16, 17 for any of that to be true. Like if you even just sit down. So like where are you connecting your genealogy to the tribe of Judah?
And what did he say when you asked him that?
I don't even remember. Like I wasn't really listening to that motherfucker.
People,
they talk nonsense. He said something about Babylon was America, or Egypt was America, or some shit. Like I barely even listen to them when they talk. But the fact that they just see right that the people who claim that they are now the chosen, right? The Europeans say that this God switched from the Israelites or the Jews and made a new covenant with the Europeans, and that they are now the chosen. And they see what the Europeans did in North America. They see the privilege and the wealth that they have, and they really believe that it's because they stole our identity and the blessings they have, these are supposed to be ours. And so what they really want is the privilege, right? The power, the status that they see white men have in America. And that's why they're so focused on claiming this identity in this book. And I asked them, like, what is it that you think is going to do for you? Like, what's going to change if you claim to be the Israelites in this book? Like, is this God going to automatically come down here and say, give them back their shit? Like, what's going to change? Like, is the wealth going to change hands? Because we still see on the continent, right, that the resources are still being depleted over there, right? Europeans are still over there just taking shit. Like we're seeing now in South Africa, they're making white only towns and saying that white Afrikaners need to preserve their history in South Africa, and black people in South Africa shouldn't interfere with that. Literally saw a video yesterday of an entire all white South African Afro beats tea talking about Africana history. That's not your history. But it is now. And identifying as a Hebrew Israelite is going to do what to get your culture back, to get your history back, or to stop the depletion of the resources. Identifying as a tribe of Judah, how is that going to put the wealth in your hands now? Like, what's supposed to happen? I don't understand what the need to do that will do. And when you ask these very logical questions, they don't have answers to it. One of them was like, well, we all ain't came back yet. We all still disobeying. So your God is waiting for every black person on this earth to decide that they are Hebrew Israelites? He set that shit up knowing that that shit wasn't going to ever happen, and that he never had to make do on that promise then. If your blessing is tied to every black person admitting that they are a Hebrew Israelite, that shit ain't never coming true. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, no, it don't. I really, I can't even I can't, like, it don't even take long to dismantle that though. Like, that's not even, this mythology has nothing to do with us. That's easy to figure out. You don't take long to research that. I don't know how they just literally like live in willful ignorance.
Because you know how they're researching, right? They go to Google and they type in the word black and they go, oh, we're in the Bible.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah,
that's how they research.
So they start with the Bible, and then they try to confirm the Bible instead of seeing if the Bible lines up with history. They doing it in reverse, trying to make history line up with the Bible, trying to write themselves in.
Yeah. As Bash say, they Bible their beliefs.
Yeah, that's it. That's a nice way to. Yeah, that's exactly it. That's what I'm trying to say. They Bible their beliefs. Wow.
And then they hold these beliefs once they see that what they have been believing the Bible doesn't necessarily say, right? For example, today there was a Hebrew Israelite on stage who's probably in this chat right now, who well, nope, it wasn't this one, it was a different one, but he was saying that how much he hates white people and calling them Edomites and stuff, and also took him to Deuteronomy chapter 23 verse 7, where it says not to despise the Edomites because they're your kinship, right? He fought against that. Despise doesn't mean not to like him, blah, blah, blah. Like, he fought against it until he couldn't anymore, and he had to admit that it was saying, not to hate them and mistreat them because they're your kinship. And then he literally said, I don't give a fuck.
Wow.
Like, they don't really
care. So it's not, they don't care.
Say.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. It ain't even about it. Yeah.
They're holding on to the whatever the beliefs that they have. It has a lot of it has to do with them, right? And they're like, however they feel about where they are in life and their status in life, right? Them not understanding their history, not understanding how to move forward, they don't know how to maneuver, right? And so they need somebody to blame. And then when the Bible doesn't back up that, they don't give a fuck. They hang on to that belief.
That is crazy. We really live in a world people just living in delusion. Conviction. They living in delusion with conviction, because them folk they'll fight you over that. How you go to war over something that's wrong? That's crazy to me.
I don't understand how they don't see the similarities between Jesus and like Jesus's sacrifice, right? in how black people in America have been lynched and mistreated, and still to this day not given the same rights or the same opportunities in the criminal justice system as black people. Like we were talking the other day how with Jesus, he didn't have a fair trial, right? They rushed his Jewish trial, and then he had an unfair Roman trial. Like he had 2 trials in one day. Both of them was rushed through, not done properly, right? They let the court of opinion choose whether or not he would be set free or crucified, right? The court of public opinion. And we see that happening today with the Carmelo Anthony Austin Metcalf thing. And like literally to the point to where today I watched a live about it, and there was a white guy on stage that was dead set against Carmelo Anthony. Like nothing that you could say that would make him say that Carmelo had the right to defend himself. He even said, what if it comes out that Austin never touched Anthony? Then he wouldn't have the right to defend himself. So he literally said, I'm holding out to see if it comes out that Austin never touched him. Everything the police report says he did, right? Like everything that says right now that you can read that says Austin put his hands on Carmelo. But you don't want to take that data, that fact. You want to hold out for a new police report or a new report that says, "Oh, we were wrong. Austin never touched Carmelo." That's the same shit, but they can't see, right, that the same system, the same process that was used in Rome to subjugate, to oppress a group of people is being used today. But they want to say this is our God. Like literally, that was the God's plan, was it not? Everything about the God, the capitalism. It was the God's plan in Egypt when he sent Joseph into Egypt to harbor up all of the fucking wheat during the famine, and so that he could make the people starve and sell all their land to Joseph and the Pharaoh. The switchover happens in that story. The economic switch, where the land leaves the hands of the people, and then the Pharaoh ends up owning it all because of Joseph. And then the people volunteer, hey, we'll be your slaves for food. And then they praise Joseph for putting him in that position. And that we literally see that today, where shit is taken from black people and people who are, even white people who are not wealthy. And then they praise the oppressor for doing it. It just doesn't make sense to me.
I think for a black person that's a Christian, when you when you read the Bible and you see how in the book the God intervenes for his people, he steps in, he checks in, he does things supernaturally on his own to help them. Nobody's free will can stop him when he wants to care about or when he wants to do something for his people. Nobody's free will can stop that. He's obligated to his folks. When you read that stuff and then you see how we've been treated and you see what's been done to us, and we was praying to this God while all this transpired. You know, they burned down our cities, destroyed our infrastructure, unalived our leaders. I mean, it's not in literally ate us. It's nothing they have not done to us. And the whole time, the same God that intervenes in the Bible is watching. And so I'm like, well, I'm not asking God to do anything I have not read about him doing. I can see if I ask God to do something that is not in the Bible. Everything black people could ask Yahweh for, he does in the book 100%. Hey Yahweh, protect us. Don't let them. He did that. I'm not even asking him to split no sea or unalive the firstborn. I ain't asking for that. I'm just saying, if this is real, and we going and a whole group of people gonna be praying to you, the majority of us pray to you, and we'll disown our own people and we'll say our own people ain't black if they don't believe in you. I mean, the least you could do is what you already have done in your book. I can't unsee it. I can't unfeel that. I can't and they dismiss it by saying, "Oh, you've been hurt, church hurt." Like, that ain't even what I'm talking about.
They don't even realize how sadistic that is. Like, let's say a person had been hurt, but why would that be something that they find amusing? Right? Like, why would that be the thing that they would choose to go to, right? As a defense or an excuse for why a person doesn't believe in a God. If a person is hurt and that leads them to a non-belief in a God, that means that your God failed. I wouldn't even be using that as an insult. Like, that that would solidify for me that a God failed.
And I want to add to what you just said by saying, why is it that personal experience only validates belief in God, but it don't invalidate belief in God? Everybody under the sun is going to use their personal experience to prove that God exists. But then when evidence to the contrary comes out, you get to dismiss it by saying somebody's hurt. Well, if you're gonna dismiss the hurt, if you're gonna dismiss the hurt, how do you allow the healing?
Though he said
that don't make sense.
He draws nigh to a contrite heart, to a broken heart and a contrite spirit. Like, if you're saying that a person don't believe in your God because they're hurt or they have a lot of hurt, then that means that your God fucking lied in the book. It means he doesn't draw near to a broken heart. He doesn't draw near to a contrite spirit, because that means he left them hurt. He left them in that position, in that state of being hurt, and he didn't show up like his book said he would. Yeah. So all you're doing when you say, "Oh, you sound hurt," you're just validating that you're God. Yeah, I think it's Black Atheist's phone that has me echoing.
I'm sorry. That's
okay.
This mic. I'm close to it. My bad.
That's okay. All they're doing is validating. Yep. Right. If I was a person that didn't believe in the God because of hurt, I'd be like, yeah, you're right. You're right. That just proves that your God didn't show up. And I wouldn't even fight that.
And you want to know what's crazy is when they say you've been hurt, you've been church hurt. It's like, okay, okay, if you give them that, okay, I've been church hurt. So what now? What am I supposed to do now?
Exactly.
Or you're supposed to believe anyway, even though these things have happened to you, which goes to my question that I've been asking. Well, okay, what is his obligation to me? What? Because if this is a relationship, I can't just give. What does the God of the Bible? What is he required to give me outside of just waking me up? Because that ain't enough. That's like, that ain't even the bare minimum. You waking everybody up. What is God's obligation to the people that believe in him? That's like, can be seen as something that the people that don't believe in him don't get. Like, if you a non-believer, you don't get access to this. But if I believe in him, I'm obligated. God is 100% going to do this for me. What is that thing? Nothing.
Yep.
They be like, well, it's like he treats the people that are devout, that keep his commandments, that follow his word, that do everything that do everything under the sun to please him and worship him and accept his son's sacrifice. He treats those people exactly like he treat me. And I despise all this stuff. I curse his name. I'm speaking in vain. I'm blaspheming. I'm heretic, all that. I know I say every bad thing under the sun about this religion. And he won't even help. He won't even help someone that's praying to him every day. I never got COVID. I rarely get sick. And if
But
there's a
they'll tell
God
you
watching
that's
over,
God.
but if there's a God watching over, why would he let Martin Luther King get sniped? Why? I'm not understanding.
All they gonna tell you, all they gonna say is God was ready for him to come home.
That's crazy.
That's all they're gonna say, and they'll tell you that you not getting sick. That's God. That's God's grace watching over you.
It's going to shift into what all this stuff boils down to one thing, and it's to believe this stuff. This life it has not this life cannot matter to you. You have to look at this life as just a passing through phase. This is not it. This not important. There's no way, because after what I just said and what you just said, it's gonna boil down to, well, the real glory is in the afterlife. It don't matter what happened to you right now, because is paradise after. No. I want to have my cake and eat it too. If you ain't gonna take care of me until we get to paradise, I'll wait to paradise to worship you. But if you want me to worship you right now, what do I get for that? What do my people get for that? Who are you going to stop? If we pray to you right now, who you going to stop from trying to cause harm to the group?
The whole purpose of having a supernatural deity, right, is for that deity to be able to do the things that your human hands can't do. And the reality is that black people don't have that. Neither do white people. But black people most definitely don't have that.
Yeah.
Everything that they attribute to this God, outside of waking their asses up every morning because they forget they have fucking lungs, is something that a human has done for them.
The get to heaven, you gotta worship and follow. The reward is to praise, worship, and follow Jesus. So it's like, what do you? How can the reward also be the test? Like, could you imagine you was in 12th grade and they gave you a 60-question math test and you get all the questions right, and your reward is not an A. You don't get to you don't get to pass. They give you another 60-question test as a reward. That'd be crazy. Like, what is this religion's, what is this God's obligation to the group? They're like what is the standard? What should why can't we ask for what we need now? Black people need stuff now. And if everybody gonna be worshiping this God, what do we get? You gonna tell me, oh, the answer is nothing in this life? No. We don't have that privilege. We can't afford that. No, we cannot afford to live like that and not get anything out of it. That's not right.
Saying that you pray for somebody with a nosebleed is ridiculous. Like, literally, you're wasting prayer. Because stop the nose up, put pressure on it. Like, many millions of people stop nosebleeds every day without you praying for them. Like, this is exactly what we're talking about.
Somebody in your comments, they say we get eternal life, but that's what I was saying. To get to eternal life, you got to praise, worship, and accept Jesus Christ. When you get there, the reward is to praise, worship, and accept Jesus Christ. You don't gain nothing. Nothing changes for you. The mindless robot on earth becomes a mindless robot in heaven. Literally. They talking about salvation. Salvation from what?
They don't know because they also don't read this book. Like the book literally says that those that are not Israelites are rebuilding the new earth for the Israelites. Like you're literally serving the Israelites on the new earth. Like you're slaves. Like and then like the book literally says that the reason the God created the human was because he needed a slave. And the one thing that is consistent in this book is slavery. Is where this God stands on the idea of humans as labor. That's the one thing that's consistent in this book.
Using humans as slaves to carry out a will that don't matter because you control everything anyway. Oh my goodness, Sunday came. It don't even. I can't even. It don't make sense. It just don't make sense. This is what they get on stage and debate, thinker. They get on stage and be like, something can't come from no. You don't get to stop. Stop all that metaphysical debate, bro. Philo, bro. Stop that. No. Let's go to the meat, the potatoes, the rice, the greens, the broccoli. Let's go straight to the meat. What do the meat say? You don't. No, there is no religion that has a monopoly on like how the universe got here. Because all of these gods get it wrong. So we shouldn't even be talking about that. Why are we talking about that for? What makes you think if I don't believe in your God, you get to ask me, well, something can't come from. Shut up. Be quiet. Your God, if the narrative is true, not even if it's true, it ain't true. But in the narrative, the God only created us so we could be slaves. Is that why get up here and try to defend that? Stop talking about how the universe got here. Cause that ain't even in your book. The Bible is debunked in the very first 3 sentences. So what we even talking about? They get the you get the beginning wrong and the Genesis and the Revelation wrong. How your Alpha and your Omega effed up? You done started. You done started on the wrong. You started. You put your shoes on before your pants. Come on, man. You put your underwear on after your pants. Like you lost. You threw. Stop it. You started off wrong. Before you walked outside, you did not make your bed. You got to go back in the house. This stuff is wrong. It's false. It's made up. We can't even giving them the hypothetical. I'm working on stopping. Cause even saying hypothetically, if yo God, no, we know the storm God that transitioned to the monotheistic. We know that God ain't real. We know it ain't. That don't have now. Listen, that don't have nothing to do with how the universe got here. Just because your religion ain't true, that don't mean you don't have a monopoly on physics, biology, science, cosmology. You don't have a monopoly on any of that. So if I say your religion ain't true, you don't get to ask me these metaphysical, philosophical questions about how everything started. What makes you think you get to say that? You ain't even proved none of this in your book.
You know what's funny? So like there are some Christians who say that Jesus is in the Bible, in the Hebrew Bible, right? Mm-hmm. And they say this is Jesus. Okay, you see that word right there? That
I see it.
And I'm gonna tell you why they say it. So this is Aleph. This is the first letter of the Hebrew alphabet, and then this is Tav.
It's not showing. I'm thinking.
Oh, it's not.
It's showing. I see it on mine.
Yeah, I see it.
What in the world? I told you my thing is glitching. Hold on, let me try to come back.
And they say Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. So anytime you see this word et, they say that's Jesus showing in the Hebrew Bible.
I had
shit like that.
I had a biblical historian I met who actually is like, he's an atheist, but he like studied the Bible and stuff like that. And he was on my live this morning, and I asked, I was like, why do they think this dude is in the Old Testament? And he's like, he's nowhere in there. Nowhere in there. Old Testament does not mention him. But the people who wrote the New Testament, they had access to the old, so they like trying to backdate it. Well, you see this right here, we can try to write something down and make it seem like this is analogous to that, or this, or Jesus, you know, let's have Jesus say things and do things that could be like a reference back to this part of the, no, that dude ain't in there. He's not in the Old Testament nowhere. They wasn't even thinking about dude. They didn't know dude. Why is everybody mentioned by name in the Old Testament except Jesus? No, he wasn't in there. That ain't no coincidence. That ain't weird.
They ended up adding him to Jude. Yeah, they added his name to Jude, I think in the 4th chapter. Yeah. But, yep, it is, I agree, it is harder to be a non-believer today than it is to be a believer. Like, it's easy to make up answers as you go and to not have to actually accept facts and data and adjust what you once thought you knew. That's hard, you know. And a lot of believers just don't have the ability to do that. They don't have the mental capacity or the strength or the will to do that. They rather keep believing the wrong thing unless they will accept new information if it further validates their faith. But I definitely think it's harder to be a non-believer, and it takes a lot of courage to be a non-believer openly, especially in the Black community.
Man, look here, they don't want nothing to do with me, and it's like nothing's changed. I try to tell them, ain't nothing changed. I'm still your nephew. I'm still your grandbaby. Ain't nothing. I promise, ain't nothing changed. You know, ain't nothing changed. They don't.
Yeah, they just don't see how it's possible for you to be able to say, I don't believe in God. Like that, it's not, that sentence there is not a popular sentence in the Black community. It's not said a lot. And so when you say it, it's almost like they didn't hear, I don't believe in God. They heard, I worship the devil. That's what they heard. I believe in Satan. I choose Satan. That's what they hear.
Yeah, the Black community, man, this God, man, he got a grip on us. I seen it firsthand how they treat you when you because I'm not gonna lie to you. I mean, day one, I was loud and vocal. I ain't care. Cause I'm like, it's people that can't be loud and vocal, so I'm gonna do it. And so I had it all. I was talking about this stuff all day, every day. I had it all on my Facebook and just saying stuff and searching stuff up. Man, look, and my family and friends and people, they just treated me wrong. But it's like, I'm not even, I don't know. Same person, but they changed up. The dude that was cutting my hair, he blocked me. I got my old supervisor at my old job. He kind of like not blackmail, but like he like got me fired. My aunts and stuff stopped talking to me. You know, my cousins and
Which
stuff.
is crazy because when you were a non-believer, right? Like they say that their Jesus told them to go out, be the salt of the earth, the light of the world, right? Yeah. Make disciples of all men, go amongst the sinners. And one of the main things that Jesus sat with the sinners. But the moment you say that you don't believe in the God, they blocking the motherfuckers. Y'all scared of motherfuckers. Y'all running away from demons, but you'll do a whole ass exorcist on the altar on Sunday because you think somebody got a homosexual demon. Like, y'all hypocritical as fuck and contradictory in nature.
And what makes all this sad is they're doing this and they ain't even read the book. Most of them ain't even read just the gospel. Most of them just don't. Most of them ain't even read Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John.
Because their pastor is their brain.
Crazy.
Their pastors think for them, and they are riddled with fear because that's how their pastor wants them to be. The fear serves them. The fear gives them more control. You're going to do what your pastor says do because you are afraid of going against your God, and you're afraid of whatever punishment that your God may do to you if you don't obey the pastor. And that the more fear you have, the more control your pastor has.
Yeah, and that's just one thing. That right there, when it comes to like being scared of hell, or being like that fear right there, I really never had it, because I mean, I done had it don't get harder than some of the days we done had. I'm telling you, it don't get harder than that. It's like I don't have the privilege to be scared of no other place. Where I'm at right now fucked up. So it's like, what you it's like at one point, sometimes life gets so hard. It's like I don't even have energy to designate to being scared of hell. I ain't had the energy for it. I'm too busy worried about if the people around me gonna eat, we gonna have lights on. Am I gonna have to get ready for school in the restroom at school or something because the lights off it's like anybody.
You want to hear something crazy? Like I don't believe in God, but and I've never, not ever, have I ever gone without any utilities, any food. Never gone without. I've always had everything that I need. And with me being someone that does not believe in a God, I've always been the one who's had to help provide for those that do.
Mm-hmm.
It's believers calling me or texting me, "Hey, do you have this? Can you help me pay this bill? Can you help me pay this rent?" I've always been the one that had to stand in the stead, right? But as a non-believer, I've not ever had to send out a text or ask anybody to help me pay a bill. Ever.
Because I look at it like, and I know they don't do this, but I have done this. I would ask myself, like, if I was God, what would I do for me? What would I do for my family, the people around me? If I was a God, if I had the power, what would I do? Man, I help everybody. And I know I ain't. And I used to be like, I know I ain't smarter than God. I know I ain't powerful as God, but I'm doing a lot for my people now. And I know if I had the power, I'd do more. So why doesn't he? And I just, it don't make sense. It don't make sense. The answer that they give does not make sense.
The dumbest shit Edon said, well, God helps atheists too. You're breathing his air. So did Hitler.
Exactly.
So did every slave master that lynched black enslaved people. So do grapists.
Yes.
So do child essayers.
Which goes back to the question I be trying to ask these people, like, at what point is God's love for me going to override somebody else, what somebody else want, what somebody else free will talking about? What is his obligation to me? What does he require? What does he require? Like, if I live in a world where he designed us like this, well, let me stop, because he didn't design us like this. But the Bible says, he created everything. That we run on food. We need food, water, and shelter. He said, be fruitful and multiply. And he said he loved me. And he got a plan for me. and he gonna make sure I'm straight. Well, I need food, water, and I need at least food, water, and shelter for me and everybody. At least food, water, and shelter. I'm not asking for no Lambo, no Gucci sweatsuit, no Fubu, no Sean John, no Levi, no Polo, no USPA. I don't need no, I don't need a Tom Ford, none of that. No Rolex. I don't even need a bike. you just give me, I just want my people to be straight. That's all I've ever prayed for. It's like, what somebody free, like if I got a relationship with God, why are we bringing up other people's free will or my free? What they got to do with what I'm talking about? He's dropped bread from the sky in the book. It's the same God that's dropping whole cities for playing with his people. It's the same God, ain't it? It's the same God. When Rachel couldn't have children in Genesis, when Rachel couldn't have children, he gave her he gave her the ability to conceive. It's the same God.
Feisty in Christ, that doesn't make any sense. What does that have to do with Eden?
So I said,
an unbeliever can live however, but follower of Christ can't. Like, what the fuck do you think unbelievers are doing?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like, and then y'all don't say shit about the believers that's out here committing adultery. Right? You don't say shit about that, about these mega pastors that's out here having children outside of their marriage and introducing them to their churches on their pastor's anniversary and telling women, if you need to learn how to deal with situations like this, look towards my wife. Y'all don't say shit about those pastors. Y'all say, amen, pastor. We all sin. Right? But I'm sorry, but y'all believers have to live a certain way. Y'all still starving. Y'all make excuses for the pastors that get killed at clubs at 1:00 in the morning because they out drinking while they go to church on Sunday morning, and then put people in hell for doing the same shit he did the night before. Y'all make excuses for them and then want to come in here and say believers are required to live a certain way, and you still ain't eating. You still have homelessness riddled in your community. Of course you don't. You're individualistic. This is exactly what I was talking about, because your God doesn't do shit on a community level. Your God is individual. And that's what helps y'all turn a blind eye to the people who are supposed to be your brothers and sisters in Christ. You turn a blind eye to their suffering. And you say, well, God answers my prayer. God shows up for me. I'm not hungry. I'm not homeless. God healed my body. Who, Feisty? Who are Christians helping? Because I guarantee you that every church that gets money from the government to feed homeless people or people who are hungry, they're getting a tax write-offs. They don't have to pay taxes. They don't have to pay property taxes, and they're getting more grants from the government. Literally, they're taking tax dollars and doing what and just passing out food because the government is giving them the money. So who are they helping? Half of y'all do not use caps in my comments. Half of y'all are giving to the church. You're giving tithes to the church. And then y'all come in here and cry and complain because you asked the church to help you pay a bill and they fucking told you no. Who are they helping? Like literally, one of your one of your sisters in Christ has been trying to raise $10 million to cure cancer. Like she's developed a nano particle technology that kills cancer within 15 days. And she's trying to keep the treatment affordable, so she's rejecting pharmaceutical investments so she can keep it affordable for everybody, because she believes that that's what God wants her to do. And out of 2.5 billion Christians, she can't. It's been 7 years and she still haven't raised $10 million. Where is your God? Where is the church? I know you ain't never heard of it because your God ain't told you. You ain't never heard of it because your God hasn't said, Feisty, go and give to Dr. Hadia Nicole Green because I gave her the cure to cancer. You know how you're hearing about it? From an atheist. Not your God. Not your Holy Spirit. Dr. Green needs $3 million so she can take her technology to human trials. There's 2.58 billion, and we've given to Dr. Green. Atheists give to Dr. Green damn near every week. Where is your God? Why isn't your God rallying y'all around for this cause? Why isn't he talking to all of y'all and telling y'all what she needs?
Pinker, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know if it's a woman or a man. They said that those people that aren't doing the work aren't real Christians, but then, or the people that need your help or whatever aren't real Christians, but then turn around and say God blesses atheists too. Why does that make sense?
It don't make sense. Like that's why I said they assign whatever they want to assign. Like it just don't make sense. Black Atheist Friends, the guest box is piling up. We have 13 people waiting. Do you have anything else?
No, I don't.
All right, I appreciate you for coming up. It was a great conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Also, I love your laugh.
I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. Some people say it sound evil, but I'm like, no, I just
mad because they're evil.
Yeah.
All right, have a good night.
Yep, y'all too.
All right. Hey, what's your name?
What you mean?
Do people just call you Black Atheist Friends, or what do they call it?
They just be like bar. So
Bar.
I just never stopped because that's like an acronym. That's what the acronym say. So they just be like bar. Yeah.
All right, thank you. I was trying to figure out because I don't want to call you Black Atheist.
Yeah, because that's too much to say every time you trying to get my attention.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it, Bar. Thank you so much. I hope you have a good night. Okay.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
All right. You're welcome. No, but Selena, that don't make sense. Like what they do is they assign whatever the situation is, they assign their they figure out where the God needs to go, whether it needs to be in a state of punishment, right? Mm-hmm. The God did that because you did something bad, right? Or do they need to give the God credit, right? Like praise the God for it. It don't matter if it was an atheist. It don't matter. Like I swear Jeffrey Dahmer could have done something. They'd be like, and if it's something that it's considered a person could put like a supernatural spin on it, they're gonna say that was God.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like it don't matter.
This is wild. That's
Adon. Yeah, y'all literally put Jeffrey Dahmer, like, because he prayed, like, literally, they said that your God forgave him and he's in heaven now because he repented before he died, before he was executed. My life is great. My life is great. Like, literally, and I'm gonna keep talking about this. My daughters were in a car accident 2 nights ago. Bad car accident, but they okay, and they walked away without a scratch. And not one time did I think to pray to your God. Not one time. My life is great. Idon, what topic did you come up here to talk about? Look, I told you, look, just a few minutes ago, I was a demon. Now it's thank God, because God did that for me. You see? They decide. It gets fucking crazy. What topic?
Let me think. I could give you the last topic, and I would just tell you what
I don't know what you
me.
mean by give me the last topic. Like, the topics are mine.
Yeah, I'll give you what convinced me, and then it's
Pick
kind of like
one topic,
truth.
Idon.
What convinced you of the truth of Jesus? Okay, so what convinces me most about Jesus, and I could say there's a lot of things, like how prevalent Jesus is in, like, the world today. Everybody knows him.
So popularity means that is true.
Yeah, because that was also one of the things that said in the Bible, like, his name has to be spread around the world. So this, like, when you talk about, you say this book was written, like, in the Middle East, and then now is all over the world. It's the #1 bestseller. So the way that had to be accomplished, Jesus' name was spread. Okay, that's just looking at the way the world is
So,
today.
like, you know what's so crazy is that Eastern Orthodox Christians, when they come here and y'all say Jesus, they be like, who the fuck is that? They don't say Jesus over there.
Yeah, they say Yeshua.
They don't say Jesus.
They say Yeshua,
and it's a different, and they say it's different. What they know about this character is completely different than what y'all know. So it's not even the same. And they laugh at y'all.
Edon, I muted you while Thinker is talking because the echo is really bad.
Okay.
It's almost unbearable.
Okay, I can mute after I'm done talking.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, we could call him Yeshua. In Mexico, they could call him Jesus, Cristo. I think the point is that we believe he's Jesus Christ, the Messiah, the Son of God. And, then there's differences, like...
Believe what? Because y'all all don't believe the same thing.
Well, okay, as long as you believe Jesus is the Christ.
But everybody don't believe that. That's the point.
Well, everybody who's Christian, all these Orthodox Christians, yeah, they believe Jesus.
Nope.
Jesus, what do they believe differently?
Not all of them believe that your Jesus was the Son of God. Like, a lot of them believe that he was just a human, like a prophet, a messenger.
That's like
y'all don't all
Islam.
believe the same thing. I'm not talking about Islam.
Yeah, in Islam they say Jesus
I'm not
Christ
talking
is a
about
prophet.
Islam.
So what are you talking about?
I'm talking about different sects of Christians. Like,
Which
literally, we
Christian
had one
doesn't
on the
believe-
stage. Literally, we had one on stage just yesterday, and one this morning.
What
Who
sect
said
is
that
that?
Jesus is not? I don't know what sect it is. He's a follower of Jesus, but he said Jesus wasn't God.
No, he's the Son of God.
The Essenes didn't believe that Jesus was God. The Nabateans didn't believe that Jesus was God.
I'm talking about today. All these,
What I'm saying is there are
the Catholic
different
Church says-
and still today there are different followers of this Jesus that do not believe the same thing.
Okay, that's
That's
fine.
what I'm saying.
Yeah, I didn't say everybody believes the same thing. I said he's known worldwide. Everybody believes something about him.
Which
So you have to
version of
consider
this Jesus
Jesus.
is known? Which version of this Jesus is known worldwide?
I mean, Jesus in some version, but mostly as the Son of God. That's like
The
if you say Son of God, they know Jesus Christ, Yeshua.
the
It's in
Jesus
his name.
the Jesus that is known worldwide is, I would say, the institutionalized Jesus, the one that
Really?
is used to colonize, the one that is used to do business deals overseas.
Yeah.
That Jesus is known
Okay,
worldwide.
so it's not just that he's known worldwide today, but it's even you can go back into the Old Testament or the Hebrew Bible, and you can see all the prophecies about him. So, I
What
mean,
prophecy was about him?
well, so many. I mean, we
Like
could
what?
go Isaiah 53 is like the
Isaiah
most
53 is
famous.
not about your Jesus.
What's it about then?
It's about Israel. Like literally
It's
leading
about
up to
Israel.
Isaiah. Yep. Literally
How
from
so?
Isaiah 41, all the way up to Isaiah 53, this God identifies Israel as his servant, identifies Jacob as his servant that he's talking to, all the way up to Isaiah 53. And in the Hebrew Bible, it says that that suffering servant was disease ridden. Your Jesus wasn't disease ridden. In your English translation, they changed it to him being bruised, because he in the Greco-Roman story he was beaten, but in the Hebrew the suffering servant was disease ridden. He was so disease ridden that nobody wanted to look at him or go near him. That didn't fit your Jesus.
So Isaiah 53:1 says, "Who has believed our message, and to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed?" So I guess not everybody believes the message, but it's basically explaining this is if you read the whole thing, it is all through it is Jesus. But yeah, not everybody believes it.
What
But
you're
that's what
again
says that.
again Isaiah 53, right? The suffering servant in that book is disease ridden. Your Jesus is not disease ridden.
It says he took our infirmities
In the
upon
Hebrew
himself.
Bible,
Yeah.
it says that he was acquainted with disease in Isaiah 53:3.
Yeah, he's because he's the son
He
of
was
God.
not.
He
It
knows
doesn't
all of
matter.
our
He was not
suffering.
acquainted with disease.
Yes, this
No, he
God.
wasn't.
Yes, he is.
No, he wasn't.
He knows
It says
our
he was acquainted with disease. He
like.
was a man of pains, and as
Yes,
one from whom men hid their face, he was despised, and we esteemed him not. He was
yeah.
not disease ridden. He was not in quarantine. People didn't run from him because of how he looked,
He
because of his diseases. He does not fit this prophecy.
he was pierced for our transgressions
It
and
doesn't say
crushed.
that. It
Yes, he
does
does,
not
and
say that.
crushed for our
No, it doesn't.
iniquities. The punishment that brought us peace was on him, and by his wounds we were healed.
There is no word for pierced there, but it says, but he was wounded because of our transgressions. He was crushed because of our iniquities. The chastisement of our welfare was upon him, and with his stripes we were healed.
And for he was cut off from the land of the living. For the transgression of my people he was punished. So all
It
of
still does not fit your
our
Jesus. Like
transgressions
y'all cherry
were put
pick.
on him.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm talking right now. Y'all cherry pick. Y'all pick little shit out of an entire chapter, and you'll say, "Oh, that fits Jesus," and you'll just ignore everything else. You'll ignore everything else, and y'all do it even with Zechariah 13:7. Y'all ignore the whole prophecy from Zechariah 11 all the way to Zechariah 13.
No, we could go over the whole prophecy, but then he was assigned a grave with the wicked.
Literally, you will deny
So
it.
he was
You will
put.
You will deny it. When I bring it up, you will deny it, and you will swear up and down that prophecy, that's not talking about Jesus.
But it was the Lord's will to crush him and to cause him to suffer. So the Lord made his life an offering for sin.
He wasn't disease ridden.
But
Didn't you know? You
after
realize
he had
that. You
suffered,
realize. I'm sorry. Why the fuck is your voice going while mine is? You realize that the worst that your Jesus went through was an ass whooping, and then he was put on the cross, and then he left. He wasn't even killed, right? He didn't get sacrificed. They stabbed him. The story says that he got stabbed after he gave up the ghost and left on his own because he said, "No one taking my life. I'm gonna lay it down so I can take it back." The worst he went through was an ass whooping. Somebody gave him some vinegar on a sponge and put a crown on his head.
he laid down his life willingly for us.
Literally, he left. He did not get killed.
He laid down his life
It says
willingly.
he gave up the ghost. What did he die from?
He was crucified.
Like what? Like what did he die? What killed him?
Probably sadness that we crucified him.
He died from sadness.
Yeah, it was a broken heart.
That's not a sacrifice. A sacrifice is slaughtered. Your Jesus wasn't slaughtered. Your Jesus was dead by the time they came and pierced him in his side. He was already dead. He wasn't sacrificed. So literally, he wasn't crushed for your iniquities. Like they didn't even break his legs. There was no crushing happening there.
He was crucified.
He got a short ass whooping. Like the ass whooping that he got wasn't even as bad as the ass whooping my ancestors got. Like my ancestors were whipped worse than your Jesus was.
Have you ever seen The Passion of the Christ?
I'm not finna talk to you about a fucking Mel Gibson movie. The story says your Jesus was whipped by Pilate, 39 lashes. My ancestors, some of my ancestors had to deal with 100 lashes.
Yeah, well, he still was crucified.
No, he wasn't. He was hung. It says he was hung on a tree, but by the time they came to pierce his side, he was already dead. So he wasn't crushed for your iniquities, and he was not disease ridden. Y'all got him looking like Jake from State Farm. Like literally, it says that he wasn't even something to look at. It says that he was comely. Y'all fucking got him with blue eyes, blonde hair, long blonde curly hair, a 6-pack, and some fucking Popeye's arms.
Yeah, and all of these are prophecies that go back even in the Garden of Eden. The Lord told the serpent, he said, when he's going to send the Messiah, he will crush your head and you will bruise his heel. So he just labeled the whole
That is not about your Jesus.
As just a
that
bruise
is not
of the
about
heel.
your Jesus.
But all of that is to just.
No, he didn't. That is not about your Jesus. And then on top of that, Revelations literally says that the serpent's head hadn't even been crushed yet. That your Jesus hadn't even crushed the serpent's head yet.
Right, but all this
that's not about your Jesus.
Yeah,
that is not about your Jesus.
I mean, it's all over. You can even go to the book of Joshua is actually Yeshua, which is the Hebrew name.
It's not about your Jesus.
Yeah,
it's not about you. No, the fuck it's not. Like literally, the Canaanite conquest never even happened. That story is symbolic. It never happened. Israel never conquered any land by military force ever in history.
Are you sure about that?
Yep, I'm sure. They never conquered any land by military force.
Oh, I've heard different.
Yeah, well, we heard different from who? What land did they conquer by military force? And give me the archaeological evidence. Give me the archaeological evidence for it.
NBC, CNN, Al Jazeera.
Are you fucking serious? I'm not talking about today, dumbass, and you know that. Like, what does the Israel today have to do with your Jesus' prophecies?
So throughout the entire eternity,
hold on, your Jesus is fulfilling prophecy today in Joshua from the Canaanite conquest.
Yeah, the prophecies in Genesis, like I said.
Hold on, wait, Idon. Are you saying that what they're doing today over in Israel and Palestine is the book of Joshua? Is that what you're saying? That's the book of Joshua playing out?
Is that what you're saying? I said
I'm
that.
asking, is that so?
Okay.
Why the fuck are you talking about modern Israel when we were just talking about the book of Joshua?
You just said Israel has never conquered
And
land.
because you brought up Joshua and the Canaanite conquest.
Okay, well,
Like,
obviously
why the fuck
Israel
would
did
I be
conquer
talking
land.
about Israel today?
If you said Israel didn't conquer land, they obviously
I'm
did
talking. You
conquer
know what the
land.
fuck I'm talking about.
Okay, so you should too. Israel's conquered land, but it says
Israel
that
never conquered land, and the late Bronze Age in this fucking Bible. And the fact that I have to be that motherfucking specific with your manipulative ass is pissing me off.
Okay, well, we can go back to Genesis.
Nope, we gonna
All the
stick with
stuff
Joshua.
is
Nope, we gonna
okay.
stick
Let's
with
go to
Joshua
Joshua.
since
Sure.
you said that that's about your Jesus.
Yeah.
What
Okay.
archaeological evidence do you have that proves that they conquered lands by military force?
It's all over Israel. Just go there.
If you say that shit again, I'ma fucking drop you.
Okay, we don't have to talk about it.
No, yes we do, because you made the claim.
But you want to
What
drop me if we talk
archaeological
about it.
evidence? What archaeological evidence do you have that Israel conquered land in the late Bronze Age by military force?
I don't
What
have any.
land did they?
Why?
What
How would I?
land did they?
You
What
think I
land did
have
they conquer
archaeological
by
evidence?
military
You
force?
have to go to Israel to find the archaeological
No,
evidence.
you
That's where
said
it's at.
that there's evidence everywhere. What
Yeah,
evidence do
it's
you
in
have?
Israel.
What land did they conquer by military force?
It was called, I don't know, all kinds of names. Canaan. It's called Israel.
I swear, like, y'all don't know shit about your book. Like, y'all don't know shit about the history of the thing that you have dedicated your whole entire life to at all. And then y'all expect people to just take this half-ass information as fact. If you actually believed it, you would look for it in history. If you actually believed it,
It's there. You just get mad when I bring it up.
what did you bring up? What facts did you bring up? I literally asked you for archaeological evidence of the conquest.
Makes you upset. I
What
can't help you with that.
archaeological evidence do you have of the conquest?
It's all over the place. You can
This
look it
that's
up.
why I get mad, because of that fucking vague ass answer.
No,
You haven't provided shit.
you
It's
get mad.
all over the place. It's
You get
not
mad
a
about
fucking
Isaiah
fact
53.
because you're fucking dumb, Edon. You're fucking dumb.
I'm sorry about whoever ever said.
Fuck. It's fucking frustrating as fuck.
Middle of your sentence, buddy.
John, how are you? Hello, John?
Johnston? John? What?
Oh, Johnston? Shit, I thought that was John Stone Cipher. Oh shit, where did TikTok Studio go?
What?
It disappeared for a second and then it came back.
Mm. Hey, can y'all get these likes to 300, please? And Thinker has a gift goal of the paper cranes. So please help her with her gift goal. Thank you.
You can go to a kindergarten class, Edon, and argue your Jesus, because you literally have kindergarten arguments, saying stupid shit like it's all over the place. Like, that's not gonna fly here, and I'm not gonna sit here and listen to that dumb shit. Good, laugh, motherfucker, and then take your ass to school. Bonner. No, who the fuck was talking to you, Jake? Like, who did I was I talking to you, Jake? This y'all be like, I swear y'all say the dumbest shit. Then go talk to your mama about that shit. I'm not your woman, so I don't give a fuck what you think. I don't plan on having sex with you. I didn't birth you. So I don't give a fuck what your needs are in a woman. There's no point in you coming in my comments telling me that shit. Well,
Okay.
that name looked weird. Did you see that name?
Cameron.
It said Cameron Baby Dick. Did you see
What
it?
the fuck?
Yeah, that's why I caught myself when I said it. Then when he dropped it, I said, "Oh well." Like, what the fuck? Tell Jesus I like my wickedness. Tell Jesus I said no, motherfucker, thank you. And tell him to stop fucking begging. Can you do that for me? Since you talk to him every day, just go back and say, Thinker said stop begging her to let go of her wickedness. She said no. Okay, cool. We'll just wait to Judgment Day then. Damn. Just wait to Judgment Day, okay? Tell him I said he can wait since our asses have been waiting for 2,500 years. He can wait. Kim, how are you? Hello, Kim. Good. Good, Jake. I think y'all want me to like give a fuck, and I don't. Randy? Hello, Randy? Cool, Max. Like literally, I wish that y'all would give each other the memo. All this shit that y'all talking in the comments, like give each other the memo and then leave us alone. Right? If third parties aren't invited in this party with Jesus, cool. It sounds like y'all are finally getting the message. You're finally getting the memo. Right? There are RSVPs that people are not returning when y'all come and ask us to come to Jesus and we be like, no. Y'all are finally getting the memo. Hey PT, how are you?
Hey guys.
How are you?
I'm doing great. I requested because I did want to talk about the third topic, but I really wanted to thank Lala for everything she's done. I'm trying not to cry because I had messaged her. There was something that happened with my cousin, and I really thought I was going to lose her at one point. And just being able to talk to her now has been like the best thing ever because I haven't had anybody that I care for so much when it comes to family, and she was it. So when she was going through her crisis, I was just so panicked, and I needed somebody, I needed something. So her and Dudette, I don't know if Dudette is on, but I just really wanted to thank you guys.
I love that.
No, you don't really have to thank me, but you're welcome. That's basically what I'm here for. And I'm so happy that you were able to, have someone there. And I'm happy that how is your cousin doing?
She's doing a lot better. Like I told you, when she cut contact with me, that's when I got freaked out because she had
Yeah.
blocked me from everything, and she was having her own mental health crisis. And at the time, I was just like, I need something. And I'm
Right.
so grateful for this community, because if I reach out to anyone else, like I even talked to my mother-in-law about it, she's a Christian, and she said, you need to pray. And I was just like, I don't need this right now. I don't need prayer, because it's not going to help the situation. And me having to explain to her, I need to be proactive, because anyone else, they will just give me the same type of speech. Oh, you need to go talk to God about this. As if I don't understand how detrimental this whole situation is. I need actual help. And your suggestion to me is prayer. It's, yeah, it was just frustrating.
Yeah, you need action. Actual action, something to work out. I'm glad everything is working out. Hopefully the other situation works out as well.
Yes, it's a process. So that's why I haven't said anything recently. A lot of it is just me waiting on her to execute. And of course, she doesn't have the resources for a lot of things. And of course, she's going through her mental situation. So I just have to be patient.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm still here, so at any time, please, I'm going to actually give you my phone number.
Oh,
So
okay.
that way, because sometimes I don't get messages
Okay.
for whatever reason. I don't know what's going on with my phone, but yeah, I'll send you my phone number.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem. No problem at all.
But I wanted to talk about the third topic, because in all of that, when I finally started to talk to her again, she has stated to me that she wanted to go back to church, because we've had discussions about deconstruction, and we were pretty much on the same level at one point. Like our topics kind of revolved around that. But when she told me she wanted to go back to Christianity, it felt like a gut punch, because I knew she was suffering so much that she thought that was the only way. And in my head, I was just thinking, like, man, this religion, all it wants from you are like, it wants the broken. And that's what most cults are like. She is suffering from something, and she thinks, well, maybe if I try Christianity again, that will solve all my issues. And I just had to be real with her. I'm like, I'm not going to tell you what to do. I've already told her how I felt, and I do feel like this religion is a cult. So I'll just like I'll be here for her if she wants to pray, because she said prayer makes her feel at ease. So I'm just like, okay, you can pray, we can talk about these things, but she's still a little hesitant on joining a church. But it was just the fact that she said it made me like, I don't know, I recoiled a little bit, like, oh, I don't, like, you're telling me you want to join a cult. That's how I saw it, like, and asking me how I feel about it. So it was just really crazy.
Yeah, it does make you, kind of scared for them, because you don't know what it's going to do to them. And in some cases, it can make the mental illness worse, because unfortunately, believers don't respect mental illness as much as they should, and they end up preaching things like punishment of making the person feel like that they are responsible for their own mental health situation, their illness. And so it could have a negative effect, or it could have a positive effect. You just don't know what it would do. So I completely understand.
I guess my fear is I don't want someone to take advantage of her in that state because she is going through a lot, and I understand why. So if she's like, oh, maybe I should go to this church and maybe I should find something or someone that's not as judgmental, maybe that would help. And all I'm thinking is, I don't know, because she always had reservations about church anyway. So when I was deep in my Christianity, I used to tell her, oh yeah, you need to pray, you need to do this, you need to do that. And now it's switched a little. And I'm just like, oh, I don't want her to go down the same path I did, because she already had issues with it in the past. And she, of course, like, this religion definitely preys on the mentally ill. Because if someone starts saying, well, I see this and I'm feeling that, and it's just like, oh yeah, that's Jesus, they're not considering that something is happening to that person that's making them feel that way. So they need actual help. They need professional help. And the first thing they tell her is, you need to pray. You need to sit down and talk to God about everything. And then that will solve your issues. But it doesn't. That thing that's happening to her, it's not going away. It just gives her like a moment of peace, but she still is experiencing it. So I just feel like if she does go to church, I want her to also consider, hey, stuff in the Bible, what they preach, it's not really for anyone to like get mental help. They actually, kind of praise that, oh, you're seeing things and that's God. And then it might, drive her in a deeper, psychosis maybe.
It's most likely would drive her into deep psychosis. Like I literally see believers watching people just go through depression, and we'll see them in depression and not, think to have that person go and see a therapist, right? That it could be a chemical imbalance or something, right? Like as long as the person is alive, and as long as the person still believes in God or Jesus, they just go on about their life. Like I've literally witnessed it. Right? They just don't have it. And then like the guy or the person in the comments right now saying stupid shit, like you just want to have your cake and eat it too, or you want to have all your problems solved and still sin. Those are the type of things that they teach people. Like you have to be perfect in order for a God to help you with your problems that you have, or in order for a God to heal you, you got to be sin free. Like who the fuck taught you that if you bake a cake you can't have a fucking piece, or you can't eat the whole cake? Like this whole mentality, this this limiting beliefs that y'all hold about yourself and what you deserve in life. That's where a lot of this depression comes from. You teach people that they're not fucking worthy at birth.
And honestly, because mental illness runs in our family, and I've dealt with, my share of it. I don't even know how to describe it. Our family is just very abusive, and they're very much into church. So I'm trying to make sure that doesn't, follow me. And when I decided to cut contact with mine, I was telling her, like, a lot of the things they've done is in the name of this God. And to us seemed normal back then, but now they're older and she also has a child. She's looking at it and she's just like, this is not healthy. And that's why I was like, when she had her moment, I was just thinking about our family. Like, this is exactly where they wanted us, like, to be so mentally drained, so mentally weak that we turn to God and then we're back in, the same abusive behaviors, because that's all we knew. That's all we grew up with.
Yep. It's like going back to drugs or alcohol or an abusive relationship. You feel like there is no other way to live, right? And then like our bodies get used to trauma,
Mm-hmm.
and when we start to heal the trauma and take the trauma away, our bodies go into shock and go into withdrawals, and they're like, what is this feeling? Like, I don't know, I've never felt this, but we're like, what do you want me to do with this? And we literally have to train ourselves to experience life in a very different way, because the first thing we want to do is run back to what we're used to and sit in that comfortableness, even if the comfortableness doesn't serve us. It's what we know.
And I also think that's why with my family, like, I'm not trying to like trauma dump or anything, but with the things that happen on my side with my mom and even like my dad and my brother, once I broke out of that programming, it's like they didn't know how to handle it. So I ended up, kind of just blocking all of them because it was just constant. Like she would send me, I think I posted this on the Discord before, but she kept posting or messaging me Bible verses and then telling me that I'm evil or this is what's going to happen to me because I'm no longer a believer. Because in my mother's mind, she never thought that I was going to break away. And now that I have, like, oh, the devil has gotten me. There's something wrong with me. She needs to save me. And I just couldn't take it anymore. Like, this is abusive. And I can only imagine, like, because I used to look at other cults and think, oh, I don't have that type of life. I didn't experience this. And then once I was out of it, I'm like, oh no, I did. I did experience all this. This was all abusive. And now that I'm out of it, they don't know how to handle it. So they're contacting everybody that I know. Not too long ago, my brother contacted my husband. And I was just like, yeah, just ignore it because they can't take no for an answer. I've already told them what my issues were and why I don't want to follow this religion. And they just won't accept that.
Has there ever been a time in your life where you felt like you were going through something where you would have wanted that type of response? Where you would have wanted your family to be like, oh, we got to help her. Let me call everybody and see what we can do to help her.
Definitely, because I found out in my 30s that I have autism and ADHD. And when I was growing up, I didn't know what was happening to me. My mother had some kind of inkling, like she knew something was up, but she just told me, well, you have to fight it. You have to pray. And there was nothing I could do that could fix that. And my mother even like did a baptism or exercise, not a baptism, exercised me because I had demons in me, whatever was going on with me. As a child, she had to do something. And the help that they gave me was all related to the church. And it wasn't the help that I needed. The way how they were proactive about that, that's what I wanted for, like, oh, if you took me to a doctor, you gave me therapy, any of that could have worked way better than, what they're doing now.
Yeah, that's what I don't understand. Like they'll rally the troops to save you from this imaginary ass devil. But when you need that type of support actually in life, they're nowhere around, right? That type of support doesn't come. If you like there are literally people who need food, who need housing. Sometimes they can't pay a light bill. And if you reach out to a family member, it's I ain't got it, or let me see what I can do. There is no mass text message that goes out that says, hey, PT needs us. How much, what you got on her bill? What you got on her rent this month? Who can take groceries over there? That same type of rallying that she's doing to get people to get into your head, to convince you to be afraid of an imaginary devil, or to convince you to be afraid of what you actually can't prove after you die, is a waste. that energy that they're putting towards that could actually be used to actually help you in life.
I don't think they ever thought about that because my entire reality was I'm going to one day be a mom, I'm going to one day be a wife, and then one day go to heaven. Like these are things I have to think about like constantly. That's how I was raised. There was no, oh well, if you want to do something else with your life, then maybe it. I even when I went to college, I took a lot of religious courses. And to be honest, I think when I took those courses, that started my journey because I could not really think for myself. I only went by what they were telling me. And as soon as I went to college and started actually studying things about the Bible, I was like, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense to me. And the pushback I got from that, that's what made me go, maybe this isn't for me, because I didn't realize how hateful they were going to be towards me for questioning as much as I did.
Yeah, because the God is the most important. Like they claim that they're doing it for you, right? But if it really was about you, they would do it every time you are in need. They're doing it for the God. It's the love of the God. That's what matters.
And also my mom would, I can't remember the scripture, but she started repeating certain scriptures because that also goes into the worshiping men and type of supremacy culture, pretty much telling me this is what I need to do to make sure my husband is okay. I, as a woman, I'm not allowed to speak. I'm not allowed to say this. I'm not. It's more like when I would be out into the world and I want to be independent, and I felt more connected to those type of people that I tell them things and they're like, oh yeah, you can do this, you can do that. I never considered I would have to do that with a partner. I wanted to just do it on my own. And anytime that happened, she would try to bring me back in. Like, you can't do that. You can't do that without a man. You can't do things and think that this will be okay or pleasing to your husband. Because even at one point when I did get married, I came over to the house and I don't know, I guess I had form-fitting pants on. And my dad looked me up and down because I used to wear a lot of dresses. I was very much covered from head to toe. And I walked to the door and he looked at me. He was like, did your husband let you go outside like that? And now that I'm not in the brainwashing, I was just so offended. Like, how dare you ask me that? Of course I can wear whatever I want. My husband doesn't do that to me.
Yeah, that's very cold. It's cold, like very cold, like. Hey y'all, the goal is 300K. I know that we can get to that. With 731 people in the room, we can get to 300K in like 10 minutes, so the comments can come back. I appreciate y'all. I don't even think that there is an expectation for them to even think about being the thing that they keep telling you to pray, right, and ask a God to do something for you, right? And they don't connect the fact that when things happen in their life, it's humans that do it, right? And then they say, well, it was God that made that human do that because I prayed. They don't connect the fact that they need to be that thing for you in your life, whether they're going to give the God credit or not. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's very cultish in thinking, because the rules of the God is all that matters, and the God, your allegiance to the God is all that matters. There was somebody in the comments that says it's not about us, but the love God has for us. And in response to me saying that if it was about you, this rallying that they're doing at this moment, they would do it anytime you need them. Right? That was the response. It's not about us. It's the love God has for us. That further validates what I was saying. It's about the God. It's about the God. It ain't about the human ever when they do shit like that.
And I didn't realize how much that, even just worshiping God, worshiping our Father, because when I thought about God and thinking, oh yeah, this man in the sky is doing all this stuff for me, yet he really wasn't, because I was struggling as a Christian. Like my lowest in life was as a Christian. And as soon as I dropped it, I could I could breathe. I could feel like, okay, I don't really need this person, this man in the sky to keep telling me what to do, and then it's not working. So after a while, like certain things I started to recognize, like even being submissive. I hate that word. I absolutely hate it. I don't consider myself to be submissive to my husband, or we submit onto each other. I really don't like that. And we've talked about it. We see each other as equals. And submission means to be underneath. So what type of father, what type of parent, and especially because I grew up that way anyway, wants you to be underneath them? They don't see you as a person. Like you have to bow to them. I'm not comfortable with that.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I wouldn't be either. That creates a lot of psychosis as well in you as an individual. It puts you in the position to allow abuse, right? Makes you afraid to fight back in other areas of your life, and not just like being submissive to the God or being submissive to your pastor or being submissive to your husband. It makes you indecisive and submissive in all areas of your life, and makes you vulnerable to abuse. I saw a video just yesterday of a lady crying because she was being bullied at work, and she was saying how nice of a person she is and how she puts everybody first. And she's a grown woman, she's a nurse, and crying because she asked her coworker, "Why do y'all bully me at work?" And the coworker responded to her and just said, "Because you do dumb shit." And the lady just started crying. It was like, why did you have to say that? Like, it just puts you in this place of where you feel like you are wrong for standing up for yourself, for saying, don't talk to me like that, don't treat me like that. Like, instead of asking somebody, why are you bullying me? Bitch, leave me the fuck alone. But it makes you afraid to do that, because then you feel like that you're not Christian.
And I actually, after I decided to leave the faith, I lost so many friends. And I mean, they're not really friends, honestly. But when I would try to tell them my issues with this religion, they would just go back to, oh, I'm not supposed to think like that. And as women, like I had a friend, I told her why I decided, I didn't want any parts of this religion, and I'm actually an atheist. And I told her in the Bible, there's a lot of verses that are very violent towards women. It's very oppressive. And her response to me was, yes, there are verses like that, but we as Christian women, we're supposed to just ignore that. Like, we need to still be godly. We still need to be pleasant. Like, she went on a whole thing about it. And I was just listening to her like, what are you talking about?
I'm sorry, say that again. I had to send Lala a
Oh,
text message. Y'all, like, seriously, the comments are going to stay off until we get to 300K. I see people requesting because the comments are off. Like, that's not going to, like, you're not going to be able to get on stage faster just because the comments are off. Like, it shouldn't take that long for us to get to 300K, and it's slowly moving. So I'm guessing that that's a few of the nerds that are tapping. I know that there are believers in here. You don't like me, I get it, but you are in here. You ain't, and you don't give. I don't care if you give, but at least like the live so that we can stay on the FYP and continue having conversations. If you're gonna be in here, I appreciate you so much. You ain't gotta love me to like the live that you are sitting in here watching. Go ahead, PT. So can you say that again? I didn't catch
yeah.
the last part.
So I was talking to a friend about why I decided to become an atheist and why I just didn't agree with the scriptures that talked down on women and how oppressive it was. And her response was, we as Christian women, we need to just pretty much ignore it. So for her, like, yes, we don't, like her and I don't agree on those type of viewpoints, but as Christians, we're just supposed to move past that. Like that, God is calling us for a higher, like a higher calling than to just worry about those passages.
What is that higher calling? Did you ask her?
No, I think I was so dumbfounded by her answer that I didn't say anything else because I don't know what to say to that. Like, I just told you that as women, this God doesn't respect us, and you just kind of made excuses about it.
And like the crazy thing about it is that that's really all she can do because she can't deny the subjugation of women in that book, and they kind of have to overlook it, right? In order to justify why they believe in this system that says that women are second class. And she kind of has to ignore it. But I'm wondering what she thinks the higher calling of the woman is. And like, is it to be a wife? Like I don't know, because the book literally says that women aren't to be teachers or preachers. Like, what
I
could she
don't.
possibly be saying the higher calling is?
I don't know how to talk. That's one thing. I don't know how to talk to the few friends that I do have. And I know, like, she's not a bad person. And I have a few friends that are still following the faith and they do question. But sometimes it's hard for me to have those kind of dialogue with them because I'm like, oh, I don't want to push them away because they feel so attached to this God. And I'm just like trying to tell them, like, you know, as a woman, you deserve more. You shouldn't go to this religion thinking that it will have your answers. And some of them are mothers. And I'm like, as a mother, what would you teach your children? Like, there's nothing here teaching you how to be a good parent. Why do you want to follow this book? Like, I really want to ask them those questions, but I don't know. It's really hard for me. I've just never been in this position to do that before.
I would ask their goal. Like, what is the goal? Like, what are you hoping to get out of following the religion, and how do you see that goal being accomplished?
I think a lot of them wouldn't have an answer, to be honest. Because, like I said, they're almost down the path of deconstruction, but they're not realizing it. Because I've talked about it in a lot of things. If I say, well, this is what I've learned and this is what I've studied and I have all the evidence to back it up, they get quiet. They're like, oh yeah, well, I don't know what you know, so I'm not going to fight you on it. But then they still have those beliefs. So
I
I don't
never
know.
understand having a belief in something that you're too afraid or too lazy to even understand yourself or like get a full understanding. Like, even as a child, when we believed in Santa Claus, we asked questions and we continued to pay attention to the signs that were around us that Santa Claus wasn't real. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
as kids, that curiosity never left us about Santa Claus or about the Tooth Fairy or about the Easter Bunny until we realized that we had been lied to, right? And that it wasn't real. As adults with this God, for some odd reason, we are willing to just accept this belief and then not look into it further. But the crazy thing about it is that within the belief, there is a belief that a God left a book for you to read and study and understand to solidify your belief. And even that book isn't something that they will pick up and actually read and study. I don't understand that. I don't understand just accepting what somebody else told you as a core belief for yourself.
Yeah. Because, you know, even when I was a Christian, I always was reading the Bible. And I guess, you know, after leaving, realizing, oh man, maybe I didn't understand some of these passages, but I was always reading. I always wanted to know more. And even then, I used to be, you know, seen as like the best Christian ever, basically. Like even people saying, oh, maybe one day you'll become a minister. And I would preach on to like, you know, on the pulpit or whatever, because I was so invested. And now I was so invested. Now I'm like, oh, I don't think I actually want this. But it just never was the same level with everyone else. Like I always was digging deeper, asking more questions than anybody else that I knew. So I just think that's kind of funny because the same people that I used to talk to all the time, at least two of them now are ministers, and I pretty much helped them get to that point. And I feel horrible actually, but you know, I kept telling them, no, you have to be in this. You have to make sure that you know everything. And I'm just kind of, that also perplexes me because how did I get here? And they still, like, they went further than me, but they're still, you know, basically drinking the Kool-Aid, you know?
Honestly, like at the end of the day, right? What I if I were in your shoes, right, and I realized that I'm convinced some people to do something that I no longer think is a good idea, I wouldn't go back and try to convince them that it's not a good idea.
Mm.
Does that make sense? Because like I once thought it was a good idea. How sound is my knowledge now is what I would be wondering, right? And I would be focusing on making sure that I know that the decision that I've made for myself right now is the right decision, right? Um, because the reality is like this convincing other people that they need to either be have a belief in a God or not have a belief in a God can be a very tricky thing because one moment you may think that this is the path, this is definitely the path, and you'll always be on this path. And then the next thing you know, new information comes and you're like, wait, I thought I had that right. Right. And then you've switched your path. And I think that's the thing about the deconstruction journey is that nothing is definite. Like we learn new information every single day. And the journey is about you, right? And you making that decision. If somebody comes to you and they invite you into that part, right? And you can share what you know for, you know, at the moment. But saying, hey, you need to definitely do this, that can be a dangerous thing because again, information changes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
I
so
mean,
I wouldn't feel guilty. I would like don't feel guilty because when you were a believer, this is something that you took serious. The fact that you took it serious is why you're here. Does that make sense? Like you did read, you did study, you did question. You didn't just grab hold of a belief because somebody told you that this is what you should believe, and if you don't believe it, here's the punishment. You wanted to understand what you were being handed and what you were being told to believe, and then you actually believed it. And because you actually believed it, you wanted to understand it more. And that's what led you to the questioning and the inquiring and the learning, right? And then you were willing to accept the knowledge that you were coming across and engage with that because you're 100% authentic about what it is, about your belief system. You take that seriously. And I'm not saying that, your friends that you convinced to be in the faith, I'm not saying that they don't take it seriously, but if you are afraid to question, if you're afraid to actually read, if you're afraid to actually engage with the truth of that thing, then to me, the belief is there because it's in the gap of something else. Does that make sense? Like you're hanging on to it because you are afraid of. Thank y'all so much for 300K. I appreciate y'all and welcome back. It's the fear of hell, the fear of the unknown, or you feel like you need some type of protection here on earth. Like the belief is there for something other than it's the core of who you are. It's important to you because it is who you are. Does that make sense, what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. No, I get it, because even I've had this discussion with my mother-in-law, and she doesn't know like a lot of my past. So when I got married, and her son he was never really a believer. So that just made things easier for me, because when I was going through whatever I was going through and I met him, I was just like, okay, we don't even have to talk about this, because my last relationship, that was all like the topic of discussion at all times, like, oh, how to be a better Christian. And now I'm with somebody that's the complete opposite. And then having to tell her, this is my journey through all of this. And I'm not trying to, make her feel uncomfortable, because sometimes when we're having conversations, she would just bring up God. And I know it's because I left the faith. And she's not she's not a bad person, but I know why she's doing it, because that's what I believed at one point. I have to save your soul. I don't want you to go to hell. That's a horrible place. So even though I'm telling her, because she thinks, the typical, oh, it's church hurt. And then I have to explain to her, what happens when it's not? What happens when you've had a wonderful...
But she keeps trying to convince you that it's church hurt for you?
Well, not just church hurt, because of my mother. My mother, she's a very abusive, narcissistic person. And she saw that too. She witnessed it. So she thinks it's the hurt from her is the reason why I turned away from God. And I was
why are they always putting themselves in the position of diagnosing? Like, that's what I don't understand. Like they rather diagnose your unbelief than actually research their own belief. They rather understand why you don't believe than understand why they do.
Yeah, because she also said something to me. She was like, I've been where you've been. And I was so confused, like, what? No, you haven't. You don't know what I've been through. There's a reason why I got to this point. And I think she has now respected it a little bit, because our past few conversations, she doesn't bring it up. But I told her, I was like, this is what made me turn away from my own family. This constant, well, I gotta save your soul. I have to make sure like maybe you just wasn't reading it correctly. Like, I don't need that. I already experienced that with my family. And having to tell people, like, they were very abusive. It's not just they wanted me to follow something. Imagine someone waking you up in the middle of the night, taking holy water and telling you, Satan, come out of my daughter, for, I don't know, something that was stupid. But it was like, it was abuse. And all of that makes you feel like, well, what am I doing that's making God upset? Because I feel like I'm trying to be the best believer I can be, but yet Satan is still attacking me. And nobody else that I've talked to had those experiences. I mean, I think while I've been part of, the nerds, there have been other people. But in my everyday life, I could never relate to other people because of how I was ingrained into this whole religious belief, and saying, like, I really thought something was wrong with me, and maybe I wasn't praying hard enough. And it made me super depressed. Like, I just, at one point, didn't even want to live anymore, because I felt as though I'm failing God and I have nothing else, because obviously I'm doing something wrong. Like, what happens when you're that low and thinking, still not blaming God? I didn't blame God at all. I just felt like something was wrong with me, so I need to fix it.
And that's understandable. Um, and thank you for explaining that. Um, the fact that she knows this and she's using what she knows about what you've been through to try to say that that's the only reason why you don't believe in a God, while ignoring the fact, right, that you did go through your mother waking you up in the middle of the night with holy water, pleading, trying to do an exorcist and pleading that the devil comes out of you. And then if she's a believer, she's ignoring the fact that if she believes that a devil, you know, it exists and that a devil was fucking with you, that the prayer didn't work, and that you logically would have a reason, right?
Hmm.
If it was you being hurt over that, you would logically have a good ass reason, right? And her bringing that up to you just seems like a an insensitive thing to do,
Hmm.
like a way to dismiss that the decision that you've made, right, it is a was a logical decision for yourself because of what you've gone through. Not that you're mad that the God didn't answer, right? Not that you're mad because God let you go through something like that, but logically because the shit is abusive, because your experience with it has brought you um, to a point of depression, right? Like she's not thinking about those, that she's not thinking about the reality of it. She's still in the delusional state, and then throwing up your life as a diagnosis for why you don't believe, because she's trying to understand, why is it so hard for you not to just go back to God? Like why, like she's trying to diagnose it, right, instead of
Yeah.
just being there for you, if that makes sense. And it's insensitive for her to do. It's even insensitive for her to say, look, I've been where you are. That's dismissive.
Hmm. But
And I
also,
don't think that, I'm not saying it like I think that she's trying to do it with ill intent, because I don't think that she is. I don't even think, I think a lot of times they don't know that they're being dismissive. They don't know that they're trying to be um uh you know diagnosive in that moment, because then them for it, and a lot of times it's for themselves. They're trying to understand, why won't you just believe, even with no expectation for it to actually work for you, for the God to actually do anything for you. It's easier to believe because then she'll feel comfortable. You and your mama will be okay, right? But you'll still have the same problems. But at least all of this other stuff that's making me uncomfortable, that you and your mom being uncomfortable, will go away.
I think, to be honest, because she saw the dynamic between me and my mother and my family, she because she's not a horrible person. Yes, that aspect of her I don't really care for, but my mother-in-law has showed up in ways that my own mother hasn't. So I appreciate her for that. But I think she thinks if she's more loving and caring about it, that maybe I will turn back, and not realizing, like I said, it's more traumatic than that. Like, a lot of it, I didn't even realize how much it it harmed me even while I was a Christian. Because yes, my mother did very abusive things to me, but everyone saw that woman as a saint. Like, no one could, there was no like at one point in my life where someone went up to her and told her she was doing the wrong thing. They all agreed with her. And it only tells me it's because she was a Christian and she was devout, that they just accepted it. Why would I want to return to that?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's the reality. That's a logical conclusion, right? And and I know, like you, I'm pretty sure that she's a very, nice woman, and that, she's been there for you. And I'm not taking any of that from her, but I think her belief in this God is stopping her from seeing the reality of the decision that you've made and why you would have made that decision.
Honestly, I wish she doesn't have TikTok because she only has like Facebook, I think, and I think Instagram. But if she had TikTok, I would want her to listen to these lives and hear what people are saying. Because even when I do say certain things, like I just don't agree with the book, and she would agree with certain things. Like she would say, you know what? It's the same thing that happens with my friends. Like, yeah, that is true, but I'm like, maybe they just need to be exposed to more people who think differently. You're not in of course, you go into church all the time and you have people who you talk to and they all think the same way. What happens when you talk to someone who doesn't and you can see a new perspective? And I feel as though she can be open to that, but I don't know if it also is, as an older person, is hard for her. So that's why even with, Miss Charlene, when she's talking, I can think of my mother-in-law, not necessarily my mother, because that lady, I don't know. But I think about my mother-in-law because it's like somewhere deep inside of her, I know she knows something is off. And she's told me this before, but she decides to believe anyway.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, they want you to convince yourself the same way they've convinced themselves, despite the red flags that they see. Like, even, from her saying that, despite seeing the subjugation of the women in the book, women have a higher calling, right? Like it's like, why won't you just convince yourself? That's like, I feel like sometimes they probably want to just shake you and go, why won't you just believe? Like, why won't you just convince? You know what I'm saying? Because that's literally what it is. Like, stop asking questions. Stop paying attention to that. And just believe. And they think it's just that easy.
And yet having to even tell them, like, belief is really not a choice, because I can only be so ignorant of things that I'm just like, okay, I just choose not to. But it's hard. It's hard to tell me that, yeah, there's some invisible man in the sky making decisions for us all the time. But most of the time, he's actually not doing anything at all. Like, how am I supposed to be convinced of that? If most of the time I've prayed and nothing happened, what was the purpose of that?
And they'll tell you that, their usual cliches, right? That God's ways are not our ways, and His way. You have to use the cliches to convince yourself. But usually, it's another believer convincing you that a God has said or done something, and that's, for them, that's enough. Like, they don't understand your expectation of the God, of having the God actually be and do what you're being told you need the God for, right? It's like, it's almost like there's salesmen at your front door saying, hey, I have this amazing vacuum cleaner that runs by itself and it will clean your house up in 5 seconds. And you're like, oh man, shit, I need that. And then you buy it, and then you call them and be like, hey, this vacuum cleaner doesn't work. Like, it doesn't pick up anything. And they're saying to you, like, did you actually expect it to? It's a vacuum cleaner that I told you that it cleans up in 5 seconds. Like, did you actually expect that shit to work? That's what I feel like. That's what they're saying to you. Like you have to, like, imagine that it's vacuum. You have to imagine your house is cleaned in 5 seconds. Like, while you're holding the handle and you're vacuuming yourself, you have to convince yourself that that your hand isn't on the vacuum. You have to convince yourself that it cleaned it in 5 seconds. Like, did you actually expect that to work? That's what I feel like they're doing to you right now.
It's gaslighting, to be honest. Like,
yeah,
I don't want to be gaslit. I want to know what I know. I feel comfortable having discussions with people where I'm just like, well, I came to this conclusion because this is and that, and this is the evidence I found. And they're like, yeah, me too. And now, like, for me, when I'm making friends, I do ask a lot of questions, like, what do you believe in? Like, I don't, it's kind of hard, especially as a Black person, can't go around saying, oh yeah, I'm an atheist. It turns people off. So I'll ask a lot of questions and see how much, how deep, if they have a faith, how deep it is, or if they do question things. And that's how I base my friendships, and actually made so many friends that way, where I was just like, oh, okay, this is how I feel about stuff. And then they'll say, oh, me too. So, and they've been the best people. Despite the Christian friends I had in the past, I can look at both sides, and I feel like the ones who are non-believers were the best people that like ever come into my life. When I was down, they were there for me. So I just don't understand trying to convince me, hey, come back to this faith, where everybody that was around you let you down. And at the time, I didn't see it that way. I was just like, oh, they could just do so much. But then there's other people who do more. How come they're not like that? How come I have to turn to atheists and they can help me more than the Christians?
Because atheists don't have a God that we depend on. We depend on actual humans and ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
And we know that we have to show up, right? We know that our dollars have to be present, for our friends. Our arms have to be present to actually hold our friends. Our phones, we have to answer them, right? We don't have a God that we can push our friends' problems off on and ignore and go on about our life. Like, we actually have to show up and do the hard work.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we, as a non-believer, and let me talk about myself, because atheists are not a monolith. But for me, I deal with, what's in front of me, right? Like, if you tell me that you are my friend, and I call you friend, then that means that you are someone that I know that I can pick up the phone if I need to just talk. Even if I needed something, I know that I can dial your number and you're going to answer. And I could say, hey, I'm in a tough spot. I need XYZ. And if you have it, you're going to say, hey, I got you. Or if you don't have it, you're going to say, hey, we're going to figure it out together. That's what being a friend is, right? And it's hard to be that. It's hard to depend on people, and it's hard to let people depend on you. It's not an easy thing to do, and especially after being in a religion where you've been taught your friend is God or your friend is Jesus, and that you don't need nobody else. All you need is Jesus, and all that does is you pray and you talk to Jesus, but there's still that pressure because you're trying to figure shit out on your own. You're hoping and you're praying and you're waiting to see if a God is gonna answer your prayer, if he's gonna come through, or how he's gonna come through. And I don't even know how to explain the feeling of hurting, having those moments where you're hurting and you don't have anybody to turn to because Jesus has been your friend, God has been your friend, everybody tells you to pray, and you want somebody. You looking at your phone and you have all these fucking contacts in your phone, but you know damn well that you can't call one of them, and all you can do is depend on yourself in that moment because you don't have one other human that you can call. And that feeling, it feels like a burning. You talk about hell, that feeling is hell. But the relief that you get when you allow yourself and you surround yourself with people who deal with reality, and they know that it takes other humans, right, to hold you up when you feel like falling, and they don't mind being that human, they don't mind being that shoulder, They don't mind being the ear on the phone when you vent. They don't, they don't mind sharing their extra dollars when they have it. Like the relief you get when you know that you have a few of those in your corner that you can call. Like, I wouldn't give that up for shit. Like, to go back to sitting on the edge of your bed, not knowing, like, all you can do is just talk to Jesus and still fucking worry and still cry and still burn on the inside because you don't know where to turn. That shit ain't worth it.
It's not. And you don't know how many people I wish I could just say those words, what you just said, to them to get them to understand. I know that's a lot because I know they're not going to. But if I could just tell them, like, this is the reason why. And I know now because to them it's different. Like, yes, I've talked to God and these good things have happened to me. And it just feels like a slap in the face. Like, oh, well, I did the same thing and I got nothing. I just got more despair from it. I just don't.
But the crazy thing is that they keep, when they compare their situations with yours, they ignore that y'all still live two different lives, right? Y'all have different parents. Your mother is different than their mother, right? Where they could probably pick up the phone and call their mom and their mom would do something different. Like, if y'all were in the same situation, that person's mom would react different than how your mom would react. They're not the same situation. So saying that, oh, I pray and God came through, your situation, your surroundings, your environment, your upbringing is different than mine. Your husband is different than mine. Your job is different than mine. The people that you see every day at work, that they're the way that they think, the way that they were brought up is different than my surroundings. Like, they fail to even acknowledge any of that when they're like, oh, I prayed and my prayer got answered because different people came to your aid.
Yeah, but also, I do want to say that they will just end up just not considering that at all. Because even within the live, when you tell them, okay, well, this good thing happened to me, even though you're a non-believer, they'll still say, oh, that was still God. It was just sometimes just talking to a brick wall, to be honest.
They won't miss an opportunity to give their God credit, even if it's an atheist. That's what I was saying earlier. Like, something amazing could happen to Jeffrey Dahmer, and they would say it was God if it had some supernatural aspect to it. Like, people say, I don't know how that happened. Like, let's say Jeffrey Dahmer somehow got off of death row. Like, they would swear up and down because he repented that God gave him a second chance. That was God's grace. Like, they assign anything that they want to the God, but you can't put a failure on the God. It's the thing that you cannot do. You can't put a failure on the God, and so the failure belongs to you. It's something that you did wrong.
But then what's the point? This is where it confuses me, because you're telling me to do all these things and it still doesn't work. And then you still want to give praise to this deity. Like,
McCoy, shut the fuck up. Every time you come on stage, you sound drained. Like y'all irritate me with that shit. Like the fact, this is what I'm talking about. Like, they're always looking at other people to try to point out flaws in other people and ignore their own shitty ass draws. They don't deal with reality. They're so used to ignoring the shit in their life, and they've been trained to look for shit in other people's lives.
I do also want to say, so I went and watched the movie Sinners, and that is a phenomenal movie. Like, I just feel like everybody here should watch it. But the Christians, the message they took from that movie, I'm not going to spoil anything, but there was a powerful scene that made me go, if I was still a believer, I definitely would have missed this. And I saw that a lot of them did miss it. And it's more so leaning towards the brainwashing because they are so ingrained into this thing that really was never for us. Like this all was forced on us. And if they could just kind of break out of that and realize, oh, actually, what is the purpose of this? And read their Bibles and they'll see like, okay, maybe this isn't for me. Cause that's what happened to me. Like, oh, I'm reading this and then I'm finding out the history of Christianity. I'm like, I personally don't think anyone should be following it. It just not so much like, I don't care about religion per se or someone's belief in a God, but it just feels as though Christianity itself is just so harmful. I don't think anyone should be following it.
I haven't seen Sinners yet, but I told you Lala sent me one scene where the Lord's Prayer scene. If that doesn't make a believer go, damn, like what that to me is a very powerful scene. It is a very powerful message that your villain even prays to the same God and gets relief for the shit that he does to you from that same God. and you're not getting protection from your villain when you say that same prayer that's giving the villain relief. If that doesn't wake a believer up, nothing will. Nothing will.
I mean, to be honest, the discourse I've seen after watching that movie, the Christians definitely did not get it. Maybe some of them did, but a lot of them ran away from that movie. Like, or some of them did actually run away. They were like, there's something not right in my spirit. This is demonic. I'm like, oh, really? The movie called Sinners is demonic? I don't know. But it just, they didn't take away what I took away. And I was just like, wow, this is probably my,
like
most
honestly, a
favorite
lot of them
movie.
probably went to watch the movie because they thought it was gonna. McCoy, get out of my box. I'm not breaking you up. You came in here on some bullshit from the very beginning. I'm not breaking you up. I think a lot of them went to the movie because the movie is called Sinners, and they expected to be puffed up. They expected the movie to be a movie that was gonna make them feel good about themselves as Christians. They got in there and got a reality check, and oh, it just don't feel right with my spirit, and they left. A lot of them probably got in there and got convicted, and that's what they're calling demonic because they didn't get their fix. They didn't get the like I told y'all, like, so we went to my grandmother's funeral, and at the funeral, the believers were up shouting, right? And I'm sitting there with my niece, like we just sitting there watching them. And the pastor goes, he says some snark remark about those of us that were sitting around watching them dance. And then he was like, I don't y'all can sit here, y'all can watch us praise God all you want to. I don't go to the club. I don't do this and I don't do that. And the more he started naming out the stuff that he don't do, the believers just got to shout even more. Hallelujah! Huh? And I said, that makes you shout more?
Wow.
That makes you scream hallelujah because you don't go to the club, because you don't drink? Why is that making you shout more? And then that video with Jackie Hill Perry where she was like, the witchcraft video.
I can't
Who
stand
told you something?
her.
Yeah. And then they're all in the audience talking about something, yay, and they hallelujah. Like, that makes you shout? Because all I hear is I'm better. I'm praising God because I'm not them. I'm this, I'm that. Like, you're just praising yourselves. So I guarantee you, because the movie was called Sinners, they expected to go and be puffed the fuck up and got a reality check. And that's why they're calling it demonic. Because it wasn't a movie that to make a feel good movie for Christians to make them feel good about the choice that they've made.
I think maybe going into the movie, you're like, oh, maybe at one point God is going to come and save everybody, I guess. And the more you watch it, the more you realize, oh, that's not what's happening. That's not the point. And that's why I just feel like it's just very powerful for a lot of people to watch it. Like, go in with an open mind, actually pay attention to what they're saying on screen and why it's so important that, I don't want to say much, but it just, when I left the theater, I was just like, wow, that was such a great experience. It made me happy that something like that, because the movie is getting a lot of attention, that it will maybe wake up a lot of other people who were questioning would start to go on their own journey. They'll start to deconstruct, because I think that was the point. And even though I don't know the director, Ryan Coogler, if that was his intention, but there's so much symbolism that makes me go, maybe he's kind of like the same way, where he's just like, hey, I think you guys need to question more. Where did this all come from?
Did they advertise that movie? People just started talking about it. I'm like, wow, I didn't even know this shit was coming out. Like, did they even advertise it?
You know what? The only reason why I decided to go watch it is because I saw the director on TikTok, and he was just talking about how much he loved the experience. And I was like, well, I watched Black Panther, so I'll watch it. I had no expectation of what it was going to be about, honestly.
Let me see something. I'm gonna see if they did what they did with Black Panther. Let's see. Before the days when vampire stories bore the stigma of sparkly skinned heartthrobs and love triangles, they occupied a cherished position in the literary and cinematic canon. The best horror stories have always wrestled with uncomfortable truths of societal anxieties. The brashly titled film Sinners arrives with a fair amount of positive buzz. For the most part, director Ryan Coogler elevates the film to something greater than a collection of familiar genre tropes, although some sexually explicit material and a sharp commentary on religion might give Christian viewers pause. Sinners begins as a Prohibition-era period drama with the action unfolding over the course of a single day and night. The notorious Smokestack twins are back in town to set up a juke joint for a night, blues music, drinking. The film. I don't want them to tell me what the film is. I want to hear what the Christian's review is.
Oh, it's all over TikTok.
Let's see. This says that this is a Christian review, but it's just telling me what the movie is about. On the other hand, one of the film's central themes subverts expectation and embraces Sinner's title as a positive. Whereas many traditional horror films have connected the horror elements to immoral deeds, Sinners takes the opposite approach. Unrestrained sin is the normative state, and the apparent evil comes from outside forces that are seeking to limit such freedom. The vampires largely come to represent organized religion imposed on the black community from racist white people. And the key to defeating them is embracing a more individualistic pagan spirituality. Thus, when a young man, the son of a preacher, has sex with a married woman, the act is seen as a liberating victory over oppressive religious restrictions. While it doesn't live up to the lofty hype acclaim, there is no question that Sinners is a well-made film that offers striking visuals and some subversive thematic ideas for audiences to ponder. From a Christian perspective, the movie is murky. I have always considered movies to be conversations, a dialogue between a filmmaker and the audience. At a time when most movies offer little more than mindless spectacle, Sinners is a film with something interesting to say, even if Christians ultimately choose not to buy what it's selling. So the film is about how religion was forced on on the black community by white racists. I think this person had a safe review. I don't think they um uh I don't think that. I think they were being safe. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't see any reviews from Christians on here. I'm sure they're all over TikTok. I was looking for like a blog. You know how they did with Black Panther? They were writing all kind of long thought pieces.
Oh, I didn't even know about that.
Yeah, they were going crazy. They were talking. They had Bible verses for each symbolism in Black Panther. Everything.
What? Really?
Yes. Yeah. I'm sure somebody's working on one, but I don't see any yet.
Yeah, the movie did just come out, so just give it some time.
Increasingly seen as conservative, coding the refugees from religious environments overwhelmingly still believe in God and value faith. Yeah. The pagan spiritualist who is the wisest and knows the most about vampires. I think for them it's the pagan. It's the idea that paganism is the pathway to freedom. That I think is fucking Christians up. Yeah, because this is the second review that says that that's the message that they got from it. Christianity is where this movie is actually most interesting is how it handles religion. Traditionally in vampire stories, Christian beliefs and symbols are powerful forces against vampires, and some vague vision of Christian cosmology is affirmed, but Sinners inverts that. In this film, Christianity is either powerless or oppressive, and pagan spirituality is powerful and affirmed. And that's what's fucking Christians up right there. It's not they don't get their feel good. They don't get their I made the right choice. Like this is telling them that they didn't. And that's what it is.
Oh yeah, it's definitely highlighting that. Yeah, this was not something that we should. For me, I just feel like it wasn't something this entire religion people, well, especially our people, should be following, and I'm pretty sure that rubbed them off the wrong way.
Yeah, I see a thread. So I got a question: should Christians be watching the new Sinners movie? This person said, it's up to your conviction and comfortability. The movie was great, and I'm solid in my beliefs and was fine watching it. But also the movie takes consistent opportunity to frame Christianity in a negative light, considering historical issues between black people in the church. I look at it as honoring the truth, but it can also be looked at as blasphemous too. If that's something you're uncomfortable with, then trust the Holy Spirit and don't watch it. But if you don't think it will affect your, and then they stopped. This person says, first, it's just a movie. Second, we watch sin daily just by living. So what's a movie compared to actual life? That's the realest response. This person said, I'm going to pass. Doesn't feel right. Think they call that conviction. I feel like most of the Christians talking bad about it didn't even see it. There's scary movies that are made just for the sake of killing on the screen or even actually glorifying sin. This movie does nothing of the sort. This movie is deep and scares you maybe for a purpose, not just for fun, and has multiple messages. But if God is telling you not to watch it, don't. We all are on different walks with God. I thought the movie was amazing and grew up in the church. Yeah. And that is interesting how they'll go see a scary movie, but then they gotta make a whole thread about whether it's okay to go watch this.
But I also want to say, especially for the black community, I think this movie very much uplifts us a lot. So you have that aspect of it, and then also telling you what you believe in may not be correct. So I think that's what's happening with them, the reviewers. I'm guessing that they're black, but if they're finding enjoyment from that and being like, oh wow, I'm being seen. But then the part where it has nothing to do with us, honestly, and there's a critique there, is making them feel some type of way. So a lot of them are like, yeah, I'm Christian and I enjoyed the movie, but other things I understand why people may not. But I'm thinking it's because it's that portion of it that makes us feel like, yeah, we deserve something. I think a lot of people don't realize how much of like our joy and our practices and a lot of things about us was taken and stolen from us. We don't really have a lot. So this movie is emphasizing on that, like saying this is part of our culture. We need to be uplifting this part and kind of pushing this other part away.
It's interesting that they are writing thought pieces. Well, not thought pieces, but like making videos and post about seeing a movie like this, but they'll sit in our deconstruction lives when we don't give a fuck about being blasphemous, and they'll sit in here like all night, right? And listen to that. But I don't think I've ever seen like a movie come out that's made by a predominantly white director, and have a white cast that's kind of mocking Christianity, where white Christians have to ask, should we go see this movie? Like, have you ever seen that?
No. Now that I think about it, huh? I really can't think of any.
I think like it just what's that, Ricky? What's that? What movie was that biblical? Monty Python. They did that over Monty Python. I've never seen Dogma. They made a big fuss about that.
Oh, what was wrong with Dogma?
When did Dogma come out?
That was in the 90s, I think.
Oh. Let me see.
I think for Dogma, I may be wrong, but I think it was the fact that they were talking about Christianity, not so much the movie. Because me personally, I wouldn't see what was be wrong there. But maybe I haven't watched the movie in a long time, but I thought it was more so giving Christians a positive light.
But I don't, like, I typed in the same thing that I typed in for Sinners, Christian review of Sinners. And so I just removed Sinners and typed in Dogma. There's not a Christian review of Dogma. And when did Dogma came out in 1999, and there's not a Christian review of Dogma, at least not on page 1 of Google. I might have to there are reviews of Dogma, but no Christian reviews of Dogma. If I go back to Sinners, there's multiple Christian reviews of Sinners, and they're all black Christians. So like at this level of making it a entire like issue of watching the movie, like I don't think I've ever seen it like that. You said they tried to bury it when it came out? I watched that, Justine. I don't see any Christian reviews of Dogma, though. I see one theological review of Dogma, but that was a college paper. That you could tell that was an assignment that a college student had.
See, I was still kind of young, so I wouldn't have known much about Dogma.
Yeah, I never even knew that movie existed. But I've not seen this type of, like, I'm not saying that predominantly white Christians haven't been upset about movies that maybe make fun of the Christian faith, but to this level that I see it, like the way they did Black Panther. Hold on, let me see if I can find that Christian review of Black Panther. The way they did Black Panther, and then Black Panther 2, and how they're doing Sinners. I've not seen white Christians do this to a movie.
I'm really sitting here trying to think of something because I'm only used to black cinema talking about Christianity, not so much like predominantly white cinema. So I just can't really think of any.
I think it's very telling for how high the religiosity is in the black community amongst Christianity. Yeah, I don't know. I can't find it right now, but there was one on Facebook that I read, and it was like when I tell you they had scriptures, like they were demonizing the hell out of that movie. Hey, Dr. B.
Morning.
What you said, Monty Python? They were mad about that movie.
Oh, sorry. I may have. I thought you were asking for a movie that was making fun of Christianity that was produced by.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, sorry. I may have just misunderstood what you're asking for.
Oh,
It's just
okay.
unsurprising that I misunderstood something. Unsurprising.
Let's see if this is it. This ain't it. I can't find it, but yeah.
But
I
I
mean,
think.
if
I'm sorry.
oh, sorry. And I was just going to say, the life of Brian certainly was a parody on Jesus. Like, it was, you know, making fun of, was making fun of Christianity. So is that what you were looking for? A
I
movie
was
that
trying
was
to
making
see
fun?
one that made like the white evangelical Christians scared to go see the movie because they were afraid that
Oh,
because they were afraid that it
I'm
was going to be, it was going to convict them, or it was going to be a sin for them, demonic, if they go and see the movie.
that's interesting. I mean, of course, it's old, or, um, but I don't remember the reaction to it, or I don't know the reaction to it when it came out. But given my 25 years as an evangelical fundamentalist, I can definitely see, um, not for fear, but for, um, I mean, shit. There were people that wouldn't go see the Passion of the Christ because the doctrine was wrong. Like so.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. So, um,
What did they say was wrong about the doctrine?
oh well. I mean, it's just not their specific doctrine. Like
Oh.
it could have been anything. Like they put the nail in the wrong spot. It's all a journey.
Yeah, but I think it's interesting the way that there are black Christians asking, should I go see this movie, like on social media, because they're afraid of being convicted by the Holy Spirit, because the movie is talking about the history of Christianity and how it was forced on enslaved black people in America by white racist enslavers, and it's highlighting paganism, and it makes paganism the winning force in the movie instead of Christianity. So,
I did want to say that when it comes to, I know that a lot of our movies is fear based because I can't remember what was the movie that came out on Netflix with what's his name, Lee Daniels. What was that movie called?
The Deliverance.
The Deliverance. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I couldn't remember. I didn't watch it, but wasn't that kind of the same thing where with a lot of black films, when it comes to the religious aspect of it, is more so of you need to give your life to God or else, basically.
Yeah, like I thought the Book of Clarence was going to be doing what Sinners is doing. And then, but I feel like the Book of Clarence just solidified the whole Black Hebrew Israelite narrative, and it just further pushed Black people towards religion. And then they cloned Tyrone. I thought they cloned Tyrone was going to be doing what Sinners is doing, and when it gets to the end, the message is, be white, be like a white man. That the goal is for everybody to become biracial or some shit. Like it was, yeah. The message at the end just didn't make sense to me. And I don't know if both of these directors got scared and decided to change the ending so that it pushes people towards this God, and was hoping that the little nuggets that they dropped throughout the movie was enough, and that they had to make sure that Christianity won. That Christianity was the main message in the end. I don't know, but both of them disappointed me because they weren't what I thought that they would be. So I'm actually shocked that Sinners is what it is, and that's why I asked, did they actually advertise the movie?
I don't know. Also, I live in the UK, so I'm not sure if the advertisement in the US and here are different.
Okay, because I didn't even know that movie was coming out. But Vita, here's the crazy thing: they didn't like the Book of Clarence at first. They were calling it demonic until it actually came out. Like, they were so pissed that Jay-Z was making a movie because they thought that
But
the
check this
movie
out.
was going to
Is
be
God really good all the time, right?
they thought that the Book of Clarence was going to be exactly what I thought it was going to be. And now they love it because it was highlighting Black Hebrew Israelite. Like, so, but there were Black Christians pissed when his first trailer came out, and they felt like Jay-Z was being blasphemous and he had no right to make a movie about Christ because Jay-Z wasn't a Christian. Jay-Z is Illuminati. But now the Book of Clarence is one of their favorite movies, which is interesting. Oh, I bet they do.
For me, They Clone Tyrone was more of how they are pushing assimilation.
Yeah.
And
he had messages in there how the church is used for that.
Yeah, and they're yeah, it's heavily because part of it was they went through the church to do it. The church, the food, the liquor stores, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And in the end, Jamie Foxx's character and John Boyega's character, and I can never remember my girl name, but the three of them are going around trying to find the rest of the labs so that they can stop the cloning and the assimilation from happening.
What ending did you get?
You didn't see how they were like ready to go?
No, because I know he had two alternate endings. The one that I seen was where he turned into a white man.
Yeah, but they stopped. They like fought they fought them, killed all of them, and then it was like, all right, we got to go and find the rest of these labs in the rest of these cities.
I didn't see that ending.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's how that one ended.
Yeah, it's it. I don't know, like that. That's interesting. So they ended up destroying the lab.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not the ending I saw either, Justine. I don't know, but I know he did have two endings. So
That's crazy.
yeah.
But yeah, that's the one I saw.
Oh, you saw Selena's ending, Melanie? I'm
And
looking
they
for that podcast of that black Christian that was mad about Jay-Z. Hold on.
That's crazy.
Did you see it? The
Yeah, about Jay-Z doing the movie.
Yeah, and he was saying this is demonic and this is blasphemous, and I'm like, what's blasphemous about it? Like,
I think that's what made me
only Jesus can be called the Messiah.
Goodness. And the funny thing is, they had Jesus in the movie.
Mm-hmm. They were talking about, like, they literally were mad about something they had not even seen yet, just because it was coming from Jay-Z, and they thought that Jay-Z wrote the directed the film, but he only produced it. But they were scared that it was blasphemous, and they were telling people not to go watch it. Yeah. Yeah. But it's interesting how now they love the movie, because it literally just affirms or reaffirms the whole black people are the true chosen. And I was so mad at JC for that shit, because I did not expect that. I thought
people got 99 problems, but that movie ain't one. So
is exactly exactly. But I was so excited for the movie to come out, because I was like, oh shit, here we go, like information's finna start coming out. And then when I watched it, I was like, what? I told my daughter, turn this shit off. It's like, turn this shit off.
My husband and I left the theater like, what did we just watch?
Mm-hmm. Yep, I did not expect that
decided.
shit.
And normally I'll watch a movie 2 or 3 times. If I don't get it, I still haven't watched it again.
You know, maybe with this movie, now that it's the opposite, maybe that will actually bring more people to start doing more films that way, instead of still kind of sticking to the status quo. Maybe.
If the black Christians don't get their way and the whole demonizing the movie like they're doing right now,
which is crazy, because it's not. Who was I was talking to one of my coworkers yesterday, and they said something about they mentioned that side of it being, oh my god, if you go watch this movie, I watched it, but if you go watch it, make sure you have all your Bibles and your crosses and your holy water. I said, boy, it is not that serious. Go sit down somewhere. That movie is not that. I said, if you paid attention to the symbolism in the movie, you would see us all through the movie in the things, our stories. Instead, y'all are paying attention to the surface level outside thing that that's supposedly demonic. Please stop. Please stop.
And I don't get that, because they will watch Freddy Krueger and Michael Myers 1,001 times and watch these serial killers have fun killing people and have fun scaring themselves watching that shit. And they'll let their kids dress up as a serial killer for Halloween. Like, I don't get it.
Exactly.
because we're in a fallen world, thinker. It's a fallen world.
With free will.
You know, that's so sad, because after watching this movie, all I thought was, wow, we're all affected. I feel like this should actually bring people together because like I'm trying so hard to be like good with my words right now because I don't like spoiling anything for anyone, but it almost felt as though everybody in the film, except for one group, there's a particular group, was pretty much victims of what has happened to all of us. All of us have been pretty much brainwashed, and we're all victims of this. And for them to not walk away with that is crazy.
Yeah.
Exactly what it's about. Exactly.
This is insane, y'all. As I look for this video on my page, I've been wondering why my views have been low, right? As I look for this video on my page, I have gone back years and there are so many community guideline violations on old videos. Like they have violated old videos. And I wouldn't have known if I hadn't gone back to try to find. I saw one earlier today when I was looking for that Oompa Loompa video. And now that I'm looking for the Jay-Z video, I just found two more. They're violating old ass content. And if you have community guidelines on your page, they throttle your traffic.
Mm-hmm.
And so I no telling how long these community guidelines have been sitting on my videos.
And you know what? It's on your page that I saw that video about Book of Clearance. I think we were going. I know I was going back and forth with somebody on there.
I can't even open up the video to even see what the guideline was. Like what I was violated for. Like it's crazy. It won't even let me play my video. So I don't know. But when I find it, I'll send it to you. I'll put it in the Discord, y'all, so y'all can see it. But he was going off, like he was mad. Did you have anything else, PT?
No, that's it. I'm just glad that I was able to come up because I get so nervous being on stage. But yeah, I was just happy to speak to Lala and talk to you, talk to Selena and everybody.
Well, I'm glad that you came up as well. And like I said, don't blame yourself. And you know, it's not your responsibility to make sure that they come out of it. But if they're willing to talk to you about it, you know, then of course talk to them. But if you try to make it your responsibility to get them out of it, it's going to be harder for you because you're just now coming into knowledge and coming out of it and being okay with it and getting stronger in that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So give yourself grace and don't let yourself be pulled back into it by means of guilt or, you know, fear or peer pressure.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. I hope you have a great rest of the morning.
Thank you. You too. Love you guys.
Love you too. I'm going to have to sit down and go through my whole entire account. Ain't no telling how many videos they have secretly violated. And you would think that they would send a notification to let you know that you got a community guidelines violation.
I was just about to say that. But they did it underhandedly, so you couldn't appeal it.
That's crazy. Because people be commenting on my page, like, I don't see you on the FYP anymore. And I just respond back and be like, oh, it's because I don't post as often. Howard Baker. You found it? What can you put the clip in the Discord for me? Thank you, Fluffy. Let's see. Why is it that like it'll be 13 people in the box, 20 people in the box, and as soon as I drop somebody, people will drop down. Who's in the box on purpose? Danny. Hello, Danny. Hey, Stoic, how are you?
Good morning. How are all of you?
Doing good.
I just had a quick thing, and this would be towards the first topic with it's harder to be a non-believer than a believer. And back to the idea of sinners. I didn't know anything about this movie. My son was asking to go see it, and I saw it was Ryan Coogler and Michael B. Jordan, so I said yes. So I'm excited to see it tonight now. But with the end of the Book of Clarence, I just was curious your perspective on this, with being kind of a film geek myself, and then also having a beyond deconstruction a little bit of study of religion, and that's beyond ironic to say next to Joshua Bowen on stage. But the constant use of the light in the book of the movie, the Book of Clarence, with like whenever he first smokes and starts elevating, and he's got the light above his head, and they say, "Oh, that looks like you're having an idea." And typically through art, historically, you see the use of light as divine figures, especially like an art behind their head. And I wondered, I'm like all of you, I was fairly underwhelmed by the movie, except for the use of music, and certainly the dialogue was good. But I thought of Black Hebrew Israelites the entire time I watched it. But at the very, very end, after he is resurrected, you see the light again, and it's as bright as it ever was. And then the movie goes to credits, and I was left wondering, is he going to walk out of the tomb and say, "I've resurrected"? I didn't know. I mean, the movie stops right there, but I sort of agreed that it seemed to chicken out with what it was trying to do. But then I was curious of anyone else's perspective up here with the way that it ends, and it feels like for him that the ultimate idea is to say, wait, anyone can go through what we just went through, but I'm going to walk out of here, and here's my new idea. Maybe I'm too cynical though.
I'm sorry. Like, what are you saying? Are you asking if that's how we saw it? Like, did we see it that way? Or
of course you didn't see it that way. But I was curious if it. I guess just in the way that we have to leave some things open to interpretation. For me, it seemed that the light that he saw above his head, as literally Jesus walks out of the tomb, was as bright as it had been. And if it stays with the earlier use of when you see the light, it's him having an idea that maybe it's his brightest idea of all, and that the resurrection is the selling point there. So just my own interpretation, I guess.
honestly, when I turned that movie off, I don't even know that I watched it all the way to the end. I do remember Jesus being risen, but I don't think I cared enough. Like, I think I was done with it. I can't even remember.
Yeah. It's literally in the last 1 or 2 seconds as it fades to black. So it's totally that you could have seen that and been like, no, I'm done, and missed it all. And it doesn't matter. I mean, you got the meat of it.
I was half watching the movie once I realized where he was going with it, to be honest.
It was such a letdown. I really loved the use of music in there. And it was like, it reminded me of like a semi-gospel, but like real low key and acoustic. I really liked the use of the music in it. And then it wasn't there. I am excited to see Sinners tonight. And I've not seen any trailers, but I sort of go out of my way to not see things. I want to go in blind if I can. One of the other, if it's okay if I ask another thing sort of related to, I'm not sure if it's related up here at all, but I was curious, the appearance of I was doing some studying yesterday, and it was talking about Yahweh taking human form in the Old Testament, and there's a few spots in Genesis, and I was really interested, and I'd just never realized that before. The idea that he appears to Abraham in what could be seen as human form, and that was very interesting to me. I'd never considered that, given the uniqueness and the special circumstance that is, and made up of the entire New Testament. So I didn't know if you had any perspective on that, or any thoughts, or it's just more inconsistency throughout.
I think so. In Judah, the Yahwehists did see Yahweh as a God that did engage with mankind, and so when they write about him, we do see multiple times that he does come down here in human form, like at the when he came down here to tell Samson's mama, I forgot her name. She doesn't even have a name. She's called somebody's wife. I can't remember her husband's name. But what's her husband's name? Dr. B. It's with an M, ain't it?
Oh yeah, I don't remember his name, but that's Jesus you're referring to. Just so we're clear, it's Jesus.
Who, the angel that came down? I mean, the man that
it's all Jesus. Okay, all of it.
And that's what I figured out, and that's what I love about it. Like, that's what's so amazing to me, is that, like, when I was growing up and 5 or 10 in a Pentecostal church, it's not easy to pick these things apart. But then looking at it last night, I was like, man, I haven't seen some of these verses in 25, 30 years, and it was melting my mind all over again.
Yeah, but so in the Yahwehs were right as Yahweh coming down in human form, engaging with the humans, but in Christianity, it's not really Yahweh; it's an angel. Like, even though it says like 3 men, and then one of the men is the Lord talking, it's an angel. But in the Hebrew scriptures, they do see it as a representation of Yahweh. Yeah.
And that's what I just learned yesterday, was what the Hebrew had said. Like, that was just honestly super cool to be true. Like, way cooler than angels, if I'm honest about it. Maybe not from the Pentecostal standpoint, but anyway, that's all I really had this morning. I wanted to add that little bit about Book of Clarence and say, that I was underwhelmed. I'm more excited than ever to see Sinners now. So I will report back. I hope everybody has a great day.
Thank you. I hope you enjoyed the movie. Looking forward to hearing your review.
Thank you.
Right. They do women so dirty in this book. They're somebody's wife. They don't have names. Oh man. TikTok be doing me dirty by throwing sleeping people on stage. You be doing me dirty and the people sleeping dirty. Like, goodness gracious. That, like, what the fuck? Laura?
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. Should I snort to be one more on the line?
Give us a trinity.
Yeah, for sure. I want to ask you something. I just want to check out your opinion about it, because yesterday when you got this slow start of the wife, and forgive me, I don't remember the person you been talking to. It was a guy, but you had this long discussion about the black people and how they actually been introduced to the Christianity, the slavery, how they went in America, and they've been seeing this just as a way to escape and to get their freedom back, to get some respect, things like this. All of these things that I was carefully listening, because you provided not only accurate historical information, but you've been like very transparent with the opinion over there and how these things
Laura,
are
you
not
cut
helping
out.
her, but they're affecting as well, in a way. However, the Pope died yesterday.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sorry. Yeah, is it better now? So all these things that you mentioned yesterday about the black people, I was listening very careful. It was very interesting for me about the history and everything. You said, however, you mentioned something that gets stuck in my mind about the cleanliness. Like black people are looking for this cleanliness, this whiteness, and this whiteness you mean it on a way not to change their color, obviously, but to get this equality among white people, so they are equal to white people, and this is something they see as a way to meet it in the religion perspective. However, the Pope died yesterday, and I was listening on the news a few times being mentioned that there is a possibility. I will be very surprised this to happen, but it feels it's going to happen somehow. I don't know. I can feel it.
The Ghanaian
However, like
cardinal.
yeah, so there are black cardinals over there, and they're going to choose in, the new pope sooner or later. However, if the pope actually turns up to be black, what is your opinion about it? Like, do you think that is going to bring a massive change?
No. Like we had a black president, it didn't change anything.
Yeah, but the black pope, I've not seen that. If you've seen it, correct me. I've not seen that through history. Maybe I'm not right.
I'm not. What type of change do you think that it would bring?
My point of view is like black people. You say that black people are already like seeing. How can I say? They're really abusing sometimes the message of God and trying, to preach over there and trying to get into people's head. And the black people are really affected by it. If they see something like this, I think that change might not be that positive. Like they're going to see it as a big thing, black people are actually getting a real position over there in the religion as well, which they've been looking for. But like that might make it worse.
Oh, like that's not a change. That's just making it worse, right?
Yeah.
That's not a change.
Yeah, I have this feeling as well. If that happens, that will make it worse.
And there's a possibility, that people who don't want to have a black pope would end up, doing some violent stuff to fight against that. But that's not a change. That's just like that's already happening.
The thing that a little bit scares me about it, because not long time ago, I think it was in December last year. So I turned out to be in one of those lives where there were black people talking about God, talking about Yahweh and the Bible and how they're chosen ones, and especially this prophecy, King James prophecy about the black people, being the chosen one, the Israelites. And I was told, I just didn't want to get to the argument, or to say something, because I was feeling like they're going to eat me if I say something. So I just wanted to not argue, However, like they were talking to me that I am the Gentile, I am the person who's putting them in slavery. So if they get up to sit on the throne of God, because it's their turn, I am the one who should pray for mercy, because they're going to be merciless against those who are, who enslaved them. And I'm Bulgarian, I never enslaved anyone, However, yeah, this is like that's being spoken from a group of people, like 8-10 people, doesn't matter. If something like this happen for a big community or even bigger community, that will be scary. Like their kind of thinking that might actually totally break, because it's already on the edge. if they're thinking like this.
I'm not sure what who you were talking to and what they're like. I mean, people say that stuff now, right? Like, I'm not sure if you were like talking to like Hebrew Israelites.
I think they are, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, like, I mean, nobody takes the Hebrew Israelites seriously. Like,
all right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, that's a peace of
They
mind.
like, and then the Hebrew Israelites are not Catholic. Like, if a Hebrew Israelite said to you that if the Pope is black, that means that they're gonna. It's like that's the dumbest shit that are like they're not Catholic. Like that, I don't know why they would say some shit like that.
I get you.
Yeah,
I get what you mean. So they need to first choose what exactly they want to be before they say something. Okay, I get you.
Yeah, like they tend to just hang on to anything black. It sounds like to me like they Google black, or they'll Google find black in the Bible, and then anything black they like. Yeah, no, I wouldn't. Nobody takes them seriously.
That's the way I felt it as well. Like how I really didn't. I've been written, and I don't know from where that came from. I was genuinely curious. That's why I stayed over there, and I was like, where exactly this is coming from? I never heard it. How you didn't hear it? This is a prophecy. It's only in the King James Bible, and I'm like, oh my goodness.
They're talking about the prophecy of Obadiah. In Isaiah, they're talking about Isaiah 14 and the prophecy of Obadiah. Like the crazy thing is that they're calling white people, anybody with white skin in the Bible, they're calling them Edomites. And but they'll Google the word black to find black people in the Bible, but they can't fucking Google Edom to see that the Edomites are in Jordan to this day.
Yeah.
Like they think Edomites are Europeans. Like nobody takes them seriously.
Yeah. I've seen that as well. Well, I really hope some people can get over the confusion and just get into history and stuff. That will be positive change.
I think we getting a black pope has a higher chance of that happening than to get the black Hebrew Israelites to actually give a damn about true history. Unfortunately.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah. Like they literally believe that America is Egypt.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Oh, I just believe in times that I went through lots of the boo SH things that I can possibly get through, and informations that are really, really blowing my mind sometimes, and I just got things like this, and I'm like, okay, we start all over again. That's amazing. Anyway, thank you.
The fact that their goal is to go back to some shit that we've already overcame from, like, it's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous thought.
Yeah, like the flat earth. The flat earth, same. Okay, thank you, Tinker, for your time. And just one more thing, like, I was listening about the movies. You got me curious about the sinners, but the thing that you were saying about, the Christians checking out, should I watch this, should I watch that, or is this demonic? It's like, I don't know, I was, I've not seen the movie, so I will see it and I will tell you maybe in future my opinion. However, like with The Chosen, for example, I saw so many before, and I watched The Chosen, and I was so amazed to see like so many Christian pages, especially like those popular ones, talking about like, oh, you should not watch The Chosen. It's not like they're not saying anything coming from the Bible, and they're literally phrasing some stuff, and I'm like, what the heck? If you're a real Christian, never watch it. Blasphemy. What the heck?
when I was still a Christian, but deconstructing, like I had started my deconstruction journey, I literally sent the director of Chosen a message on Facebook, and I went off on him about the not being black people in the show. Like none of the disciples were black, and I was like, Jesus was black. And then he messages me back, and he's like, Jesus was Middle Eastern. I put the screenshots, like I went back and I found him, and I put the screenshots in the Discord a couple of months ago. But yeah, I was so offended that there were no black disciples. I was like, but yeah, I'm so glad I'm not that shit no more. Yeah.
That is actually answering the things that I mentioned about the life before. Like, oh my god, if any of those people who are talking to me see that thing, and
I
oh my
told
god,
y'all I was a true believer. Like, yeah,
yeah, I get you.
yeah.
Oh,
And then
by the yeah, sorry.
no, I was gonna say, and then when I learned that the truth, I told y'all like I wanted to throw the fuck up because we were taught that this was our God, like and like we were under a 400-year curse and all this shit. Like that's what we're taught, and that's why it's so taboo in the black community for a black person to say they don't believe in this God.
I get you. Oh, yeah, and the other thing is like the most fascinating comment. Should I watch The Chosen when the actors are not even Christians? And I'm like, this is a movie, you know.
Yeah.
Like I don't think you need to be Christian necessarily to be required to play in a movie. I know some people like diverted to Christianity when they're doing movies like this, or they're into these things. But however, because when you're an actor, you obviously you need to give yourself to the role. You need to like embrace it, and this feeling. It's equal to the religion. Like you're getting this high from the religion. You're getting this sense of being held by a higher power, being into it, Holy Spirit, and things like this. So yeah, it sounds logical, but still.
Yeah.
Doesn't need to be.
Exactly. I agree.
Yeah, thank you anyway for your time.
You're welcome. Thank you. I hope you have a good one.
You too.
Selena, can you do the next one? I have to go to the bathroom and I need some coffee.
I got you.
Thank you. Let me bring up somebody for you.
Taxes on your retirement benefits and private pensions.
I'm
Alvin Cotto.
I hate when they come on stage and they have like all this background noise and stuff. Like, goodness gracious. Alban, are you there? I don't think they know they're on stage, so I'm gonna take them down. Elevation. I think they're gone. Did y'all see the video of those two Aussie twins giving an interview about something that happened in Australia? Man, this shit is hilarious because they're older twins, and they are talking at the same time. They're finishing each other's sentences, and it's like, why would this news anchor interview two people at the same time and expect them to answer at the same time? It's hilarious. Mimi. Okay, not there.
Okay. What is she watching?
Like y'all, like McCoy, did you not hear me say that I'm not bringing you up? Why are you in my request? Hey, Special K.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning,
Go
Special
ahead
K.
with
How you
Selena.
doing?
I'll be back.
Okay, I wanna. How you doing, Miss Selena?
I'm good. How you feeling?
I'm feeling okay. Had a better. Hopefully, have a better day than I had yesterday. I want to tackle that one. It's hard to be a non-believer than a believer in today's society. I'm finding that hard to. I'm finding it getting a little harder. I think it'll reach its peak for as my family's concerned. I'm gonna tell y'all about a little incident that happened. I don't know if you guys know it or not, but my mom, she been Jehovah's Witness her whole life. You know, she raised us to be Jehovah's Witness our whole life.
Mm-hmm.
But lately, she been listening in on Miss Thinker's live, and I think she done almost got addicted to listening to her. Her and my daughter. But anyway, my dad, I guess he called himself, got fed up with it, so he gonna put his foot down. So what he decided was he was gonna come and, for quote unquote, forbid my mom from listening to Miss Thinker again, because she began to ask the elders at the congregation some serious questions, and they telling my dad that she's borderline on apostate. And anybody that's been
Oh.
associated with Jehovah's Witnesses know that it's about as serious as it can get. So he decided he's gonna come over and put his foot down, tell her, I forbid you from listening, to these lives and all that. Well, I'm gonna tell you one thing about my mom. She's not that little flower that most Jehovah's Witnesses wives are. She would get straight up in your face.
Okay.
So she don't play that game. When my daughter came out, when I first told her that, I was deconstructing, she didn't like it, but she never abandoned me like the rest of my family did.
Mm-hmm.
And when my daughter came out that she was lesbian, my mother never abandoned her. So she is straight about family overall, even quote unquote her love for Jehovah. But anyway, you know, um, we all sitting down, and I get a knock from my door, and once again it's my dad. But this time my dad bought my cousin, which is his nephew, which is his brother's son. He's a pastor. Now, granted, me and him about the same age, and we used to have these knockdown dragouts about religion and scripture. One thing about Jehovah's Witnesses, they do actually read their Bible. So every time we would have a discussion, I would always get the better of him because he just kind of going on what other people say, whereas we actually read the Bible. Now, we had a misinterpretation of it and the fact that it didn't exist. But besides that point, I used to get the better of him. So he came and said that, you decided to leave Jehovah. You decided that your children weren't going to be raised in Jehovah. Now you're taking my auntie away from Jehovah. And my response to him was, and I respect my dad. I said, Dad, you want to come and sit down? I told my cousin, get the fuck out of my house. Who the hell you think you are to come to my house telling me, you know, what, so we kind of went back and forth for a while. So he said, okay,
And
fine.
I would. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry, I thought you were
No, 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 go
finished.
ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I would definitely ask him, how strong is your Jehovah that I'm able to take anyone from him?
Exactly. But you know what, Miss Selena, we wasn't at the reasoning point. I happy to see my dad because since I deconstructed, we really hadn't had a relationship. But for him to just come, I was just happy about that. So my cousin tells me that I'm just taking the entire family away. And he started getting a little bit belligerent. And he asked my dad, he said, so I guess you're gonna, be next. And see, my dad type of person is, you do not approach him with any hostility. You know what I'm talking about? He that type of guy. You come at him with hostility, he gonna match it tenfold. So when he got up in he got up in my cousin's face with his nephew. He said, "Look, I brought you over here to talk to them. I didn't bring you over here to try to insult me and them." He said, "Matter of fact,
Right.
you can leave now." Okay, fine. So he leaves and comes back with maybe 12 members of the congregation. Elders, still serve a few pioneers, and they knocking on the door. And I guess they gonna do a quote unquote congregational, you know, reach out to bring us back or whatever they want to call it. I was respectful. All those people, I knew them now, every one of them. So I was respectful. I let them in the house. We all sit down. Not to brag, but I got a huge house. And so I set everybody down and I said, listen, everybody, I'm gonna be honest with you. You can't convince me that the Bible is real because it's not. They said, "Oh, you want?" I said, "You know what? I'm not going to go back and forth." Keep in mind, my mom and my sister still in the back listening to, I want to say either Christine Carol or Fee. I'm not sure. Miss Fee. Well, I can't remember, but she heard the commotion, so she came from the back and looked inside like, okay, what's going on here? They said, okay, we're going to bring you back to Jehovah. That's our soul go. Now, this is the funny part. My cousin, for some weird reason, he decides to come back. And he told it brought my uncle, which is his dad, his wife, their family. And he said, you got a choice. So my mom and basically all of us, the family, y'all come back to Jehovah, or we would not ever speak to you guys again, ever. I told him once again, get the fuck out my house because I didn't invite you back over here.
You're right.
So what he did was his daddy, which is my uncle, which is my dad's brother, sent all us an email telling us we breaking off communication with you guys. As of today, do not contact us. Don't contact, any of his children, so forth and so on. Now at this point, my mom is like upset. She's really, really upset at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And my
Wait,
daughter,
when did this happen, Special K?
ma'am,
When did this happen?
happened Easter.
Oh my
The
gosh. Okay,
Resurrection
go ahead. I'm
Sunday.
sorry. Go
Yes.
ahead.
No, you're fine.
So they sent us an email and all that saying that we're going to break off ties because if you guys can't serve Jehovah, you guys are apostate. And like I said, anybody that's affiliated with Jehovah's Witness organization know apostasy. Of
Mm-hmm.
course, their concern is as worse as it can get. Okay.
Mm.
So I talked to everybody in the congregation, let them know my stance. My daughter let them know her stance. And they said they looked at my mom. Like every eye turned to her. Like I said, she was a hardcore Jehovah's Witness. I mean hardcore through and through the core of it. She told them, I will let you guys know when I get done listening to Miss Thinker. She calls you Thinker. Now, everybody in the congregation, I told her, I'm sorry, Miss Thinker. I keep telling her not to keep calling your name like that. But she is
Oh, I don't care. Tell her. I'm right there
okay.
with her. I'm right there with her.
But she been
Exactly.
mesmerized. She's been mesmerized with listening to your lives. And she told my dad and the other elders of the congregation and some of the pioneer, I will let you guys know when I get done listening to Thinker. I'm gonna see what she got, see how much more information she got, because apparently, even though I've been studying this Bible my entire life, I really hadn't been studying it.
You
So
know,
we left.
one of my things about the JWs is they, even though it's messed up, they literally follow they follow the word because it tells you to, leave your family if they walk away from the faith or whatever. So they do follow the word.
Well,
It's messed up.
well,
It's disgusting.
as of today, my uncle, my cousins, my dad's side, my dad's brother, and that's his only living brother. His entire family, as of yesterday, as of Monday, they have completely broke all association with us off. Everything.
How is your mom doing? Why did they break off with your dad? Your dad is still a JW, right?
No, okay. My dad feel bad now because he brought my cousin, which is his nephew, his uncle, my daddy's brother, to try to quote unquote persuade us to stop this foolishness, aka listen to Miss Thinker. My mom is the type of person is she truly believes and loves Jehovah, but since the Bible is his word, she gonna listen to that more. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
If you show her from the Bible that 1+1 is 2, even though she's been taught 2+2 is 7, if she read in the Bible 2+2 is 4, she's gonna explore that and she's not gonna let it go until she gets satisfaction. And that's how she is. Like when me and her had this long conversation, she was getting chips and bits, basically just kind of going by what the organization said. So now I'm admonishing her to step outside of some of the literature that the organization has written so she can have a not just a one-sided view of what's going on. And she lately been doing that. And I don't forgot her username, but she's been listening to you, Miss Thinker,
Oh, she
for
got a TikTok now.
yes, ma'am.
Oh, Mama Special
That's
K.
amazing.
When I tell people I'm witnessing the downfall of Christianity, 3 months ago, there was, I mean, I could say about 4 months ago, nobody could ever convince me that she would sit down and listen to a live. Just wouldn't have been a part of what I would have felt was my reality. So she is listening, and she told my dad. Now, keep in mind, they've been married for 57 years now. And she told him, first of all, you know better than to tell me what I can and can't read. I don't know who you think you are. Don't you forget, whatever that meant. But anyway, she said that
That means
Go
everything.
ahead on, Mama K.
she said that if our organization can't stand under scrutiny, then what's the use of the Bible? What's the use of me trying to preach to others if I don't have a full understanding? I'm trying to get a full understanding. And that's what she's been doing. She got on, I'm gonna tell I forgot what the TikTok live name is, but she catches your live every time you come on now. Her and my daughter. So
Oh, I love it. I love
so
it. Hold on. Let me send her a message. Just know that I'm right there with you. I ain't the Holy Ghost, but I'm right there with you as you go through this.
so as of today, I'm from a small town in Mississippi. So as of Monday, yesterday, everybody in my congregation knows your name, Miss Thinking. Like I told my mom, I told her quit using it. But when she make a point, and keep in mind now, you keep this in mind, it's more of an embarrassment to my dad because he's the coordinator of the congregation. So he's not gonna be able to hold his position if he don't quote unquote be able to keep his wife in check. And I think he's upset about that.
Oh,
But FYI, he has never been able to keep in check. Not since we were kids. But the point being is, when that thing says it's getting harder and harder, like I said, my uncle, I loved him. He wasn't that absentee uncle. Him and my dad were like, freaking friend. But my nephew, which is my cousin, we grew up more like brothers than we have cousins. So for him to come over the way he did and disrespect my house, and then tell his daddy, and all of a sudden, my cousins, one of them, my cousin and my daughter, they were real good friends, but now she done blocked on everything, social media, everything. So they thinking that, I guess they were gonna come over and we was all gonna quote unquote stop this foolishness and come back to Jehovah. I said there is no going back because now I understand that the Bible is so inaccurate that it's not even true to begin with. So I just wanted to, like I said, when I talk about that stuff, it's harder to be a non-believer than a believer in today's society. It is. Now
absolutely.
my mom is like she real upset now because my uncle and that wife, we all grew up together. We a small town, so my mom and her sister-in-law were real good friends for like over 40 years now. She won't even speak to my mom now.
Like, how do you just turn off love? Like, if Jesus
Right.
is love, right? How do you just turn that off? And what makes you think that you have the right to do that as a human? And then you go and preach to other people that Jesus is unconditional love, or that Jesus died for you because he loved you unconditionally. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. Like, you ain't no way you loved me if you were willing to turn off love just like that.
Well, if you
I feel
can.
I feel the exact same way, Miss Thinker. It's like it was crazy because, like I said, when they had the congregation to my house, I wasn't, tripping anything. Matter of fact, be honest with you, I'm glad to see most of those people because most of them had quit speaking to me since I disassociated myself. So for them to come over, I was actually happy to see them. People I hadn't seen in years. So I like everybody have a seat. Let me get y'all some lemonade. But when they quote unquote bring me back to Jehovah didn't work, they all pretty much got up and pretty much left. Had that, oh my goodness, he's lost in this and that and the other thing. And
Did
if
y'all talk about scripture at all? Like did they try to like bring up scripture, and did you kind of
yeah, they
like
yes. Now I'm going to I'm gonna tell you, I was ready for him. I was 100% ready. I listened to yours. I listened to Miss Fee. I listened to Christina. The heavy, what I consider the heavy hitters. I was ready for them. But you know what? My mom took control of the situation like she always does, and she started asking these questions. She said, "Well, this is what Thinker said." Da 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 da. Like I said, she keep putting your name out there. I hate that she keep.
hey, I ain't mad at her. Like if she got to do that to,
She
like I'm
said,
right
"This
there
is
with her.
She said, "This is what I heard, and this is, she'll make the." But I'm gonna tell you, I can tell that a lot of those people sitting in that room that really didn't open up that Bible themselves and really go into details about. Because one sister kept flipping that Bible, and I may be paranoid, but I think her interest was piqued. The situation about the situation about the chattel slavery and the correlation of how the Bible actually condones that. The congregation I got is predominantly black, and they still got them old, tales about what happened back in the day. And some of them like, okay, you know what? It's kind of weird and odd that Jehovah will condone slavery like that. It's sometimes it piques their, already fragile mentality about, quote unquote white people and slavery. The the scriptures that most of them came was basically about what happens if you leave Jehovah. I think one brother wrote a dog returned to his vomit. It was more insults, not doctrinal truth that they wanted to really debate. You know, everything happened so fast, and it was like it was a situation where when they come up with a scripture, she will counter and ask them, I need to understand what that means. She said, you guys apparently don't want to talk about it, so that's why I have to listen, to Miss Thinker if I really want. She said, I'm going to get to the point where I'm going to start, coming on the live and asking a question as a Christian, as a believer. I said, you should do it. I've been encouraging her
Yeah.
to do it. I said, get on there and just, request to be up and just as a Christian, because that's what you still are. You're not having, haven't denied anything. You just in the phase of studying now. And I said, she'll be more than happy to, meet you, know who you are.
Absolutely.
She go, like I said, her mother was a Jehovah's Witness. So I don't know if you guys remember the first time I decided to look outside of the organization's literature. I thought Jehovah was blinding me because when I opened up the book for the first time, some information that was outside of the Watchtower Bible and Tract Society, everything just went blank. I don't know if I remember I told y'all that. I thought Jehovah was blinding my eye, but in actuality, I was having a panic attack because I have never read any other literature outside the organization. I thought that was
Really?
yeah.
It's
Oh,
that
and they
deep, y'all.
look like, what did you say, Fee?
I said it's that deep. Yeah. The indoctrination is, for
Yeah,
sure.
it was. I realized that because they tell you don't read anything outside the organization. There's no need to, blah, blah, blah. But the first time I did, I honestly thought Jehovah was blinding me because I was going against his will about reading other information. But of course, I was so indoctrinated that when I felt I was going against Jehovah, I had a panic attack. That's what happened.
Y'all remember back in the day when laptops were real thick and sometimes they would make like this whirring noise to cool themselves off?
Yeah.
Yeah, the first time I pulled up a website that was searching outside of the organization, my computer did that and I thought that bitch was about to blow up. It was like that's part of the reason why my hands were shaking so bad, because I thought that thing was going to blow up on me.
Oh my God.
The indoctrination is so deep. Now, that's why I popped up, because Special K, please tell your mama I want to be like she is. I want to be her when I grow up, because the amount of strength and courage that it takes someone who is, born and raised and generations in to question this particular religion, and then to have the shepherding call be a group one. What? What? Where they do
Yes.
that at? Like,
I'm sorry.
what?
Not to cut
That's
you
not
off.
normal?
No,
Not to
it's
cut
usually
you off.
just two elders.
Not to cut you off, Miss Fee. That's what it's. I mean, I'm going. I got so hyped about this whole situation. That's why it was a shepherding call. That's what they did, but it was like the half the congregation was there. They let you know
That's
that
crazy.
if they think they're losing somebody like my mom, then they probably feel the whole congregation is in danger from this thinker. If my
Oh
mother,
my
And
gosh.
the
Holy
other piece
shit.
too that may be different in Jehovah's Witnesses than other religions is because his father holds a position in the congregation. If his immediate household, specifically his wife and any children living in his house, are not doing what they're supposed to do, he can't maintain his position. He's going to have to do what they call step down. Now, he can still be a Jehovah's Witness, he can still come to the meetings, he can still comment, but he can't lead, because the concept there is that if you aren't capable of leading your own household as a man, then you aren't capable of leading or directing the congregation. So for her to do this is so courageous, because she is saying to everybody, look, this is my brain. I have to make this make sense. And it's people like your mom, Special K, that I was talking to Thinker about the other day, how you have some people who are true believers. I think you have some that are just faking the funk because they think the title gives them some sort of prestige, and they're just going through the motions because they are assholes at their core. But you do have some people who believe that they have been taught the truth. And it's those people that I think will benefit from this live the most, because they see that on the other side of this fence is not the horror show that people think people have told you that it is. That's why I'll keep going back to the movie by M. Night Shyamalan, The Village, because being raised as a Jehovah's Witness is just like that movie. You're told that everything inside is safe, everything inside is right. Anything outside's wrong. You can't read it. You can't go into another church. You can't go, like, there are some people who miss their own parents' funerals because they were in churches, because Jehovah's Witnesses weren't able to enter other places of worship. I don't know if that requirement has changed recently.
What?
Yeah. Like, I personally know people who did not go to their own parents' funerals because those parents were not witnesses and the funeral was in a church. They just did not
My
go.
uncle, my granddad's brother didn't come to his funeral, and then didn't go to the parents' funeral because of that.
My mother-in-law, she's passed away now. She didn't go to her mother's funeral. She went down to Mississippi when she died, but she didn't go to the funeral. She just went to the gravesite for the burial because it was in a church.
Yeah,
That's what a lot of
exactly.
Jehovah's Witnesses do. They'll go to the burial site, but they refuse to go inside the church.
Yeah.
And like I was talking to my mom, I think my mom, she was part of that generation, if you remember, Miss Fee, that was supposed to not see this system go longer. We're supposed to be in paradise now.
Mm-hmm.
Then they changed the concept, but when they realized that all the people that generation were going to be dead within the next 10 years.
Yep. 1914.
Exactly. So I think she got real disheartened after that. She don't really say it, because I remember when we left the congregation, because they would say, oh, we got this big announcement. We all thinking they're going to say, okay, the end is going to come on such and such a day, so be ready. But that's not what they said. They said, well, you know what, we don't really know. It ain't going to be the generation of 1914. We don't know. So just keep serving Jehovah, and I guess at some point eventually we will get our reward.
Yep.
My mom left that meeting disheartened. She won't say it to this day. I looked in her eyes and knew that she was kind of disheartened, because she had been waiting for this whole time. She used to tell us as children, y'all ain't worry about going to college or like that, because, paradise will be here by the time you guys get grown.
Yep.
That's what we used to hear as a child growing up. So,
I heard that repeatedly too, Special K.
And that's what we was taught. And I think my mama banked on a lot of that stuff, because she gave up a lot. I mean, she was a musician. I mean, she could sing her voice, if they existed. She had the voice of an angel. But she would not pursue that singing career because, we're going to get involved in stuff like that. That's worldly stuff. So, we need to leave that alone. She graduated as valedictorian of her class, which I found all this stuff out later. Don't worry about going to college, because what good is college going to do you, because paradise is going to be here by the time you even finish college.
Yep.
So she gave up a lot of herself for the sake of, quote unquote, Jehovah. And now I think she's in this phase where, oh my God, I think I just wasted my life. She don't have a job. She never actually worked. So now, at this stage in her life, I think she's having a lot of regrets.
Please tell her, I don't know if she's listening, but if she's not, please tell her she did not waste her life. She did not waste her life. She raised amazing human beings, and she kept her core character enough to not turn her back on her children when a deity wanted her to. Like, so there's no wasting in that. She was able to create human beings who would be able to stand up on their own and fight for their right to understand things in the way that they need to understand things. And she's absolutely right what she said to those people. If a thing is true, I say this all the time, it's going to be true after you investigate it. If it's true, it's not going to fail as a result of investigation. And if you want me to not investigate, why? What is it that you want me to not know? It's almost this constant barrage of promises and kicking the can down the road for peace that will come later that placates people, and then they stop asking the questions. That's the successfulness of Jehovah's Witnesses. But the problem, I think, that they don't realize they've got themselves into is that they do, like you said, you're right, they do tell you like the organization will falter, like you, so whenever there's new light as they call it or something big happens, they'll say, well, the organization is perfect but it's ran by imperfect men, but the one thing you can trust is the word of God. And although they have their own interpretation of it, the New World's their own translation, the New World's translation, which they've updated recently, if I remember, to the gray one, they do tell you constantly, if nothing else, look to the Bible, read the Bible, know the Bible. And it seems like that very admonition is going to be the unraveling of your mom's indoctrination into this faith, because that's what they've told her to do and she's doing it. So you can't tell a person like, I'm doing exactly what you told me. Bottom line is, it ain't fun when the rabbit's got the gun. And it seems like that's the position they're in.
Yes, we got two other sisters to the congregation. They, they decided they were going to come over and talk. But like I said, she was like, hey, and my dad walked around with his mouth poked out because he knew eventually they getting ready to call him to the back room. He know that it's going to be kind of odd and weird for him to get called to the back room because he basically ran that congregation like it was his congregation.
Yeah.
So now you got a couple of elders that's been waiting on this for years.
Yep.
Years
to take their place.
Exactly. And so
yeah,
he's over there. He know my mom. I think he, as the old saying, he sees the writing on the wall. Once she get her mind made up about something in the situation, she's gonna go through with it. I told my dad, who hadn't spoke to me in months, like literally months. I said, why don't you just sit down and see what she's learning, see what new she's learning? Isn't that how you became a Jehovah's Witness? Because see, my dad, he only became a Jehovah's Witness because of her. He was chasing her around the town, and she was like, no, I can't get with you unless you're a baptized, dedicated Jehovah's Witness. And everybody that I know said, okay, that's why he became a Jehovah's Witness, because he wanted to get with my mom. Period.
Yeah. But then the power and the authority in the congregation can be really intoxicating for some men. Like I say this, I never confirmed with my dad before he died, but I do believe that was the reason he held on so long, because my dad was very smart, but he wasn't educated, like formally. He was very charismatic. He could speak very well. So people loved to hear him give talks. He would give special talks. He's given talks at the assemblies and things like that. Like, so it was a status symbol for him, I think. And he was smart enough to know and do the research to identify whether or not this stuff made sense or not. But I believe even if he did come across something that didn't sit well with him, such as slavery, because he was very, very pro-black, like he had to regulate himself in a lot of times, with inner exchanges between white elders and black elders, especially if they tried to talk down to him. He would, he's reported himself to the elders a couple of times because he was ready to throw hands. Not the kind I do, but like literally whoop somebody's ass. But I think that's why he held on so long, because it gave him authority that he would never otherwise find in the world.
Same with my dad. See, my dad was a former Black Panther. So, and like I said, we're from a small town, and I think it's the first time we ever been into a quote unquote integrated congregation. Matter of fact, that congregation didn't become integrated until the 90s when the circuit overseer came and said, I'm going to put these congregations together. There is no legitimate reason why you should have two congregations in this small town outside of fake. It's a racial barrier. So that gave my dad, quote unquote, authority over a lot of white folks. And he loved it. So, the biggest thing with him was that, he's now in a position where he's going to lose his position, because my mom is beginning to take it up on herself to do her own personal study. She's making references outside of what the Watchtower Bible and Tract Society has to give her. And she is like almost intoxicated because she's catching. I told her about the three people I mainly listen to, mainly Miss Thinker, Miss Fee, and Miss Christine Carroll. And I think she's been locked into all three of you guys, just trying to learn. Right now, she's in the learning phase. Her and my daughter, like I said, now, she wasn't going to, apparently, I thought she was going to put Jehovah before family. She showed me when my daughter decided she wanted to come out as lesbian. She did not blink or hesitate to run up and give her a hug and say, you my granddaughter, I love you, you blood. We're going to get, if this was who you are,
I like your mama.
this is who you are.
Me too,
It
Tinker.
shocked me now. I'm going to be honest with you. It did shock me because I thought she was start to condemn it. I said, so you condemn me? She said, boy, shut the hell up. Ain't nobody talking to you. Just feel like window. So that's the type of person she is. But once she get on a mission to learn, she's not going to stop until she's satisfied. And I think my dad knows that. If it's in the legitimacy about the Bible not being true or the Bible contradicts itself, my mom is going to eventually find it because she was real smart. She never went to college, but she's always educated herself, within the organization. Now she's trying to educate herself outside this honestly to see can it stand up to scrutiny. That's her biggest thing. I want to know if our publications can stand up to scrutiny. I want to know if our teachings can stand up to scrutiny. And if it can't, then that means that I'm going to have to make some changes in my life. That's the type of person my mom is.
And that task can be so overwhelming, specifically because there's no limit to the amount of literature Jehovah's Witnesses have, right? Like
Exactly.
there's the Watchtower and Awake and the bound
Yes.
volumes and the Reasoning book. Like there's so much literature, and you're inundated. Like I remember we did you remember like the third time we did the Revelation book at the book study. I was like,
Yes.
we got to do this damn book one more time. Like they go through verse by verse the book of Revelation.
Yes.
It's a red book, and then it's supposed to be a lot of historical context in that book, which after leaving, I went back to that book and kind of cross-reference stuff. It is not. It is absolutely fabricated. It does not comport with actual history in any way whatsoever. But they have to spin the narrative in order for their eschatology to the timeline of their eschatology to be correct. And that's just what you saw. So the reality is that is true no matter who looks at it. It's just that you have to convince the masses of people that you're indoctrinating not to look at it. But once you open Pandora's box, there is no closing it. Like you cannot unring the bell unless people just choose to do it for the sake of maintaining peace in their family. And it does not seem like Mama's doing that. And I love that.
No, well, the problem is, like you said, Ms. Feet, you cannot unhear what you hear if you have an open and thinking mind. You just cannot. I mean, no matter how much literature we were swamped with, I did like you a lot of things. Even after I started deconstructing, even after I deconstructed, there were a lot of things that I still thought was true because I never got around to researching it, and come to find out a lot of those things were just complete blatant lies. Now, even though I had deconstructed and everything, it's still kind of like, what the hell? Why would they teach us that knowing it's a lie? These people in the organization are smart. They knew what they was doing. There was no way that it was a mistake. It wasn't an honest mistake. It was an honest deception. And I got a little angry because now I'm going back over a lot of things that I was taught as fact and realized it was nowhere close to fact. And slowly, like I said, my mom and my daughter, they're going to take this, apparently they're going to take this journey together because, like I said, they both listening to you guys and everything.
I love that for them.
She, like I said, I mean, I know you said you don't care, Miss Thinker, but I keep telling her don't put your name out there because I don't know, stupid people in the world. So.
Oh yeah, I feel you.
But no, she thinks highly of your lives. She's with my mother now, so she's not listening. But soon, I guarantee, as soon as she leaves the home, she's gonna get back on that line. So
yeah, I love that. Your daughter and your mom are doing this together, and having that extra support, and then like having you there, too, as they learn things, because it can be shocking, and you were talking about that feeling of dedicating your life to something, and holding out for a thing and believing that that thing is going to happen, and giving up a lot in exchange for that promise, right? And a lot of times, like my father is gone. My father is deceased, and y'all know that my father was a pastor, and he was often called a man after God's own heart. And I seen my dad give up a lot, and like he believed in this God, and he believed that the God gave him a promise of a church with 3,000 members. And the night that he died, I didn't understand how a God could let him die on the side of the road like a dog, killed by a drunk driver, without that promise coming to pass. Like the way my father died was bad enough, but you also let that happen without fulfilling this promise that you gave him. And that's how, the thought that I had the night that he died. And I now think, like, just thinking about it, I think several times, like often, how he dedicated his life to this God, and this is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think about that a lot. And like, your mom is still alive, and that, I think that's the amazing thing about her coming into this place of, like, let me make sure that, let me understand what it is that I believe and that I've dedicated my life to, and if not, then let me make some changes. I love the fact that she still has time to make those changes, right? And she still has time to do some of the things that she didn't get to do. If she makes this decision, like, whatever decision she makes, I support. I support her getting an understanding, whether she decides to stay with Jehovah or not. I support her getting the understanding that she needs, and it's the fact that she has the time to do that. That I think is pretty awesome.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. I also think that, like, with the process of starting, like, there's so many questions to think. It was like Thinker was saying, it's like, it's overwhelming. I had to, like, I tell y'all all the time, I had to make so many journals. I got notebooks. I wrote down the big topics, and then I would pace myself. Like, sometimes I would go through and research the resurrection. Like, it doesn't make sense. And then I had this template I used that I created from, like, this book I read about the critical thinking skills for dummies. I created this template of sorts to kind of walk myself through each claim that I wanted to make sure I was understanding from a rational and logical perspective, because I didn't trust my mind. I didn't trust that. Now that I'm seeing how completely brainwashed I was, and I didn't consider myself to be an unintelligent person, like, how did I not question the fact that going to sleep every night for years as a child, I would listen to that audio tape of the drama. You remember the drama Special K with
Yes.
the 10 plagues?
Oh, yes.
You could hear the children in the background when the plagues came. Children screaming, people drowning, like, this traumatic shit I'm listening to as a child. Like, how did I not think that wasn't okay? Like, what is it about me that didn't resonate with me? So I needed first to shore up my mental faculties. I'm like, how did you get here? Because you don't know that you're indoctrinated. Like, we don't know what we don't know. But once you start learning these things, first I had to build that trust in my mind. Like, I didn't want to be led astray by another doctrine thinking it was actual truth, because I didn't have a way to filter out the fake stuff or the false narratives or the unfalsifiable claims. I didn't even know what unfalsifiable was. I hadn't heard the word before. So it was that systematic approach that helped me. But like Thinker said, take your time. It is very daunting, it's huge, but it can be freeing. And then my next thing, or my last thing I should say, if they want to talk to her again, I would suggest, and I said this to the two elders that came to my house the last time I got my last shepherding call, what do you want me to do with my questions? What should I do with them? Because if ultimately you're telling me you can't answer them, then, and you're telling me I can't seek answers outside of the congregation, what do you want me to do with them? And they couldn't give me an answer to that, because what they want you to do is stop asking them. They want you they want to extinguish your curiosity, but they don't want to say that. I made them say it. And when they finally said it, I'm like, I am not willing to do that. And I don't care what you're taking away from me. I'm not willing to do that. I'm the only one that resides with this brain 24/7 every single day of the year. You don't get to tell me how I can utilize it. And that was the last shepherding call I got.
How many do they do?
It depends on who you are in the congregation. That's the political piece of it. So, like, at that time, I was in Virginia, so nobody knew my dad. Like, well, they knew my dad, but he wasn't like the elder he was in Atlanta. So if this had happened in Atlanta, it would have been multiple, because my dad was an elder. But because my husband wasn't even a ministerial servant, which is like a step below an elder. He was just a brother in the congregation. He was in good standing. There was nothing negative, but I didn't hold a position high enough to be impactful in the congregation. Because you got to think about it. If you've got a person who's a pioneer, that's a woman who knocks on doors. I don't know what the hour requirement is now, but it used to be, I want to say, was it 60 hours a month? 90? I forgot how many hours a month it was.
It was 90 back then, but now they dropped it down to 50. But I'm going to tell you something crazy. Technically, my mom is still a pioneer.
Really?
Yes.
That's crazy. Yeah, so if you're a pioneer, oh, I'm sorry, Special K.
No, no, I was just saying as of now she is.
Okay. Yeah, so it depends on your position. So if you're a pioneer or like a person who's usually at the forefront in a congregation, like used as an example up on the stage frequently, they're going to keep at you to get you to come back because your absence would be noticed. If you're just somebody that sits in a chair and, shows up every meeting, maybe comments occasionally, you're not going to be too missed. So they don't give too many shepherding calls with a person in that position.
That is insane. But
Oh, it's wild.
wow.
It's definitely wild because when I first told the brothers, aka my dad, that I'm finna get ready to just disassociate myself from the congregation, I could have done like Humanist feet just vanished, but I wanted to be let known that this is indoctrination. And once I realized I was indoctrinated, it was more of a situation kind of like I need you guys to know that you know
Wait,
I understand
somebody
what's
on
going on.
YouTube named themselves anti-thinker.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. Here we go.
These people are not well. They are not well at all.
What?
They named themselves anti-thinker.
What the fuck?
It's not like we knew it wasn't eventually gonna happen. Because when you see we have more access and quick information now than we have, and I think people are, in my opinion, we're growing tired of false promises, whether it's from a God or book. I think that's what we're witnessing now. And my mom got a quote unquote meeting with the elders. I asked her, I said, so what are you going to tell them? She said, I'm going to tell them the same thing I tell everybody else. I need y'all to, explain to me this scripture, that scripture. You can't, then I'm going to start looking for other sources. She told me about
I'm sorry. What's supposed to happen, anti-thinker? Like what's gonna happen? Like what am I supposed to be afraid of?
Are they telling you to be afraid of something on YouTube?
Your doom is near.
Oh my goodness.
that
It
is
may be the start of the summer, or the sun shall burn this world. Pray now. Are you fucking nuts?
A resounding yes. Whoever that is absolutely fucking nuts.
She's using the screen. That's a screenshot of me in her PFP. That's me in her PFP. Where the fuck did you get my picture? Ethereal, can you block this bitch? Are you able to block her? The Holy Spirit gave you my picture, bitch. You are fucking nuts. Is Brian or somebody over there? Hold on. I'm gonna take care of it. Ethereal, are you able to block them from the channel? I can only put them in timeout for 24 hours. Are you able to block them? Thank you. What the fuck? I think she's finna block. Yeah, she blocked them. She blocked them from the channel. For some reason, I only have the
I
ability.
blocked them first. I went over there and blocked
Oh,
them.
you did. Thank you. For some reason, they don't give me the ability to block. Only the mods can, and I can only put people in timeout for 24 hours.
That's crazy.
Oh, you think that's Ian? Ethereal says she think that's Ian Conley. These motherfuckers is not okay. And apparently something's gonna happen to me at the beginning of the summer.
They are so. Oh my gosh.
These motherfuckers are not okay. Sorry, Special K. Go ahead.
Miss Thing, I told you that's one of the reasons why I tell my mom just kind of cool down on your name because there's some sick people out here. I mean, we over here minding our own business, trying to get past indoctrination that we knew that's not, you know, that we know for absolute fact that there's no validity to it, and we just
Oh,
mind our own business trying to deconstruct as a community. But they would not, Christians would not let it go.
exactly. Marduk said that he said no, the doom is near for all of us. He talking about the end of the world. The end of the world is coming at the beginning of the summer.
I I thought the end of the world would come in 1975. That didn't happen, so I hadn't really been looking for it since. They had all those hyped up. 1975. That's a wrap for everybody. The
And that's
brother.
crazy because I just realized that it was in 75. My parents became witnesses in 75.
But do you remember? I don't know how old you are, Miss Fee, but those brothers got up on top of the Watchtower Bible tracks inside the building. They got on top. They stood there. I mean, maybe December the 1st. And, it's cold up there in New York, so they wanted to make sure that they was up there when Jehovah bring them to heaven and Jesus come down.
Just like the Hebrew Israelites, thinker.
I remember, man, we were so scared, and I'm thinking to myself, oh my goodness, I stole a marble from my cousin. I went and called my cousin and told him that I stole his marble. He used to say marbles when we were kids, and he had this big cat-eye marble, and I wanted that marble. I looked around and stuck it in my pocket. So when 1975 came, I started trying to think about every bad thing I did. I called my cousin. I said, no, you got to forgive me, man. I took your marble. He was like, because he's not a Jehovah's, he's been a Jehovah's Witness. He said, why you take my marble? I said, I don't know, I just wanted it. He said, I gotta give you my marble back because, if Jehovah come back, I don't want him to not take me to paradise. He said, all right, I'll forgive you, but you gotta bring me 2 marbles. Give me that marble that you got. He extorted me. So
Yeah.
I was so scared about the end coming in 1975. I took a whole bag of marbles and threw it at him. Say, you forgive me? He said, yeah, I guess. Jehovah asked me. Now he messed with me because he knew that he thought we were a bunch of clowns. He said, all right, Jehovah asked me, I'll tell him that you did right. I said, okay, good. We hugged and everything. That's how indoctrinated I was. And I was a child then.
Yeah, I was only a year in 75. So I was just born in 74, but I did hear about it. And I like my aunt took a second mortgage out on her home, like all of the equity,
Oh,
which was the
yes.
house was damn near paid off, but she took a second mortgage out because she was like, I'm gonna use this money to. And I believe, I can't remember correctly, so I could be wrong, but I believe she donated a big portion of it to the organization, which didn't make sense to me because I'm like, if you don't need the money, then what the fuck do they need it for? Like, it was just weird. But yeah, a lot of people did that, and she's still in that house to this day, and that mortgage is still not paid off.
I know brothers in the organization that took out big loans. They're gonna live it up in 75. But hey, we ain't gotta pay it back no way. I know this one particular brother from a neighboring congregation. Now you gotta keep in mind, 1975, he took out 100 grand. That was a grip back then. It's a grip now, but you can imagine.
Right.
He went to France. He went to all the places that he felt. He quit his job after he took out the loan. Then started going to France. He went to Africa. He went everywhere. Came back, 1975, came and left.
Yeah, and he had to pay it back. Yeah, so
He
it, it
had to
was
pay
it
the
was a.
loan back.
I will say there were a lot of people who left the organization after the 1974. The 1975
Yes, ma'am.
Armageddon.
It was a
Yeah,
mass exodus. It kind of it lowered the number of the congregation substantially.
yeah. But then they'll figure out a way to rebrand themselves. After the 1914 thing, I remember that. I remember that light getting brighter about the generation of 1914 because it's that scripture that we talk about all the time in here, thinker, where I forget who it was that was said, this generation will by no means pass away until all these things have occurred.
Jesus and Matthew.
That was Jesus that said that. I thought it was. I don't
Yeah.
know why I thought it was one of the apostles, but yeah, it's that scripture that they were using, and they were saying that the generation that they were referring to was people born in 1914, and there's a specific formula that they use to arrive at that year. I can't
It was
remember that
crazy.
anymore.
It was
Yeah.
crazy. I mean, it seemed so logical back then, but now I went back and read about a couple of years ago. I'm like, was I brain dead when I was, believing all this? I'm trying to understand what was going on in my head. Then I realized indoctrination. When people don't understand how hard it is to leave a cult, when you indoctrinated in something, It took me 40 years to leave, and I had questions the whole time. Most of the time, I just ignored it. I prayed to the fake, pretend make believe God, and then I get up in the morning with my own self epiphany. It's like Jehovah done gave me some Holy Spirit that cleared my mind. When really, in actuality, I just decided to ignore it and move on about my business. So, it's one of them situations where, like I told my mom, I said, "Mom, I'm gonna back you regardless." Like you said, Miss Thinker, if you choose after extra study beyond the organization, you decide to stick with Jehovah, I support you. Because she never quit calling me. My dad didn't. But my mom never turned her back on me. She would always call me, check on me. She really didn't want to upset my dad, and I understood. But she would call me, make sure, you got your food and everything. I said, oh, yeah, I'm fine, I'm good. So she would never turn her back on her family. But now I told her, I said, you got to deconstruct for yourself. This is information that if it's bothering you, you need to explore it. Because if this is not true and this is all fiction, then you have to make your own decision whether or not you want to stick with these fairy tales or you want to move on to the next stage in your life. But right now, apparently she is choosing to study. I mean, like I say, she catching the lives, she's asking questions, she going to the congregation, asking the brothers questions. My dad he is pissed. I mean, I don't know what he gonna do with himself if he gets removed as an elder.
And they may soon restrict her from having access to the congregation, just because you know how they do that with the
Yes.
whole, they want questions floating around in the
They
organization.
definitely don't want thinker floating around.
I know, right? and
Do you remember
and
what they called it, Miss Fee? They called it, we're going to come together, going to mark you.
yeah, you're marked. Bad association spoils useful habits. 1 Corinthians 15:33.
Yes.
It's the one that every teenager had to memorize because you couldn't hang out with worldly people. They were bad association. And the fucked up part about it is I got pressure to do shit I wasn't supposed to do from people in the congregation. More so, I never got pressure from my friends in high school. Like they would be like, "Oh, she's a day dub. She's a J dub. She doesn't do X, Y, and Z." It was never, "Come on, let's do this." Never. So I'm like, I don't know if you know where that source of that bad association is actually coming from.
Yeah. Every time I got in trouble as a youth, it was with another witness. Period.
Exactly. Yep. But
Yeah.
I'm super proud of her. Like she don't know me from Adam, but I am inspired by her honestly because it takes so much courage to be willing to do that and stand up for yourself. To stand up for your right to understand things. That's what all of us should be doing, honestly.
Anything that doesn't seem right to me deserves to be questioned. And like I said, when I started deconstructing, most people are fickle with it. Me, I knew my path. I wanted to know more. And if more took me to a place where this organization and the Bible and everything in it is a bunch of BS, so be it. But I was determined not to be controlled, by an organization based on fantasies and fairy tales.
Yeah.
And I never shared this with y'all before, but that's why my wife left me. She told me I was an apostate. She left.
Really?
Oh wow.
She just left.
Is
I
she
mean,
still a witness?
she's still a witness, yes. This funny thing about it is she won't divorce me. I've been trying to divorce her for years, but she won't.
I was getting ready to say because she can't get married again if she divorced you, right?
She can't because
Well,
it's not for adultery, right? Did they change that rule too?
no, it's still the same.
Okay.
Well, no, that's my point. I hate to say it like this. She got plenty of ground, and I told her she got ground. You want to go, go.
Oh.
Don't.
Oh.
I'm not trying to, I told her if you want to leave, that's fine. But don't. I told her that I was going to move on with my life. I don't
Special
think she.
case. Special
He
case
said
said you
I
got
went on
enough.
it.
Special case said you got enough ground to plant a garden, girl. Gonna do it.
Exactly. But she refused to do it, and I'm like, okay, why? I think it's more of a situation now. She just don't want me to go with my life. I think it's at
Yeah.
that point. And I
Holding you
filed for.
hostage. Can you
Yeah.
not file for the divorce?
I don't know if you know in Mississippi or not how the law works. If this state is a weird state because if she filed for divorce and we both agree, no big deal. But she never filed for divorce, and I'm like, okay, fine. If you want to continue to be a witness, that's fine. I say, but I don't. And if you moved out, because I would have stayed with her because I loved her. I just decided that the fairy tale wasn't working for me no more. So on the advice of her father, who was an elder in another congregation, she packed up her bags and she left. My son and my daughter came back to me. They started back living with me because they didn't want to, they didn't want to be part of, the organization anymore, whatever. So I went and filed for a divorce because I met somebody else and I want to just move on because I gave her, at this time now, I'm not justifying anything I did. I'm not. But we had been separated for about 4, maybe 5 years. And I called her. I said, why don't we just get a divorce? I mean, why you keep holding my divorce up? So if I file for divorce, if in Mississippi, I have to have what you call a 6 months reprieve, you know, go to counseling and all that stuff, because in Mississippi, they don't like granting divorce if two people don't agree. She keeps getting
Damn.
these continuance.
Damn.
She keeps getting these continuance. And this been going on for about 8 years now.
That is insane. I know in Tennessee you can only do it like I think 3 times. My ex husband did it the first time. Um, he didn't show up. I cried so fucking bad. But the second time he did show up. But if he hadn't have shown up 2 times in a row, then they would have granted the divorce. I think you can only do a continuous 3 times, but if the party doesn't show up like 2 times in a row, then you can
And
go ahead and only get your divorce.
yeah, and then too, she kind of talked me into, our youngest son, he's, I don't want him to grow up without a father, da da da. I said, well, it's one of them situations where, you left the house, you moved, and I said, if you didn't want him to grow up with a father, you would have stayed at least until he got old enough. Which a lot of Miss P can tell you, a lot of witnesses do that. They wait till their kids get grown and
Yep.
then they are gone about their own lives or however they want to do it. I told her you could have done that because my feelings for her never left. It's only started leaving when she started bashing me in front of our friends and former colleagues and everything on social media and everything. And that's what turned my son and my daughter against her. They knew she was telling lies about me, And my daughter, she was the first one to come. She came and said, you know what, I can't take mom no more. She's something wrong with her. She's going crazy. So she came and lived with me. Then later, about a couple years later, my son. Now my baby boy still lives with her, but he's finna graduate high school this year. So if this been, like I said, this been going on for a while now. And I told her, you got more than enough grounds for divorce. It's on you now, and I can't keep running around chasing you. I say, but once he graduates high school, I will chase you down, and we gonna be done with it because we only married on paper, and that's it, nothing else. The love I had for her after all these years of lies and slander against me, all of that is gone now. So the only thing we share is a child. And she hates the fact that, he loves coming to my house and basically want to stay with me. But I told him to just stay with his mom because I don't want her to have a nervous breakdown or something, because that means all 3 of her kids would have left and came, to stay with me. And
Is he baptized special care?
no, he's not baptized. No,
Okay.
no. I did not, even when I was an elder, I never actually emphasized them getting baptized at an early age. That's something that I, would let you know that I always had doubts for children because I got baptized. I was 12. I was 12 years old when I got baptized. And there's no way a 12-year-old should be baptized and dedicate their life to anything at that age.
Absolutely not. I said this in Christina's live the other day. I mean, even as humans, fallible humans, we know that children are not mentally capable of making big decisions. Like they can't sign a contract, they can't drink alcohol, they can't smoke cigarettes until a certain age. But we're letting 6-year-olds make lifelong spiritual commitments. They don't know what that
Correct.
means. So yeah, I think I was 14 or 15, but I did feel pressured as an elder's daughter, because my sister got baptized probably around the same age, but it was some younger people in congregation that were getting baptized like 8, 9, and 10. So
Yes.
people were looking at me like, when are you gonna make my dad primarily? When are you gonna make your dedication to Jehovah and all of this? So yeah, it is definitely pressure on the inside to conform to their standards on their timeline.
Well, and then too, it was one of them situations like you said, Miss Fee, when I first met you on live. Everybody just knew when I left Jehovah that I was probably gonna get on crack, start drinking. I don't know what they thought it was gonna happen. You know, it was almost like they were waiting on me to crash and fall and then come crawling back to Jehovah after
Yep.
the world done beat me to the ground. But like I say, I thrived. I mean, when they came to my house, I built a whole new house. Let my I can't call her my ex-wife because we still legally married. I let my wife move back into the house that we were in. I went and built me another house because I had been holding back getting my electrical engineering degree because they were like, "You wasting time going to college. You could be going out in field service, teaching people about Jehovah." That's what I heard. And when I finally deconstructed, I went back. Now my income done tripled, you know, since I've been back when it got my education. So, you know, like I told her, you can have the house. You know, it's yours. You know, I'm done with it. I'm ready to move on with, you know, with my life. But everybody thought that, you know, I was gonna crash and burn and I was gonna come back, I don't know, dragging myself with leprosy all over my body. I didn't know what they thought. Because when they came to my house a couple of days ago, yesterday, it was like they were shocked to see he got a brand new house and he looked good. They were like, okay, you know, you could tell the expression on their face. They thought that they was finna walk into a complete mess. But they can't accept the fact. A lot of people don't accept the fact that if you leave, quote unquote, Jehovah, that you can actually thrive. They think everybody leaves Jehovah is gonna crash and burn.
Yeah, you're taught that from like an early age. Like, and then you do see people that leave and they leave for like rebellious reasons. They go out here and then later on they come back, and those are the ones that you point to. See, that's what happens. That's what you end up looking like when you leave Jehovah. And you thinking you're gonna have like two teeth and half an arm after you get out here and the world whooped your ass. Like, it's just not that. It's literally not that. But you are conditioned and completely indoctrinated to believe that that's all there is outside the organization. They also tell you that there is no love or no friendship even outside of the organization. They
Exactly.
want you to believe that if you make a friend with somebody that's not a Jehovah's Witness, they have an ulterior motive. They don't really care about you. They're using you for something. When in the reality is, I've seen a lot of people inside the organization be used. I've seen a lot of people outside of the organization be used. And the reality is, it's just that's going to be the case in any group of people, in any population. You're going to have good, you're going to have
Yes.
bad. But they like to keep this very limited perspective and this very narrow view of what life is like outside of the organization, because it's the only thing that gives structure, morals, values, character, and all of those things. And that's just simply, for me, that's been proven completely to be false.
Yes. But guys, I'm have to get on to work. I just wanted to share that little bit with y'all, let y'all know my mama, she's progressing a lot faster and a lot more stronger than I thought she was. I told her, I said, so what are you gonna tell the brothers? She can say, I'm gonna tell them what's on my mind.
Good for
I
her.
said, so what about you and dad? He said, he'll be all right. I said, okay. I told her, just give me a call. Once she had the meeting, I said, have you told dad that you have the meeting? She told me at this point, no, I haven't at this point. I said, why not? She said, you know your dad. I said, oh crap, there's gonna be some crap in that congregation now. If they call to meet with her without telling him, I'm gonna use an old term I used to use. Jehovah have mercy.
Yeah.
But guys, you guys are a good support group. Like I said, my mom is addicted to you, Miss Thinker. She's addicted to your live. She's learning a lot, and I appreciate you guys for being here to support her.
Well, I'm
You're so
looking forward to.
welcome. Thank you for coming up and giving us the
All right,
update. I
let me
appreciate
down.
it. Have a good day.
All right, you too.
Easy, bro.
All right. Bye,
All
Mama K.
Amen. That's
Bye,
awesome.
Mama K. Bye, Special K.
I certainly hope she does come up one day. I would love to hear from her.
Yeah,
That'd
me
be amazing.
too. That biblical named her Mrs. Especially K.
Mrs. Especially K. It's adorable.
That's funny. Can I just say, we did something amazing yesterday. We got Christina to 1 million likes. We did that for Thinker as well. But I am noticing we are kind of skimping on the likes these days. I don't know. Like, remember we made the push to 300, and that took forever. And we still at 370. Kind of, I don't know. I
Yeah,
don't
that was
know.
like 3 hours ago.
It was, wasn't it? Like
Yeah.
my L button has been stuck on my computer for like 4 hours right now. I ain't gonna hold you. Just sitting there liking steadily. So I know it ain't me. I'm not the problem. So,
Yeah, it's been like that for weeks.
Yeah.
mm, mm. I mean, y'all say y'all love Thinker, but like, do y'all? I'm just
No,
curious. I'm just asking. I'm just asking.
I think it's a
Yeah.
bunch of believers in here that are refusing to like the live. I can see
Yeah.
the yeah, I can see the nerds liking like crazy. It's a bunch of believers that are watching. They're like, I'm not liking this damn live, but that's okay because the nerds gonna show up. Ain't that right, y'all?
For sure.
I appreciate y'all. Oh, where did the guests go? Didn't somebody join the stage?
I heard something.
All right, I'm just checking y'all temperature down there. It felt a little chilly in the comments when I was down there.
Oh
uh,
my.
Jarian,
Hi, how is everybody doing?
good. How are
Hey, how you
you?
doing?
I'm doing really well. I have this is so I have been on this journey and it's your first statement is it's harder to be a non-believer than a believer in today's society. Well, it was for me until last year until I started listening
I was gonna
to
say,
your
our name sound
lives.
familiar. Like you don't change that
Yeah,
PFP.
I did. I don't know what a PFP is, but I just changed my name again because I was having a hard time when I first came to live. I had my name Jarian, which is what it is. And then I changed it to IntelliKey because a lot of Christians started harassing me, a lot of my friends. And so I changed it for a little while. And then I just kind of eased back into myself. And it's not harder anymore. I mean, I know that you have to go through that the initial, and I thought that I had deconstructed, but I had started, but anyway, it's so much liberty and freedom, once you get past the betrayal. I felt betrayed, and I had felt betrayed for such a long time, and then when I found your live. I started behaving like I was in church again. I was like, oh my God, I found my community. I found my, and then something inside of me said, you know what, you just need to step back and start studying. So I started following people, got the courage to change my name back. And I just want to tell you, life is not, it's good. Jesus is not Lord, Jerian is. Me,
Okay, look.
Jerry, I'm not afraid to say that anymore. I used to always, when I'm not saying I'm some great creator, whatever, but I believe in myself. I was listening to you one day and you said, I thanked myself. You said you had always had a hard time thanking yourself. I may be miscommunicating or paraphrasing this. And you said, I looked in the mirror and said, thank you, and didn't feel awkward about it. And I thought, oh, that's going to be my daily practice. And it just feels so good to thank myself for being a good human being. I don't have to be doing something great and moving mountains, even though I want to. But I am a good person without um, the challenge of what Christianity thinks of me anymore. So life is just I contribute a lot to listening and growing, and I learned patience, a tolerance. It's just so many things. Just listening to your live. I listened to Fee when she's joined someone. Lala, I follow her, so I see a lot of her posts and stuff. But it has just it's been good. I think I found y'all like last August or something, maybe
Yeah.
Yeah, I
last
remember you. Yeah.
July, and
Yeah.
I fell in love. And my husband was like, babe, you doing this. So I'm going to give you a warning. You falling in love and you imprinting, and it looks like you doing a Christian thing over here. And I was like, I'm not, I'm, I'm not. And he's like, okay, oh, okay, just okay. Okay, he said, look like it to me. And so I had to step back, and I actually got a little depressed. But he was right. It was just like, you know how when you leave Christianity and you think you find something to replace it because you don't know yet that you don't need anything to replace it? Like
Mm-hmm.
you are enough. of course, I know it's a rhetorical question. But I found that. I found, um, after even walking away 7 years, and trying to deconstruct these 14 years or whatever, I've never found the liberty to be unattached, if that makes sense, unattached from that God experience. So
Yeah,
it's
that
just
makes a
it's
lot of sense.
the liberation is beautiful. It's just my mom is here with me, uh, and she's just like, I just can't believe it because she hadn't seen me not a Christian. So I went to the army, came home, sold out, couldn't see or whatever. And so now she's living with me, and she is just like, I just can't believe this. I just, like, you are a completely different person. And all I can think and say is, I am completely free. Like, well, I mean, whatever that means to people. But for me, I don't. I like my girlfriends who are still saved. I always say, I don't worship your God. My God's name is Jerian. She's not the creator, but she's trying to figure this thing out. So if y'all could just be over there and let me be over here, we can still be friends. And they actually respected that.
I
And I
love
just didn't
that.
think they would. I had been so afraid and so frightened all these fucking years, just to, because I wanted to be a part of something. I wanted to feel included. Look, so all the psychology stuff. I'm a middle child. I'm a Gemini. All this. So you take the test to learn about yourself. This need of just wanting to be participating in humanity in a way that felt right and good on the inside. And so I think for me, Christianity had all these rules and, the love and the kindness, the peace, the faith. I was very, very attracted to that. And because I had grown up differently, my mom, there was no religion in my home whatsoever. I kind of, but there was no discipline in my home either. So I kind of grabbed that first thing when I left, and I held on to it like it was, it was good. I mean, I learned a lot of things about myself. That's why Christianity was good. Nah, it felt good to me. I'm still trying to figure out a way to think about how it may or may not have been good for me. Um, it's just like I am just like Mr. Special K, just so extraordinarily grateful for TikTok. And I want to tell you this, they might not be liking right now, but there are so many people, and I know it's my algorithm, but so many people refer to you for their start. So you are this whole community really. One of my girlfriends who she's a political person, so they always have to pray and they have the pomp and circumstance. But she was singing Sebastian's song and she calls him Pink Beard. I was like, I know these people. And she was like, he says some stuff when I listen to him. Like, I just like, it's making me hard to stand up here and pretend. I was like, girl, you better come on over here. But she doesn't want to give up her prestige. She doesn't want to be seen as a non believer because she holds this political position. So when Special K was speaking about his dad, and when Miss Fee was talking about that situation, I was like, shit, it's like that over here. Or it's kind of, it's like that still in a way with how society is set up. Like they won't. I don't bow my head. I don't do the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. And I was in the military, but I just like, why am I pledging my allegiance to something that did not pledge its allegiance to me? So
That part.
it's just been so wonderful and so good. And yeah, I had to disappear because my husband was right. But I'm so grateful for y'all. And I need to go ahead and resubscribe right now because I think I'm okay.
They sent you, I think, 2 subscriptions.
Okay, I'd much rather pay for it. Oh yeah, I hit that one. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just, I know how to rejoin and all of that. So I just wanted to say to you all, I really appreciate you. And life is groovy, man. It's not harder. Shit, you have to stand up inside of yourself. And I think that that's another thing. And then the women, like, what? All these black women saying, fuck you, Jesus. I just fell in love. I was just like, y'all was just like, no, you don't have a golden wand anymore. You're not blowing my back out. No, it's a fucking facade. It's just been, and Quan, her, you had told me about her book club. It's just been so good. So I just wanted to thank you for inviting me up, and I just wanted to say, keep doing what you're doing. Shit. And your stardust, keep sprinkling it all over TikTok. All of y'all, because y'all do it. And even also, I even come and sit with you and your pup sometimes. Um, your videos of your dog. So,
Hmm.
I mean, I do like, it's just not as much. I have to balance myself. I'm one of those people who will go all the way to the left and then come all the way back and then find some kind of balance. So I'm really grateful for you all. And Sinners is a spiritual experience. That's what it was for me. If you go in there thinking it's a good movie, I recommend it. Just it's a really good movie.
Y'all
It's
gonna make
about
me go to
us.
the theater. I was trying to wait until it come out. Y'all gonna make me
No,
go
it
to the
is
theater.
so. I started
It's
weeping
powerful.
in one scene. I mean, you really. It's not. I mean, I didn't want to see it at first because the preacher was like, that first part that they show. I was like, what the fuck? But no, Brian Coogler is a genius. He is a creative genius, and he is for blackity black, black, black. So,
Really, that movie
um,
was amazing. My son and I went Sunday. Yeah, we went. No, what day
yeah,
did we
we
go?
went. We probably
420 was
were.
Sunday, right? Yeah, we went Saturday. It was amazing, and
Yeah.
I'm just gonna tell y'all, for the music lovers, just get ready.
Oh my
Get
Mhm.
God.
ready. Oh
What?
my goodness. Yeah.
That was that was my spiritual experience fee. I couldn't believe it. I'd never
You
seen
talking about the
any.
part in the juke joint?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh
Yes,
Oh,
yeah. Look,
ma'am.
yes, yes. That took
I'm
me
trying not to
out.
be a spoiler alert. I'm just trying to.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
symbolism, like I really, people when I started seeing, like I was trying to avoid before I went to see it, I was trying to avoid the TikTok videos because I didn't want any spoilers. But I kept seeing people talk about the Jew joint scene and how
Hmm.
just artistically, musically, like the inclusivity. Oh my goodness! I mean, I just think it's so
Yes,
layered. I was telling my
yes.
son, I was like, with Kendrick's Super Bowl performance, this movie, I low key feel like they cloned Tyrone kind of didn't get enough hype because of
Right.
the messages around that. But this one, yeah, there's something happening in the masses, and it may not come to fruition during my lifetime, but an awakening happening amongst the people, and I think that folks are kind of letting that fly under the radar, but I don't know how long it's going to stay under the radar because that was a very, very powerful movie.
Yeah, I agree 1,000,000%. Y'all, I just wanted to just let you know I'm still listening. I still support, and now that I have brought myself back to a place of balance, I'm grateful. I'm grateful for this. I don't know. I guess I have to say TikTok. Um, and I heard about anti-thinker, and I think I'm just gonna go and have a discussion with this person
They
because
gone now. They been blocked.
oh, they're blocked. Oh, okay.
Hmm.
Okay. Well, y'all, thank you so much. And y'all have a really, really good today. Okay.
You
Thank
too,
you, Jaren. Have a
You
good
Jared.
day.
too.
Okay.
It was
Bye.
good hearing from you.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Y'all know I don't know how to
I
drive
got you.
myself.
I
Okay.
got you. TikTok could make that process easier. Let's see. Fox, the arsonist. Are you in the box on purpose? Igu, is it? What's eagle?
Igaloo? Igaloo?
Igloo.
Ikulu?
Okay.
Gulu.
Ikulu. Stop. Also, stop.
Oh,
Bad
so
influence.
I'm trying to see what's the best one
yeah.
to pronounce it with.
Just tugs. Just tugs. Okay. If you're in the box on purpose, can you please comment for me, please, so that I bypass all the accidental requests? Thank you. If you're waiting to come on stage and you are in the request box on purpose, everlasting gobstoppers, thank you. I mean, everlasting God stoppers. I don't know why I'm
You
adding
got
an
it right.
S on there. How are you?
Well, everybody mispronounces it because of the Willy Wonka thing, but that's my whole like shtick. I'm playing on the word,
Yeah.
so I appreciate when you pronounce it right. Justin never pronounces it right. He's always he over enunciates the gob.
What topic did you
So
come up
Thinker
to discuss? Huh?
don't do
Huh?
that. Still having problems with her mind powers
And
and
you know
gifting
what?
and everything.
I checked it at the beginning of the live because I almost went off because I forgot she changed her PFP to Bart and I didn't see her in the list and I was like, who the fuck removed do that? But she's there. And I checked her powers. They're there. Faye, do you remember when you couldn't when your mind powers weren't working?
I had to. I closed the app completely and then opened it back up, and it came back.
Okay. Have you tried that? Is she in the chat?
She should be. Hold on.
She's in our chat or this chat? Oh, did I try to close out and see if that works? Because I checked your mod capabilities as soon as I started the live. Because you have like everything. I can remove it and add you back if you want me to do that. Just let me know. But first, try to do what Fee did and see if it comes back. Um, Godstopper, which topic did you come up to discuss, or did you have something else on your mind?
yeah. Let's see. I
Well, you know you're a nerd,
I
so you don't have to stick on topic. I just didn't know what you wanted to do.
okay. Okay, yeah. I just because it was Easter weekend, I've been running this analogy to just to try to get a good answer from a Christian regarding salvation, and the whole he sent his only God sent his only begotten Son, he unalived for our sins, and then he overcame unalivement, right? And I've never really, since childhood, I've never really understood how that works. And so I came up with a little analogy uh, that basically goes like this. Okay, let's say I'm a godless atheist with no moral foundation, and I really don't think anything matters, and I commit an egregious crime where I unalive somebody, and I'm arrested, and they have all the evidence, they have the witnesses, the family, they take me to jail, take me to court. I'm found guilty beyond a shadow of doubt, and the judge bangs his gavel and says, "Okay, you're hereby sentenced to life in prison." But then, just at that moment, the judge's son bursts into the courtroom and says, "That's okay. I'll take the punishment for it." And the judge looks at me and says, "Do you accept this?" And I say, "Well, yeah, yes, I accept." And so the judge says, "Okay, take my son away. He's going to serve the time." So they handcuff him, take him to the cell, but then like a couple of days later, he picks the lock and escapes the cell, never to be seen from again. Now, on my way out of the courtroom, I stop at the family and I look at them and I say, I hope you can find it in your hearts to forgive me, but this court has forgiven me. And now I'm just going to go live my best life. And I walk out of the courtroom. I never commit the crime again. But my problem is, how has justice been served? Has an act of love occurred or an act of mercy? Because I don't see it. And I see this analogy as a point by point, analogy of the Christian salvation story. And I can't get a good answer from a Christian,
I think that's a
surprisingly
really
enough.
good answer. I think that's a really good answer. If I were, I don't know if I were a Christian, or is this my answer even now as an atheist? But I see it as justice has not been served, and um, God has sent the officers, bailiffs, and everybody in the courthouse to come after you to now serve your sentence, since his son picked the lock, and that you still have to pay for your crimes.
Well, in real life, maybe that might be the case, but that doesn't
I
seem
think
to be
it's
the
in
case
Christianity
in
too.
Christianity. Okay.
Because think about the fact that you, like, as a Christian, even though they tell you that the salvation is free and it's grace and you've been forgiven of your sins and Jesus paid the debt, really, you still have to pay that debt. And the way that you have to pay for your debt is you have to believe in Jesus, right? You have to show up to church or pay. Have a good day, baby. I love you. Be safe, okay? You have to pay your tithes or give to the poor or do whatever. You can't do any sins. If you do, then you're ostracized. Like, you're still held accountable for all that. Like, I feel like there's still, like, I feel like Christians are still paying for their debt. I mean, paying for their crimes, even though they're saying that the gift of salvation is free and paid for by Jesus' death.
Yeah, I guess like that's kind of why I included the whole part about the judge looking at me and said, "Do you accept this?" And
Mm-hmm.
that's like my version of accepting Jesus as the salvation, right?
Yeah, even well,
And
and it
and
might be that it's different for, like, and this is why I say I think there is a difference in the Jesuses, because even like in the black church, it don't matter. There's no one saved always saved. Like, accepting Jesus doesn't mean that you're saved. Like, if you sin, then you have to start all back over again. Like, there's no one saved always saved, and so, like, for a lot of us, we have to, like, there's punishment for sinning. There's, you fall and you got to start all back over again, and you got all these works that you have to do in order to maintain your salvation. I don't know what, like, were you taught that or no?
yeah, it in essentially it was a what I remember from the childhood indoctrination was it was um there was two parts. It was both faith and works. It was with Paul, it was just because your sins are forgiven doesn't mean you could live in sin. Like lest you live in sin. That's what I remember as being like the part of the having faith in the story, and then also living it. And that's why I also include in the analogy how I try to make amends with the family, and I go and I sin no more, but I walk out scot free. Like I go on to live my life. And that to me reflects a certain lack of accountability that I personally have witnessed in, that's pretty prevalent in Christianity. A lot of the hypocrisy that we see. And so, but my issue is, like, the family, though, the person that I've sinned against, I couldn't imagine how they really, are receiving any mercy, love, or justice in this, scenario. And so like that's kind of where I've been hung up, especially since it's Easter weekend, and that's what the whole faith is based on. It's based on this weekend,
Hmm.
and I guess I guess from my point of view as a humanist, it's I don't need all that. Like I can just focus on being a better human and trying to help my fellow humans be better humans by holding them accountable. When if one of my friends is misogynistic or homophobic or whatever, like I can hold them accountable. I can call them out on it. And I guess it's from my worldview as a humanist, like, I want to see real life applications of, like, a morality, a sense of morality, because like the way I see morality, unlike most atheists, I feel like I can ground morality, even though it's not like, I don't think anybody has truly objective morality, because objective I define as mind independent or stance independent. And so by the time you apply your morality, you're processing it through your own mind and coming from your own stance. So, we could point at certain things and say, yes, that's always wrong no matter what, but it's still subjective to the minds of humans. So when we talk about human morality, we're talking about the human experience and how we treat each other, essentially. So to me, not depending on, you know, this imaginary friend, as far as I'm concerned, that's what it is. Without depending on that to judge my, my moral compass, I can actually put the work into assessing each situation, each circumstance, and trying to determine the harm factor, or what's going to contribute to, a better humanity. So, like, I guess that's my salvation, is me. It's me and how I grow, and how I fit in, because, like I don't know if you remember the last time I jumped on stage. It was about maybe a month ago, but I was just pondering the concept of, if we're supposedly born, created by this creator with free will, but yet I didn't consent to exist. So, as like, as an atheist, I don't believe there's a creator. I believe I'm a product of nature. So same scenario. I didn't consent to exist in that scenario, but there's no will or intention behind it. I'm just here. I'm a product of nature. So what am I going to do with that? If I only have this finite life to live, and I'm not concerned about an afterlife. If I get there and there's an afterlife, good, bonus points. Right. But I don't want to cheapen this life by, placing any credit in something that nobody knows. And I would rather focus on what I do know and what I can control, what little bit of choice making I do have. I want to try to focus that, in a good direction. So, like I said, that's my salvation, and that works for me. And of course, that doesn't work for Christians. They'll be the first to condemn me to, the bad place, simply for nothing more than just being unconvinced
Hmm.
in the story. So, and in which case, I'll tell them, like, when they try to lay the whole Pascal's wager on me, I would have no problem standing on all 10 toes and looking at that creator and saying, you could send me there. I'll go there knowing I'm morally superior to you, you know, uh, and that's my take. And I'd say it with my chest. I say it with my chest now, and I'll say it then, like, just to condemn me just simply for not being convinced, when this creator knew the whole time what it would take to convince me and decided to stay hidden. So, you know, and as an atheist, as a, you know, like as a, um, as somebody who doesn't believe, I'm unconvinced. Uh, I remain open minded. You know, I feel like skepticism is the ultimate open minded position because you're not just reaching a conclusion and standing by that. You're, you know, you carefully assess the conclusions that you come to, the beliefs you come to. You withhold belief until there's good reason to believe it. You know, that's good, healthy skepticism.
I think that's part of the reason why Christians push back against us so much, because there's an assumption on their part that we've accepted the things that we've accepted as true in the same way that they have. Like somebody said it, therefore it's true. But they're missing all of the work that a lot of non-believers or skeptical people go through in order to verify a claim. And because that idea or that concept is so foreign to them, there's just almost this knee-jerk reaction. Well, you accept science, your God is science, and that's just a blatant conflation, and those two things are not analogous. But they don't realize that there's a completely different mental process that most people go through when they've deconstructed, because it's all of these questions that you're now allowing yourself to ask that as a believer you didn't. You just accepted what your pastor or your preacher or your parents told you about a particular idea, concept, sin, morality, all of these things. But there's a whole lot of work, mental work, that goes into being skeptical. And I don't think non-skeptical people realize that, specifically those in religious settings.
And they probably look at me and or look at us as though we're not putting the work into, you know, finding God. But I mean, I read the Bible as an atheist more than more than I ever did, you know, as a believer, which my believer days were strictly in my childhood too. So but I have these conversations, you know, pretty regularly, you know, and so you know, I'm not shut off to the prospect that there may be something divine, but I just don't see it. And the more I get bad answers and bad arguments from believers, the less I believe. I've never really had any good compelling, you know, case made that moves the needle that direction for me.
I'm pretty much in the same place that you are, because like I don't think it's wise for anybody to close their minds off to the possibility of being wrong about a position that they hold. But I think that's another conflation on the part of religious people. I think they see folks like us who are skeptical, who are logical thinkers, and they say, oh, they think they have all the answers. No, like, nobody has all the answers. And I'm
Right.
absolutely willing to adjust sales or, adjust my understanding based on new information. But what they consider new information is just more dogma, or differently wrapped dogma. You're ultimately saying the same vapid thing. Like, what you're claiming has no basis. It has no substantiation. And when we push for that, then to them they translate that as being, carnal minded, closed minded, and all of those things. And that's not it at all. Show me where I'm wrong. Don't tell me that I'm wrong. Show me where I'm wrong. If you show me where I'm wrong, then I can walk with you. But if you just tell me I'm wrong because somebody told you to tell me I'm wrong, that's not going to be convincing.
They see that as rebellion, though. Like, they don't see that as a genuine opportunity to be able to even reach someone who needs logic, right? In order for them to be convinced, they see that as rebellion and an opportunity for them to get defensive about the faith, and they think that it's you being disrespectful when you're like, no, I need you to show me, take me to the scripture and tell me why you see the things the way that you see it, or why you're explaining it to me this way. They don't engage with that. But that a lot of times, like, those are be the conversations that we have on the stage, right? And when we do push back, for example, there were two people who joined the live tonight to discuss topic number one, and they all wanted to talk about Christian persecution in Nigeria and China and North Korea, and they were Americans, And when I pushed back and I say, don't talk to me about somebody else's experience, talk to me about your experience as a believer. Like you haven't lived in China, you haven't lived in North Korea, and both of them left. They saw it as me being disrespectful because I wouldn't let them tell me how Christians are being persecuted, how it's harder being a Christian, because they needed to use somebody else's persecution. Right? Like, and what I really want
Yeah.
to understand from them is how or why they are saying that it is hard to be a believer
I had
from
that
their
same.
own experience.
I had a
Go ahead.
very. Oh, I'm sorry, thinker.
No, I was saying, go ahead.
Oh, I had a similar conversation with a good friend of mine who's a fanatical Christian about she claims that there's a push of the LGBTQIA agenda, as she calls it. And I'm like, where? She's like, well, she's got 2 school-age kids. I'm like, where? And she's like, well, it's in everything. Where? And every single time I pushed for specifics, she could not give me one. And we ended the conversation, of course, still holding very firmly to our own individual positions on this. But at the very least, I hope there was a seed planted where she realized that she's holding a very strong stance on a topic for which she has no evidence of. I get that this may make you uncomfortable. I get that you think that it goes against your belief system, but where is the actual evidence that you can speak to, that you have personally experienced, that makes this true? And I can't even call it a vicarious experience because they haven't even talked to these people directly to see what type of persecution they claim to be going through. And I'm not saying that in those other countries that's not happening. I'd like to Thinker's point, like I've never lived there, but the reality is it's much less frequent that a person walks a path of non-belief, specifically in the States, than a person walking a path of belief. And there is more pushback. There's almost like a coddling of Christianity here. Like there's no national holidays for anything non-religious. Like there's Christmas. There's like, yeah, I get off a couple of days, like a year for that. Like those are religious-based holidays. There's a place made for Christianity. Like look at this office that the current president has enacted. There's nothing like that for lack of religion. And to Jarian's point, I do think it's freeing personally. So internally, it could absolutely be freeing. It's easier to work within your own mind. It's just more difficult to assimilate into society as a non-believer because of the framework that most people see us through.
Yeah, and it's always like we were talking about that self-delusion. Like they want you to be willing to convince yourself that a God is talking to you, that a God is doing things for you, even though you are having questions, right? Like, or you are saying, I don't see the evidence of a God in my life. And I was telling PT earlier that, like I said, it's almost like they want to shake you and say, why won't you just believe? Or why won't you just allow yourself to be deluded, right? And when they were on the stage and they were trying to convince me that they are affected by the persecution of, Christians in all these other countries that they've never been to, one of them said, well, because I realized that this is my community and we're all one in the community. I said, well, then why, have you sent money over there? Right? Have you wrote a letter to them, encouraging them and telling them, hey, your community is with you? No, I haven't. I tried to, but I said, why do you have to try? Why do you have to try to write a letter? I don't have the resources. I'm not wealthy. You got to be wealthy to get a piece of notebook paper and a pen, right? And then you get mad because you want me to delude myself. You want me to just accept the things that you're saying to me, when logically, if you were really affected by what these other believers are going through in these other countries, you should be able to, you should be reaching out to see what you can do, right? Like you should be sending them a letter or giving to a GoFundMe, making videos about this Christian persecution if it actually affects you.
Right.
And
witness it.
Yeah, that's a great point. It's
Yeah,
almost like they're hijacking the persecution of these people that they don't know so they can win an argument.
yeah, and and they get mad at us because we won't accept what they're saying to us as truth, and we're calling out the illogicalness in that. And I feel like that's the same thing with the religion. Like they're basically saying, why won't you just believe what I'm saying? That's why I said belief is really about, hey, not believing Jesus, but believing the believer. That's what
Exactly.
I think it
It
is.
is. You're absolutely right. I was thinking about this the other day. Like I wonder if given the opportunity to teach us, right? Like what, like you have topics on your board, like the hot topics that usually come up, like slavery. Walk me through each scripture in Leviticus, in Exodus, like all of these scriptures. Walk me through it the way you understand it, and allow us as non-believers to ask the questions that come up in our minds. Because it's almost like the reverse. The fact that we are the ones asking them the questions puts them on the defensive, and they see that as persecution, and all of it is ultimately in their minds. But I'm wondering if pressed for, and it's not like we don't do it already in the format that is utilized, but let them be the preachers that they think they need to be. Let them be the preachers that they feel like has saved their souls and try to save ours. Like, but how are you going to answer those questions? And I think it's those questions that stump them. And instead of attacking or zeroing in on the fact that they don't have answers, they zero in on us for asking the questions. But that doesn't then result in persecution. Those two things are not the same.
They
Right.
don't know what persecution is.
Exactly. And I have like an opinion or a colloquial theory
Well,
about
one second.
why
Happy
that is.
birthday,
Oh,
Dugold.
It's Dew's
Happy
birthday.
whoa,
birthday.
Dukes.
Happy
Birthday to
birthday,
God.
Dew.
Nice.
Sorry, go ahead, God. Stop it.
No, that's okay. No, that was a worthwhile celebration. Yeah. So, uh, they so I have a little theory about, like, okay, they're they're they really lay into the whole suffering aspect of like let's say Jesus sacrifice. And uh and when like I have these biblical debates a lot, and of course one of the topics is like I don't see Jesus having fulfilled any messianic prophecies from when we actually read the Hebrew text, and we could see that what were actual Hebrew messianic prophecies, the New Testament authors didn't even seem to understand what they were, because they were just kind of randomly cherry picking something that you know, kind of looks like Jesus's face in the clouds or something. It's pareidolia,
Yeah.
and they 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 lean on Isaiah 53 because they need that to be the Messiah narrative, because it describes the suffering servant. And uh, they need a Messiah that isn't that victorious king that brings the enemies of Israel to their knees and brings peace and reigns from the throne of David, because that never happened. So they really need to take the suffering narrative, and make that their Messiah. And uh, and I think that part of their psyche is focused on anytime they feel, like you say, anytime they feel questioned, or they feel like they're backed into a corner with the questioning, then they feel that they're suffering, they're taking on, they're bearing their cross, they're taking their stripes, you know and I just kind of see it as just a fantasy that's playing out in their psyche, and it doesn't seem healthy to me. It doesn't seem productive. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, yeah. I agree. Um, that's exactly what it is. I'm sorry. Like, it's so funny. There is a a Christian in the comments right now who is like behaving like he's doing all the things that we're talking about right now on stage, and it's coming out in his responses to just the things that we're saying, like just us being us. And I'm not even talking about us being atheists. Just the fact of us having a a very calm conversation and talking about what we understand about the text and or about our experience with Christianity as a whole, and even just us saying like happy birthday to the gold, the response is negative, right? Just like finding something to nitpick about, just for the simple fact that we are non-believers. Does that make sense? Like not even there isn't anything for this person to be upset about right now, but he's like nitpicking at little bitty stuff for the simple fact that he knows we're non-believers.
And for what, though? Right? Like, to what end? How does that, one, benefit you to accomplish anything for your God? And what does that say about both of y'all? Because if you worship a God or you belong to a belief system that is so fragile that people who don't accept that belief system, simply having a conversation about their lives and celebrating their friends is triggering to you, you have to ask yourself why that is. I just don't, I don't understand. I will never understand that type of behavior at all. Even on the side of atheists, like why would you go to believers and just disrupt what they're doing, specifically when it has nothing to do with you? I get speaking out against the harmful impacts of the religion as a whole, but those that go in for the purpose of being disruptive or being negative or making things, centering yourself, what is the reason for that? I will never understand that. I don't understand that motivation at all.
I think it's because we like when they see these types of conversations happening, it goes against what they've been told about atheists or people who don't believe, and how their actual experience with the God. Like they constantly tell us they constantly say to us, who hurt you? Like, you don't believe because you're obviously hurt. Yeah. But I think their responses and them, acting petty and finding little things to nitpick because they can't find big things. Right.
Yeah.
They've been told that, the only reason why we don't believe in the God is because we want to sin. Like, we want to be these horrible people in the world, and we're just like responsible for all the crime in the world, all the evil in the world, and they don't see that. And so they're hurt because they've been hanging on to this promise, this belief that a God makes them better humans, that a God will make them supply all of their needs. What's that scripture? He'll supply all of your needs with
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. Like, they were
remember.
given that promise, and they don't know how to deal with the disappointment and the fact that they are still struggling with the God. And then they sit around people who can laugh together. They hear things about our lives. They hear how, a lot of us are comfortable and content, and we might not be wealthy, and we might not always have everything that we need at every given moment in time, but there is still that ability to smile and laugh and have that peace of mind that they've been told that a God gives them, and it pisses them off, I think.
Because they've been told that we can't achieve this outside of their God.
Yeah.
I mean, the way the community came together for Crystal the other day,
Man.
the way we've come together for so many other people, we've been conditioned to believe that only happens in the house of God or through some sort of religious group. And that's just simply not true. And I think the fact that we have the audacity to live out loud this way, it shines a light for them on the fact that their God isn't doing for them what they believe and what they claim it can do. But the issue is they're the ones holding the flashlight, but they're getting mad at us at where the light is being pointed. We didn't create that. We did not do that. That is all on y'all.
Yeah, that's really true. Like that might be a bigger threat. Like like I sit around and argue scripture with them all day long. That doesn't put a dent in anything. It does, like they're pretty much set in their apologetics, so they can always jump through those loops, right? But seeing it, seeing non-believers, thrive and flourish and be happy is probably more of a threat than anything.
Mm-hmm.
The way I've been describing it lately is we do these internal critiques, right? And I equate that to like I'm playing with their toys. Like, okay, let's grant you the whole thing. Let's grant you that this is your salvation narrative or whatever. Like whatever we want to take on. And so I say to them like, okay, let's play with your toys, and then but I might be a little rough on their toys, and I might smash their toys, but it just means their toys aren't very well built. Sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. And like one of them just asked, "What do you care what Christians think?" The the real question should be, what do you care what non-believers think? Because you're in a non-believer space. We're not in a Christian space, and we're talking about Christianity, right? From our belief, from what we were taught about the religion, right? And we have every right to talk about our indoctrination, our history, our life. You are in our space, so you should be asking yourself, right? What do you care about what non-believers think? You're mad at where you're pointing the flashlight. But they don't get it. They see Bible, they see the word Christian, they see the word God or the word Jesus, and they think, oh, this is about me. Oh, I have a right to be here.
And the book bakes in the narrative that you know oh, there's going to be doubters, there's going to be all the doubters out there, so you got to brace yourselves and be ready for and it's of course there were doubters then. There was
Mm-hmm.
like even Paul writes about it. He's like the Jews are rejecting it in the synagogues. We take the good news to the synagogues, and they're rejecting it. So that's when he took it to the Gentile world.
They think it's their, like when you say that, they're like, oh, there's doubters in there. They think that they have the uh, prerogative to correct misunderstandings or address the doubters. But as the doubters, right, we don't, they don't think that we have any prerogative to talk about them or to address them. Not that necessarily, like I always say that I don't, if people come up on stage, like I don't want a session or a conversation about how much a person can't stand or how, a Christian, or how annoying Christians are. And but they feel like, and the reason why I'm saying is because there is a Christian in the comments right now who just commented this. I just want to correct the misunderstanding. Like they feel like if there are people that doubt, that it's their duty, their prerogative to say something about that or to address that.
And that's crazy because our skepticism has nothing to do with them. Like being skeptical isn't about proving someone wrong. Being skeptical isn't about being closed minded. It's ultimately about ensuring that your mind isn't a dumping ground for anything unexamined. That's what my skepticism is about. And it applies not only to religious things, it applies to everything. And y'all apply it too in your lives when it comes to everything except religion. Like you do it with financial business and opportunities. You do it with like houses that you purchase. Every single area of your life, you utilize skepticism and you realize that it's a benefit to you, except for when it comes to this God. You throw a blanket of faith over all of the glaring issues, and then you point to that blanket as something that makes you better than the rest of us. And it just simply doesn't.
Albert, show the power of your God and unmute your damn self. Now, since you told Fee to be quiet, I muted your ass for the entire live. Now, ask your God to unmute your motherfucking ass. Godstopper, did you have anything else?
No, I just once again want to praise this community that you're building, and I want to just keep supporting it and praising it. I think it's great. I think this is exactly what we need. You know, so I'm gonna get
Well,
some sleep now.
all right. I hope you enjoy your sleep, and I thank you for coming up. And again, I just want to say thank you for your name because I fucking love it.
Great.
Have a
Thanks.
good one.
You too. Bye.
All right.
Yeesh. Also, happy birthday, dog bite. Also his birthday.
Happy birthday, dog bite. Is Maverick
Happy
in here? It's
birthday.
Maverick's birthday too.
Happy
Jeez,
birthday.
man. Y'all parents was busy 9 months ago.
Thought
Well,
she wanted to correct.
I guess she took a hint. I guess she took a hint.
Who was that?
The person that said that she wanted to correct the
Oh.
misunderstanding.
Oops.
She left. I ain't never had a Christian listen that well. Have you? Have y'all?
Mm-mm.
We normally have to be like, we don't have to say it multiple times.
Yeah.
If you're in the guest box on purpose, can you please comment and let me know if that you're in there on purpose so we can bypass the accidental requests, please. I think everybody in the box are all friendly, so let me know if you're in there on purpose. Keyshawn, hi, how are you?
Good. I just wanted to speak on that topic with whoever said something about skepticism.
Hold on. No, wait. I don't allow people to come up and talk about, off topic. Are you
Oh,
are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
yeah, I'm a believer.
And how old are you for TikTok purposes?
24, 4.
Okay. All right. You can pick one of the topics on the board, and then you can tie in what you want to say in one of those topics.
All right. So it'll just go with what convinced you of the truth with the last question.
Okay. Go ahead.
So, so at some point in time, I believe, well, I'm not gonna speak for nobody else. At some point in time, I was searching for God, not nothing else, not none of the service He sent. I was searching for God Himself, and so it led me to my belief system now. But I was reading, it's from the Aquarius Gospels. I was reading, it touched on skepticism. And if I can I'm gonna just have to teacup real quick to go back to read it. Well, read a little bit of it verbatim. It's not too long, but
Well, you do know we can't hear you while you're on teacup, though.
yeah. I'm gonna just read it real quick so I can. Then I'm gonna just come back and then that's it. That's really all I
Okay.
wanted to do.
Okay.
You saw me. Linda is back in the box.
Who? What you say, Lala?
Linda,
Oh,
the
okay.
one that wanted to address. Yeah.
Okay.
Be nice to have a biblical scholar on here for once.
Right.
Oh, so you know Dr. Bowen is gonna come up here and handle you in a minute, right?
Look, Dr. Bowman follows me in the most obscure lives and and just dog piles the shit out of me in the comments. And so yeah, I'm gonna get my digs into it.
Are you?
Yeah,
Are
I guess we're
you?
supposed to wait.
Yeah.
I can't
Are you there?
find it. It's a long scripture reading these Aquarius Gospels, but it touched on
Are
skepticism
you
and
saying
so
the Aquarian gospel or Aquarius gospel?
Aquarius Gospel.
What is the Aquarius gospel?
So okay, so what I'm reading is it's about Jesus traveling to India. So,
That's Aquarian gospel.
oh, where I think
What about the Sagittarius gospel? I was born in December, the early part. So is it like a Sagittarius gospel?
But also, Keyshawn, like, why are you bringing up that book? Like, it's not a actual, like, it's not a canonized book, and it's not even apocryphal. Like, why are you bringing that book up? Are you there?
you can hear me now.
I can hear you now. Did you
Oh,
hear the question that I had?
yeah. So, what I love about Islam is, our holy book is the Quran, but it doesn't
I'm
confine
sorry.
us to the Quran.
Let me stop you. Okay. So, this conversation is about Christianity, not Islam.
Oh, oh, my bad.
Yeah, that's okay.
Oh,
I don't think. Where is M's? Have y'all seen M's lately?
I saw
No,
Ems
I
on
haven't
Justin's
seen.
live one day last week, but that was the
Yeah,
last time I
the
saw
last
him.
time I saw
Sad.
him was for the day that we did that for Crystal.
Oh yeah, that's right. He was there. Yeah.
Yeah.
okay. I just knew. When I seen the last question, I thought it was kind of like an open. I
No,
thought
you
we
can
could.
go ahead since you've already been up here. But like this, we are talking about Christianity. We do have a co-host that does Islam, but he's not here right now.
He destructed, or he's
Yeah,
already he
deconstruct.
destructed. Oh, he
No,
destructed.
he deconstructs, not destructs. He
Deconstruct.
deconstructs it. Yeah,
Deconstruct.
yeah. But he's not here right now, and so I don't know much. I know a little bit about Islam as far as like a little bit of the teaching, but I don't know enough. And I wasn't raised in Islam,
Yeah.
so I can't talk about something that I don't have any experience with.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I'm still a baby in it too, but I was, if it
But
is
go ahead.
possible. Yeah, but yeah, it spoke about skepticism, being in like religion or being basically a believer, because it's always they try to hint at that it's always a little bit of skepticism in a believer, because most of them still searching for like other knowledge of truth or of a God still. But that's really what I wanted to tie in it with her. But it's not, I don't look at it as a bad thing. I don't think the person that was speaking on skepticism was looking at it as a bad thing either also.
I think like because you're looking at it maybe from the perspective of Islam, and I don't know how questioning the sacred text, questioning the God, uh, disagreeing with the God, questioning the leaders are approached in Islam, but in Christianity it is frowned upon. Christians like to say that they have the freedom to question and to be skeptical until you actually have a conversation with them and uh, begin to ask logical questions, right?
Yeah.
And it is frowned upon, right? That like literally they call us demons every day for having the conversations that we're having here.
Yeah, I watched your lives before, and the other female that you've been on the panels with.
The woman,
The woman, yeah, the
a
woman.
female can be anything.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, Carol, I think is her last name.
Christina Carroll.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I like when you start turning up on them people. That's why I ain't gonna lie to you. But and y'all be real disrespectful to them. But nah, that's what. Like again, I'm gonna get off though, just because I'm not Christian by subject. But I guess that's the beauty of Islam. You don't have to be confined to one book, because the teacher I follow, he raised these questions. He was like, how is God a man, or he is a spirit? Is he a spook, or is he a ghost?
I had
And
a
things like
question.
that. Yeah.
Is Aisha part of the beauty of Islam or no?
Is she part of the beauty?
Yeah.
Well, she's Prophet Muhammad's wife, so I guess she is part of the beauty.
The child?
Yeah, the child. Some people say she was 6 and consummated at 9. Some people believe it was 11 and she consummated at 14. I read a hadith where she was 6 and 9, and again, it's just a
And that's cool
controversial.
for you?
Is it cool for me?
That's what I asked.
I mean, I wouldn't participate in it, but it don't mean it's not cool.
So that
What?
is cool for you.
Nah, I'm just saying I wouldn't participate in it.
But you said it doesn't mean it's not cool.
Right, because who am I to say something cool or not?
What?
A person
Statutory
with a
rape is
brain,
what?
right? A person with a brain. And this is why I think that this is a perfect example of what religion does to your mind. It requires you to look at something that you know is unconscionable and say, hey, who am I to say it was wrong because a prophet did it or a God directed it? And to me, that's the polar opposite of being a skeptical thinker, because skepticism won't allow you to just drop it and be like, hey, I don't know. It pushes you to dig farther and deeper and figure out what it is that led to this being true. And how do I want to see this? Does this resonate with me as a human being? But you aren't allowed to do that. It's like this mental leash that you put yourself on voluntarily at a certain point in your life. Of course, you're born into it when you're born into a religious family with a specific ideology. But at some point, you gotta voluntarily keep that leash on. And to me, that's one of the most disgusting things about religion.
Yeah,
I
because like
wasn't.
you're not like you're saying you're willing to say who am I to say that is wrong when Muhammad is just a human. Like he's another human who claimed to be a prophet of a deity that you've never really seen. Like you've never seen the deity. You may have faith or belief that you engage with this deity, and if I'm not mistaken, in Islam, the belief is that Muhammad don't talk to y'all, right? Like Muhammad doesn't talk to his followers. I mean, Allah doesn't talk to his followers, and so like Muhammad was a man with 2 legs, 2 arms, a head, a dick,
Yeah, he
and
was
two
a man.
feet, right? And so not being willing to condemn, a grown ass man, consummating with a 9-year-old, even a 14-year-old, is just wild to me.
Well, I like to on that since we talking about since that's like the popular topic of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. It's just the fact that uh, it's the
Like
it's the
why are
normal it was
we
it's the normality of back then in the 6th century or 7th
it
century.
doesn't matter. Like if you have a
That's
God that's supposed to be all intelligent, right? Your God didn't know that the young girls' bodies has not changed from back then. Like the same trauma that a young girl would face today with a grown ass man jumping up and down on her is the same trauma that the bodies back then would face. The same fear of having a grown ass man hop up and down on her and she not want it. It when we're talking about something that humans do, right? That's one thing, but when you add a all-knowing deity to the mix and saying that an all-knowing deity okayed that, then that's a problem, and that's why you can't call a spade a spade. And we in 2025, you are saying, who am I to say that that's wrong, instead of you saying, no, I condemn that.
I completely understand the point of view of it. Yeah, like I say, that's why I wouldn't participate in that. That's why I say it was the normality of back then. It just go in all sacred scripts that's what they did back then. That's what some people do now. It just ain't publicized. But that's why other than that,
But you can't condemn it, and that's the issue, right? Like you want to follow the example of the man that did that, and I think that's fucked.
And then
Like
saying peace be
whether or not,
upon him,
right, and
while we
whether or
like
not. I'm sorry, thank you.
I was going to say, and then like saying peace be upon him,
we say it for all the
like
prophets.
while we are talking about the fact that him as a grown ass man, right, was willing to and did have sex with a 9-year-old little girl. Peace be upon him for what? Are you going to say peace be upon every pope that or every priest that essayed a child that just paid off this $1 billion lawsuit with the Catholic Church?
We
Do
don't
they
do.
deserve peace? Their essay victims didn't have peace.
Since I believe in that religion, I have to say that when it comes to judgment, they'll get dealt with at that time. When they dead right now, but they ain't in judgment.
Will Muhammad get his
Oh
judgment?
wow.
Muhammad will get his judgment, will he not? But he
Is he
supposed
gonna
to,
be? Is he gonna be judged as a horrible human being for what he did to that child?
most likely not if it was a revelation.
So God told him to do that, right?
I'm just going off of hadith.
Right, and in that it said that Allah told him that to do that, right? To marry Aisha, right?
That's what I'm saying. So if God told him to do it, how could God condemn him for something he told him to do?
Right. So if
That's
your
what
God doesn't think it's wrong, if your prophet didn't think it's wrong, and you're following both that God and that prophet, why in the world would you think that I don't think you think it's cool?
why would you think I don't think it's cool?
Why would you think that I don't think Keyshawn thinks it's cool when he follows a God and a prophet that think it's cool?
I don't think it's cool for today. I think it's cool for back then. That's the
I don't
moment.
think it's cool in any time period to rape a child. I just don't.
I don't think you can't really say it was great if you read the hadith.
Do you know what statutory means?
What does statutory mean?
They're under the age of consent. They cannot consent,
What was the
meaning
age
it
of
is
consent in the
great.
6th century?
Are you serious?
I mean, you
Like,
talking
do you
about it.
You think
do
it
you
was
think
9?
that do you think they had an age? Like, do you think they even cared that the men who saw their daughter's private parts as their property? Do you think that they even cared whether the little girl wanted to give consent or not? The issue is that they did not care, and they did not value little girls. Like,
Yeah, I
they
would.
would even kill them. Was that okay too? Because the law allowed them to, if their concubine or their wife had little girls, and they didn't want a little girl, that they were allowed to kill her. They were allowed to drown her in the river as soon as she was born. Was that okay too? Because that was legal.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
No,
That
I'm
was,
asking you, was that okay?
in my perspective, no, it wouldn't be okay. But that's the normality of back then. That's why I don't really. I understand the conversation. I understand the topic. But I had a topic like this with somebody else. I said you have an issue with the normality of back then, not
It's the
Incorrect. I
fact
have an
of,
issue with
if
the
it's
morality of your God.
the God, exactly, the God. Y'all are saying that that you have a God that is all knowing, a God that created all humans, a God that created this earth, and y'all are judging that God's standards by the abilities of humans.
Because the reality,
Humans made these laws. Humans did this shit, but y'all are excusing it away by saying, "Well, God told them that they could do it."
and the crazy part about it is, Kishan, do you understand that in our time, the statutory laws and the regulations on the age limits for marriage are, one, directed by the state, two, even being pushed back on right now. So as flawed human beings, we were able to realize, oh, children at a certain age should not be exposed to this type of behavior. Children at a certain age should not be allowed to be married off or become, somebody's wife. Thinker just shared a article the other day about was it you, Thinker? Or maybe it was
I
a
think it was
TikTok I
Morris.
saw about a 9-year-old. This 9-year-old girl was married off to this 20-something-year-old man, and they ended up being married for a really, really long time. She gave birth at 16. Shortly after they got married, because it got so much publicity, the law was put in place that, you had to be a certain age. And I want to say it was 14 at that time. So ultimately what you're saying is that human beings are capable of assessing a situation and coming to a better conclusion than your God. And that's a logical entailment of the position you hold, because if a girl's body functions the same way now than it did thousands of years ago, which we know it does, why would your God not know that this was inappropriate? He was able to outline all the things. Again, I don't know much about Islam and what your rules are, but the God of the Bible was able to outline and very clearly outlaw the things that he didn't want to happen, such as serving other gods or entertaining heretics and all of these things. He's really clear on that. The fact that he did not have the foresight to see, oh, they shouldn't be doing this, let me tell them to stop, as opposed to telling his prophet to go ahead and do it. That is just not okay. And anybody that worships a god or a deity, knowing that they did that, to me is not okay as well.
There is a little girl on here from Africa protesting, and she starts her video off with, Let me have my education. Education and not marriage. And she's asking people to sign her petition, to share her video, because she don't want to get married. She wants an education. And she said that her father doesn't care. The men in her tribe don't care that the little girls don't want to be married off to grown men. They want an education. They want to be kids. They want to grow up and have life experiences.
And I think believers, I don't. We see this in Christianity too, but I definitely we see it in Islamic faith. Islamic faiths. When you attach yourself to a belief system, to an organization, you attach yourself to the good and bad of that organization as well, and you sign up to be a representative of what that organization allows and what that organization encourages, even if it's through passive inaction. Like, I'm hoping that you don't have a whole lot of Muslim people going out here marrying 9-year-olds because the Prophet did it. But you couldn't say that if someone did and pointed to the Prophet as an example that they'd be wrong. And the bottom line is, if you tethered yourself to this system, then you've also tethered yourself to the actions that they allow, and that is just not. It's disgusting when I think about it. Like, when I think about, I was a 9-year-old girl, right? I know so many 9-year-old girls who did not live. I say this all the time. I'm so privileged to not be one of the many, many women who have experienced abuse at the hands of men, but I know so few who are in my situation. So when you look at this from a humanistic perspective, when you take the deity, the deification out of it, you look at it human to human, which in actuality is all we ever have access to. How can you sit and say this is okay? And even if you can't say this is okay, you're going to turn a blind eye to it because it was done at the behest of a God. What God would ever tell you to do something like that to a child? A man would. But what God would do that? No, I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I thought you were done. This little girl's video is still sitting at 8,000 views. Like,
South Sudanese all over the world, and our leaders and chiefs should see me and hear me. I'm just 10 years old, but my father has already planned to marry me off. It will be by force because he wants cows. The 100 cows will not only lure my future aspiration and ambition, but also the entire future of South Sudan. Because every day, girls under the age of 18 are forced to marry men of 50 and 60 years old. We are born to support the development of South Sudan and Africa, which will only happen through education. Stop selling us out. Stop forcing us into marriage. We are human. We choose education, not men. The world and Africa.
nobody is listening to her. That video
perfect.
should be viral.
Wow.
It should.
Wow.
Can you send
She's
me the
8.
video, please?
Yeah. Can you put it in Discord? Because I want to share it too, repost it.
I'm going to put it in the Thinker Live chat.
Absolutely. So I guess I'm confused because we know intellectually that this is a shitty thing, right? But you said that you used, what was it, skepticism to lead you to Islam. But I would
No,
be very skeptical of somebody that says that it's okay for a grown ass man to lay on top of a child. Like, full stop. I would be very skeptical that that person is a good person, a moral person, somebody who has empathy, somebody who actually gives a fuck about human life. Like, this is such a blatant disregard. You heard that child. Somebody that was 1 year younger than Aisha was in the account that you read, right? 9 years old, right? So I'm so curious. How is it that you can say in one breath that I think it was wrong, but also Allah said He could do it? So that's just how it is,
how could I say it was wrong, but Allah said He could do it?
and that's just what it is. I accept that, and I want to rap for that God.
You want my honest answer?
I'm not asking you for a fake one.
Well, my wisdom don't go as far as God wisdom does, and that's all I can keep it at.
You
His
think it
words are
was
higher.
wise for him
Like,
to
I mean, I
tell his
don't.
prophet to touch a child?
I mean, Aisha father
Another
allowed.
shitty human being for allowing it. Yeah.
Yeah, he allowed it to
Uh
happen.
huh. Correct. Another shitty human being in the process, right?
I mean, if that's what you label him.
Yeah, dude. Ask me if I'd give away my 9-year-old, my 6-year-old child to some grown ass man because he said God said to do it. Ask me if I do that.
I mean, I believe you wouldn't, but
Okay.
again, that's why I just say normalities. This amount of years ago,
Well, first of
2,000
all,
years
let
ago,
me help you out. Let me
10,000
help you
years
out
ago,
because normalities is not a word.
I coined it.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna let you know. If you say that around people that know shit, they gonna think that you don't know anything.
Uh, Direct me to the correct word to refer back to the norm of ancient times.
So
Normalities.
it
You're,
doesn't matter what the time is. The problem of the matter is it was a child, somebody whose prefrontal cortex has not fully developed in the slightest. That shit doesn't even finish cooking until around 25, depending on the person, right?
Right.
So
Right.
this is a person that has not even hit puberty yet, most likely. Somebody who is would not have even gone to high school at this point. Like this is a literal fucking child, and you're saying, "Oh, it's okay because it was back then." But we know for a fact that the body of a child has not changed over several years, certainly a lot longer than this ancient, quote unquote, ancient time, right? The trauma that would be endured by a child today is the same trauma that would be endured by a child of then. It does not change anything. God didn't make bodies weaker since then. Trauma is trauma. And this is a trauma that that girl had to live with for the rest of her fucking life.
I got a question. What makes I'm being serious. I'm being genuine when I ask you this. What makes you believe she was traumatized? That's just a little good. You saying things that I believe you have knowledge of, and I mean I'm not here to really. I get the emotional side of it. I
No, no, no.
completely.
Wait. What makes you think that she wouldn't be
She
at
never
6 years
said
old?
she never
Hold
said
on.
it.
At 6 years old,
She never.
at 6 years old, a 50-year-old man putting his penis inside of her little body. What makes you think she wouldn't be?
I'm
He
not here.
was damaged because of that. You do realize that, right?
These are all speculatory.
It is
Like,
not.
how is it not?
What about her
Let's
body?
leave
What about
emotion.
her? Hold on. No. Let's
Let,
talk
let,
facts.
let
Let's
it
talk
facts. Let's
facts.
talk facts,
No,
but let's
hold on,
also
Keyshawn. Hold
let's
on.
let's not also talk emotion.
What about her 6-year-old body back then is different about a 6-year-old body today and a 50-year-old man's penis? Please explain that to me. Factually. What's different about the 6-year-old body then and the 6-year-old body today that a 6-year-old wouldn't be afraid of a 50-year-old man sticking his thing in her? Explain that to me, please.
Bring your dumb behind off mute, because you probably don't even know that you on mute.
I knew I was on mute. It gave me the notification, man. But
Because I sent it to you.
okay. But listen, again, I understand the emotional side. I understand the
Just stick
spectrum.
to the facts. I asked you a
Nope.
question about the facts. Can you please just answer what would be different about the 6-year-old body then and the 6-year-old body today that could handle a 50-year-old man's penis going in her with no trauma? What's different about the body back then?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't done no research on it.
No,
But
why would you
Just
think
common
that there would
sense.
be no trauma? Is my question.
why would I think there would be no trauma?
Yes.
Where The horse never said it was any trauma.
Why do you think there would be none? What's different about a 6-year-old back then and a 6-year-old today?
Man, am I? Do you want a legit? Do you want an honest
Yeah,
answer?
I'm asking you an honest answer.
In my opinion, the difference between children now and the difference between children then is the environment.
What makes her body different? How does the environment make her body, the development of her body, different at 6 years old?
We don't know when that girl. Okay, let me ask you a question. This is gonna lead to my answer. Because I don't know too much about women development.
At 6 years old, what
No,
about her body? Listen, at 6 years old,
got married.
what about the environment changes the development of her body at 6?
I thought environment plays a role on
But
development.
what I'm asking you is, what would need to change in a 6-year-old's body that it can handle a 50-year-old man pounding it at 6 years old without trauma?
I don't even know how to at this point, I know how to answer the question, but when you add in details that ain't factual, I can't.
What's not factual? Is sex not do he not stick his penis in her? Is that not sex?
See,
What's not factual? She was 6.
when she got married, we fast
Oh,
forward 3 years later,
okay, 9.
do women not
What's the
develop?
difference? What's the difference between a 9-year-old's body back then and a 9-year-old's body today?
I have to research. I'm not
No,
gonna
no, no, no. Because
I'm not
you're
gonna sit there and
saying
lie to you.
you're literally saying that it's a possibility that there was no trauma, and I'm asking you why you think that a 9-year-old back then, right,
Right.
wouldn't have any trauma from a grown ass man penetrating her.
He also said he fondled her often. What the fuck? Bro,
What
you
would be
fuck with
different?
this?
What would be different about her body back then?
Isn't it true she
I
couldn't
don't,
have children?
I don't know about that one. You gotta find me a hadith. But what is different is you just gotta.
How
I
much
guess you
was
just got.
it?
I just gotta go research. If you want me to give you an honest answer, I gotta
I want
research.
to. I
I
want
can't.
to. Like, you're the one who's saying
You
that
got it.
we're adding stuff, right? By saying that that's traumatizing for a strange man, right? You're sold off from your father, right? As a 9-year-old, you don't know anything. You don't know the world. You're sold off to somebody else, right? And then that man who is bigger than you lays you down, puts his thing in you, and just starts going to town. You're 9.
Okay.
What's different about that 9-year-old's body back then and a 9-year-old today, Keyshawn? That trauma isn't possible.
I just told you I don't know.
So why did you say it?
Say what? I
Why?
didn't
Why
say.
you said children back then ain't like children today? You don't remember saying that?
I believe, yeah, because environment
So
plays a
what was
role in their
different
development.
about them? What was different about their development back then versus today? For
Bro,
you to say that.
it plays in the factors of lifestyle, eating, what they
And
was
how
doing.
did that affect their development that made them mature enough to fuck a 50-year-old at 9?
Her mindset was different, obviously.
How?
What do you mean? How her father and Prophet Muhammad was best friends? If you don't
How,
paint the
how
truth
does
about
that
it,
how does that affect her mindset?
That just means she was groomed. That's all that means. And
oh,
and I think that the fact that you don't know is problematic, but the fact that it seems like you don't care is even more problematic. Do you have nieces, daughters in your life?
I got a son and a son on the way.
Okay, but I asked about nieces or daughters.
No, I don't have any.
Okay.
I have no nieces.
At
Uh,
9 years old, you're in what? Fourth grade?
maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. At 9 years old, you're in fourth grade. So the way that the human body develops in 2025 is the same way the human body developed 2,000 years ago. And I will grant you that culturally, maybe that was the norm, that girls married earlier. So it may not be the same type of trauma mentally now than it was then, but physically it is absolutely traumatic. You're not a woman. You've never experienced the first time you've been being penetrated for the first time. As an adult, it can be very traumatizing depending on how it happens. For a fourth grader, for a 9-year-old girl with a grown ass man, and the fact that you can't conceptualize that on a human level because you're required to see it through a divine lens is what's the
She probably got a call.
It's the devil himself. Has to be.
No, I believe. I
Look,
understand the
this is
whole
this is a quote. This is a
realm
quote
of
from
it.
Philo. This is a quote from Philo of Alexandria. It is customary among barbarians to give girls in marriage when they are not yet ripe for intercourse, and they suffer great distress. That's from Philo of Alexandria in the first century. It is documented. Philo documents the psychological and physical harm that these little girls faced by marrying them off early and forcing them to have sex with older men. It's documented. Plutarch, in his book Life of Lucullus, says she could not reconcile herself to the marriage and she lived in sadness and seclusion, talking about a 9-year-old little girl who was married off, who remained in silent and withdrawn for the rest of her life. Here's a letter from a young Egyptian girl in the 2nd century CE. Do not give me in marriage yet. I am too young. I will serve for you faithfully if you will not force me. The myth of Iphigenia, 5th century BCE. It says that she had fainting spells. So please tell me again how back then 9-year-old little girls were ready and ripe for the taking and ready to go.
I don't have knowledge of all those other girls. I'm not ignoring the fact that it was possibly trauma in any other female life about that with them type of actions. I was only pertaining this to Aisha and what I read about Aisha. So when y'all say trauma and this and that regarding Aisha, is nowhere in the sayings of Aisha that she felt traumatized by the events. That's why I'm only speaking what I know and factual evidence of what I read.
I wish
I'm sorry,
somebody
y'all.
find you and
I
turn your
can't.
water off.
I fucking
I
can't.
wish somebody
Thank you.
find you
I
and turn
can't.
your water off.
I fucking
Yeah,
cannot.
and I don't let none of them motherfuckers squeak by without having to reconcile the fact that they fuck with a kitty diddler god. Like that is so fucking stupid. Y'all will sit here and talk about the atrociousness of non-believers and how they're so vile and so disrespectful, blah blah blah. And y'all dumbasses get up here and cape for a nigga that touched children. Y'all cape for a god that say it's cool to touch children, right? Like I don't get it. I don't get it. And then y'all say some dumb shit like, oh yeah, Christianity's fake. That's why I had to move to Islam. I had to go become a Muslim because that's really where the black people supposed to be. Bro, shut your dumb ass back the fuck down. Like it's asinine as fuck. And I hope that you don't have any daughters because I know what kind of world they would have with you as the dad. But bro, like you gotta examine your shit, bro, for real. Because y'all niggas is weirdos and y'all let weirdos do weird shit and then just say, well, God said, or, it ain't me, or, I wouldn't do it. So y'all fucking weird, bro.
I bet he can conceptualize it if it was a little boy. If it was a little boy being bent over and being penetrated over and over again, he could conceptualize that. But because it's a girl, because it's something that's supposed to be property, because he let me
I'm
Like, not
sorry.
even hearing the little girl from South Sudan still experiencing this shit today. She says, I'm 8 and my father has married me off for cows and I just want to go to school. Listening to that in 2025. And that didn't even persuade him. That didn't even dissuade him. Reading accounts from Philo of Alexandria, from Plutarch, records from Egypt, records from Babylon, and that didn't even persuade. I ain't talking about those little girls. I'm talking about Aisha. Anything to justify your fucking belief in the God. That's what I'll be talking about. And that's what I was saying earlier. It's that moment of negotiation. You're willing to negotiate with your own fucking morals and everybody else's to justify your belief in a God that you've never seen. While you ignore the human man who told you a God told them that it was okay to do this shit. And you still caping for that shit in 2025.
Why did he leave? I'm sorry, I got a
I took
call,
his
y'all.
ass down because
Okay.
I couldn't take it.
Thomas Paine said that belief in a cruel God makes a cruel man. And I think they demonstrate that every single time that they come up here and demonstrate that they are absolutely incapable of even basic human decency. They have to wall off the part of their brain and their heart that connects with humans and that sees specifically women as human beings. To Selena's point, I was thinking the exact same thing. If this were flipped, you could imagine and you could dive into that experience from a man's perspective or from the perspective of a little boy. But it's just a girl. Oh, her dad and his friend, they were on the same page. Her dad agreed to it, so it had to be okay. Muhammad commanded it, or God, Allah, whoever commanded it, so it must be okay. They don't give a shit. They don't give half of a shit about the actual impact of what these stories do and what they have led to in the world that we live in today. And that's disgusting. It is absolutely disgusting.
Rocky, I'm gonna refund you, La Bug. I didn't see your cash app. I dropped his ass because I was sick of him. Like not when he said I'm talking about Aisha. I fucking couldn't. So
Mm-mm.
like I didn't even see your cash app, Love Bug. I'm gonna refund it back out to the live.
I'm not sure if everybody saw what I put in the comments, but please, y'all, go share that baby's video that Thinker played. Please, let's get her views up. Like it, comment. Let's let it make it go viral.
8 years old and gotta go to social media and say help me.
For anyone that says that Christianity is better, no, no, same thing happened there too.
Keyshawn is the type of Imga that I
Leave
wouldn't
one
bat an
fucked
eye.
up religion for another one.
The men in my fucking comments that saying you won't
Whew.
share it. The men
Fuck
in my
you.
comments talking about don't cry. Like y'all are some sick fucks.
That's why we would choose the dang bear.
I asked someone yesterday, because Mary, well, she was impregnated with supposed Jesus at what, 14? There was no consent, there was nothing. And they were like, well, she was chosen. She was chosen.
Can you imagine the
So
shit
she
that they
didn't get a
probably tell little
fucking say
girls?
so.
Exactly. Like, can you imagine the shit that they probably tell little girls that are messed with and that end up pregnant? Well, you were chosen. God just chose this situation to bring about a life. That's some crazy shit. For those of you, I can't play the video because TikTok won't. TikTok will violate me. But here, if you go to my repost, if you're not in the Discord, because the Discord is private, but if you're not in the Discord, if you go to my repost, it's this video right here. It's a little ways down, but it's this video, this little girl right here. Thank y'all.
And if you can duet it, that'll help it even more to be pushed out.
That Linda person left again. Well, I tried to add her. She didn't come up. It's not. Linda. Linda? Hello, Linda?
Good morning.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great, thanks. How about you?
I'm good. Which of the 4 topics did you come up to discuss?
Christianity is a cult that worships men. No, we just worship Jesus. Men are predominant in the Christian religion, I grant you that, but they are leaders guiding us towards the worship of Jesus. But there's a lot of women leaders also. And I guess it could be called a cult. We're forgiven.
It worships
but
men.
we are accountable for our sins.
I'm sorry. I'm not asking you about your sins, Linda.
Okay.
It worships men, right? The cult, in order to be in the cult, are men not circumcised? Did your God not start circumcising men as a symbol of his promise? Was the penis not a part of that agreement?
I'm not sure. It wasn't.
You don't know. You don't know that your God had Abraham. I'm sorry. Hello. Hold on, Linda. Hold on, Linda. I'm talking right now.
You asked me a question.
But you said you don't know, and so I'm reiterating. When your God told Abraham, when he made Abraham that promise, and he told Abraham as a sign of the promise that he was to circumcise his son Ishmael, and every slave in his house and every man in his town, and that he was to do that going forward as a perpetual sign for the promise. You don't know about that?
Okay.
So the
you
penis.
You taught me this.
You didn't know that?
No, I didn't.
Do you read and study your book?
Yes.
But how is it that you read and study and you didn't know that, and that's in Genesis?
Well, I can't answer that. I haven't got that far yet.
First book?
What?
Haven't got as far as the first book?
Well, I don't read book by book.
They just read scriptures.
I'm listening to the your resolve on that issue. I wanted to understand that.
Resolve on what issue?
About circumcision.
She came up here to correct something.
No, I didn't come up to correct anything. I came up to just say that we don't worship men. They're leaders in our churches, but we don't worship them. We worship just Jesus. They're just leaders guiding us to worship, and there's also women leaders too. So it's not really a worshiping of
What
men.
are the do the women leaders have the same um authority as the men over men
In our churches, yes.
in
There's
Christianity?
nobody's really over anyone else. It's
In
a
Christianity, well,
position
what woman bishop is over Christianity?
woman bishop.
What woman pope? Yeah, has there ever been a woman pope?
No,
Has there ever been, like, do you have women bishops over organizations?
not that I know of. And
No,
that's
it's all men, right?
the Catholic religion is.
Hold on. It's all men. Do y'all also preach in your churches that men are to be silent? Like if the woman is the pastor, right? Or is her husband to be silent and obey her and ask her questions at home?
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so.
No, but women are taught to be submissive to the husband, are they not? From
Well,
this
and women
religion,
are taught to be loving and kind to
I
them.
didn't ask about loving and kindness. I said submission. Women are
Yes.
taught to submit to their husband, right? Like, has anybody ever stood up and preached and said that the woman is the head of Christ? Since she is the pastor, she is now the head of like Christ, and her husband is to look to her for his salvation.
No, but that's not worship though. That's
Like,
just not
literally,
marriage.
this whole entire religion centers men. It centers men's penises. Like in antiquity, to seal a deal, they had to shake each other's nutsack.
Okay.
In your Bible that you have not read far enough into it, when they would seal a deal, they would reach under each other's thigh and shake the nutsack.
I didn't read that in the Bible either. Is that in Genesis also?
It is in Genesis, yes. When Abraham had his slave go and find a wife for Isaac, and he made him promise that he would not get a wife from Canaan, that he would get a wife from his homeland, and the slave had to reach under Abraham's thigh and shake under his thigh.
I know I didn't read that. No, I didn't know of that being in the Bible. That's interesting. I'll have to check that.
When it talks about the belief of homosexuality, that most people believe, Leviticus 18 and Leviticus 20 is saying man shall not lie with male as one lies with a woman. Is there a scripture that says woman don't lie with a woman as one lies with the male? Or woman don't lie with female as one lies with the male? Is there a scripture forbidding that for females?
I don't know. I don't think so.
There's not. It only cared about men lying with males, right? As one lies with the woman, as the translation goes, right? Because
So that's not worshiping.
men couldn't put themselves in the position of a woman, right?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, Christians believe that, yes, but that's still not a worship of men. But I respect where you're coming from on.
Like, it is literally it is a worship of men.
I understand what you're saying.
The women and the children are expected to look at their husbands and their fathers as their lord. Like, literally, you do know what the word for husband is, right?
Okay. I
What is
understand,
it?
but that's not really as worshiping men. But I respect what you're saying. You proved me wrong.
What is the word for husband in Hebrew?
I don't know. You can tell me that
Why
too.
am I
I
echoing?
was hearing that.
Why am I echoing? Do y'all hear the echo? Are you am I on
Absolutely.
Bluetooth?
I hear it too. Yeah.
Did you just say Rhea?
Huh?
I thought Fee said I heard it too, Rhea.
No, I said thinker.
The word for husband in your Bible in its original language is Baal, which means Lord, Master. The husband was the Lord or the master of the wife. She was
She
to
was
be submissive to
be
him. I can't do this with
do this
whatever you're
with
doing,
whatever
like
you're doing.
whatever you're
Like
doing with your phone.
I'm
I'm gonna
just
go
I'm
ahead
just
and drop
standing
you.
here at the kitchen table. I'm listening.
I don't know. I'm gonna go ahead and drop you. You said that you came up here to correct something, but you haven't read past Genesis 1. So I'm not sure what type of conversation we can have. I'm not here to teach you. So, but have a good day, Linda. Thank you for coming up.
This was a look at Linda's situation for sure because she was not getting it.
I think she was recording.
I don't
Really.
feel like she had the necessary capacity to know how to do that for real. I think she put her phone down on the table and put her volume all the way up.
Sound is reverbing.
Yeah.
It was quite loud. I mean,
Yeah.
there. Any woman is going to be hard pressed to say that the Bible is not misogynistic. I mean, from the very beginning, Eve is blamed for the fall of humanity, but Adam ate too. And if you really think about it, he was the one that was given the direct instructions of not to do it. Yet she carries the weight and the blame of the fall of mankind very easily. We look at the way that women are treated as property. Like there's so much emphasis on their purity and their virginity. But man, they can do whatever they want to, and it's either overlooked or excused. There's just no way that you can not see those examples of blatant misogyny in this book.
That's why I was telling
The
PT
woman's
earlier.
hand
Like they
gets
have
cut
to
off.
look over it.
Oh, sorry, thank you. I didn't hear.
Well, they have to look over it and create narratives like, oh, we have a higher purpose. Like you can't pay attention to stuff like that. It's not the worship of men. Like literally, damn near everything in this book is about centering men and
Yeah,
women were, supporting the man or nurturing the man.
right. And I think it just screams human because most men will point to their physical prowess and their physical ability over women as that's just logical that we would be the ones in the lead. But it's also kind of follows suit that you think that your strength, your physical largeness, or the fact that you're stronger than most women often leads to, oh, it's a logical conclusion that we should be the ones to lead the household. And that's just simply not true. Like it doesn't make any sense. You don't even see that in the animal kingdom across the board. Like you see a collaboration and a cooperation among other species. It's just humans who can't get this shit together.
Like even the fact that virginity is expected of the young girls and not the young boys. Like that's not even questioned.
At all. It never is. Anytime there's an issue of like purity, I think that some churches do purity rings and purity vows for boys too now, but historically that hasn't been the case. And I still think it's seen very differently between men and women, boys and girls.
It definitely is. I think there's a like when it talks about the purity of the body in Leviticus 15, it only talks about the male body. And it demonizes the woman's menstrual cycle.
Right. She's impure. Why would I be unpure going through a process that you designed my body to go through? Why would that make me unpure? It just doesn't make sense. And the more you read into this book, the more you see the human touches of it. The more you see the fact that you okay?
You okay, Forrest?
You know you up here for us?
Oh yeah. Hi. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. I'm gonna put you on mute for just a second, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead, Fee. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, the more you read it, the more you see the humanity in it. Like, why would God vilify my body or make me leave the camp doing when my body does what he designed it to do. It just doesn't make any sense. But it absolutely makes sense for a man to look at, oh, she's bleeding. It's coming from a place that I don't have. Let's send her away. Like, it just logically follows, but they can't see it. And they continue to paint this picture as though it's some divine craftsmanship of this God. And again, I'll say it again. If that it was what he designed, he's incredibly stupid.
There was a person that joined the stage yesterday. He was Oriental Orthodox from Ethiopia, and he said that women still today, if they're on their periods, they can't go into the churches.
Are you serious?
Mm-hmm. He said they're considered unclean, and they cannot go into the churches if they're on their periods.
Meanwhile, not a one of the men who made that rule would even be here if it wasn't for a woman's period. But exactly. We're impure as some bullshit.
There is a I'm trying to find it in Numbers 30. If a woman makes a pledge, if her husband doesn't say anything, then the pledge that she makes stands. But if her husband doesn't agree, then her vows or her pledge can be vetoed. But the man's pledges are automatically stand. Like if a man says do something, or that if he vows something, then that vow stands. If a woman vows something, the vow stands unless her husband say, no, I ain't say we doing that shit. Then that vow don't stand.
But there's no misogyny, and there's nothing but equality.
Right.
Yeah, make that make sense. And Real is in the comments saying, what are we going to do on the Lord's Day? What are we going to say? The same thing we're saying right now. The exact same thing we're saying right now. Because right is right and wrong is wrong.
Exactly. And y'all, I'm pretty sure they said this to the same person who wrote the Book of Thomas. Mm-hmm. To the Christian, the believers, the people who were against Christianity back then. Because there is literature of people who were against Christianity, who were against religion, who spoke out against it, who didn't believe it, and they wrote whole ass books about it. And I'm pretty sure there were believers back then. What are you going to do when Jesus come back in 100 years? What are you going to do when Jesus come back next week? Saying the same shit. Forrest, hey, how are you? Forrest?
You gotta speak his language.
leave Uncle alone.
What's up?
Unc. You on mute, Unc. You gotta come off mute.
Sent you a request to come off mute for us.
Do you know how to come off mute?
How about now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Good now?
Uh-huh.
Good. No, I didn't know how. I actually didn't know how to do that. Okay, yeah, thanks for letting me up, distinguished panel. Plus also.
That was a straight givback.
Shade.
Yeah. Well, I think it's well, you know, our Father's will be our Father. This is going to be like a word salad, so please try to follow me if you can. I'm gonna end it, and it all come together. So, yeah, our Father. So, I mean, my earthly father was a piece of crap. You know, I got left behind at a really early age, and so, and it's not a pity party, nothing like that. I'm just relating it now. My heavenly Father. I suppose I get to the pearly gates. Now I've been searching for this other heavenly Father forever, and I can't find him. And like I said before, if you'll remember when I said that after they finished counting the money at the passing the place, I used to look underneath they took it to a room. I used to always look at that door, She, took everything in me not to fling that door open and see if I can see God counting the money. But anyway, so I've been searching for years and years now. If by chance we get at the end of the day, I get to the pearly gates and be excited, like, oh, there you go, right there. There go the Father. And I turn around, look at me, and be like, all right, well, it's time to go to hell. Suffering and what it's just crazy. So I shit it on twice, I guess. Heavenly Father and Earthly Father. It's kind of crazy. But I know if the Pope would be taken up in a chariot right now, man, it'll convert so many people. I mean, you'll have millions of believers right now, include me. I'll be on my knees if that was to happen. But I ain't gonna hold my breath for that. But yeah, it's just like at an early age, I always had an overreactive imagination, and so I was taught, but from the Bible to believe in these supernatural beings. And it was crazy. And switching the subject again, like I said, it's a word salad, but and they always talk about this pushback. But only pushback I can see that you always give is the or persecution. The pushback would be
Hold
just
on,
read the
y'all
Bible.
do know that Unc is a nerd. He's a blue butterfly, so Unc can come up here and talk about whatever he want to talk about.
Thank you.
Like
That's the
Unc been
privilege of
around
being
for a minute.
the privilege of being a nerd. That's right. I can. But like I said, I'm gonna try to bring everything quickly to its conclusion anyway. And the only pushback I was seeing was that telling the truth. You always don't take anything away from or add to the Bible. That's the only pushback I can see. It's not persecution. I can see now. About the Nigerians that had their heads chopped off and these different things. Tragic. We hate to hear about a loss of life. Yeah, but of course they was in the wrong place at the wrong time. And just like these, I don't know if you ever heard about this guy. The government warned him not to go to this island because these people had no human contact. And so this guy, Christian, wanted to defy that order and took a boat over there and they killed him. I mean, they shot bow and arrows at him and he died. You know what I mean? So that's it's crazy. Now, whether those people was worshiping a coconut or whatever, it worked for them. So he really had no, business going over there trying to do that. They had warned him, and he took it upon himself. Like I said, we hate to hear loss of human life as tragedy, but it's different between persecution and just going somewhere that you really, the road to hell is paved with good intentions that I understand. So they just need to really cut that type of stuff out, and then try to play the victim. We all know what we that has been indoctrinated at young ages to the Christian thing. Our parents want us to, well, the Bible's supposed to be basic instruction before leaving Earth, and we want to guide out, people to, on the right path. But at a certain point, we got to, and you do an excellent job at this here, thinker. Just read it for what it is. And you gave me a lot of understanding on the word and whatnot, and that's a great thing. But I asked them to wrap it up and saying that if at a certain age you just get a moral compass, right from wrong, right from wrong, and different things. And yeah, we do have psychopaths out there that don't know right from wrong. We hear it all the time. Why did this person do this? We don't understand it because our mind can't fathom go there. And so and they need therapy. They probably don't need a Bible. They need therapy. It's the right way to go with that. But otherwise, yeah, we all have a moral compass, just like this fool was talking about the 6-year-old and all that. They know what's wrong. Common sense. So In closing, I'll just say if I got anything else, I want this. Just got to be careful about these. The idea that based on a true story, these things, and the Bible's supposed to be based on a true story. But when we break it down, like you're helping us do, and reading it word for word, you can see it for what it is. It's a hodgepodge of a Sumerian, um, with a Mesopotamian tales and whatnot. And then, hey, it's like the great poet said, if we believe in things we don't understand, superstitious is the way. And let me leave you with that. But yeah, this guy did stink up the stage. But anyway, let's move on. I'm trying to bring a better morning, brighter day, and my distinguished panel. And I hope Lala's feeling better and everything.
Thank
And
you.
so I'll
I
leave you
am.
with that.
Thank
Oh,
you.
that's great. I'm glad to hear that. Glad to hear it. Okay. And our famous words, let me down.
I got
And y'all
y'all.
have a
Have a
great day. Have a
you
You
great
too.
day.
too.
All right.
See you next time, y'all.
Okay.
Have a good one.
All right.
Thank you to whoever sent me the $2.
All right, let me translate for y'all. Unc said his daddy left him, and he's supposed to have this heavenly father who ain't shit, so he got two bad fathers who's fucked up twice. Second thing that he said was Christians ain't persecuted. They be going over to other lands, sticking their noses in shit they ain't got nothing to do with, like that cat that went to the Senegalese island, got killed by a coconut. It wasn't really a coconut, but that's what the fuck you get because he shouldn't have been over there. Third thing.
Thinker, I'm loving your summary.
I love, oh, yes.
Third thing Unc said, they gave us this book. It's filled with a bunch of mythologies, the Babylonian tales, the Egyptian tales, and if you don't understand the shit, that the next thing that you go to, like the quote says, superstition is the way. And then he said he glad Lala feels good. He loves this esteemed panel, except for Oso. But then he said, let me down.
And
That's
then if
all
I
Unc
can
said.
Spot
Unc came up here and
on.
spoke truth.
if I
Spot
can
on.
reverse translate it, basically what he said was
Leave Unc alone, also.
the steam panel, not
You
also.
also.
Yeah, then he said, let me down.
Is
All
actually speaking
right.
the native tongue of bears. Y'all just didn't keep that.
Okay, dude, that said the only place that she is having problems is in your life. Okay.
Okay, tell her I'll remove her and then add her back, and then let's see if that works. Fee, did I didn't have to remove you and then add you back, did I?
Yes, you did.
I did. Okay. All right. I'm gonna remove you, do that, and then add you back. Miller.
Yes,
Hi. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm gonna let you talk to Fee for a second while I take care of something.
Hey, Miller. Good morning.
All right, I kind of just joined as I didn't catch old boy's name
How
that
old are
just
you?
dropped.
Yeah, are you a
But
believer?
yes, I am
Okay, and what topic did you want to choose? There's 4 topics on the
How
board.
old? How old are you, Miller?
21.
Oh, thanks, so
You
I
sure
forgot about
about
that
that,
part.
Miller?
Yeah, I'm sure. I just haven't updated my bio. Turned 21 yesterday. Believe it or not. I know. Sounds fishy, but I promise I am.
Well, happy belated birthday.
Get belated.
Happy birthday.
Oh, man.
What topic did you want to choose? You here, Miller?
Yeah, yes, I'm here. I'm thinking. Uh, I'm not sure. You go ahead and pick. I'm kind of torn between all of them. They're all good topics to kind of brush over.
So I don't know what your knowledge level is or what you're comfortable talking about. So you should pick since it's your conversation.
Uh, I'll go. I understand my profile says 20. I haven't gone through and updated my
Don't talk to the comments. I knew you were gonna do it. Don't talk to the comments. That's why I came off. Don't talk to the comments. He
Team
just
4.
said, if y'all were listening, he turned 21 yesterday.
It's only to be clacking it.
Uh,
I guess I go with that first one. It's
Okay.
harder to be a non-believer. Oh wait, no, not today's society. It's definitely the opposite way. It's harder to be a believer than a non-believer in today's
Okay.
society.
All right, let's talk about that. Give me what are your reasons for saying that?
Uh, Okay, so for one, I like to say I'm a Christian, but I'm not a Christian. If that makes sense, I'd be more of a follower of the way, which is what Jesus came and said. When he came to abolish religion, and he set the way. There was no religion, but there's the way. Uh, but it's still labeled under Christianity, so I guess I'll be a Christian in said point.
Was that it?
No. I'm thinking how I'm going to word this. I'm still kind of waking up from. I've been up since about 2:30 this morning. Forgive me. Uh, but it's harder to be a believer in today's society solely because people want to fit in with popularity, with everything being in the popular crowd. So it's cooler to be non-religious in a lot of sense. People tend not to talk about it, and then a lot of so-called Christians don't live a very Christian life. That's the best way I can put it. I know a lot of people personally that don't live the way I say Christian or a follower of Christ should. Um, but again, that's not for me to judge. See, that me judging that alone, uh, I'm completely lost right now. I'm running off like 2 hours of sleep.
Did
Uh,
did you want to come back at another time or
no. I'll continue. I'll try not to have a brain aneurysm while speaking about this.
well, let me give you a little bit of break because I wanted to respond to something that you said already. You said something about people wanting to fit in. The premise of this question has more to do with society making it difficult for non-believers as opposed to it being an internal struggle or difficult for believers to stay on the path of belief, right? Like your individual struggles with what you have to do to make you stay Christian is not the premise of this question. Question is, as non-believers, many of us will lose our family because the expectation is to be a believer. If you come out and you say, yeah, this doesn't make sense to me, I don't believe in Jesus, you're ultimately seen as a pariah in certain families and in certain circles. In certain denominations, like the one that I grew up in, you could literally be excommunicated to the point that your family members can't speak to you. They have to walk past you as though you're a stranger. We see where there are certain people who, I personally have a really good friend of mine whose husband is in the construction industry. He works for a small company, and the expectation for every employee in that works for that company is to hold hands and participate in morning prayer. If this guy hires someone who's not willing to do that, he finds a way to terminate them because of the fact that his expectation is that everybody's Christian. We've had a person come up on the panel in probably the last week or so, who says that he owns a business and he only works with those who are Christian. So the reality is that there's space carved out for Christianity in society as a whole, but you don't see that for non-religious people. We know that there's a separation of church and state, and people are supposed to be free to practice their religion, but it doesn't seem like that includes the non-practicing of any religion. That's the premise of that question.
Okay, well, I am well aware of issues that go on like that, and I personally, I shouldn't look down upon anyone, but I look down upon those teachings. Those are wrong. That's not what Christianity, that's not how Christianity should be taught or lived.
What's not how Christianity should be taught, or what do you mean?
Christians aren't meant to stick to their own flock, if
But
that makes sense.
but Jesus told them specifically that. That's repeated like throughout the Old Testament and the New Testament. God
It
even had
says,
to select people.
yes, he did.
Jesus told his followers to not love, they cannot love their family more than they loved him. You have to keep yourself separate from those who don't believe. So I'm not sure how you're saying that is not in alignment with what
What I mean is, we aren't to shun those who don't believe. If they don't want to listen to what you are preaching, you simply can just walk away. It doesn't mean you have to completely cast them out. Spreading Christianity, you lead by example. You don't weaponize the Bible. You don't shun those who may have a different belief, if that makes sense. I'm trying to explain this to the best of my ability. Uh,
How does that align with what you are saying you are? Because the way was uh like a private community. Like they were not open and just inviting everybody in. Like they were cult like they lived communally, very
the way was
private.
spread by his followers,
I didn't
which
ask how
then
it was spread.
derived.
Hold on, I'm sorry. I did not ask how it was spread. When the followers of the way were early followers of Jesus, they were Jews. They did not see Jesus as God. They lived in communities. They sold all their property, and they shared everything that they had. They were Torah followers. They were not, uh, believers like followers of Paul's doctrine. So, like, I'm trying to understand how you're saying that you are a follower of the way, which you believe that Jesus created and he didn't. But how are you a follower of the way and then saying that you're not supposed to be separate or you know, closed off because they did believe that and many of them were.
And then there's the scriptures, the multiple scriptures in the New Testament that talks about shunning, about not having anything to do with a person who doesn't believe and regarding them as an enemy. So you'd have to reconcile those scriptures as well with what you were saying about the way.
Those scriptures you're speaking of come from the Old Testament.
No, they don't.
No, I specifically said the New Testament.
Now, I know you said the New Testament.
Would you like to know what they are?
Yes, please.
1 Corinthians 5:11, 2 Thessalonians 3:14 and 15, Romans 16:17. You have Titus, you have Matthew. There are multiple scriptures. There's also references of this in the Old Testament as well, you're correct. But it didn't just remain in the Old Testament. It transferred to the New Testament as well.
To an extent, but it is nothing. The scripture, what it speaks about in the New Testament is we don't cast a stone to non-believers. In the New Testament, we simply go about our day. Like we can still simply coexist. We can interact.
Well, how can
But
you do that when Romans 16:17 clearly says, I appeal to you, brothers, to watch out for those who cause divisions and create obstacles contrary to the doctrine that you have been taught. Avoid them. That's the ESV. Other translations, of course, render it differently. But Paul advises separation from those who teach differently than what's accepted. How are
so
you saying?
I have numerous friends who are Islamic. I have several friends that are atheist. One of them happened to be my best friend, and we'll debate all the time. Uh, just about our religions, the differences, and who's right, who isn't.
Well, that just
Neither
simply
one
means
of
you're
us.
deviating from the way, because the way is outlined in the scripture. If you don't do what's in the scripture, then you're not following the commands of Jesus. Like the scriptures very clearly indicate that those who are
But
Jesus's
the script,
followers are to have nothing to do with non-believers and those who don't accept the doctrines.
And not only
the
that, when your Jesus was here, he was not inclusive. Like he literally talked to the Israelites, sat with the Israelites, ate with the Israelites, and when he sent them out two by two, he's very specifically told them not to go to Gentiles and not to go to Samaritans. That shake your dust off your feet was for the Israelites. Like he was saying, when you go to the lost sheep, if they don't accept your message, just keep going because we're on a mission. Just shake the dust off your feet and keep going. Like, how are you like leaving that out?
I didn't leave that out.
You
I
literally
didn't go. I
said
didn't go
that
into exact
you,
detail, but when I had said if they refuse to listen, you just drop it, keep going.
but
Pretty much.
you said that your Jesus came to destroy religion right?
To abolish it.
And to spread his gospel
Yes.
through the way. Except that wasn't his mission. His mission was to restore the kingdom of Israel through the lost sheep of Israel. Like he when he gave them the the commission to go out two by two, he told them to only go to the lost sheep of Israel. Don't go to the Gentiles. Don't go to the Samaritans. When he was teaching them about conflict resolution amongst each other, he said, if your Israelite brother or sister don't want to resolve the conflict with you, then treat them like a Gentile or like a tax collector. He wasn't inclusive.
Real quick, you guys. I'm sorry, I'm just now noticing this. Thinker's gift goal is heading like she has less than 30 minutes. So can you please help her out with that? It's the naughty chicken. Less than 30 minutes, you guys. You can go ahead.
I'm sorry, could you repeat your statement again? Or your
I said,
question?
when he sent them out two by two, he told them to go only to the lost sheep of Israel. Do not go to the Samaritans. Do not go to the Gentiles. When he was teaching them about conflict resolution amongst each other, and he said, when your brother or your sister does not want to reconcile with you or resolve the conflict, he said, treat him like a Gentile or a tax collector. Like, he was not inclusive. He was about the Israelites.
Okay. So God had a key purpose in doing that. It was a strategic step to bless all nations through Israel, or modern day Israel. Uh, and to think that did in fact happen. I mean, Christianity is almost everywhere. I mean, there are different interpretations because you have your
Remember, you're not
Protestants, you have your
Christianity,
Baptists, you have
you
your
are the way.
Catholics.
Why are you talking about what Christianity has done? You are the way. Remember?
They all value some truth.
Yeah, but you're not that. You are the way, remember? We're talking
I'm
about the way. We're talking about the way. And the way ain't got nothing to do with what Paul told y'all. Again, followers of the way were strictly Torah following believers. They didn't call themselves Christians. They were Jews, right? They participated in all of the sacrifices, the dietary laws, the rituals, all of that. Like what Christianity got going on, because you said you don't follow that. Like, that's not you. You're a follower of the way because that's what you believe Jesus came to start.
Also, Miller, can you share with me the definition of the word religion? Because you keep saying he came to abolish religion, but I don't think you know what that word means. Oh, I agree. Yeah, tell me.
basically the belief in a higher power, a higher being, is what that is.
Okay, so how could he have abolished that if you have to follow this superhuman deity?
So let me take you back to the Old Testament right quick. There's a section through there where and it touches on it a tad bit in the New Testament, where he
No,
speaks about.
hold on, Miller. I'm sorry. Hadessa is in the fucking. Is that her name? Hadessa.
Hadisa,
Hadassah.
stop playing.
Hadassah.
Hadassah. She's
Yeah,
where?
she's in the guest request.
Oh my
Yes.
goodness.
Oh, shit.
Let me
It's
turn my
gonna be
volume
a good
down.
day.
No, not please. Hadassah.
Can we have a
It's too
preamble
funny.
before she comes up though?
What's the plan?
Like, no, I'm just saying, can she not come up here acting like she did in Zena's live?
I didn't
I'm
get to
con.
see how she acted in Zena's live.
Oh man, I wanted to send help. Like, there's something quite unhinged about her. Like, it
She's
is
basically Jaleesa.
like Jaleesa times two though. 10.
I'm not gonna deal with any unnecessary, incoherent ass rambling. I'm not.
Absolutely
You're
unhinged.
not gonna type in caps in my comments either, Hadessa, Hadisha, Hadassa.
Gotta say.
How does that work?
Like, you're not gonna come up here and act a fool. I'm telling you that now because I would take your ass down quick, fast, and in a hurry.
Has she been on your stage before? Because the
She's
first time
never.
I,
Mm-mm.
okay,
People
yeah, the
have been
first,
warning me about it.
yeah, the first time I heard her was on Christina's, and she came up on 25 when the max was 10. And I heard her on on Mezzo's. I didn't hear her on Justin's, but yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah, she called Xena everything under the sun except for a child of God. Like,
Yep. Well, I want to get back to Miller, but Hadessa, uh, if you come on this stage, like, you don't already got your ass muted, okay? I told you don't type in caps in my comments, and that's what the fuck I meant. So now you're muted the entire live. If you come on this stage and you act like a fool and I can't understand anything you say, you do all that fucking yelling, I'm taking your ass down. Okay? So if you have something to say, keep it coherent. That's your only warning. Miller, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, so in the book of Isaiah, Ezekiel, and Revelations, it touches on this. Basically, Lucifer's rebellion, right? Where he led an army of angels to pretty much overthrow God, and he cast them away. But when they came to earth, or I say earth or world, when they pretty much intermingled with the giants, eventually all these. Oh my gosh. I'm trying to remember this. I should probably look its context and read it word for word, but that'll take too long. Anyway, when he cast them down, they're here. Fast forward, we don't know how long we don't know how long of a gap it was between this and when man came. But when man came, Lucifer believed in, or Satan, however you want to call him, whatever you want to call him, believed in the choice of free will, which we already have. He didn't believe in predestination, but we do have
What are we
predestination.
talking about right now? How are we talking about
This is going.
Lucifer?
This is going into the topic of abolishing religion, because
But
what?
how are we talking about
it'll
Lucifer?
it
And I'm sorry, I'm talking right
it
now. I'm sorry. In the Old Testament, right? When we're talking about your Jesus ain't in the Old Testament. Like, we don't need a
I'm
history of the religions in the late Bronze Age, right?
you need context for that.
No, we don't.
I'm
Listen,
giving you I'm giving you
hey,
context for an
Miller,
answer.
Miller. No, your answers need to be concise. Like, we don't have time for all of that. What?
Well,
Why
then
are
you're not
you
ready to
saying?
have a proper
Why are
debate.
you saying your Jesus came to abolish religion when he didn't say anything like that?
After
And
you have
just
the
for
co-host start talking, do not talk while they're talking.
And just to clarify too, this isn't a debate, Miller. This is a conversation, and I'm pretty sure it's not us who aren't qualified for the debate. Because the reality is, you picked a topic, and now you're going to something completely different because that wasn't the topic that you picked.
That's
Yeah,
because y'all
maybe.
are asking questions that led to where we're at now.
Because
Y'all
you
ask
you
questions, I'll
literally
answer.
said you denied the fact that your Bible tells you, right, to not fuck with non-believers. And I asked you
Oh, I never denied that.
what did he say, Fee, when you were talking about not convening with
Yeah,
yeah.
he said that wasn't what Jesus taught, and that they were encouraged to, just walk away, but not to be exclusive. There wasn't any prohibition for socializing with them. That was what you said.
Exactly. And so I asked you, how are you reconciling that with you saying that you are a follower of the way when they were very exclusive? They were a private cult. And they like literally it was Christianity that like the Jews were allowed to be a religion. Like Rome gave them permission to practice whatever they wanted to practice it, and without them having to pay homage to the Roman gods. They were exempt from that because Rome honored their religion. And you're saying that Jesus came to abolish that. That's not what the followers of the way believed. And your Jesus never said anything about that. So I'm asking you, where are you getting the idea that that's what your Jesus came to do?
Also, Thinker Kwan said that she sent you the clip.
Clip of
He
what?
came to fulfill the law and abolish religion. And when I say abolish religion, I don't mean every single religion. I mean, he set the way.
Why
He
are you
cast,
saying, where does Jesus talk about the way? Like, are you saying because he said, I am the way, the truth, and the light? Where does your Jesus talk about this movement called the way?
he lived it.
Where does he talk about the way? The way is something that his followers created after he died. Where does your Jesus talk about this way?
When he was resurrected and he talked to, shoot, which two followers was it? Along the dirt road, he first appeared to them. They didn't recognize him because he was in another form. And then he revealed himself to them and went on to tell them, uh, to spread uh, his teachings, essentially. And he never specifically said, "Oh, this is called Christianity," or "This is called the
He
way."
never
But the
said
reason why
right.
it's called, but the reason why it is
Exactly.
called the reason why it is called the way, because he said the only way to the Father is through me.
That's why the followers called it that. Your Jesus never told
Exactly.
them, and your Jesus never told them to create that. That's not like you're saying that your Jesus came
Essentially,
to.
he
I'm
did.
sorry. Hello. You're saying that your Jesus came to create the way, and he never told them to do that. And then on top of that, in Rome, the way was still a part of Judaism, which was a religion. It was a sect of Judaism, and it was recognized as a part of the Jewish religion. So if you're saying that your Jesus came to start the way, you're saying that he came to start a different sect of the Jewish religion.
Which is also when I said he came to fulfill the law, which comes from Judaism.
What does that have to do with him coming to destroy religion, like you said?
When he fulfilled the law, he came to also destroy religion. Now, when I say destroy
What
religion,
what what is it exactly that you think fulfilling the law means?
are you familiar with the Old Law and the Old Testament?
I, what do you, Miller, think fulfilling the law means? Is my question.
It was when he came and died on a cross and allowed us to
Am I
go through
asking a
him.
weird question right now? Am I asking a weird
No, and
question?
am
And
I
I
giving you
think
a
you
weird
should
answer?
just go to bed.
What does fulfilling the law mean to you? What does that mean to you?
It means he paid the wage for sin. He fulfilled the law. We no
And
longer
then
have to live by the old law.
where does your Jesus say that? Like you do realize that. Let me ask you a question. So when Paul says in Romans 13, can somebody let Rhea up? My box won't open. When Paul says in Romans 13:8, owe no one anything except to love one another. For the one who loves another has fulfilled the law. The commandments, you shall not commit adultery, you shall not murder, you shall not steal, you shall not covet, and any other commandment are summed up in this word: you shall love your neighbor as yourself. Love does no wrong to a neighbor. Therefore, love is fulfilling the law. Does that now mean that you no longer have to abide by the commandments that say, do not commit adultery, do not murder, do not steal, do not covet, because love fulfilled the law?
No.
So
Okay, so
that doesn't. So hold on. So if when Paul says that there is one commandment that sums up the whole law, that fulfills the law, that's not saying that Paul isn't saying that those laws are abolished, right? He's saying if you love your neighbor as you love yourself, you will fulfill the law. You will not commit adultery. You will not murder. You will not steal. You will not covet. So when your Jesus says there are two commandments that hang on the law, right? And that he came not to abolish the law and the prophets, but to fulfill it, he's not saying don't follow the law anymore. He's saying if you love your Israelite brother or sister as you love yourself, as it states in Leviticus 19, 17, 18, if you love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, and might, as it says in Deuteronomy 13, then you will fulfill the law, because you won't cheat, sleep with your neighbor's wife, covet your neighbor's slave. You won't go against the dietary laws. He's not saying that he came to fulfill the law so you don't have to follow it anymore.
What I mean by that is we no longer have to sacrifice animals
Who
for
told you that? Because the way still went by sacrificial laws. The way still followed the dietary laws. Who you're mixing Christianity and what Paul gave, what the grace that Paul gave to Christians, not to have to follow the Torah, not to have to follow Jewish customs, with what the early followers of Jesus did. You're mixing the two. You're mixing Pauline Christianity with the way.
Miller, I think it'd be
with
a
the
lot more beneficial for you to lead with saying, instead of saying I'm a follower of the way, you could just say I'm a Paulian. I think you'll find that there are a lot of you guys out there.
oh, okay, so is that a better way to put that all of them hold some truth, but all of them also have
Yeah, because from Paul's perspective in the Bible, he was like very much about this, like, you should do good things, but it doesn't necessarily matter. The grace and the favor that you get because of Jesus, you don't necessarily have to do all the things he said. If you want to eat that meat, go ahead and eat that meat, bro. Who cares? You know what I mean? So realistically, you have like a Paulian view on the New Testament. But I just, you might do better to identify with a Pauline as opposed to a follower of the way, because that would imply that you do like hold to Jewish customs and things. Just for future reference.
10-4.
Now, Christianity was inclusive. Christianity was opened up to Gentiles. Still, even with Christianity being opened up to Gentiles and Gentiles being grafted into this tree of Judaism, and becoming an offshoot or a different sect of Judaism, or entirely different religion after a while, they still were told to come out from among them and be ye separate.
I'm sorry,
What
could
does
you
light have?
repeat that?
What association does light have with darkness?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that first part? I'm in a patchy service area and it kind of buffered out there for me.
That was a lot for me to have to repeat, Miller.
No, I'm sorry.
Christianity was still told to come out from among them and be ye separate, as Fee stated, the scriptures that Fee gave you. They were still told not to associate with non-believers, not to associate light and darkness.
Um, Again, a lot of that comes from the Old Testament. I mean, Jesus, and also, yes, it is mentioned in the New Testament. I will not deny you that, but you also need context behind that, which requires a whole sermon to go into that, which I know you don't want to go
Is
through that.
I know the Israelite history. I study this every day. We all do, Miller. We know the history of the Israelites. That's not going to change the fact that the apostles in the Greco-Roman period, in the 1st and 2nd century, all the way to the 4th century, that Christians were taught not to associate with non-believers. That doesn't change anything.
And you're right to some degree, but which denomination are you speaking of? Because there are
It,
many different
like
denominations, and they
I
all teach
said,
different things.
Christianity.
Christianity
Your
is too broad.
Bible, as I stated, it does not change the fact that in your book, in 1st century Rome, 2nd century Rome, 4th century Rome, Christians were taught not to associate with non-believers.
Again, which branch of Christianity was that? There are different branches with different
The fact that there are
interpretations.
different branches is a problem.
With different
Hold on,
interpretations.
Miller. How many different branches were in 2nd century Rome? How many different branches of Christianity were in 2nd century Rome?
Well, see, you had Catholicism, you had, again, the Way, you had
The way is not Christianity,
Baptist.
Miller.
They follow Jesus, which can be classified.
Miller. You keep talking while I'm talking. My voice is the only one that can interrupt. 2nd century Rome, there were no Baptists in 2nd century Rome. The Way, as we've already discussed, was not Christian. How many branches of Christianity was in 2nd century Rome?
Probably like Scientology or something.
So, in the biblical context, again, Baptist, Catholicism, and Baptist was
Miller,
around in century Rome.
Miller,
It was.
you said Baptist was.
And now,
What
that was what.
branch of Baptist was around in 2nd century Rome?
You act like Baptist is a new thing. It's not.
What branch
Baptist.
of Baptist was around in 2nd century Rome? Was it the Southern Baptist Convention?
No, we're not talking about today's standards. We're talking about John.
So they
Oh
John the
called
Baptist
themselves
lived during
Baptist.
that time.
So
oh
they
They
so
didn't.
they,
They didn't
no.
refer to
hold
themselves
on.
as
Did they
Baptist.
call themselves Baptist? Did they call
No, they
themselves
didn't. But
Baptist
that's what they
Christians?
were.
Okay, so then listen, Miller.
But that is what they were.
Miller, I'm not about to let you sit up on this stage and make shit up. Okay, I'm not about to let you do it. Okay, what branches of Christianity was in 2nd century Rome?
I have given you answers, and
You're
you have
making
failed
stuff.
to
They
correct
show
me.
me proof. Show me proof that there was a sect of Christians that called themselves Baptists in 2nd century Rome.
John the Baptist, Paul the Pentecostal, you know.
I already done said John the Baptist.
You're making shit up, Miller.
What about when Jesus was baptized by John, which took place around
Yeah,
second century Rome?
how many Christian followers did John the Baptist have?
Does that matter? They were around.
Yes, it matters.
They were around.
How many followers did he have?
It does not matter how many
It does.
followers he
It
had,
matters.
but he had followers.
It matters.
Like you act like I'm saying Southern Baptist or just Baptist in general. No, when I'm saying Baptist,
There is a
people.
reason, because did John the Baptist die before your Jesus or after your Jesus resurrected, Miller?
It was before.
It was before. So there was no Christianity when John the Baptist died, was there?
Nobody set in place
No.
baptisms.
There were no Christians when John the Baptist died. You are making shit up.
You know, for someone having discussions about the Bible, you sure do have a foul mouth and
I
don't
don't give a
listen to
fuck. They
reason.
should have said fuck. They should have said fuck a couple of times in that book. Because holy fuck the shit that's in that book.
Oh, I know.
He's realizing like he doesn't know as much, right? And he's realized he's embarrassed, so he has to go to the point where it's like tone policing now. Now you don't want to hear what she's saying. Now all you
No,
hear is the
I'm
cussing.
listening. I'm.
So, I
Forgive
wasn't
me for
talking while you were
interrupting.
talking. I wasn't talking while you were talking. I didn't interrupt you. Don't lie now. Don't try to lie. I didn't interrupt you. Thank you. So you literally have heard her curse all day, but all of a sudden now she has a foul mouth because you don't know what the hell she just said. You realize that you don't know what the hell you're talking about and you're making shit up, right? So now you have to talk about her cursing, right? Are you gonna respond to what she said? Are you gonna try that? Or are we gonna act like you're not an adult and you've never heard a curse word before? What are we gonna do, Miller?
Well,
Are
I
you
am an
there?
adult. I'm here. I
Yeah.
am an adult, and I
Mm-hmm.
have heard foul language, but I
Okay.
don't tend to
Mm-hmm.
use it frequently, even though I'm a grown adult.
Congratulations. Congratulations. That is good for you. I'm happy for you. I'm really
But
happy
now,
for you. I hope that that makes you feel good. But you will not tell another human being, another adult, how to speak, right? That doesn't sound so nice, does it? We shouldn't do that, right? Right, Miller? Right? Because they have autonomy over their own selves. They can say whatever the fuck they want, whenever the fuck they want to say it. Right? Right, Miller? As an adult, you understand that, don't you?
no, I very well do understand it.
Yeah, so let's not ever fucking do that again, right? Let's let people talk. You're on somebody else's panel. You don't tone police other adults. You don't tell them how to speak. If you don't like the way they're speaking, you have autonomy to get the fuck out of here. You have autonomy not to be here. You don't have to listen to that. But you know why you attack that? Because you realize that you don't have nothing else to fucking provide. You realize that you're now the dummy in the room, right? So let's not ever do that again. Okay? All right, Miller.
And Miller, just to clarify, there's nothing wrong
Yeah.
with not knowing. Like, it just seems like you came up
No,
here
I
and you're
mean,
a little bit out of your depth when it comes to biblical, like, historicity and these denominations and, like, the timeline. And there's nothing wrong with that because you can go learn it. But I think that you should probably do that before you try to defend it. Because most believers think that we are non believers because we haven't read this book, we don't know the stories, we don't know the history. But that's just simply not true. The vast majority of us are non believers because we did read this book and we did do the research and we do it on a daily basis. So there's nothing wrong with allowing this to be a teachable moment and going back to do the research and finding the answers to those questions that think are asked that you didn't have the answers to.
again, I just don't have the time to be on here and preach a sermon because y'all don't want me to preach it.
Why do you need to
Uh,
preach a sermon when we're talking about historical facts? We're talking about data and facts, not some interpretation, not hermeneutics. Like, you don't need to preach a sermon.
I mean, if you think about it, it's the preaching of sermons that got most believers in the position that they're in right now, where they believe a thing, they think that they know things to be true, but a cursory it, look into the actual data, into the timelines, into the scholarly research on these topics, oftentimes refutes what you've heard through that sermon. So if you're talking about a sermon, it's definitely not going to be the resolution to this.
That was a dumbass question and ignorant ass attempt at an insult. Hale.
What did he say?
He said, "How is it harder to be a non-believer in society? Do anyone even talk to you aside from your phone?"
What?
Exactly. That's the level of thought. Like it just like. Did y'all
You
see the
got me.
video? Did y'all see the video of the grandmother? Her granddaughter goes to her and is like, "Hey, the Pope died," and she goes, "Oh, Francis." Did y'all see that video?
Mm-mm.
And she said, "I should have known that he was sick when he tried to send a blessing. He couldn't even raise his hand, and he just put his hand up to his side and just like that's what it like. She just did like a little like had her hand down to her side and just lifted her wrist up a little bit. It was like he could only bless that high. That that's how I see
That
their
insult.
insults. Yes, like it was just not even off the ground. Motherfucker said, "Eh."
And the crazy part about it is they have no idea that this is a whole ass community that hangs with each other IRL. It's crazy to me. They are so delusional. Miller, did you have anything else?
I believe I'll end on that because I don't have the time to really. Well, seems
It's
like
not
y'all
just
don't have the
time,
time to.
friend. Yeah, it's not just time. I mean, and I'm saying this in all sincerity. It's not only time that you don't have. And there's nothing wrong with that. But I think to recognize it is definitely a sign of humility, which, according to your belief system, is a laudable quality. So I would take advantage of that. Like, this is on YouTube. Go back and listen to it. Write down the questions that Thinker asked you. Write down draw a Venn diagram, if you will. If you really believe this and you want to shore up your resources to be able to defend it, then do that.
Will do. Next time I hop in, I'll make sure I have a Bible and a notebook, believe it or not, and I have everything plotted out. And when I'm not half asleep, I'll come back and hopefully be able to discuss again. And again, I would like to apologize for addressing tones in here that I did
I
overstep
mean,
my
we're
bounds
used
there.
to it. We're used to it. Like it's usually insults that starts being hurled when the person that we're talking to feels like they're caught in a corner. I'm not excusing it. It shouldn't happen, especially from people who claim that they follow a peaceful Jesus. But we're used to the hypocrisy. Hell, like literally, you are asking me questions now. So asking the dumbass question of do people really even care to ask you questions in real life as you are asking me a fucking question about people asking me questions in real life is fucking dumb.
That's wild.
I ask you a
I know
question,
y'all
Thinker.
told me not to read the comments, but I would like to address
No,
No,
you can
also
address it
ask
when
a
you
everything.
go
People
back
question.
going
down to the
excuses.
comment.
Okay,
Nope, when you go to the comments, you can. Also, you finna ask Miller a question?
10-4.
No, I want to ask you a question, Thinker.
Oh, what's up?
Has anyone ever asked you a question before?
I don't know. Ask Hell.
It's like
What the
when
hell?
you're like, can I ask a question? Like, yeah, that's the question.
No,
I
oh my
love doing
god.
that to people.
And there's I didn't even know that Miller was gone, but if you're still in here, Miller, there's a psychological explanation for why you resorted to speaking about thinker cursing. You want to look
Yeah.
into that too. Because I
Yep.
think it's very telling.
That's why I handled him the way I did. Because I'm like, you're going back to little baby mode, aren't you?
Look,
Mm-hmm.
you came in there, snatched that boy up like your baby's ponytail. Like immediately is what you did. You gathered all of the strands. So that's what you did. And I love it.
Her ponytail do be snatched. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Everybody, go ahead and turn your phone volumes down.
No, because she ain't gonna finna be doing all that yelling because I'm gonna drop her ass. Hadassah. Hadassah.
You have to come off of mute. I sent you an invite.
Yes.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing good. Which topic did you come up to discuss?
Let's see. Harder to be a non-believer than a believer. I mean, that's could be true. I don't know. Jesus sacrificed mirrors pagan and political rituals of power. I mean, that also might be true. Christianity is a
Okay,
cult
do me a
that
favor.
worships
Hold
men.
on, hold on, hold on, Hadessa. Can you read them silently, right? Do me a favor. Go on mute for a second. Read them silently. Let me know which one you want to discuss, not the ones that you don't. Okay? And then there is a chime in the back that's really, really loud. Are you able to like silence that before you come off mute again?
All right. All right. Muted everything. We can talk about Christianity being a cult, maybe, that worships men and supremacy culture,
Okay. What are your thoughts on that?
which would be not true.
I'm sorry. Are you going to expand on why you think it's not true?
Because, well, it's not a cult, first of all, and it worships God. And
Why do you
it's the
think that
devil that worships
Christianity is
supremacy
not?
culture, not God.
Why do you think that Christianity is not a cult? Like, do you know the characteristics of a cult?
I'm pretty sure the definition of a cult is a cult leader that essentially draws people to himself and himself alone.
No,
And
that's
everybody
not.
worships that person.
That's not the definition of a cult. But what I asked you was, do you know what the
Let me look
characteristics?
it up
I'm
because
sorry.
y'all
Hello,
love to say you don't.
Hadessa.
That's not the
Hello.
definition
Hey,
of
hey,
shit.
hey, hey. You're not gonna talk when I talk. If you want to be on this stage, you're going to abide by the rules on the stage, or I'm gonna take your ass down. Are you there?
Hadessa do whatever Hadessa want to do,
Not
apparently.
in this
Ask me if
motherfucker.
I'm
She
there, like
won't.
I muted myself.
I'm sorry. Did you hear
Are
what I
you?
just said? Did you hear
I'm
what I just
Googling
said?
the definition
I'm
of a
I'm sorry.
cult.
Did you hear what I just said though? Did you hear what I
Are you
said?
there? It was the last thing I heard.
No. I said if you're going to be on this stage, you're going to
Oh
abide
my
by the
God.
rules in this space. And that
Well,
includes
listen,
not talking while I'm talking.
I'll do that as much as I can, but I'm about to start
You're
my
going
own
to do
stage
it,
called
period.
Thinker is a
I
Bitch.
don't give a fuck. All right,
Thinker
bye.
is a heretic
Okay.
bitch.
Guess what? Now you can't say shit. Go make a live about me. I don't give a fuck.
Now you
I
see
know
why I
she did not
say.
just what?
Now you see why I say she's
That was
unhinged. There's
so,
something
yeah,
She
wrong
she
with
thought
her.
that,
is. And
yeah, she thought
corny
I was
as
gonna go into
fuck.
that shit with her, but I'm not.
Yeah,
Like,
there's
I'm not
something
gonna
very
do it.
wrong with her.
That
And
was
my
so
God, no
random.
has
Like
Oh my
fucking
god.
screws loose
She
all
thought that
over
I
the
was gonna
fucking
go into
place.
a shouting match with her ass.
feet into it, yeah.
Yeah, I told her I wasn't gonna do that shit.
That was so random. I can't.
It was just so like unprovoked. Like it was just dumb. She came up here for
Yo,
that
I,
purpose
I,
and she
for
yeah,
couldn't find a way to get
real.
there.
I
Man.
think she feels like she's gaining a name or whatever. Like she's hopping from
Absolutely.
live to live. Yeah, and she thought she was gonna do that shit in here, but
But
no.
she's trying to get her follower count up so she can go live because she keeps talking about how she'll never mute anybody in her live. Her lives are so much better than everybody else's.
Well,
But
she'll
I mean,
likely be the only one in it, so that
exactly.
should be easy.
In reality, if everybody's talking at the same time, nobody gonna stick around to figure out what y'all talking about individually. Like that's just it. It's a reason why people have to be muted. I get it.
I hope she creates a live that says "Thinker is a bitch." I'll be flattered.
I just wanted to give you an update on my computer. I am sitting at do a quick math, 87,000 nights
Damn, by yourself?
by myself. I'm telling
Shit.
you, they told y'all yesterday in Christina Live. If you just hold down
How
the
do
L
you do
key on
it?
your computer, just hold down, get something to weigh down the L button on your computer and pull up the live.
So So like watch the live on your computer and
Right. Like I'm in there on my backup. You might see every now and then it'll say like Xena Ray like the live. That's just me on my backup. I have not touched my computer in
why
like
you
3
still got
hours.
my sister name on there like that? Also,
That's
huh?
something
Why you quiet?
we're gonna have to get into that on somebody that's not Thinker Live.
All right. You know what? All right.
Oh, she went live and did a thinker as a bitch. Good.
Did she?
Yep. They said she live right now.
Oh wow, nice.
I mean, maybe
Uh,
her and all her personalities will have a good conversation about that topic because there's something wrong with that woman.
yeah. Jimmy Scotty, how are you? Jimmy Scotty?
Jimmy Scotty with the swimmer body. That was from Hannah Montana.
That's from who?
I think that's from Hannah Montana. Or Scotty
Oh,
Lamati with
I
the
thought you
swimmer.
said Hamilton. I was like, I don't remember that verse in Hamilton.
Y'all,
Uh,
no one go in there because if no one knows who the thinker she's talking about, like then she's not like don't go in there having a conversation with her because don't nobody know who the fuck she talking about right now. So just
yeah,
leave her
like
alone.
don't give her what she want. Like
Yeah,
y'all
she's
just
gonna
gonna
be in there by herself.
like if you do go in there, don't go in there like for me. Like I don't want you to do that. Go if you go in there, do it for because you want to. To the nerds that are in the guest request box, are y'all in there on purpose or on accident?
How did the jail number get up here?
I don't even. I wasn't even thinking.
Back to the dungeons with you.
Thank you.
Hey, how are you, Fisher?
I'm good. I just got out of prison yesterday.
What?
Yeah.
What
You can't
happened?
say that so casual, bro.
She's in her
What?
wait, what?
Oh, no. TikTok prison.
Oh,
Oh,
child,
Oh
don't say
shit, Fisher!
that.
Like
Why
what
would
the
you do
fuck?
that?
Yeah. I kind of got into it with a Christian and got a little too heated, and I kind of forgot that I was on TikTok Live.
Ah,
So push
how
came and
many
shit.
days did they give you?
They gave me a full 7 days. So all I could do was just watch, and then they went live and they were talking about me for like a good 10, 20 minutes. So I had to leave before it escalated yet again. But how y'all doing today?
I'm doing good. You got to get you a backup, Fisher.
I just made it. So I'm telling my friends to follow it now, but I got to get to like I don't even know what's the following account to go live on that.
I don't. Why y'all calling Fisher Kate? This isn't Kate.
I'm screaming.
Y'all, all right, go ahead. Take a break from the comments, everybody. What?
They don't even sound alike to me.
we turned the comments off until a milli. Y'all
Yeah,
wildin'.
let's take a break.
Y'all wildin'.
I was gonna say I had to look at my phone real quick to see if she joined. But yeah, I was trying to come up in here see how y'all was doing and everything. I just forgot what the fuck. Never mind. No, I didn't. Can you check to see if I'm a second month nerd? Because on my screen it still shows that I'm new, but I could have sworn.
You second month.
So
Okay,
second month,
okay.
yeah.
All right, so I can join the Discord now. I'm
Yeah.
family.
Yep. Well, you've been family, but yeah.
I remember when he's like, "Cause y'all won't let me in."
Because I'm like, hold on, because I've been hearing about a Discord, and I'm like, hold on, they telling people to text them privately and stuff. So I'm like, y'all ain't finna let me in. What's going on? Like, then y'all said that I have to subscribe. I'm like, what do I subscribe at? I'm thinking you talk about your YouTube channel. You talk about here. I'm like, oh shit. So I could have been a 3 month nerd, I think, a 3 or 4, whichever one. But
Yeah.
I'm trying to get that dragon status.
Never.
Best
Never.
badge.
You
Damn.
The,
can't.
the best badge level is the one that also is at. So as long as you strive to be where I am,
Sir, please,
Oh
please,
my
please, please,
goodness.
please, please.
I actually ended
Actually,
up.
also, there's people in here that are on a higher level than you are.
Mm.
I know.
Oh.
And that's okay
I kept
because
trying to
they're not
become a
me.
cub in Oso's live, but you're never live, or at least I don't know when you go live. So I have to keep on waiting. But then when you had went live that one time, I spent all my money the day prior. So I had to
It's
wait again.
real, okay?
Wednesday nights and Friday nights. Well, technically Thursday morning and Saturday morning, but 4 o'clock
Oh,
Eastern Standard
I
Time.
got the times now.
Okay,
I'm
okay,
already a
okay,
cub,
okay.
but I could have been a cub. You
You're
was
right. You're right.
playing.
Well, you're
Look, the
getting in on the
dragons
ground
done
floor.
cut. The dragons are going in.
Not the
They
tiny
going in on
dragons.
your ass, also.
Are they? I haven't even been looking.
But I seen that you had some. You had like new topics. From the looks of it, every damn day. I wanted to talk about one of them that was on last time, but I wanted to get your input on the third one, just to get more info on that.
Yeah, the Christianity is a cult that worships men and supremacy culture. Like literally, like when we talk about that, we haven't really gotten to get into the aspects of how it worships men. And me and Fee were talking about some of the features of the Israelite religion in the Old Testament, and then how that carried over to like the New Testament. For example, it's women that have to be virgins in the Bible, and there isn't any scrutiny around whether a man should have abstain from sex, uh, before marriage. And actually, the crazy thing about it is in the Qumran scroll, there is a verse in I think First Samuel where it says that a young man is supposed to like wait until he's 20 to touch a woman sexually, but they didn't put that shit in the Bible, but it's in the Qumran scroll. And so they focused more so on the virginity of the women, and then you have the just the fact that God, the God is male. You have the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. You don't have a mother figure like a goddess mother. The Bible, the Old Testament is focused on wiping out the mother goddess that was in existence at in the late Bronze Age and the Iron Age and all of that. Um, the idea that Eve's punishment is that Adam will rule over her is I think it's I see it as symbolic as that mother goddess worship and that switch from matriarchal to patriarchal. Um, the phallus is literally the sign of the covenant and the agreement with this God, like cutting circumcising the penis. And like the God was gonna literally kill Moses for not circumcising his son. It was that important. Like the dick tips was that important to the God. Um, the even like with the men with the valuations that was put on the humans in Leviticus 27, the men had higher valuations than women and children. The only the men were counted in the census, like the women and the children were not even counted, which shows that they were not necessarily seen as valuable to this God or like human. Um, only men could be in the priesthood. Like it literally just puts men out in the forefront, and it makes them a lord to everybody but the God. Like it's the God, and then it's the man, and then everything else.
Yeah, because not too long ago, actually, I was telling somebody that honestly,
this Bible is for like white straight men, if we're really being honest. Like that's just how I seen it, just by reading it and everything. And I also seen something in the Bible where it was talking about like the infants or something, like until they're like 30 days old, they're not considered human or something like that.
Yeah, that's not in the Bible. That's in the Torah, but like I mean the Talmud, but the what is in the Bible is they don't have a valuation until they're 30. So when the God is valuing the humans for like them to be able to pay the temple price to buy back a human, if once they give the human to this God as a sacrifice to redeem the human, the value that the God puts on the baby is 5 shekels, but they're not worth 5 shekels until they're 30 days old. They have no value before that.
I don't know why no one actually like reads that part and just says like that doesn't raise like red flags. I mean, it's a lot of parts in the Bible that should be raising a lot of red flags, but like when it comes down to I guess when he says certain things like that, and you look at other like scriptures where he's unaliving, like killing all these babies and stuff like that, like just with like without a care in the world, or it doesn't seem like he has any type of compassion for them at all. Like maybe they were under that 30-day thing, but then again, there's no excuse for it either way. But it's like I don't know if that's what it was, but actually, you know what? Never mind. I just remembered that there was sometimes where he killed some children too. So scratch that out. Scratch that out. But I do. I'm trying to learn more. That's why I always love coming up in here because I'm trying to. I go live and I try to like have some topics on the board, and I'll debate with
I just
Christians
sit back
about.
watching your live. I be in the
You
hallway.
do?
Yeah, I be watching from the hallway. Sometimes I don't go into the rooms because I don't want attention drawn to me. I just like if I enter the room, I don't want people to be like, "Oh, Thaker's in here." Like so, I just watch from the hallway. Like it makes me uncomfortable when people do that. So I just watch from the hallway. But I be catching your lives.
I'm trying to. I just added this new one that me and my friend were working on, and it's about the garden being a trap. So I've been researching more about that and everything, just so I can be able to not have any blind spots on that. But it's still a new topic to me, so I'm hoping that I do good on it.
What was the topic again? Say it again.
It was about the Garden of Eden being a trap, like
Oh, okay.
the Adam and Eve stuff. So I prepared my notes and everything just so I can be able to read from it, and just in case if I need to go back.
Rhea has a good theory on that. Rhea, you want to tell me about your theory?
Well, about Adam and Eve.
Yeah.
You talking about the kidnapping? Yeah, I think they were kidnapped. So you know how like the God is like, okay, he's okay with them, not knowing good and evil and living for however long, right? He's fine with them living forever, just not knowing good from bad.
Oh, I thought that was me.
Sorry, these damn spam calls, my bad. So, if you put that in a scenario of like,
Are you fucking kidding me? That's some
what?
creepy shit.
What?
Fuck.
What Hadessa doing?
Not Hadessa. There's some motherfucker in the comments said, I hope I'm not being too forward, but I would like to meet you in the bedroom for a feeling.
What the fuck?
Yeah. I just blocked them.
What do y'all be on in the morning? What?
That's some motherfucker trying to be disrespectful. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no. Okay, but yeah. So my theory is that they were kidnapped from
the rest of the world, right? And put in that garden to do whatever the fuck that guy wanted. I don't know what he was trying to make them do, but he kidnaps them, puts them in that enclosure, right? He's fine with the tree of life being there. But the minute they figure out, right, for example, like they realize we're naked. Why are we naked, right? And then the God is acting all oblivious, like, oh, yeah, let me go ahead and make you clothes now that you're naked. You knew I was naked before, right? So like it's kind of like manipulative, right? And then that point where he's like, okay, you can't have good and evil and live forever at the same time, right? Because then now I'm not gonna have as much power over you. It's like if you listen to true crime stories, right? That's a very big thing with like people that kidnap people, right? They take away your resources, whatever it is that you thought you knew before. They try to completely mask that. That's my theory. I think he kidnapped them, didn't want them to get their memories back. He wiped their memories somehow. So that the tree of good and evil, I think, gave them their memory back. I think it gave them their memories back. They realized that they weren't supposed to be there, and they was ready to get the fuck out. I don't even think they were mad about not being in there. Because I think, over time they were like, yeah, we probably didn't want to be in there anyway. So that's my theory.
I wouldn't be surprised if that actually happened. That sounds accurate, if we're really being honest. The way the Bible's so damn twisted, shit. So,
She don't have nobody on there and she's crashing out. Y'all, stop talking about that.
She gonna bring her ass back in here. Y'all know that, right?
For real.
She needs the attention.
I also had looked into something else because I was so curious on like why did they call it like the Abrahamic religions? Like I would even say like I don't fuck with any of the Abrahamic religions, but then like one day when I said that again, I listened to what I just said and I'm like, why the fuck do they call it the Abrahamic religion? Like who was Abraham? So I'm like, okay, hold on, let me dig a little deeper because I'm like each one has like their own little story of him or whatever. So a friend basically said, let me just give you the short version. So I'm going to see how accurate this is. Basically, he told me that Abraham was this guy. He had this shop for like either dolls or statues or something. And he was talking to them. And he thought that he heard the voice of God. And I think he crashed out about his dad or something like that. I don't know what his dad did. It was something along those lines. All I know is that the dude was talking to some statues or something like that, and that's how.
What dude, Abraham?
That's what I'm hearing. Yeah, that's what he told me. That's what I heard. I didn't get a chance to look it up yet, but I was like, I'm really hoping that this is not like how these three goofy ass religions came to be.
This is Abraham or
I don't know
Geppetto?
where they got that from.
He said Geppetto. I was
That's what
like,
that sound like.
that's like Abraham Jones from over on South Side, but that is not Abraham from the Bible.
Yeah, no.
You sound like whoever told you that sound like one of the people that like sit on the little corner and then when they're done talking, they be like, yeah, and then shake their head like that. They just nod. Yeah, that's the truth.
No
That's the
shade.
truth. Mm-hmm. Believe it. Yep.
No shade at all, but Rhea, you do that.
No, I'm talking about.
Why do y'all say do? You do that. And one do is enough.
Rhea say, yeah.
No, but I do that on purpose because I'm trying to be sarcastic. I'm like, yeah, right. Like,
Wait, okay, so what's the real thing then? Like because I do need to look this up. I need to stop.
the real what? Like Abraham's story?
Yeah, like I'm so confused because I always wondered like why do they
Abraham
actually
ain't anywhere else but this Jewish people.
Cutery, I will never forget the day Rhea did the whispering. I don't think I will ever forget
That was
the day
hilarious.
that she
Was
did
sensory overload.
Like,
it's almost like it was like something being cold and hot at the same fucking time. Like it's like I was just
Because I'm
soft and
like, it don't
loud
matter. Even when I
simultaneously.
whisper, I'm yelling. I don't know what you want me to do. Like,
You know, and Thinker, last week before I got banned, I had seen a name pop up in my live, and why was it Brooklyn? And I remembered what she was talking, because she was talking all that shit up in this live, and I couldn't come up there because I'm not a dragon yet. So I'm like, I'm gonna catch her ass one day in one of these lives. And she had joined my shit, and then I was looking for her, and she just left. I'm like, damn.
They
wait,
going through
like, who was
something.
that? Brooklyn?
Yeah.
Black and
Oh,
white Brooklyn.
is she blocked here?
Bronchitis.
The
Not
Yeah,
one
she blocked her
bronchitis.
because she keep thinking that SA is a joke. Like she keep uh like making jokes saying that my father SA'd me. That's her way of
Oh,
trying to
that's
insult me.
Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Mm.
I did not hear her say that. When did
Yeah.
she say
She kept
something
saying it over and
ridiculous
over
like
Well,
again.
that?
she
I
says that
remember her
every live she
now.
get up on.
Every
Yeah, I
single
remember
time.
her now.
Wow.
She kept
Hmm.
repeating that over and over again. I was getting pissed off because I'm like, what? That's not something that you're supposed to throw in somebody's
Yeah,
face.
she got mad when Thinker wasn't responding to it, though. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, shit, I think she got,
Something wrong with people like that.
I think she was probably more madder than,
Who
somebody had
who
said,
named that lady Black and Mold?
Black and mold is
Oh,
crazy.
oh my God.
I'm
No
sorry,
way.
Fisher. What'd you say?
no, I think it was something that one of y'all had said to her that I had seen that she was like real pissed off about it. It was something about her smoking cigs, and that's why her voice sounded like that. It probably
Yeah.
was
I
Blackie
think it was
Miles or
I
something
think
like
it was
that.
when Thinker started singing. That shit
Oh yeah.
sent me. I was done.
Then
Done.
she starts singing and sounds exactly the
Thinker was
same. I
like, yep,
said,
I
damn
told
it.
you.
Preach.
Oh, man.
That's what I was saying. She started to sing too, and I'm like, I thought that that was actually her because I seen that Thinker wasn't talking no more, and then I seen somebody kept muting her, but every single time she kept coming off mute, I kept hearing something in her background. I'm like,
Now,
oh,
they were
now she's
singing
singing
together.
too.
Oh,
I'm like, I can't with this live G, but but I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna head off. Oh, before I do, my dogs are about to mate. So I'm finna have some puppy children.
What kind of
Oh,
puppies?
Nice.
congratulations.
What kind of puppies, official?
Candy Corsos.
Oh,
Oh
they are
wow.
so cute. Those are big too.
Hmm.
Yeah, but the female is honestly pissing me off because she keeps on playing hard to get with him, and he just trying to get some. And every time that he go back there, she just turn around real quick, and then she trying to play with him.
leave
And
my girl alone. She's not ready yet.
Ah!
What
and
are you
then
doing?
And then like I'm looking up the signs of when she is ready. Like she'll start putting her tail, her tail to the side and everything. So she had did that one time, and I think that she was trying to play with his ass. That's why I'm like, she played too much. She did that one time, and then he was gonna start, and next thing you know, she had barked at him, and then turned around, and then she had like slightly hit him in his face with her paw, and then he started to sit down and everything. She the more dominant one from
You're
this
going to have to
group.
teach your mans how to take rejection, sir. What?
But they outside right now, and he keeps like going around and chasing her and stuff, and then it'll turn around because I remember I'm like, he over here chasing her. Maybe it might happen. Let me go ahead and sit down. I go back to the window. She chasing him. I'm like, okay, whoa, what? Why the sudden switch? So I think actually
She has to be in control.
I might be able to show you guys if they want
Her
to
name needs
come.
to be Lilith.
Her name need to be Rasputia, and his name need to be Norbit.
What?
It never happened.
How you doing? Oh, look at the babies.
Oh, look at them.
Oh.
Look at the babies. Hi, guys.
They are big.
Oh, they are big.
Wow.
Yeah, keep doing that. I think she tired.
Get
So.
away from her.
Almost as
Say,
big
hi,
as our
Linda.
Great Dane.
Yeah, so I'm hoping that she gonna ease up a little bit, maybe.
What
But
are their names?
this one, her name Remy, and then King that just ran somewhere.
I saw it too. She did blink twice. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna go get her.
Now she wanna act all. She looking for him now. So I think they said that because she had started her period like 5, 6 days ago, and she not supposed to be ready for mating until like the 8th or 9th day. So they keep telling me that that's her way of saying, "Nigga, no, not right now."
Yeah.
He keeps on trying, so I guess that's why she trying to be so aggressive. I'm just hoping that when the time do come, she not acting like that. But God
She
can only
said, "I
hope.
know my body."
But give me time, okay? Let her be.
But all right, guys, I love you all.
Love
Um,
you too.
let me
Welcome
down.
home.
Have a good
All
one, man.
right.
Later.
If you are a nerd and you're in the request box, can you let me know if you are in there on purpose? Yola the Great, I see you in there. Khalifa, I see you in there. Tic Tac Go and Ty. Mama Dula. Oh, I didn't see you in there. Hold on. Okay, I see you, Khalifa. Hey,
Good
Mama
morning,
Dula.
my love.
Good morning. How are you?
Hey, y'all.
Lovely.
Thinker, it's something going. I don't know if it's the app or what, but I cannot resubscribe. It will not let me. It
I
keeps
saw
giving me
some
a
people.
white screen that says retry, and every time I click to retry, it won't do nothing.
I saw some people say that they were having issues. I don't know. Do you have an Android or an iPhone?
Android.
Mm.
Like you, TikTok is doing weird stuff with Androids. It's just people are having issues.
I've already done the update.
Yeah, it's an Android thing. I'm pretty sure. Like I feel pretty confident in saying because like there's been a lot of weird like Android specific glitches that
Oh
I've been
my
noticing.
God, who just did that? Basic GA, thank you so much. I
Thank you.
appreciate that. I really appreciate that because I did not want to lose my status. I had already made it. I don't know what I made it to, but I know I made it to something.
You're a
Uh,
butterfly.
yeah, you're a butterfly. Thank you, Basic GA. Is that
Yeah,
Gargar?
thank you so much.
That's Gargar. Gargar, why does this say Basic GA instead of Gargar? What is that? Your
That's what I saw too. Well, yeah, thank you, Gargar. I really, really appreciate that because I was like, look, I need to be able to say just be saying shit. I don't.
Basic GA
That's my.
is the username or not the
Oh,
username but
okay,
like the profile name or whatever.
okay, all right.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, well, let me down.
I got you. Have a good one.
Love y'all. Y'all have a good rest of y'all's day.
Love you
You
too.
too.
Hey,
Love
how
you
are you
too.
doing from the surgery?
You know what? So I don't know. Honestly, I goosed for the first time last night and I woke up spotting, so I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what's going on. So I'm gonna call my doctor today and make an appointment because there should not be anything going on down yonder. But what I want
Right.
to be going on down yonder. And I don't know if you saw it or not. I posted it in the Discord. My grandbaby came 4 days after my son's birthday, the one that passed.
Oh,
Congratulations.
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 And my daughter gave him Kingston's middle name, which is Salah. Don't get me
Oh,
started. But his name is Zayton Salah Naveen Leach from Naveen, of course, from Princess and the Frog. And I was there for the delivery, of course, as her doula. I cut the cord, and he don't stop crying till he get to his nana. Ew.
oh,
Oh, that's so
Aww.
sweet.
congratulations.
And he is absolutely. Can I just show you a picture of him right quick?
Yes,
He
absolutely.
is
I love the baby.
y'all. Out of all my children, Kingston was the only one that was dark complected. Why my grandbaby come out his color?
Oh
Really?
wow, came out dark
Y'all,
complected.
You know, normally those ears and fingertips are dark, but not the fur
baby,
Right.
he
baby.
was
Right.
I
he
love
is
it.
a chocolate drop. Even at a month old, y'all, he is so freaking beautiful. Come on, TikTok, act right, of
Look,
course.
y'all make me want to show grandbaby pictures.
I got my
That's
baby
what he
fixed
was
the
doing
other.
yesterday.
Y'all wait till I'm a
Oh,
Look
grandpa.
Oh,
at
he
that
confused.
so
baby.
cute. Look at him.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness. Look at that.
man.
Yeah,
He's
that's
so
Nana's man.
Yeah,
alert.
Hey, look,
man.
me and Lala was talking yesterday. 'Cause don't they look like they already over it when they
They
come up,
Yeah,
or
do.
they like they
Yes,
gonna be on some
yes,
shit, like
yes.
they gonna be up to some shit.
they
My
do.
daughter, my daughter mugged so much during her pregnancy. I swear that's all he does. He mess up them eyebrows and squinch that nose up. Like, why are you talking to me? Who are you? What do you want? He already annoyed. He a real Pisces for sure.
Yeah, cause he looking at the camera like, man, what the fuck are you doing?
He is adorable.
He
He is
is.
beautiful. But go ahead and drop me down. I love y'all, and I will see y'all tonight.
I love you too. Congratulations.
Thank you, my love.
Congrats.
Alrighty, give me just a second. Let's see. Hey, Khalifa,
Hey everyone, hi Thinker.
Hey,
how are you?
Khalifa.
Morning.
Hey.
Fine
Hey,
and
honey.
you. I
I'm
only
doing
came
good.
up to say a I'm sorry. I only came up to say a statement to that lady. Well, that lady was being rude, calling you the B word.
Oh,
So I wanted to say you're beautiful, intelligent, talented, charming, and healthy. Don't that spell bitch?
yup, and I like it. Thank you. I appreciate
You
that.
welcome.
That's
Let me
amazing.
down.
Got you. Have a good
All
one.
right.
You too.
Thank you.
I'm demonstrable, intrinsic, creative,
No, not for you, Osa. Not
and
I
for
thought you
you.
were
Why?
spelling out demon.
Why does he
You
have
know
this
nah,
what
way?
he's trying to say.
Why is he
and
this way?
kingly.
And what?
Kingly.
Kingly.
You
I
know what he's
cannot
trying
with
to say.
Oso.
Shut
Oh,
up, also.
oh my gosh.
I said, not from you.
I'm telling
Mm-mm.
you, Oso is the little brother of this whole community. Like he just that is just his role.
Who's going live after this? Xena? Does Xena go live during the day?
I am.
Don't look
You
at
are?
my profile picture.
Huh?
This person kept saying the same thing in caps.
Oh yeah, they want us to look at the picture, so they be like, "Don't look at the
Are
picture."
you, Melody, are you okay?
No, she's not okay.
Don't look at my profile picture.
Like, is this the best thing that you have? Are you not embarrassed?
Well, you do realize you're the only one laughing right now, right?
Right?
What
Are
the
you
hell? What
okay?
is going on today? She is
The
really
laughing
cracking
gas is
herself
gonna
up.
run out eventually.
Don't look.
It's gonna run out.
And she has
Don't
nothing
look at
else.
it.
Like she just keeps repeating the same thing over and over again. That's
Like
not
she's
the
Hmm.
mark of
mentally
a good
ill.
comedian, right? And I think
Don't
she
look at
knows it's
my
not funny. That's why
profile.
she's laughing like that. Because it's
Yeah.
clearly
Don't look
not
at my
humorous at
profile
all.
picture.
Yeah, you can hear it.
Mm.
It's getting forced now. You
Oh
know,
It's
yeah,
I tried
not.
to
absolutely.
make it up now.
It's
Hmm.
not. What do you guys see though? What do you
She's
guys see?
forcing it now. You like the
No, I'm
laugh
not.
got harder because you ran out, didn't you? You ran out,
She has
huh?
nothing
You
else.
ran out, huh, Melody?
She didn't come prepared, Ray.
Yeah. Hmm.
Go
There
to
Don't
is
look
some
at
class,
it.
straight
Melody.
weirdos today.
Don't
They
look at it.
are.
Yeah. Go to class,
Like she
okay?
has nothing.
Don't look at
Learn
it.
something. Learn something. Stop wasting your fucking
Go
life.
to school. Go learn something.
The fuck?
What's wrong with these people?
Mm-mm.
Shut up, Oso.
Well, my laugh was delayed. It was really funny.
Hi all.
What's up, Dugal?
Hey, dude. Happy
I only came up
Happy
to
birthday.
birthday
ask if.
morning.
Thank you, I
Happy
appreciate it. I only
birthday.
came up
Happy
to ask if.
birthday.
I only came up to ask if I can be a mod just for the sole purpose of muting yourself. Just saying.
I don't
That's
even
all.
have any more mod spaces. Like all my mod
I
spaces
don't
are
really want to. I
taken.
just wanted to poke fun at her, so. I
Also
appreciate
got
y'all.
also be getting in like the like by the skin of his chin because he took the last mod space.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Just want to mute him. That's all.
In the future, we might need to free up some space. You know, I don't know. So I don't know.
All right,
Mm.
y'all.
Well,
Let me
you giving up
down.
your spot, Rhea? How noble of you.
Never. I don't
Oh,
have
okay.
a spot. What are you talking about?
You don't have a spot?
No, I'm everywhere.
Rhea said, I
I might
am
drop
the
down. I
spot.
just
I
want to
don't
poke
have a
fun at her.
space.
Right.
That's all.
I am the spot. It's crazy.
All right, y'all.
Right.
Thank you. I just wanted to poke fun at her, so appreciate
You
you.
can chill if you want to. I'm gonna bring up one guest.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi.
Bad Giant.
Yeah, hi.
Hi. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. How old are you for TikTok purposes?
Yeah, I'm over 30.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
No, I'm trying to find out what your channel is about, like your religious channel, of course.
Can you answer my question first, please?
I'm a believer in the Old Testament, like only.
Are you a Black Hebrew Israelite?
Yeah, I would say that. Yeah, I'm black.
Okay. So I'm not a believer. Okay, and there are 4 topics on the screen that you could pick one of those topics and start a discussion.
Also, you do not believe in like a God, you're like an atheist?
I am an atheist.
Oh. Oh, see. But why though? Why though?
Why shouldn't I be?
Good topic, dude.
So you believe like so you're saying like this world that we live in, you
No,
being
she's not saying anything. Pick a topic. She's not
also
saying anything.
can't we go
She has not said anything at all. Pick a
yeah,
topic.
can't we go off topic for like a
No, we
minute?
cannot. Pick a topic.
You can pick topic number 4 if you want to explore that.
All right. Can I say something before I pick a topic?
What is it?
God.
I'm saying all right, you're saying I could pick number 4, but I do not believe in the New Testament, which
But that says truth of God, Jesus, or Christianity. You do believe in the God.
shoot yeah. All right, so all right, let's go with topic number 4 then.
Shut your ass up, Aaron.
All right, topic number 4. So you're saying that so this is related to the Bible or just in general, like the whole world. No. Topic number 4.
The Bible, the God that you believe in. Like what convinced you of that there's truth in that? Like you asked me, why don't I believe in a God? Why should I believe in a God?
No, but I don't just use a book just to believe in God. It's just like everything that I see around me in life. Right? So it's a book. A book alone could not convince me that there is a God in the first place because just the world that I'm living in. When I see rain fall, I just why or rain just fall like that for us to just have something to drink so we can survive. Why just we're just set up so perfectly
It's
in
not
this
set up
world?
perfectly though. Like you do realize that more than 70% of the water on this earth is not drinkable. And the reason why you have water to drink is because humans created sewage plumbing systems and water filtration systems to clean the water so that you are able to drink it. And in fact, like in some places on different continents, even like in America, there are, places where the water is still not drinkable, right? Like,
What I'm
and
saying,
here in
rain
America,
that
I
is
don't know.
falling from
One
out
second,
of
one second. Here in America, in Detroit, Michigan, the water is so bad, right? Because the government won't pay to update the the water system. And if your God created this earth to be perfect, so that people would have water to drink, then it wouldn't be up to the government to be able to deny.
Uh, um, all right. Let me put it this way. The world is built perfectly, perfect and imperfect at the same time, right? So it's like the flaws that we have, even like matter in our eyes, those are things that we're supposed to actually give us things to do, then activities. Our fingernails keep growing, right? You give
What?
us
Wait a
activities
minute.
to cut them. So
I'm sorry.
it's a
What does that mean? The world was built perfect and imperfect at the same time. That's a
yeah.
contradiction. Like you
No,
can't be both.
I'm showing you. It's like, all right, like for example, right? I'm trying to show you with your nails. Your nails keep growing so you can groom them. You get sweaty so you can actually take a bath. Those kind of things give you activities to do. So if the world was just completely perfect, you did not sweat, your nails just grow to a certain point and was perfect, just completely perfect like that,
There's
right?
something.
Yeah,
No,
then
that.
you would have activities to do. That's why the world is like actually perfectly.
So, do you spend most of your day trimming your nails and
No, just
sweating? Like,
no.
what are you
What
actually
I'm
saying
saying,
right
the
now?
activities, the things that you have to do. Even you being sick are things that you should actually do. Find activities to do. So the world is set up in a way for us to find activities to do. Imagine the world were just so perfect in a way. What would we do? We would just be just playing like kids every
What
day.
does that have to do with not having enough water to drink?
Not a
Are,
damn
But
thing.
but we
is
have
he?
water. Water is here.
What
God allowed.
does your fingernails and the daily activities that you have to do have anything to do with people not having water to drink
I'm
in
not
this perfect
relating it to
world?
water.
Is
I'm not,
are you
but I'm
are you equating perfection to boredom? That's what it sounds like you're doing.
no, I'm not.
Well, you're saying that perfect means that nothing would happen or that people wouldn't have anything to do.
No, I'm not exactly saying like that. But I'm saying if your fingernails only grow to a perfect limit, like you would trim your fingernails to a perfect limit, right?
No, what does the growing fingernails have to do with perfection?
I'm showing you the things that we do in our everyday life, right?
Right, but
These
that
are
still has
You
nothing to do
realize
with it.
But you realize that there are people that let their nails grow long as fuck, right? They literally look like tree roots.
yeah, I understand that, but I'm
Okay,
saying
so
you
that's
were
just a choice that
designed
people hey,
you were
that's
to
just a
groom
choice. That's
yourself.
just a choice that people make in their everyday life. Some people like to trim their nails, some people don't. That's not a thing that human beings are inherently going to do. We're talking about water that people need to live, right?
You're
Water is
saying
essential for life, right? Can you address that?
okay, um
Yes.
what I'm saying, right? Are you, yes, you're talking about water, right? But you're talking it from what man has done to it, right? Man has actually purified the water, right? Make it more drinkable. But I'm saying otherwise, rain actually fall, which you can drink the water from it, right?
But
So
where is the rain falling, right? Where it's just ready for you to drink?
you can actually drink the rainwater. I've been living off rainwater most of my life.
Like,
That's
you
So
what
do
what
I
you
do.
really?
I don't purify it.
and what about places that have drought? Places that don't have rainwater? Hello?
That's a different issue. I cannot. So you
No,
want to
it's the
say
same
that?
issue, sir. It's the same issue. You said this is a perfect, you said somehow this was curated perfectly for us to be here. There are places on this planet that suffer from droughts.
I don't
Yes,
The
think.
same
because
perfect world.
if you're suffering from drought, that would only be a curse. Like
A
anytime the earth
curse.
suffers from drought, famine, all these things, these are curses which God places on the earth
But
because
but
God
hold on,
Okay.
hold on,
has a cycle.
hold
The
on,
earth
hold
is
on,
built.
hold on. So you say that your God created this earth perfectly so that people could have water to drink, and the rain is uh that provision. But yet there are times where it does not rain, right?
Yes.
That means that your God, that means that it's not perfect, because your God knows that when there is a drought, right, that even people living in the areas where the drought is, that are so-called believers of this God or followers of this God, are going to thirst to death, and their body needs that. But even looking at rainwater, there are sicknesses that can come from people just drinking rainwater. Like that,
Yeah.
literally, dirt collects in the rain as
Yes.
it falls.
Or look at the word.
Especially if they don't, hold
We're
on.
not meant
Especially
to,
if they
to
don't
live
have the
forever,
resources to collect it,
right?
collect it and even have filters for it, right? You say you've lived off rainwater. You're about to tell me that you wait, you don't have water up until rain falls, and then you just get that water, and up until the next time rain falls, you just have that water. Is that what you're about
Well,
to say?
most of the time we've been living off rainwater. Otherwise,
Who is
sometimes
we?
my family,
That's
we're
what I'm
living.
asking you. So you collect water up and you don't drink any other water
No,
up until
I've
the
drink
next
water.
water comes?
No, no, it's a cycle. I kind of cycle between it, but I'm actually drinking rainwater my whole life.
Okay, so you don't live off of it then. That's not what you drink on a constant basis.
I actually
Jesus
have
fucking
rainwater and I'm
Christ,
drinking
bro.
right through because I have a huge tank that actually has a lot of water. So by the time that water depletes, there's rainfall by that time and it fills again. So it's not like it's a small drum, it's actually a huge
I
tank.
didn't ask you that. I said, so you wait. So once it rains, you don't use any other kind of water, any other water, up until it rains again. You're telling me that water, once it rains once, that water that you have, it takes you up until it rains again, if especially if it's not a raining season.
No, I'm saying and actually, and when you said that the first time, I said I cycle between rainwater and other water, like water that actually comes in pipes. So actually, I actually
So
cycle
then
between the
it
two
wasn't
water.
perfect. If you have to
Right.
cycle between it, your God didn't make it perfect. Like that is an
My God did make it
insufficiency.
perfect. Oh, how is it not perfect?
What?
No, how is it not perfect like that?
Because
Because
you
that's
still
an
have to.
insufficiency. Like you have to
Because all
cycle.
God work
You
is
can't, it's not just the regular rainwater isn't
all God
sufficient
work.
enough for you to, you can't talk the same time I talk, bad giant. Like we can't understand each other if both of us are talking at the same time.
Okay, go ahead.
Like literally, if the rainwater that falls is not enough to sustain you and you have to switch to something that is man-made, that means that it's not perfect. It is insufficient.
Yeah, I'm hearing what you're saying, but I'm saying, you remember that I'm a believer in God, right? And the Old Testament, right? Right? In the Old Testament, God send rain sometimes, sometimes He doesn't send rain. God is someone that punishes us for our sins, right? So that's how the world is set up like we set up now. So you're going to have drought at times, you're going to have famine at times. Your life going to be up and down because the
Bad
life,
Giant. That
huh?
doesn't address what Thinker's question is. You came up here and you said that the earth was made perfectly for us, correct?
Yes, I'm saying it's perfectly imperfect in
Okay.
a way because we
Well,
have things to do because there's bad
hold on
happening right through.
hang on a
We
second.
die, we
Hang
die, all of these things.
hold on a second. I just want to take it step by step. You made the claim that the earth was made by God perfectly for us, correct?
Yes.
If I built you a house and I told you it was specifically for you, but you could only utilize 29% of the house and the other 71% was uninhabitable, do you think that that house was actually designed for you?
Go again. I can say that all over again. I didn't catch it.
If I built you a house and that house was supposed to be designed perfectly for your habitation, but you could
Yes.
only utilize 29% of it, 71% of it was uninhabitable. You couldn't live there. You'd die if you tried to live there. Do you think that I would have made that house specifically for you?
Excuse me. No, that if the house
And
is for me, I chose to have all access to the house.
right, it
Right.
wasn't for you because you can't even utilize most of it. That's the same for the earth. 71% of the earth is water. Humans cannot live in water. We need land.
In addition to that, that doesn't even take into account the areas that are truly habitable for us to be able to grow food that we need and, to Thinker's point, drink the water that we need. The data just doesn't support that this earth was designed for humans. I say this all the time. If anything was designed for, this universe was designed for tardigrades. They're the only thing that can survive in any system whatsoever, just regardless of the temperature and all of those things. Like, I just don't see how you're saying it was designed for us when we can't even utilize the majority of it.
All right.
Like,
It's
are we
not
not
designed.
supposed to be? Are we not supposed to be living in any type of
It's
shelter?
not designed for us. Okay. It's not designed for us, but yet we're here living, right?
But are you supposed to not be living in
Really?
any type of shelter? Like, are you supposed to be living
No, so
outside like the animals?
where should we be then? Since it's not designed for
I'm
us, where
asking
should
you that.
Are you
Hello.
hearing her talk? You don't hear her talking?
Like,
Yeah,
go
you
ahead.
do.
are you not supposed to be in a shelter? Like, have any type of shelter? Are you supposed to live out in the open like the animals? Because your God didn't build a shelter for you. Humans
That's why
did
I
that.
say give us activities to do. What would life be if it just already have a house be rebuilt already? People like a lot of person like a journey to see where they come from. That
What do
fool
you
us,
think
that
is
drive us.
what is the ultimate
The kids
goal?
were already educated. All of the kids are
Hold on
already
a second,
educated.
Bad
All the kids
Giant.
look at his journey that he actually went through school and he progressed and he learned and he,
Bad Giant, what are you going to do? What is your ultimate fate in your religious belief? Do you go to heaven? Do you like what are you what's going to be the situation then?
I don't believe that really I'm gonna go to heaven.
So what do you
Right?
believe? That's what I'm asking. Do you believe that once you die you're done, or
All right. Basically, what I believe is that when I die, right? Yes, I basically done until actually God comes and probably think of resurrecting me if I'm
right, I'm talking about the
able to do
resurrection piece. What happens then? Are you still going to be clipping your nails and catching rainwater then? Because it will be just as boring then as it would now. If your claim is that we need things to do as humans, you're going to need the same things to do as humans or spirit humans or whatever you'll be after resurrection. Why would it be any different then?
We'll probably be doing the same thing. Probably the same. I don't have any problem with that.
Then your God is
I mean,
incredibly stupid, because that makes no sense. Like, why bring us here, create us around these horrendous conditions with these horrible people who have no morals, care, or character? Let us die only to bring us back to do the same thing over and over again. Does that make sense to you?
I don't see any problem with it. I don't see any problem with it. Right?
But what's the purpose? You make it seem like our purpose is to drink water and file our nails. Like, I don't understand that.
That's the activities we're given to do to keep us occupied throughout life. Those are some of
Like,
the activities.
Will
We are
your
like
being
that.
nails not grow in
occupied.
the afterlife?
No, it wouldn't be good. You mean that death? No, the nails. You mean like if I resurrected, I'm back again?
Yes.
Yeah, probably will be growing as well.
You said what?
Probably will be growing if I'm
Like
still
this.
human. Still human, probably will be growing.
You have to see how the questions that we're asking are very valid and legitimate questions. This makes no sense. Like, you came up and you said that the earth was designed for us and it was perfectly
Let me ask you.
imperfect, which is an oxymoron to begin with. That doesn't make any sense. It defies the laws of logic. Then you say that if everything was perfect, we wouldn't need to trim our nails or whatever it is you think that we spend our time doing these days. But
All right.
ultimately, if you're not going to need to do that after you die and get resurrected by this God who designed this whole fucked up system to begin with, what is the point?
All right. Let me ask a question. Do you groom your ear right now?
Do I groom my hair?
Yeah.
I
Don't
thought he asked if
necessarily.
you groomed your ear.
All of you guys, all of
You
you
did
guys
sound
do
like
cut your,
ear.
all of you cut your nails.
Can I just say that your ears are on fleek today?
No, all of you. I'm asking, do you take a bath? Do you take
Shit
a
is
bath? No,
snatched.
do you
I
take
be
a
out here
bath?
contemplating some
Hold on,
things,
hold
girl.
on.
Them ears.
Hold on.
Oh,
Would you pin those
I
back
think
today
you
or
guys
what?
should
My
Like,
stop. I think you guys should stop all of those activities. Grooming your ear, grooming your nails, taking a bath, all these activities, you need to stop right now. Since you do not
ew,
believe in
no.
all
Why
of
would
it,
I do
you
that?
should remove those wigs. All of these things, you should be stop doing them. You should
That's
For
stop.
ironic
what? For
because
what, Bat Giant?
Because there's no purpose of you guys doing it based on what you're saying. Then there's no purpose
Bat
of you
what?
Giant,
guys
you
doing it.
can't
What?
believe that's true. Like, you
Then
That
literally
stop.
can't
But why
think
are
that
you
that
doing
makes
it?
any
And what,
logical
let me
because
ask
I
my question.
don't want
Why
to
are
smell
you
like
doing it?
ass, Big Giant. That's why I
But
bathe.
you
Uh,
What
something.
are you
You
Taylor,
talking
doesn't
something.
Jesus
about?
say that you don't
To
have to
do.
take baths and stuff?
Yeah, he said
You need to
after you're
stop. You need to
baptized, you
stop.
don't need to.
You need to stop. You need to
Who
stop.
was that said that? Wasn't that Brooklyn that said she don't have to wash her hands or bathe
Yeah,
because
You
Yeah.
need to
Clearly,
yeah.
she
stop.
don't
You
have to
need to
wash her
stop.
hands because of Jesus.
I bet
And you
This is
y'all
need to
how I.
stop
stink.
watching it. You need to
I
stop watching
bet
your
y'all
kids'
smell
hands.
horrible. Like
When your
I don't.
kids,
You know what's
you need
funny?
to stop.
I wish you guys would consider other people because you go out in
You
public.
guys,
You go out in public. So if you're
next
not gonna
time,
wash your hands, I'm
next
talking, sir.
time.
I'm talking, sir. Thank you. If you're not gonna wash your hands, you're not gonna wash your ass because you believe in Jesus. Just stay inside. Order shit. Don't subject other people to all of that. And then you guys are like boldly telling people on the internet that you don't wash your body.
That's just
Why?
foul. Like
Yeah.
you know that's what the colonizers did, right? They come over here dirty as fuck and had to learn from people of color how to bathe themselves just so they'd stop spreading dysentery. The fuck?
My only
Take.
advice, though, to you guys, you need to stop all of these activities that you're doing.
What
Really,
is
I'm
it
not
that
gonna
you
stop
think that
washing my ass.
you guys stop watching
did your
your ass.
God show did your God like show the people how to like trim their nails and stuff or something? Like, what is it that you think that I need to believe in a God because my nails are cut short? Like, I don't get it. Am I supposed to be like grateful
I'm
to a
just
God for
saying.
nail clippers?
This man
No, but you
screams
need
itchy asshole.
activity. No, I'm saying you need activities to do. That's why you have all these things because life would be so boring if you didn't have anything to
Then why
do.
did he give us life just to give us activities to do? Like, that doesn't make
Well, that's what
sense.
Like I didn't
occupy
spend a
your
thousand
time till
dollars on the
you
Xbox. That's
return.
crazy.
That is what occupy you until you
So
return back into the grave.
if he didn't create us, then we wouldn't need to be occupied.
So who created you? Where did you go? You did just appear one day and
Answer the question. Like, if your God didn't create humans, there would be no problem of giving them something to do. That makes no sense. He created the damn problem.
man,
I
you
mean, I
guys are
still
just
think it's
all right. You guys are just ungrateful for life. That's
we're
what's
Not
we're
what?
ungrateful for life, but you want us to
right
stop
because
washing our
you're
ass.
ungrateful
How
because
does that make
This
sense?
right, this
no, I did
man.
not mean literally if you
No,
had to do it, but
bad,
I'm just showing you
bad,
guys that
bad. I'm gonna
the
go ahead and
activity.
tell you, your voice and the way you talking just tells me that you smell real bad and your asshole itches. Like that's all you telling us.
Like, it makes no sense. Like, ultimately, this is how I know y'all don't think through the things that you say before you say them. Because if bathing and washing your hair makes you feel better and it improves your health and it increases the pleasantness of interacting with others comfortably, why would that be pointless absent a God? That doesn't